Way hot. Ready?
Go.
Go.
One main.
Heaven one.
Heaven.
One main.
Heaven
Main
main.
smoke. Main smoke.
Heaven and main, yeah.
I'm done.
Only for heaven, guys.
Two main at least.
Yeah.
Going
I'm gonna go Freiburg.
I'm gonna hold lobby. To push from outside.
I'm going
I'm
yellow.
taking
guys,
90.
okay? I'm going yellow. Living heaven.
Playing
I can peek off you, Harry.
Dancing main.
They might want to save armors, you know?
I'm
One
gonna
heaven.
look for him then.
Sound, one heaven. Might be coming still, guys. Step heaven.
I'm ready.
I'm
Drop
anti,
down,
I'm
drop
anti.
down, drop down.
I'm going outside.
We're in city.
Two guys?
Two things. Two one spree. Right side, left side. Vent truck.
Together.
One more. Right side, top thing.
Close right still. Get my back. Okay, ramp or not?
Nice fucking arm, boys.
Nice shot.
Call again.
One very top hop.
Yeah.
I'm picking outside. I'm coming on the ground.
Smokes.
Yeah. Call the smokes and then get ready soon, David, to fake.
Oh,
We
yeah.
go ramp after.
To the smokes.
Yes, I think get the.
One drop on or
Walking second one.
wait a bit.
Can be in radio, Kevin.
Yeah. Let's
I'm ready.
ready to fake.
Yeah.
Yeah, fake. One drain, top hot.
Flashing one main.
Sure.
Radio,
Let's go slowly ramp.
Yeah.
Where's that?
Let's go slowly
Take-
ramp
take
now.
this
Molly hot. Molly
Close
hot.
hot one,
Taking
yeah.
space.
Go ramp.
Yeah, just duck the ramp. I'll hold hot push.
I'm gonna jump up heaven.
Yeah. Duck the ramp, guys. Just step ramp and maybe come back.
Jumping cross.
3, 2,
Don't
1.
commute bump. Come
Molly
back to
hot.
A. Split A, boys.
Push it main.
Yeah, split A. Checking close
Copy
up.
door.
I'm going hot.
Inside hot
Way
clear.
hot. Could be inside door, guys.
I don't see
Okay,
heaven.
I'm there.
Dash
I'm
clear.
Robin clear. Top
Bit
one clear.
Door dead.
Running out here.
Door dead. Oh.
Up dead.
Freiburg good.
One is ramp. Another guy down.
They're stuck then.
Yeah, one ramp, another guy down. Careful secret. I'm coming ramp with David. John, play off fast, okay?
He's under hell. Under hell.
That's
You
alright.
want the op?
Going towards locker.
Yeah.
I'll take
Take
op
the-
left then.
This one.
Is that him?
That's
Should
good.
be.
I think
one
so. I
ramp.
think so.
One might be still secret.
Bomb is planning close hot, right?
Secret.
AK help, David.
And flash
Secret.
up main.
Flash.
Main.
T-red.
Come, David, he's a easy.
I'm taking AK, wait.
Low.
Flashing from left.
Let's go CT.
I'm fucking dead, guys.
Can you smoke
good.
conflict now? Be quiet outside. Maybe go
Okay.
China.
Mono blue.
Yeah,
you-
just
where
be
you
quiet
are,
now. Gonna end main, just wait. Gonna be good.
Flashing for secret.
Extra warehouse.
Be secret peeking.
Gonna go ramp now, fake.
That's the guy.
They see
That's
only
the
you,
guy.
only you.
Only
Okay.
one, only one.
Only you, right? So,
Yeah.
Yep.
I'm faking ramp now.
One was heaven.
Go close
One
main out,
coming
picking
up
for
for
power,
me.
you guys.
Yeah,
I'm
yeah.
going back
ready.
to A now.
Picking for power. Let's see.
Split A.
Flash him main.
Flash.
Boom.
Rushing hot. Hot clear. Done. Plant.
Heaven, soon.
Hold up. Main or door.
Don't flash up T when I'm rushing. I'll throw the flash, David, insta molo. Flash.
Ready up, warehouse.
Main dead.
One is warehouse, I think.
Keep going, John.
I'm
Keep
staying
going.
conflict.
Yeah, Molly
I'm
jump
low.
for once.
I'm gonna go short.
One heaven.
I'm in vents.
Inside vent. I'm like, you think?
That Molly, just straight far. Only one ramp.
I'm conflict. Can't hear
Or I
infiltration.
can strip.
Let's see
I'm
him.
far.
Back. Hold short.
One vents maybe?
Two vents.
One maybe vents.
I'll see short.
Taking ramp.
I'm one behind
Last
vents.
round, last round.
I have vent now.
I
Stop.
think.
Ramp.
Right side
One
looks
is a
good.
vent.
I'm not
Yeah,
sure.
right.
I'm peeking him.
Yeah, flash, Robbie.
I'm flashing.
Ulti, flash again.
Hello guys.
Nice!
Did he shoot it?
Shut down door, John. I'm molo inside hot, okay?
They smoked door. On accident.
Fast
50
flip
door.
Someone can go down.
You flash out to someone?
Yes. Flashing
Flash.
now. Boom. Breaking as well.
I'm resmoking door.
dead.
I'm going down vent.
Yeah.
I'm moving
Watch out,
towards
guys.
hitting.
Oh, John's dead. Let's crossing.
I have ramp.
I'm smoking door again.
No.
Okay.
Oh, outside player dead.
I have ramp.
I have secret.
Resmoke, David.
Smoking now.
You wanna go rob on them?
Yes, I'm moving.
I'm leaving hot.
Do we
T-red
saw-
one.
Okay. Do we have someone down?
Yeah, I
Main.
do. I am.
Main and T-red.
They're there now. That's
Zero
there.
down.
Nice.
Falling door, push
Yeah,
ahead.
up.
Yeah.
Maybe tier
Pushing
down.
secret.
Where are you, Hobby? I can flash above.
Big, yeah, flash.
2 times flash above warehouse coming.
In
Flashing
the
one.
world.
Flashing again.
China. Simple.
Oh, we
Do
man.
you want off? Do you want?
We
Yeah.
have one. They didn't
Holy
see.
shit, Hobie, man.
Tell me if they can be good.
Last one, mid smoke. I can
Yeah.
break that.
I broke.
Is he good?
Yes.
I'm getting spammed on low. Can sneak down vents.
Cut.
Going A.
Cut that, I'm blind.
The door one.
One out. Oh, you said.
Last time.
Smoking door.
Give me secret. Give me secret.
Maybe right now. Bomb lobby.
Spammed.
What's in hot?
I'm dead.
Won't give me wrapped, guys.
Left side hot.
Nice!
In light of your numerous complaints about the monitoring and publishing of communications, you have been awarded this wellness check-in. Not only that,
We're here to celebrate the recent success of your department.
can I offer you a celebratory hug?
Not until you want a major.
Despite your success, we will continue your watch.
What? Thought I bought another 6 months?
Please refrain from any outbursts. That's minus 1 month. Last session, we spoke of creative difficulties
Have you sought any inspiration?
from other departments.
What? Like, take their strats and just change the names?
Build a scrapbook like you would an ESL skit.
I did try that with 3D Max, but
You started playing like them? I see. Have you considered other reasons for your previous underperformance? Perhaps looked inward? Upper management would like answers. Well,
I don't know. I feel like we've been a bit unlucky, but
what?
I mean,
Do you have any idea, or should I suggest something?
I'm just thinking.
Talk power revoked.
Looks like time's up.
Using 6 decimal places on a mouse sensitivity console command. Now, I think there's 2 types of people that can do something like that.
Someone with a special connection with Valve? Or a dev themselves?
I think it was definitely a high impact one. Yeah, this interrogation scene it had some impact on the culture of CS for sure. It was a really good one. Sponge, some incredible acting, really liked that. But I mean, all the players, they did good as well. And yeah, they had to interrogate me, the developer, I guess, so it was fun. How it works is you just kind of do it, yeah. If they come to you with an idea, I mean, 99% of the times it's gonna be good. I don't think it's ever been a bad idea, which I've been approached with. They've done it for multiple years now, like all of the results of the skits, they've been amazing. The whole community always enjoys them, and people always want to see more, so great to take part of it. Yeah, you get to create some funny memories, some good memories, because stuff happens in the game, like CS2 release date or whatever, or what we did with the interrogation, and it kind of puts it in the archives that, okay, it actually had some sort of impact. People, made fun of it. People made sort of a culture around it, and I think that's the part of skits that really it does create some history with CS as well.
You've played the beta, I presume?
Of course. Who hasn't?
Many have been denied access, my son.
May the Lord save their souls.
Yeah, watching the Cologne skit, obviously the church vibe. Confessing, typical Cologne. When you're doing the skit, you're doing it all by yourself. The person you're having a conversation with is not actually with you. Like, you're doing it at different times, and the end result, they just edit it together, so it seems like you're in the same place, but in reality you're not. So I guess that's the tough part. Yeah, props to ESL. I mean, they did a really good job in just setting it up, and I think the script they have is always fantastic. I think that helps really well. They have really good scripts. I mean, they produce it way before, and I think that's probably the biggest part that actually helps create a good skit.
Hold on, Rob's at the back.
Yeah, you're the lurker, right? That's kind of how it would go down.
Yeah, but there's lurkers and then there's lurkers. It makes the most sense if he's at the back.
I was in the room with talent here for sure. I think I was with them. I can't remember 100%. In this specific one, it was more of like a round table, and they just switched the players around. We were having a conversation, I guess, in the skit, like it looked like in the end result. This one was really fun. I remember I wasn't sure what we were gonna do when they approached us with this. Maybe this is one of the first times like we did a skit where like we're in the actual booth where we play, and I hadn't done that before. So it was really interesting what the result was going to be like. What as we heard what the idea was and what the script was, I think we already knew that whatever how we're going to act or whatever we do is going to turn out really good, because the script was that good and the idea was perfect.
Hey, chill. One eco and we win, okay?
What do you mean, Nico? Just run around.
How?
Bro think he's Professor X.
What the fuck?
I think all the jokes, they're very fitting. I mean, obviously Apex, they're just like clowning around with our coach Remy. I think it's the perfect encapsulation how the team environment really is. You know, Apex is really that kind of guy who can be a clown. He can be serious, a tough guy. Like he can be anything. And then everyone else, I think we're just a good group of people who really want to win. But I think we have a nice relationship.
At least I was locked in.
Obviously, I play old school RuneScape. Zybo does not. Just a fun fact, so people understand the perspective. So when I heard that they're gonna put or act like Zy was playing OSRS as the match going, I found it really funny. And that, I mean, as an OSRS player, that was close to me as well. So I tried my best to make sure I was acting well, and people who pay attention, I think they would really enjoy that one. And that's what I enjoyed. I really enjoyed the small details and like paying attention to that, like doing the acting for all the small bits, and I think everyone really paid attention to that as well, and that's why it turned out so good, and that's why I really enjoyed it. I think it's like every second of it, I think there's something happening in the skit that's either funny or like there's like some idea behind it, and yeah.
All right, Howie. What I'd like to do with you today is share some facts about your outie. Because your outie is an exemplary player. These facts should be very pleasing. Just relax your body and be open to the facts. Your outie is fond of films and owns many movies.
Could be able to get one or two. Oh, it's comfortable for Rain. Locked out.
Your outie is strong and helped a group lift a heavy object. Your outie is a major MVP.
Just use his weapon, they're ready, but so is he!
Who?
I'm sorry, please try to enjoy each fact equally. That's minus 12 rounds.
Rounds?
These rounds will be deducted from your overtime bonus. Your outie loves animals and owned goats in their yard. Before a forced move inside due to the presence of a bald eagle. Because your outie sacrifices space and is not boosted by his rolls. Your innie must now aspire to reach your outie's greatness.
On top main, or top hut, sorry. Nothing turret. Dropping down.
Big main.
Ready
with smoke?
Flash
radio.
Smoke.
Warehouse, the south 3 guys.
Yeah.
Down man's one walls.
Flashing blue.
Down man's walls.
Dunk, no, inside the house. Dunk.
Warehouse stuck.
Still there.
He's two kicking you.
Down. Two there. One main as well.
I'm going that way.
Two there.
Down.
Down should be clear, maybe.
I have vents for you.
Coming ramp. I'm planting on the line. Two ramp for sure.
One coming
One
secret.
One ramp. Two ramp and one secret.
Yeah. David is going to kill secret.
I'm playing. And he crossed one.
Can't come sandwich, no. That's
One left ramp. One close to me. Dark and close.
1 HP, bro. I'm picking dark.
One push.
Dark
Dark
tank,
and
still
one
alive.
windows and dark.
Dark dead.
Tuck that.
Windows hide now. One line.
Bomb line.
I have sandwich.
Just hide.
Play time.
Nice David.
That's what we like.
Nice David.
Beacon
I'm
out.
gonna hold your secret.
Smoke door again.
Second smoke.
We're clear. Can you get one? That credit.
Nice.
Outside the gate.
Yeah, we're gonna split A here, okay?
Head out
Nice,
main.
I'm holding lobby.
Door. Half alive.
Walking warehouse. Radio.
Okay, flash
Can we split A? Then I'm on radio.
Yeah, we can.
I'm
on
on radio now.
Warehouse.
Push radio. It's right, Molo.
One more.
Yeah. Give him bomb. Take him bomb. Just go away.
Where is he? Radio? Okay.
Yeah, he burned.
I'm flashing.
On the line now.
Flashing back again.
Back up.
Follow him.
Take it here for now.
Go down. Rush sandwich maybe?
Yeah, I'll
Take
smoke
windows,
sink.
Take windows.
One sandwich.
He's already in control.
Standing for short.
Holding him.
Standing for short.
One back.
Open. They can open long soon.
They can go wall, guys. They can go
Yeah,
You can open it now if you want.
Wait. Ready,
Go,
open
guys.
long.
It's open. We have it.
Dead.
Nice.
Ramp, careful. One to the line. Ramp.
Ramp.
Two ramp.
Open short. That's work.
They broke that shit, man. Two already toxic.
I will re-smoke for door. I have 2 smokes.
What smokes did they do?
I think go in.
Pulska. Secret dead.
I'm gonna see.
I'm going with him.
More. Should be 4.
I'm going down.
3 or 4.
How long, Steve?
Bouncy radio.
Going long.
3
Two.
down on this.
One lobby.
3 down, 1 lobby.
Windows. Coming out long.
Third lobby.
Out long. We can try to win this.
Finish
Finn
short,
has a kid. Let's go down it, David. Let's go down it. Yes.
Yeah.
Let's walk. Finn has a kid. One is long for sure. Nice.
down,
Go Vince. We have.
On dark. Can we one sandwich?
Yes.
I'm flashing
Coming
sandwich.
Yeah, really.
That's a smoke. Pushing me that.
Nice.
Let's go smoke something. Yeah, he thinks one is ramp.
I'm beefy, Finn.
Alright, I'm pushing here.
Side.
I can break it.
Let's go.
Not.
Off.
Close shot.
I have short.
Falling long. I'm tapped it.
I won't get short. Yeah.
Take it. Wait.
I'm with you. Above you. Shield.
Let's go, run.
I'm ready. Yeah. Go.
Backside.
Nice!
Nice, man.
I'm down.
Going top.
One
What
crossing, I think. I heard one. David is down.
Playing out of
We
secret.
have main.
Smoked ramp.
I have main.
Oh, ramp. One ramp.
AK out ramp.
Could be out ramp. I'm not sure.
Rotate down.
Dead, go.
Guys, one or two ramp.
Hold on, heaven. Yeah.
Yes.
Just hold heaven.
They're gonna go down.
Yeah.
I have
I'm opening the door.
I'm 1 HP.
Already pushing.
They're going down.
Yeah, already pushing.
Down.
Go down, Vince.
I flashed out.
Move.
One dead.
I have Molly.
Sure.
That's right.
Sure.
Yellow.
Both.
Yellow. Yellow.
Oh, wait.
Nice. AK long.
I'm Molo hot. Fast one. Can be on that.
Out.
Bomb on it.
Out hot.
I have Molly for side.
One side, I think.
I'm out. Could be down, man.
Yeah, we have bomb.
Yellow.
Heading door. Careful outside, is dropping.
What's the front side?
Flashing.
Yeah, it could be under heaven. Holding heaven.
Walk main faded.
I have a hut.
I have only heaven, bro.
You guys are good like this.
I'm fabric.
You're good.
One person A. Size or something.
Backside.
On the hut.
Maybe same guy.
I have hut. Just hide. I can peek. It's fine.
Drop me down, bro.
Following you, maybe.
Nice! That was half by, no?
Welcome to hard-hitting journalism with Heroic. All right, we have Linus and we have Pius getting interviewed in the other room. We're going to need some attacks, some questions. We're going to need to get to the bottom of this, guys. Is there any habits someone has, anything that annoys you from these guys?
A lot of missing op shots. Linus, like eco-fragging.
About Alvaro, we need to mess about his complaining things. Like every time. New tournament, he's complaining first 2 days. This chair is like this server is like this.
Pius, you love complaining. When will you stop?
Yeah.
Something like that. And missing shots for Pius?
Yeah. I mean, he's the oldest in the team. But he acts the youngest and he's the smallest, you know?
How about we combine those two?
Yeah.
Let's go back to Linus though, because we've got nothing for him. You mentioned eco-fragging. Is that a problem in the team?
He calls like he wanna have the ecos, right? Like he's like, yeah, I go solo here, go for A, you know? Okay. And then like when it is like that. It is like that.
Can you say?
And then he always overpicks.
Don't get.
Yeah, we need one more for Linus, and then I think we're good.
Like he always says for himself, I got carried in that team, you know? So, yeah, he says every time, I got carried, you know, people carried my ass, so maybe we can find a joke around that. Or will you get the same spot without getting carried? So he's like, it's gonna make him get a little bit tilt.
Bro, why are you filming my hangout? I already made the rule here. Let's go get your teammates, guys.
Yeah?
Let's get them. Join me.
But we need to make one of the truths and kind of like obscure. Because I think people...
Tell you something random, maybe I've been in Gambia. That's kind of random.
You been what?
In Gambia, like in Africa.
Oh.
It's pretty random.
What is Gambia?
You don't know Gambia?
I don't even know.
I don't know what's going on here.
I think
What's going on here? Why are you back again?
We've got some questions actually for Pius and Linus from Heroic.
Right. Do go on.
I'll just leave them with you.
Wow, we've got quite the collection. Linus, you're a very confident leader. ... Is it because you're an eco-cobra?
Yeah, why not?
What does that mean?
I like ecos. That's wild.
Some pairs don't think you're going off lightly there. Oh my god, you love to complain. When will you stop?
Never.
You got what? Carried. You got carried. I thought that said curried. You got carried to a major quarterfinals with NIP. Will you pull your own weight in this team?
Hopefully.
You guys content with that? Why do you miss so many shots? Is it because you're old?
Yes, I am old, guys, and you will still drop me MVP.
We were literally just talking about this, and I had to convince him that he isn't old, and now you've just ruined it for him again. I guess this was hard-hitting journalism. Thanks, guys. That's great. That's everything.
Get the fuck out of here.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, 1xBet, Monster Energy, Face It Watch.
Attracting over 9 million visitors a year, the Fort Worth Stockyards are the only place in the world that holds a twice daily cattle drive. The oldest of the herd, well, his name is Thunder, and he was born in Oklahoma all the way back in 2001. The iconic longhorns are distinctly recognizable by, well, their long horns. And speaking of which, it's going to be a long day for our remaining teams, as it's going to be a true marathon of Counter-Strike for them to seal a place in the playoffs. A doubleheader, to be exact. It's Last Chance Saloon at the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2025.
making history. Absolutely phenomenal.
And Ace is the champion of the Intel Extreme Masters World Finals.
Storm's still not quite done. MC is going to take this fight, though. 3 seconds left.
Last 2 rounds of passion's got to start it well for ESC.
And this is a massive move for Zez, but he's not content with just a Nexus kill. He wants to win.
And it's all done. And Strollick's winning. Unbelievable Rogue with a 4-0 victory over Classic.
And they did it again in the grand finals. It's Norby!
Give it up for your Intel Extreme Masters World Champion!
Now, 9 years is a long time, particularly in esports. Players, teams, even organizations have come, gone, and then come back again, as they all look to make their marks on a beautiful game that is Counter-Strike. 3 such players, Nitro, Elige, and Simple, are all competing here at IEM Dallas 2025. But they were once teammates almost a decade ago. They were the great American hope back then with Team Liquid. Then came the United States' first ever major, MLG Columbus 2016. Even with limited experience under their belts, Liquid would manage to make it to the playoffs. And with the crowd on their side, it felt like anything was possible. Or was it? With Elige, Nitro, and the return of Simple, we asked them to reminisce on Columbus 2016, a tournament that changed CS forever.
It's different times. It was kind of like the beginning of CSGO, like when it first became like kind of, you know, as big as it is nowadays, like with the crowds and all that stuff and all the support from the fans. This tournament was, I think it was like the first tournament where we had like the whole entire crowd like cheering each person's alias. It was insane. So for me, this is like a really special tournament, especially since it's in NA. At the time, I think we were considered the best NA team. Us and I think COG at the time. I think we knocked them out in the quarters, so we established our dominance there.
Down and Liquid will move on to the semi-final.
Overall, I think that we were having like a really good tournament. The vibes were honestly even good. I remember even during this match, everything was going pretty smooth. We had a really good chance of winning, of course, as everybody knows. So, yeah.
It was a really special tournament, and then it's kind of like put our foot in the cement for like the future, you know what I mean? At this time, this is kind of like LG when they first became like really good. Like this is like, they came to America, they're like no one like had that much respect for them in game because no one knew who they were besides Fallen at the time from 1.6 and FNX.
I don't remember like the rounds really. I remember what happened, but not really, you know, every little detail.
He is just about going to do that, but really, Liquid are playing with fire.
I mean, it's still embedded in my mind, the comeback that they had on us. I think it was, I don't really, 15-6 and 15-10 or 8 or something like that, but it was such a, like, we got to 15, and once you get to 15, it's like, especially at that time, inexperienced, you know, like, we're like a pug team, kind of, like, we don't have that much chemistry. It's like, you feel like you won the game already, especially being up that many rounds.
We were winning 15-9 in first map on Mirage, and Coldzera did this double no-scope, and I think he killed me and John together.
Here he comes once again. The first base is Adren. He's going to hit the ground there as Cold. Oh, what? A jumping double from Cold! What is going on right now? How does he do this?
I don't know, it just went by really fast, and then we got to OT, especially on Cash, the second map, and they have auto snipers going, they have all this momentum going.
And on second map, we played Cash, and we were winning 15-6, and both of maps we lost on overtime.
They show that they can like take their game and evolve it, and then also create a meta, which is awesome to see. It went by really fast, so I try not to think about it too much, you know?
Feels like it was not that long time ago, you know, this game. And yeah, everyone, like all players changed, you know, their lives changed, their behave changed as well. And all totally different players right now.
It didn't really work out, and we didn't really like have that much chemistry on both in-game and out of game, so it just kind of just fell apart.
Yeah, I mean, there's been a lot of change, of course. I think back then, the atmosphere of the team honestly wasn't that great. Leading up to the tournament, during the match, everything was fine, but it was all really hard. I don't think that like there was a lot of like comfort in terms of like the atmosphere of the team. It was like hard to, you know, just focus on playing. I felt like a lot of the time. But overall, I think that we had like a lot of good things to learn from that. And even now playing with Sasha again, there's just like a lot of like more positive things that I remember, because Sasha is a really incredible player and he has really incredible reads too. And playing with him now, it also just reminds me of like how he was back then as well, with just like how smart on top of things he was.
I think he's doing a lot of work, especially on city side. He brings a lot of comms and a lot of rounds. Like, for example, when we had first day of practice, he's the one who's saying what we're gonna do on CT and telling before scrims, you know, so we understand each other, because he's like the main guy.
If I was to like do something different, maybe I would have been like more open to, you know, if things weren't going well, instead of just enduring it, I would have wanted to like make a change like for myself, instead of just being like, this is like the best that I can right now, I'm just gonna like tough it out. Because I think toughing it out is, you know, it's obviously good and commendable or whatever, but I think that I could have had more growth if I, you know, took a leap out of my comfort and just being like, okay, this is like the best where I am right now. Just doing like a Hail Mary somewhere. I think I would have had more growth faster if I did that, even though I'm happy with, you know, the choices I've made.
I would definitely not overpeak in some situations. And yeah, I think it's that was my main reason to not become even better, because my emotions hold me back.
Good morning, Frozen. First of all, what are you listening to? What kind of music is it this morning?
Juice WRLD Sing Along.
Okay, good. Some good vibes going down. I was just going to ask, you know, we have this kind of entourage of teams coming in. We had Liquid at the front. They've got like American footballs as well. Yep. Aurora, they've got the tunes going out. What do you guys have for your walk?
We bring our own balls.
Now, this morning, saw you guys queuing up for breakfast.
Yep.
What's the breakfast of champions?
Some scrambled eggs with some bacon, some fruit, some yogurt, some orange juice and water.
Everything from all the spectrums of the food pyramid. We love that. Now today, you're probably very familiar, or I know you're very familiar with it. Potential doubleheader, bit of a marathon day. What do you feel when you wake up in the morning knowing that it takes 2 best of 3s to make it to the stage?
It's going to be a long day, but I mean, that's the plan after all, right? Do you want to make the playoffs?
Confident versus your first opponent?
Yes.
Any words you want to give to them?
No.
Nothing at all?
No.
Well, I'll leave you to it then, Frozen. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck.
Don't get bigger than this. Let's get it on! Biggest stage in Counter-Strike! 10 years Counter-Strike has been coming here. Mind melting from Gutierrez. The Cathedral of Counter-Strike. 10 years in the making, conquering the Cathedral.
A long day lies ahead for FaZe and Heroic. For one team, a long trip home. For the winners, a second matchup later today against either Liquid or Aurora. Now, everybody on the edge of their chairs here in Dallas, just trying to make their way into that action-packed weekend. It is the Intel Extreme Masters. The year is 2025. My name is Trey Saranthus. You might know me as Stunna. I'll be your desk host for this morning. And alongside of me, if you can guess his name, he goes by Josh Nissan. Or Steel. Better yet. Josh, what's up? Good morning.
What's up? What's up? Good morning.
Yeah, it is definitely morning. It's going to be a better morning for some than others. All right, man. I'm glad we got that out of the way early this morning. Still the playoff hunt for several teams. Still several ways to look at this tournament and digest it from our perspective, and also kind of delivering that to the viewer at home. So give me a little bit of something right out of the gate here. Anything that surprised you?
Anything that surprised me? No, because it's not a surprise that Simple is just going off on everyone right now. He's clutching it up. He's performing really well, and he's really fun to see play in the server again, kind of back to his old form, kind of a little bit. I think we still need to see a larger sample size for us to actually give him that kind of credit.
Yeah, you know, that much anticipated return to the server by the GOAT has lived up to the hype. Simple and fantastic form with FaZe leading to 1.35 rating. Seems like he's doing his job over there, Joshua.
Yeah, I think on this Mirage, it was a little bit shaky for a little bit, but then he started to warm up, and especially going into that second map of Anubis, he was hitting all his prime Simple flicks, getting so many clutches as well. So it's nice to see him back on the up. It's nice to see FaZe actually get kind of a little bit of confidence back as well. We did see some moments of tilt coming out through these guys as well, especially Simple. He wasn't happy about some of the rounds that they lost, but I mean, they got here in the end, and well, we're going to be talking about them some more.
Yeah, we most certainly will. For FaZe, it has been all eyes on FaZe, right? They're going to have a long day ahead of them. If they win this first one, they've got to go on and play another one. That's just from the FaZe side of things. But overall, with Simple's return here, and I'll just throw this out there for the world to hear, probably even you, Josh, they needed each other. FaZe needed Simple, Simple needed FaZe. I'm going to just throw that out there.
I needed you more than you ever knew.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, but think about it. In terms of a team that needed an opper, and also an opper that probably wanted to get back into the team, you know, like into a team rather. But it seems like it meshes well, fits very well. But also, it's not that just Neo's here. I did see Robin. He's also in the huddle. He's just on the other side of Skulls there. But that's a cool addition to note going into this matchup.
Yeah, I mean, right now we're still looking at a FaZe that has Skulls present here. Rain is missing from the lineup, so things are a little bit... I think it's a good thing that they have a little bit of a break and they can kind of get out of that routine that they had, because the routine that they had, it wasn't really working. They kind of got stuck in a rut, and yeah, basically Simple right here is actually saying that Rain might make an appearance if they make playoffs.
Yeah, and you know, you don't wish for rain, but in this case, you definitely wish for rain. You know, like you want rain to come in here, and not that Skulls isn't doing what he's supposed to do, but for rain, in case you are unaware, he is going to be a father again. So that's why he's not here with FaZe to kick off their debut with Sasha and Simple and co. But nonetheless, a FaZe at full strength with rain, that does sound kind of fun.
It does sound fun, and I think that this little break that everyone had would be useful. I do wonder how it's going to affect everything. You know, they're playing with Skulls for these few days, going into the playoffs. The vibes are good and everything, and imagine they bring Rain back into the team for the playoffs, and instantly it's kind of like back to where they were a week ago, and they just start tilting and everything.
Imagine being in charge of this project, right? Like, imagine at some point, like, you're definitely the one making some of the decisions here. You're trying to make ends meet, and then it kind of probably looks like this, if I had to guess. A little bit like this.
This is fine.
Like, everything's under control. This is fine, but also it will be fine potentially, right, Josh?
Well, I mean, if the optimist in me will say yes, the pessimist in me will say, what the hell are you guys doing?
Yeah, and we will hear what Neo has to say on his side of things.
Now, Neo, I think kind of everybody at home ahead of this event was obviously watching the FaZe video that you guys uploaded to the YouTube channel. Obviously, it goes without saying, vibes felt like they weren't so good on the team. In terms of having Simple coming in and obviously the last minute stand-in of Skulls for Rain, how did the vibes feel for you guys now within the team?
I mean, we take it day by day. It's an unusual situation for all of us, and the vibes are really good. Everybody knows what's the situation like. It's a interesting journey in here, and we're just having some fun with the game.
There was a quote from you saying, you know, you wish you could have more impact within this kind of team environment, because obviously you're standing on the sidelines, right? You're not in the server with them. You can only have limited timeouts. Are there any particular things that you've done to maybe have a little bit more of an imprint on the team after that situation?
I mean, here it's like we said, we have two stand-ins, so it's not a long-term thing. And we knew Felipe might join us. It's been known for a while now. So we just, with such limited time, try to get the best out of it and try to have as many talks as we can, so everybody understands each other and we're on the same page. So it's not that much of a work because it's a little bit different in here, but we're try to not over stress it and just take it as it is and do our best.
Totally makes sense. Now, I think we heard from Simple with an interview in Haku yesterday that Rain will be joining you guys if you do make the playoffs. Can you offer us any more kind of insight into that situation?
I mean, it's better if he, shares the news. But he's ready to get here. I've heard he might be flying on Friday, which is even a little bit later than expected. So, we're not there yet, so we're just focusing on today, on the first game. There's 2 games today if we win the first one, so we'll see. It's still a long way ahead of us, and we're not sure what's going to happen, and just trying to enjoy the day.
Yeah, going to be a bit of a marathon for you guys if you want to make it to the playoffs. Thank you so much for your time. As always, Neo, best of luck.
Exactly. This is fine, Josh. This is fine. Neo, everything's under control over there. Nothing is not like it appears. Let's put it that way. And that was the double entendre.
Nice.
Double negative even. Let's jump right into some of these rounds. I think that there's a lot to digest, like I said earlier, but when we look at the nitty-gritty, what are we looking at, Josh?
Yeah, I just want to kind of use this round to highlight what we kind of can expect and see from the side of Heroic, because they are constantly moving around, constantly readjusting, especially on these types of buys where they have the op saved with a couple of MP9s, a couple of pistols. This is where they get really dangerous. So we get to see them kind of like spread out, and they always have some sort of tactic. So one of the things that we're going to see here is we're going to see a smoke and a nade combo going out here so that they can take a little bit of a fight close range here with the op supporting. But keep in mind what's also happening around the map. So we have a jump spot happening for lower B from short. At the same time as that, we're going to be locking down on long A. And now when the smoke's going to fade, we're going to see multiple movements. We're seeing the movements back to B. We're seeing the movements back to long. So they're constantly moving around and adjusting. And what we're actually going to end up seeing is 2 different pushes happening at the same time. When this sort of attention happens at middle, we're seeing 2 things happening. We're seeing this flash play into long, getting this info, and then we're also seeing this push into upper B tunnels here, and they're going to take this fight. At the same time that's happening though, but wait, there's more. These guys are going to start moving back from long, realizing that this mid take's going to come, and then the B guys are going to come back to middle, and then they're going to be in a position to crunch and converge on the middle player. So trying to stay a step ahead, always shifting around, never playing in the same opening 2 rounds in a row. And there's one thing that's happening here as well in CT spawn. There's going to be actually a flash push through this smoke here for more players to come through and just completely overwhelm the side of Falcons on this round. They end up going to lose this map 13-5 and his map 3, of course, but it remains though that these guys are somewhat very hard to predict. They're going to constantly just move around, and you have to stay on your toes. And if you're a team like FaZe that, they don't have a lot of practice, they're in a little bit of a honeymoon phase though, they need to really be cautious about these types of pushes and repositionings.
And just kind of keeping things fluid, right? I mean, I know we have some maps that'll be popping up here real shortly. I know that we're just about ready to get in the game because if I look behind me, all the players are situated, seated, ready to go. But for us, I'm looking at this. It's a do or die time for both teams here in Dallas.
Yep.
Expectations for both teams, a little bit different.
Yeah, I would say FaZe has a little bit more expectations. Heroic's been playing really well, and they're kind of like coming up here, but the lack of experience that they have, some of the players especially, it's just going to be too much for them to handle. So right now, Inferno and Train going out are the permabans for each team, and then where it goes from here is kind of wherever the teams feel most comfy. Heroic go for Ancient, and FaZe actually didn't look great on Ancient the last time they played it. I think the first game that they played at this event was against Liquid on Ancient, and they looked not great on it. So this makes complete sense. If it's able to get to Mirage, I think FaZe might be able to close this out.
Yeah, and if that's the case, then I mean, well, I guess the sky's the limit. We'll find out. Again, if you win here, you have to play again later. Josh, back into the numbers though. Let's talk a little bit about some of the stuff that we're looking at.
Yeah.
Right in front of us. Tell me what all of these numbers mean, because as an Alabamian, I have no idea.
There's a few things to look at. So the first thing I would say is look at this guy, Tanir. He is going to be what Machine says is going to be a top 20 player next year, and I think that he's probably good with that. But then I look at this thing. This is Linus. This is the in-game leader. The drop-off between his performances against top 50 down to the top 5 opponents or top 10 even. So a lot's going to be on what's he going to do. You look at someone like Youngster. He's just average, basically. And then you look at someone like Sun Pius, who is really consistent but he needs to show up. If he doesn't show up, they're done for it because they don't have enough experience. 6 maps played, 9 maps played against top 5 teams. It's just not good enough when you're going against Simple, the GOAT.
It's true, and especially the way he's playing. Thank you very much, Josh. Love picking your brain. Also, love getting this game going. So we're going to do just that. Dinko, Jason, take it away.
Yes, indeed, Troix. It's time to find out if the fix for FaZe is all that simple. They've got to run the gauntlet with the GOAT today to try and get back into the playoffs. This has been a team that is struggling all year long and breaking through, getting to the next level, beating the top teams, and now they've got to get through 2 teams today if they even think about a playoff dream, Jason.
Well, to build on Josh's point about experience, that's exactly what you want if you're FaZe. You want these games. You saw Elige talk about it on the opening day. Every single time they play a map, it's going to be practice. They're going to get better each and every time, even if they're to drop some maps in the officials. This is all experience moving forward for these FaZe guys trying to put together a Hail Mary for the major. Pistol round is live, and Heroic have got some ground towards Cave. Simple's dualies can't get a kill.
It's going to be Youngstar coming out on top. Close game yesterday for Heroic against the Falcons, at least the first 2 maps. We've got Frozen putting pressure on LNZ.
Yeah, he's getting wrapped upon though from Cave, yeah.
Getting pushed by Tanir.
You never knew. Tanir was just hiding in that corner. Perfect pistol round. Kerrigan's going to try and bring it back. 3 versus 4, and you still have Elige watching for the fallback, and he'll spot this.
Straight in the middle, but Tanir lands a blinder. Release gets taken down at the red room. We got Skulls and Kerrigan trying to win this one 2v4. Heroic with the bomb leaping into the A bomb site. Tanir's going to commit to it. There's one flash being set up here for Skulls to peek out of CT. Tanir going to be cleared out straight away. So great shot from Skulls, but X-Flood has the distraction set up, and so it all falls to Kerrigan. He's got no kid on his back, and that bomb is planted safely for the donut post-plant setup. Flash to the sky. Some Pious not to peek. Kerrigan spots him out, taps on the defuse again. And at this point, he's been drawn into the open. Kerrigan! Oh, if he landed that one bullet on some Pious, but he can't do it. So close, but yet so far for Kerrigan.
He actually had it. Yeah, if he hits that bullet, that low HP, that would have been a nice kill, and I think there's still plenty of time for the defuse even without a kid. So Kerrigan almost pieces it together. Very tough clutch. And a very nice pistol round from Heroic. They're up 1-0, picking up Galils and Mac 10s for the other side. A Hero M4 dropped over to Simple. This is Kerrigan coming in with some stylish headshots, and right here was his one opportunity. Just missed out on it. And Heroic has a 1-0 lead, starting in round 2, already out with control of mid. That lone M4 on Simple, boosted up, trying to break the smoke to get a peer down ramp. Doesn't quite connect.
This is one of the maps that Elige was saying they didn't really get to practice in the 3 scrims they had with Skulls, and they definitely played Liquid pretty close on Ancient. They're feeling like if a couple of those decisive clutch rounds went their way or not getting broken by the low buys, they could have picked that map up.
Damn, that's a nasty shot from Sampaius. He saw Simple boosted, just the jiggle timing, gave away the information, sold the play. Smoke a little bit off the mark, but I think it's still going to dissuade Heroic from trying too many shenanigans with a 5-on-4 advantage. So 50 seconds on the clock as this round slows. Time for FaZe to readjust on the map. They want to get some information and attack middle. Group up and see what you can find here. It won't be much. So this round likely going to end in a save with that M4 a priority for FaZe to bring forward.
Kerrigan chasing down Youngsters, going to come out on top with the CZ.
You can actually go for it. They haven't planted the bomb. I think the rifles are going to be more valuable in their heads, that they want to try to just save them and try again in the next round. So yeah, 2-0. Nicely done from Heroic. Having a pretty, showing some pretty good stuff at this event so far, Heroic. Been a lot of fun to watch. A very close series with Falcons yesterday. Shame the 3rd map couldn't have been a little bit better. The win over Aurora.
Yeah, Monacy just kind of stepped up to another level yesterday.
It is one of those games where you're just like, well, we can't really do anything.
So Pius is walking down mid, and he gets no scope through the double door through a smoke.
Yeah, it's not bad. But no, this Heroic team, it's kind of cool. There's not a whole lot of organizations out there with the luxury of having like a SAW. I think obviously another easy example would be Gamer Legion with Ash, with these coaches that are experience at building lineups from scratch and building teams up and bringing in all new cores and making things work. And Heroic have that in Saw, because I mean, if you remember, their lineup was completely different at the end of 2024, right? They got themselves just gutted by teams at the end of the year. You had Nerds leave, Shush and Tess's obviously left, Kixon, Tess's and Dexter going to the Falcons move, Shush to NIP, Nerds to Liquid. So Heroic went out and actually just gutted the Sangle team in kind. That one that had that great rise last year from like 120 rank to qualifying for the RMR, bombing out. But Saw just went in and he's like, I'll take the 3 pieces that I like here. And he's done it.
Yeah, it's worked out
Youngstar,
very well.
Xfloud, and LNZ.
They've just won a tournament as well in Mongolia.
Back-to-back champions.
There we go.
With CCT at Mesa Nomadic. So very cool run for Heroic and very good showing so far at Dallas. And a chance to ruin the dream storyline for FaZe with Simple stepping into the roster. Everyone hyped up for that one. They've got a chance to deny them the playoff stage.
Well, 4v4 as Pius looks to try and increase the advantage here for Heroic. He will do so by taking Skulls down. Simple yet to pick up a frag, maybe with a CZ. Can do it, and that's clean. Quick double headshot coming in. He's going to be taken down by Tanir. And Carrigan pushing through the smoke, 5-7 into an upgraded M4A1. And Carrigan can't quite finish off that final kill on the ramp, and so now Elige is into a 1v2.
Oh, he's going to try and beat the Molotov, but he takes his time. And Youngster's able to work up the courage to swing around the smoke. 3-0 for Heroic. That round got dicey, but they still come out on top. But now you get the guns for FaZe. Up in the hands of Simple. M4 is being picked up. So Heroic is going to meet the most resistance they've had on their Ancient T side yet.
It was clean. Has to readjust the crosshair back to the head. Does so.
Oh, this fight is just so close for Kerrigan.
Yeah, just one more bullet. He had it. But it's rifles out for FaZe. AWP for Simple. Did some decent work with the AWP on Ancient on the CT side a couple of days ago. Xfloud can we make his way out of elbow, applying pressure towards Donut where Elige is currently standing, just jiggle peeking. Spotting with his shoulder, and then he'll drop that utility as soon as he spots Xfloud. But the pressure's on here for Elige. Forced back, in fact, cut through. And so Frozen now, you can see how panicked he is. He has to fight through A-Main and Donut, and he won't get a single fight going his way. So FaZe get destroyed.
Yeah, the only safety he could have found was towards A-Main. He had to take that duel, especially stuck out in the open, but you're exactly right. Simple and Skulls haven't even moved from the B bomb site. Kerrigan spraying with his rabbit's foot in hand, hoping to get lucky, and that will not occur. So Plant goes down, save is called for FaZe, and 2 clean entries on the A bomb site gets Heroic a 4th.
There's a lot of moments like this against Liquid a couple of days ago where it felt like FaZe weren't able to compete against the T side of Liquid when they were just losing these individual players. You were forced into the save calls almost immediately. We've seen it happen so many times, in particular on Inferno.
Yeah, and Liquid did that same kind of thing that we saw Heroic do, which is kind of mess with your timings and be a little bit more courageous and a little bit more bold. I mean, you see that smoke come out in Donut, and normally you're like, all right, this is standard, I'll just be blocked out. But the Molotov in, making sure Elige can't push up and get behind the smoke, and actually challenging it, Xfloud with the opening kill. Beautiful little sequence that Elige couldn't handle in a timeout early, called by Neo. So he'll be vocal on the mic, trying to get FaZe out of this slow start, out of this rut. They still got weapons to play with all the saves. Simple, Skulls, and Kerrigan keeping their weapons into the next round. So the AWP is still in play. Everyone gets to replenish their rifles. So we just get a restart and reset that scoreline with Heroic 1 round extra, 4-0. Gonna start taking it to FaZe. And one of the big obstacles, as we've talked about with Ancient for FaZe, that they're going to have to overcome, the lack of a map pool with very little practice. First with Simple as a stand-in, and then Skulls coming in as a second stand-in. Just don't have the time to put all the pieces in. So an uphill battle here on Ancient, and they're starting out in a bit of a hole.
At least it was an early save call, so they have the majority of weapons still available. It's going to be an A-Main aggression from FaZe. 2 players positioned there. Frozen now left to his own devices as Elige backs away. So now you've got Frozen in position early. Elige can go elsewhere.
It's getting loud in the studio. A lot on the line today. These 2 teams playing for elimination or a second best of 3 to find the playoffs. It's going to be a long, long day.
Yeah. And that second best of 3, either against Aurora or Team Liquid. Tough teams to try and break through to get into the playoffs.
Yeah, this Group B is brutal.
Smoke blown open in mid. Lee's trying to spam down xCloud. Needs to be careful he doesn't get caught. xCloud very confident to move up and take this space.
This is great for Heroic. You're loving this. You have B lane control. Second step, you put xCloud in advanced position. Little bit of an up engagement, and Simple comes out on top. No question.
Frozen going to continue his push through A main. 44 seconds left round the back. Simple going to be holding down for LNZ. xCloud is the playmaker right now. He's got the space all the way through red. Youngstar keeping the pressure up, making sure that flank around the elbow isn't going to be too effective. xCloud's play through right, caught by Elige. Skull's able to step up alongside of him. Youngstar making the space into the site. Elige not ready for how deep he is, but still has a chance to recover. Youngstar's still going to win that duel, and they realize that they know that Frozen was aggressive behind elbow early, so Youngstar goes back to watch A main.
Kind of a weird situation, but Heroic have a good shot at this. Kerrigan's isolated. This fight with Tanir is everything. If he can hold on to Donut, there's strength for Heroic in the post plant, but a big win. And the follow-up from Frozen. Heroic almost worked themselves into position, falls by the wayside, and FaZe get their first round with 4 players surviving. That's a nice start for FaZe. Keep some economy growing, keep the AWP in the hands of Simple, and a team ace to get them on the board. There's that opening kill. Really nicely done from Simple, but this engagement is the one that really decided it. That was the swing fight. If Heroic was going to have a chance or if FaZe was just going to have a very strong post plant. So 3 back now for FaZe as they get their first on the board.
Yeah, it's not like they've break the money though here for Heroic, who still have a very good buy coming right up. 5 AK-47s, all the utility they could want.
Kerrigan's got some attitude in the early game, doesn't he? 6-2, he's had some nice sequences.
I think he's had a pretty decent tournament as well. A couple of Masters, he's had impactful rounds. Obviously yesterday, he brought out the Sirens as well.
Yeah, the Sirens were in full effect yesterday. Shouting
Simple.
about weak post plants. We'll see if we get back into that.
Missed shot. Now towards heaven. Simple's going to drop back into the donut. He's not alone. He's got Frozen with him.
Yeah, but a little bit scary. A Molotov thrown here can put this in a really awkward situation. Elige has got one off angle over in Red Room as the smoke clears. That one lands not where he wants it, but it still kind of accomplishes the same thing. But once again, the gap at the A bomb site. And it's Youngster to go all the way through Temple.
Oh, Elige couldn't handle the second, but at least getting one inside of mid keeps it an even number game. And now Simple getting caught because Youngster was so deep into the bomb site. He's going to pick up the AWP and go for the follow-up, and Youngster nails it. Frozen gone. Skull's left 1v3, and it's not around. He feels like he can win, so he backs away, and we've got a 5-1 scoreline for Heroic.
This is the lack of cohesion and understanding and experience playing together for the FaZe team. That's twice now we've seen that gap opened up, this time exploited in a big way for Youngster. That's a huge walk. That FaZe with 5 players alive missed the timing, didn't have eyes on it, a little bit of miscommunication, and whose responsibility it was. Got to give him credit, too. I'd like to see that round played back again, maybe look at it a little bit later. Youngster, I wonder if they realized with 2 in Donut, he might have seen the opportunity or had that information passed to him and been like, all right, I'll take the risk.
Yes, Youngster playing with a lot of confidence. xCloud starting to yell across as well.
Okay. Well, they tried it yesterday.
Cypher tried, and then Siren brought up the, Kerrigan brought up the Sirens.
Be very careful about that. It's just 5 rounds in.
Heroic a much better team, though, than BCG right now, though.
Yes.
Yeah. Much taller task. Yesterday, what we were very excited about was the fact that Elige and Simple were both playing well at the same time.
Yeah.
And that made a beautiful recipe to watch,
And there's a couple maps where they're actually paired up in the buddy system on the CT side as well, which is cool. Which is cool to see.
That is a strong yell.
All right, we'll see if he has to suffer the consequences of his actions.
As soon as you start yelling, you make yourself a target, but I like it. You get a little bit of skin in the game. Right now, it is FaZe trailing behind significantly. And we haven't really even seen Sampaio start to get impact on that AWP. He's brought it out. He's going to be playing on top of the box. It's a heavy commitment for Heroic. 4 players outside of B. xCloud on that lurk through elbow. And he's going to be quite confident to fight. He pushes out takes some space in mid. Carrigan getting a fight going down inside. Jaggy's going to take a double. Great work from Carrigan before he gets traded out by Youngstar.
Yeah, he's been putting some work in the DMs, hasn't he? Nice little flick from Simple. Not the hardest shot, but he makes it look good. X-Flounder in engagement towards Donut. He'll go down to Elige. And quickly, Sun Pius, the last one left alive. And FaZe has had some very convincing wins to get started. 4 players surviving in both of their round victories, although Sun Pius could change that with his op. 35 seconds on the clock.
Yeah, very difficult to see a world in which Sun Pius gets into a competitive position here. Skulls has just spotted him as well. So Skulls is going to stay behind the wall, not give him a chance.
I feel like when I'm watching him like inch closer, I'm like he wants to fight. He wants to swing so bad. He's just holding it in. He's working really hard.
Yeah, he knows there's no reason to give him anything.
Really hard not to give into that voice, that devil on his shoulder. Sun Pius will keep the op. Second round for FaZe. 2 of the last 3 in their favor as this defense starts to get its feet planted. A little bit of money is going to build up.
Good kill, man.
It makes you feel good hearing that from a teammate. You're like, yeah, that was a nice kill. That was a really good kill. Yeah,
You're right.
You're right. I did do a fantastic job.
Sun Pius cleaning the dust out of the sensor of his mouse.
Sure. Makes sense. Timeout called by Heroic. The first time that Saul wants to get involved in the conversation. T-side these past 2 to 3 rounds a little bit labored. He can feel FaZe building up into the game, so trying to put a stop to that early. There's still money to play with on the Heroic side of things. Tanir's got 4K before he buys, so a very important round for the economy of Heroic. Also a reason why this timeout is called, to make sure everyone's on the same page at such a critical juncture in the game. Round 8. Up in the hands of Simple and Sun Pius. It's Carrigan, though, who's been the big impact player for FaZe's defense. Double kill in the previous round to set them up in a 4-on-3.
And that's great early on, but you want that to change pretty quickly. You want to get some of the other players firing. Elige going down into mid with Frozen. In fact, Frozen with a quick jump up onto the ledge. He's gone all the way down into the B lane. They line up, and he's got both. Great opening here from Frozen. Followed up by Elige in the elbow, and that's as good as done.
Just stuffs him. Just stuffs him with aggression at the point of attack at those initial choke points. First step of map control. Back-to-back rounds, FaZe has opened up with a double. Carrigan in the last, now Frozen's aggression yields 2.
It's good to see some life early on, because it looked like Heroic were starting to build a really solid start into the game. One that, if it continued, would likely be too much for FaZe to recover from, because that's what we've seen versus Liquid, right? We've seen a lot of close rounds on the CT side for FaZe. They could have made a competitive first half, but they didn't get enough done versus Liquid, despite their second half looking strong. So as long as they stay in the early game here, FaZe have a much better shot at actually winning Ancient today.
And they've got that break. They've taken the money away from Heroic, which is going to be lovely for them. So they're feeling really confident in this next stretch of rounds, as they know they'll be going up against a low buy, maybe an investment of 1 rifle, maybe some Tech 9s picked up, but FaZe in a happy place. Back by 2, but in control of the economy, and also starting to get some confidence executing these plays, having success. Carrigan pushing forward in Jaguar, now Frozen pushing forward at B lane, Elige being aggressive behind the smokes in middle. It's all working out for FaZe in the early going. So starting to feel good. Hero Galil boosted up. No armor, just the rifle. 1 flashbang to utilize throughout this round, so they want to buy some time for X-Cloud to have impact.
Just creeping with the tower, the moving tower.
That's great teamwork.
Yeah, fantastic combination. But the timing to look away has allowed Frozen the opener. Elige is going to try and step up alongside of him, and they're shutting down any potential for Heroic success in mid now. Frozen eventually taken out by the block of Sun Pius, but there's no retreating, there's no running away, as FaZe close the gap to just 1 round now.
Yeah, they do, and AK is going to come back out for Heroic. Another buy coming in, but haven't used the timeout yet, so Saw content to let the boys play this one out as he's watched the lead dwindle. From 5-1 to 5-4, 3 in a row for FaZe. Elige starting to come alive next to Carrigan, who's had that good start, but Elige in middle has been quite a problem for Heroic.
Here's Frozen up on the ledge, getting into the heaven position again. This time Frozen unable to get the opening kill. Elige getting traded after one. And so Heroic have come out on top of those mid-fights.
Yeah, but Simple still here over in Donut. He's got the AWP, hit some banging shots yesterday.
But he has to come back through Donut, and they're taking their time. Utility's coming in. It's giving him a few extra seconds to get back in position. And Simple, he'll land the shot, but not enough damage, and he gets around the corner just about. Here comes the rifle. And Simple goes down alongside Carrigan, and Skulls 1v3, now just arriving at the Donut.
Yeah, Simple's going to be frustrated. Got the leg shot, wanted to drop the nade to clean it up, but he's heard the footsteps, the space being taken in front of him. Carrigan comes over to try and bail him out of a sticky situation. Can't do it.
And now this is a triangle of death in the post plant as well.
He's got a smoke. He's got utility.
Some Pius is going back over towards red. Utility's being dropped. They know Skulls is coming out of Donut, so Sampaio starts that flank. He accelerates in behind, and the time is ticking. Skulls is going to try and come out. Good first kill on Tanir. He's got a smoke, turn back, got the read on Sampaio, but Sampaio is still going to take that headshot. Time is ticking a little bit too far gone anyway, but a 6th round picked up for Heroic.
Yeah, he had a kit though. You get that kill behind you coming on. You could even hear, I think on his mic, his teammate coming over that he had heard a footstep on Skulls' screen. So the team commented for him to turn around. Couldn't find the kill, but he had time to jump into the smoke and defuse if he was to get it. Would have been one player there to stop it. Could have been a cool situation. Heroic right back into things. Don't let FaZe build in any critical mass. A second timeout called by the defense.
No, we've been very excited yesterday about Simple's individual performance with the AWP on the CT side. He was lights out against BCG.
Yeah.
Got to bring it up when he's not having a good game as well. I mean, he's had the AWP number of times now, 3 and 5. Not finding the same impact he was yesterday.
They haven't really attacked into him, and I don't know if that's a game plan, but they haven't really messed with him too much. So he's been mobile, and that's where he's found most of his opportunities is when he's getting in different positions around the map, because largely when he's been at the B bomb site where we saw him have those great sequences against Liquid at the B bomb site, they haven't really attacked into him when he's been there with the AWP. So yeah, not having impact, not able to find it, because it's not coming to him ever. Sampaio wants to get aggressive with the AWP, listening for the utility.
Here goes Carrigan, aggression into the B lane. X-Flood to trade it immediately.
Yeah, but now Skulls has control. Good, deep, quiet walk. Simple's up. Then Jaguar watching the angle. Skulls making noise as he falls back, not hiding his decision to go passive. Simple now. Oh, he thought it was going to be a wider swing. Molotov is going to force him back. An awkward fight. X-Floud just toys with him.
Yeah, 4v3 right now for Heroic, looking comfortable enough with 1:10 left. Bomb is going to be trying to go over towards A. Elise crossing into the open, missed shot. Can he get a follow-up? Elise gets back around the corner, got the cover, and that's huge from Elise. Flips this completely back in favor of FaZe Clan because that's the bomb going down in A main. Skulls wins his fight against Tanir, and it all falls to X-Floud. He's been loud out of the server, trying to get loud in it. Elise right in front of him, drops the fire at his feet. It's actually worked out pretty well for Elise. Oh, even better with a quick switch, and Elise just killed himself. Oh, he's 1G'd himself.
It's fine. It's fine, right? It's all good. I mean,
no, surely this doesn't lead to an X-Floud clutch.
He's got a chance.
No way this leads to an X-Floud clutch. Not like this. Frozen comes in and makes sure that doesn't become one of the most infamous moments here in Dallas. And Elise, a sigh of relief.
Oh, man. Yeah, he's like, thank you, Frozen. That third player close up. A little bit ghost of a smile on his face. That would have been a little bit embarrassing, but it's all good. 5-6, and they've got money to buy back up into it. Alicia's going to miss a few little trinkets of utility. No kit for him as well. Last round of the first half. Heroic has posted 6 on this T side so far. If they want 7, they'll have to do it with 3 Tech 9s and a Mac 10. So they simplify. All 5 players towards the B bomb site. No spread default, no mid control. Just an execute.
Carrigan pulls out the 5-7, and that's enough. Shuts down 3 as they run in towards him. Sampai's doing what he can. But Carrigan, what a game he's having on the CT side, Jason. 14-6 right now.
And if you're Heroic, you're probably sat there and like coming into this game, you're like, you know what? If Carrigan's going to be the one to beat us, fine. We'll take that loss. Let's just not get smoked by Simple. Let's not like feed Elige too much. But if Carrigan's going to be the one to step up, we can take that loss. And unfortunately, it's exactly what's happening.
Well, Sampaio, he realizes he has a lot of time left. He gets himself 2 kills in this round. The ace clutch to be teed up.
I don't know if they realize that the bomb has been picked up and is not at the B bomb site. Not the biggest deal in the world. Still just playing together, making sure they can always play a 3-on-1.
But he still has a chance to get into that A bomb site with no one close by. But he will have time to also get a post plant position here.
You need a couple things, right? You need to get this bomb plant, and you're going to have to take some risks that nobody's, you're just going to have to stick it and hope nobody's here, which is correct. But now you have to make a decision if you're Sunpius of where do you find a kill? You want to get one kill before you hunker down into like a donut position, a temple position to play the bomb defuse. You want to thin this out just a little bit. And Sunpius hasn't chosen to get aggressive anywhere, so now he's got a really tough task, especially because Kerrigan's coming in for this long flank through A main, which you'll never expect.
Yeah, taking the time, being composed in this one. Sunpius needs something special. There's the first kill on Simple. Cover of the big bucks. He's got the info. He knows where they are, but he just couldn't get the kill on Frozen. But yeah, a little bit of a relief moment there for Kerrigan right at the end. A tight game we have here, FaZe versus Heroic.
Six to 6 is the score at halftime between Heroic and FaZe. The first time these two teams have met in a head-to-head in 2025. It takes place at the Intel Extreme Masters, and it takes place for elimination. The losing team gone from the event, no chance at the playoffs. Winning team moves on to play a second series later on this evening for a spot in the playoffs on the stage. But for now, they've got to get through their opponent in front of them. Heroic have fought hard for the 6 rounds on the T side. Now they switch over. They get a defend. And FaZe going to come storming into this. 5 players towards the B bomb site taking lane, but going slow.
Going real quiet into the B lane. The first half was a story of carry gun, as he was 14-6 at the end of the half. xFloud going to be crossing into the middle, not seeing too much as they continue to push forward. But here comes the FaZe B execution. Eli's going to be at the front of the attack. His teammates following in now. xFloud getting involved in that long-range duel, but Carrigan not slowing down. There we go. Another double from Carrigan.
He's having quite a game. The boost up is successful for the first. Takes a gush. Down to 35 HP. A man down on the retake as well. There's one kit on LNZ. He's got smoke
here he
also,
comes.
but they've got to create the opportunity to get it.
That's the kit. That's the kit at the back. Simple trying to drop LNZ. Hasn't been able to do it. It's a difficult shot, I guess, but here comes Frozen to drop off the box. Carrigan, another one. Simple chiming in. Youngstart going down inside of the site.
Okay, now we're getting FaZe loud. Now they're returning the favor.
And Carrigan's probably one to fire out the rest of his squad. He's like, guys, why am I the solo carry right now? Like this, I'm going to enjoy it, but if we get the rest of the squad fired up, we really can do this. We can take this map.
Yeah, Carrigan's come into an attitude with this event, and I mentioned it in their first game, is like, as an IGL in this situation with 2 stand-ins in this kind of weird, desperate situation, you got 2 options as an IGL. Either you hone in on leading and calling and you try and make up for the stand-in situation with tactics, or you do what Carrigan's doing, which is lean into the fragging side of things and being an IGL that can put some impact and numbers on the board. And it's so valuable to his team right now in this close affair. He is keeping them alive on the map, waiting for players to join him, waiting for players to wake up and get them over the finish line. MP9 on Tanir to defend. And he's got 4 players coming right at him.
Tanir blinded, kept behind the sign. Tanir loses 5 of his health, drops back into the donut smoke, and eventually Skulls is going to find him. And of course, it's a headshot. So FaZe going to stay composed. Simple just fake tapping the bomb just to see if there's anybody else. Any other traps laid, but
just being extra cautious, isn't he? He's like,
all
I'm
good.
not going to get fooled by anything. Y'all want to come through the smoke? I'll be ready. However, a little bit of a trap at the end of the round being set up by Heroic. All 3 players ready for exit kills. Want to take guns away. Want to turn this victory into some sort of loss for FaZe. Elige very aware of the possibility. Simple walking forward. There's the swing. Only 1 kill. Carrigan, he's low on HP. Oh, Heroic, you might take tons away from FaZe at the end. And now Skulls is smoked off. And they've got to fight to get away from the bomb blast. Here comes Frozen.
Yeah, nice and clean towards the end, at least taking the final 2 plays, staying alive with 2. But yeah, decent damage there from Heroic. Right at the end, the unfortunate thing is they don't have anything to work with in this round, Jason. So there could be a recovery point for FaZe. Try and limit the casualties in this follow-up.
Would have been nice to grab that AK and that Galil right at the end. Not too often the end of the round is that exciting in that sense, but I mean, that could have been a massive play for Heroic to bring those forward. Carrigan, another opening kill on the push from xFloud.
Good start of the second half here, though, for FaZe Clan. Now 2 rounds in the lead, about to be 3. Because you look at what Heroic have here, it's a 5-7 on 2 players at Deagle. All right, 3 players, 5-7s, and Skulls is going to be looking towards A main. He's tasked with holding any aggression back. Now, Heroic do have a couple of advanced players here, Tanir deep in the A main hallways.
A little bit of danger for FaZe as they've spread on this kind of a round. Carrigan's very much alone, although only a MAC-10 in his hands.
And comfortable to make the play with the MAC-10. Can make some money here for himself as well. Carrigan dropping into CT. Does spot some Pius. Takes a dink on board, though. So Carrigan put on notice. Could drop to the 5-7. Can melt away instantly to a body shot or 2.
It's a very important game for FaZe to just survive it. Obviously, we know elimination on the line, but what a tough group that they're in. This group
Dude, what
B.
is happening? Why is Carrigan so good today?
This group B is a little bit crazy. Like Liquid, Malz, FaZe, Aurora. One of those 4 is not going to make the playoffs. You add a Heroic in there, considering how well they've been playing and how good they've looked in some of their matches, and you're like, okay, that's another really dangerous team. This is a hard route to run to get into the playoffs if you're FaZe.
Yeah, it's always going to be difficult when you lose that opening game. This format, the tournament format is if you win your opening game, You have such a fast track to the playoffs, whereas if you lose, you then have this huge gauntlet to run to get back into contention for it.
Liquid Aurora right now playing over on the B stream as well, and that is going to be the opponents. The winner of that plays the winner of this.
And that's such a tough game no matter who you're going up against.
Yeah. Although, I'll tell you what, after that day one win over FaZe for Liquid yesterday, they didn't show up. Today,
No, they didn't.
I mean, I'll be honest, there's a little bit of spoilers here, so cover your ears if you need it, but they're getting smoked right now. Series ain't over, obviously, but last 2 days for Liquid haven't looked good. Timeout here, second used by Heroic. 9-6 in the favor of FaZe, and Heroic realized this first gun round is going to be very important to dictate whether they're going to be playing backs against the wall, trying to initiate a comeback, or if they can actually contend and brawl and go blow for blow down the stretch. No sirens yet today, despite the fragging from Kerrigan.
No, he's a bulldozer today, not an ambulance.
Okay.
Straight up bulldozer. Flattening Heroic at the moment.
21 kills on Kerrigan, 16 rounds in.
So ridiculous. Here comes Frozen and Skulls, though. They're going to walk out of A main into Tanir. Good clean kill on the first and the second. Can't be bad to that if you're Tanir. Xlod's going to back him up with a kill at Donut. Now we've got Elysian Simple with a recovery mission that is mission impossible.
Oh, Tanir's a beast, man. I mean, taking down Frozen and Skulls when they have kind of a bait set up for the trade. You take both of them in open mid-range fights, then you find Elysian. That's three very tough players to beat in heads-up duels. Great round from Tanir with a triple. Simple can't land the taps, and that's a 7th round for Heroic, and that's exactly how it was drawn up in the timeout. All 5 players survive. You're going to be so pleased with that. Money grows, and Heroic get a little bit of safety behind them moving forward.
Yeah, not a comfortable situation fully yet for FaZe either. You know, you got Simple's AWP coming out, but you've got some economic weaknesses in the squad right now.
You have just enough to feel like you can put out a strong buy.
Ish.
You're just missing some critical pieces. Elysian, no utility. Tech 9 on Kerrigan and Skulls.
This is where you really want the AWP of Simple to get something done. They're going to boost him up on top of the boxes. He's going to peek. Ooh, gets caught with a flash, and so dismounts off the top of the box boost.
I think
goes up again, and then a grenade lands on his head.
I think he had to have been spotted. There's the flash for Sunpius to get over. If you go back up one more time, Sunpius has got this.
And they've got to realize they can't reboost again. So Simple's going to change the position up and look for a close angle fight against Youngstar. Nice shot. Simple's got the opener, but now he's committed to that ramp position.
That's what you like to see out of Simple. Mentioned he's had a quiet game, not a whole lot of impact. That's a big boy opening kill with the AWP. The boost is taken away from you twice, so you go get it yourself. And Sunpius just gave the angle, so Simple can perch here and protect his teammates from a long peek while they close the gap over in Cave and Jaguar. Skulls frozen. Elysian, Kerrigan, and Simple to utilize B ramp.
Tanir has a very quick flank here. A very quick flank through the back of elbow. If his teammates can hold on, if he can delight him at the cave here, Tanir's flank could prove absolutely lethal. There comes the crossfire, and eventually cleared out by Frozen with that double kill. So it's all Tanir, and with his teammates not holding on, a 1v4 is impossible here for Tanir.
Yeah, he needed a little bit more time, a little bit more resistance to make that flank really have impact. So stalled out by the smoke, and he'll just tuck himself into the corner. No kit, no reason to go for this. But because Heroic survived with 5 in the previous round, they'll have another buy in the next one. So not out of it just yet, but FaZe hit double digits on the scoreboard.
Double figures. Didn't look like it was going to be a comfortable game for them to kick things off. Heroic came in with some attitude. They came in with some early success.
It was a very slow start for FaZe, wasn't it? It took them about 5-6 rounds to really get into the match, and then they came back in a big way. After those first 6 rounds of play, it's been a 9-2 run for FaZe. So, I mean, they've just kind of grabbed control, and while the scoreline looks close, it doesn't feel close because Heroic hasn't been able to go on any kind of a streak.
This crossfire was so messy. Somehow Frozen getting away with both kills.
I mean, you could see how important that first shot is for the Opera as well, right? The Tech 9 hears that shot miss and just closes the gap so much, and it makes every fight after that incredibly awkward.
Mid control.
Failed run boost.
Taken here for Heroic. They've got 3 players going down into it. Look at the challenge, Elige. Sustaining heavy damage, but he's got a Frozen. They're going to move out together. Xflow cleaved away, and Heroic have to fall back into the cover of the donut smoke.
Yeah, that was a scattered defense because of the failed run boost. They didn't get to execute exactly what they want, and then they were just trying to kind of improvise in a chaotic situation due to the missed detail. Punished for it as Xflow goes down, and Elige is past the op with low health, so simple to the AK-47 where he can be aggressive. And FaZe hit the pause button to play the 5-on-4 in the mid-round, looking for a reaction, looking for a push or a peek.
A lot of pressure on LNC's shoulders as he is the solo B player now over towards Cave. Mid-control continues to be in control. Frozen's hands. Simple getting caught, but Frozen mowing them down. Okay, Frozen, that's one hell of a round. 4 already. And he might just get the ace as well. He's close to LNZ, who's in the cave, but Carrigan's going to go in. Gets the information of where he is.
I think Carrigan just yelled at him to go get it. Oh, no, he's saying go A, go A, go A. So they're going to get the bomb planted, but meanwhile, Frozen's like, I will go get it.
I'm going to stick around here, see if he comes back into the cave and collect all 5 kills. LNZ not thinking about winning this round at all. Just looking to hold on to the AK-47.
The mid-round patience from FaZe is rewarded so well. I mean, Heroic just lost the nerve to stand pat, and Frozen, he might just get his ace.
He's going to pick it up nearly. Okay, LNZ denies that, so...
that's a bummer.
Yeah, unlucky. Still a great round for Frozen.
Still a great round, yeah.
Still a fantastic round. 15-9. I mean, we were talking about, Carrigan, sure, it's sick to see him play this well. We really wanted to enjoy that, but... you do want someone else on the squad to step up, and Frozen's been that man so far in the second half.
No one's really stepped up in terms of like consistent numbers and consistently, delivering impact the way Carrigan has, but you can see kind of doing it by committee. Elige and Frozen, if you combine them, they're having a couple of those impact rounds each that are helping FaZe extend this score. 11-7, a 4-round lead, and 5-1 run in the second half since FaZe have switched over to the T side. And a final timeout called by FaZe. It's their 3rd, so a little conversation on how they want to close out this map. Saw that great feature leading into this series about the MLG Columbus match and loss in the Liquid jersey for guys like Elige and Simple, had Nitro in there as well. And Elige talked a lot about that experience being a factor that lost them that game in that moment inside of the arena. And while you have tons of experience, you have 2 new stand-ins, so inexperienced together as a unit. And that's the conversation talking over, is getting everyone on the same page, making sure in this short time that everyone knows the plan to close out the map.
Great time for the timeout as well. You've got to realize this is one of your best opportunities to close out the map. Look at Heroic's money. It's not in a great spot. Left some for a buy in the next round, so they're going to throw some aggression into the mix. LNZ with that saved AK-47 getting away with 1. Xflow sustained heavy damage. He has to retreat away. He can't stay inside of A main.
Actually, the engagement turns out pretty even. Both teams lose a player. Both teams get a player dinked down to about 20 HP. Unfortunately for Heroic, it's just worse because they've only got pistols to back up this single rifle remaining in their hands. And FaZe will be patient behind these smokes. Gonna let this utility get bled dry, although that's a good dink on a Simple. 2 players now low, so even though you're at a disadvantage in terms of weaponry, in terms of manpower, if you get lucky enough to find a Legion Simple in a chaotic fight, this can get brought back really quickly.
And how do FaZe decide to play this? They've got time, 50 seconds on the clock. Some Pius is just having a look over towards A to make sure they haven't fallen back and rotated to that final position.
Checking to see if they were falling back and transitioning from the B bomb site towards A really quickly before committing himself here. All 3 players of Heroic on this defense.
There's going to be a bloodbath. Simple's blood first. 30 seconds. Is there any way that FaZe can get out of this? Carrigan searching for the exit plan. They run, they go aggressive. Elige with a no-scope. Skulls to follow up, and just some Pius. Can he step up on his own? 20 seconds as the bomb goes into the bomb site. Elige not able to connect the shot. So Pius runs down. 1 inside of the bomb site, but recovered by Carrigan at the end.
A simple hyping up Kerrigan after that win. That's a much needed headshot from Kerrigan because Elige was very low on HP and not known to be an AWPer. Nice attempted clutch, but it puts FaZe up to map point, 12-7. They got 5 chances to shut it down, and Kerrigan's getting his final words in during freeze time.
It looks like Simple's enjoying watching Kerrigan style out on them right now. It's just crazy.
Like, this is what it feels like to be carried.
Yeah, enjoying it. Great no scope from Elige. I was on a knife's edge right there. The aggression for Heroic right at the end. That was against them. All right, but it was all about this buy. It has to be perfect from here on in to get overtime for Heroic.
All right, Kerrigan, maybe going for another entry. Tricky position. He can bust out with any timing he wants. And just now, but Youngstar spotted the head and dinked him, cleaned him up. 4 defenders at this B bomb site, which means middle is wide open, and Elige is taking advantage of that. There's that mobile defense Steele was outlining on the desk as well. The attention to push at B, falling back to middle.
Simple stepping up, missing the shot. Can Elige follow up and respond to the missed kill? And yes, he gets one, but it's not enough. And that'll be a convincing round victory from Heroic.
Yeah, it really is. Slid into the fight. Simple couldn't handle it with the timing. He's got plenty of money for an AWP if he wants it, but a couple players are a little bit sketchy on the face side. Remember, they used all 3 timeouts as well, so they can't pause this and talk about how they want to work the money. I think it's going to be what we see now on the screen. Hero AK-47 for Simple, maybe some pistols around it, but leaving themselves some cash to work with down the stretch with rounds to play with. And that mid-round mobility from the CT side catches FaZe sleeping in Red Room.
It was a heavy commitment for FaZe over towards B. Get the Hero AK. It's the only key to possibly unlock this round.
Would be a cool round for that triple boost to peer out towards long with Simple with the AK-47. Just try and find a cheese way to find an opening kill and see if you can create something for the pistols from there. Maybe not wanting to sell how many players exactly they have over towards B lane. Smoked out everywhere they go, but forcing utility out early.
And then they're going to go into middle. Xlot has a chance to take down multiple opponents. He's calling his teammate Pius to come and have a look out from Donut. So Kerrigan's going to get connected onto. And the Spanish sniper brings out his AWP for a second kill. Got plenty of help beside him too. Eventually Pius brought down, but Tanir and Xlot have the follow-up kills, leaving Elige tucked in the corner with a P250.
Yeah, nowhere to go. 12-9. Elige going to take the opportunity because of that smoke to walk through and get the AK-47 almost with one.
That, yeah.
Yeah. Money's okay for Heroic, so a loss wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. But any more than one is going to start being really painful.
Okay, Elige, what else have you got?
20 seconds.
Oh, not a lot of time. And not a lot of health as the headshot from Xlot comes into the Donut. A 9th round for Heroic. Looking to try and close this gap back to overtime.
Yeah, coming back in with a buy, though, is FaZe. So Galil dropped over to Skulls, who hands Simple the AWP. Wipe their hands of the previous round as we step into round 22. Good job from Pius. The communication, the attack in middle. He had a lot of time to reposition and go for that peek from the bomb site. And Heroic now within 3.
Pius with the aggressive A-main play with his AWP. Misses the opportunity. He's going to drop back. Elige, good entry. Traded by Tanir. Essential frag to keep Heroic even.
Very important trade, but FaZe love that.
Oh, the shot.
Coming out on the top, and he spotted Pius, who walks right into it. Gave Simple the kill on a silver platter.
And he's just going to go, but Tanir, he's already out. He's in front of the molly, but it's going to be covered off. Frozen's got him. Follow-up utility coming in. FaZe looking to close it out. LNC and Youngstar running back into this one, but Youngstar's gone, and it's Simple to close it out. On this day of USI, the siren sound as FaZe Clan take the opening map.
Now, obviously, just before this event, Linus, you guys managed to win a smaller LAN, the Mesa Nomadic Masters Spring. Can you tell me the confidence that's kind of bolstered with the team? Obviously, context, tougher teams here, but how did that affect your team's mentality?
No, I think it just it was a bit of a confirmation that the work we did before at home after EPL, that it actually paid off something, because we managed to win both CCT at home and then the Mongolian LAN. So it just gives us a bit of confidence that we know what we're doing, but we also know that it's not enough to make sure that we will have a good Tier 1 event here. So yeah, we just use it as a confidence boost.
Yeah, speaking of one of those Tier 1 teams, obviously, the Falcons game just yesterday. Tell me anything you've managed to take away from obviously having the time to review perhaps what went wrong in that situation.
No, I think we took away that we can be close to beating these teams. I think at one point we had Ancient in our bag as well. We threw a 5v3 and some more rounds that we should have won. So we know that game could have been ours. Shouldn't have been, but it could have been. Which is a bit annoying because we just want that win really bad. But we're still really hungry to make the playoffs. So we're just going to do everything we can today in these 2, hopefully, games.
Yeah, obviously, first opponent going to be FaZe. I was just looking at your record against him. It's been a minute since you faced FaZe. Any kind of big differences, aside from obviously Simple being on the other side of the server too?
I think last time we played, at least in Sangal, it's only 2 of them left. So it's a completely new team. So for me, I'm not thinking too much about how we faced them before, but I think it's going to be a fun game.
Can you give me some words just on one of your teammates, Tanir? Because I feel like back at Blast Bounty, he really came onto the radar. Everybody's attention was drawn towards him. Can you tell me how he's kind of been growing within the team and progressing as a player?
No, I think he's become a lot better at English, so it makes it easier for him to have impact. And also he's a beast individually, so even though he's not talking, you feel him on the server, which is really nice. So but I think he's been improving a lot, so that's good to see.
Appreciate your thoughts, Lindsay. Best of luck.
Thank you.
So we close out Ancient, we see FaZe pick up that first map, a big one there, but for Heroic, they made it a little interesting. I'm going to welcome you back to the last day of that group stage here in Dallas for the Intel Extreme Masters 2025. Big weekend here in the Big D. And welcome back to NA, Josh.
Thank you, yeah. And we got the sirens announcing it as well, you know. Watch out, it's the sound of the police.
Yeah. Yeah.
Or the ambulance or something. I don't know. Something. Maybe it's a fire truck coming.
But not for me, Josh.
But not for you.
But maybe for Heroic. What do we get? What do we get out of this? Let's talk about it right out of the gate. Ancient as a whole for the Heroic side. What'd you get?
Yeah, I mean, Heroic picked this map. They tried to punish FaZe on it because FaZe didn't look that great, that comfortable on it the first time they went at it against Liquid. And there were a few things that we saw from the side of FaZe where it looked like there was instant improvement. Maybe they were able to dry run a couple of things, but like one of the criticisms I had of FaZe that first day on defense, especially that CT side, they just looked disjointed at middle and at B when they wanted to do a push. So here on round 8, for example, FaZe, they looked completely different. It was like, whoa, you guys are actually looking really gelled and confident with these plays. So right out the gates, Frozen hits this jump up onto ledge. We saw Simple start all the way through Donut. Here comes the flash entry for him. That's going to be a 2-kill lineup for him. The B players threw nades over for Frozen. And then here comes the follow-up at middle as well. Elige is able to go and capitalize on a kill through that broken smoke. I think there was a follow-up grenade coming in from Simple to break that smoke for Elige as well in any case. So looking really good with this opening. And at that round scoreline at the 5-2, I'm just thinking, whoa, if FaZe look like this right now, they're going to just completely run them over for the rest of the game. That's pretty much what happened as well.
Yeah, some real scary stuff in there. Obviously, if you're Elige, you might have accidentally caught on fire at some point. Like, there were several instances in this game you're like, okay, well, let's pump the brakes here. Let's make sure we get the job done if you're FaZe Clan.
Look, I said call the fire truck, right? Because,
yeah.
I mean, the thing is, even despite this happening for Elige, he's able to get a couple of kills, goes a little bit aggressive here, gets a little bit nervous by this, drops that molly, and from like 50 HP, he just... So he goes down. The thing is, though, normally, and we've heard this from Kerrigan as well in interviews, FaZe, they let one mistake kind of crack them and they all start tilting and stuff. Right after that round, he was laughing about it. So keeping in good spirits is something that we haven't really got to see from FaZe in a little while here. So to see them kind of like in good spirits even through these kind of humiliating mess ups.
Yeah,
nice.
and truth be told, you know, it isn't things that we get to see all that often. Also Kerrigan, also running them up, kind of multi-kills out of nowhere, just stacking them up as far as he can count them.
Look, if he had converted this pistol round clutch here, it would have been a 4K on pistol round, got that defused. He didn't get it, but so many opportunities here where he got multi-kills. Another 2K on that second half pistol as well. It's just so nice to see how he's able to deliver, not just like his one kill at a time, but like getting multiple kills in a round is always nice to see, especially if it's like back-to-back kills because two people are pushing at him. It's really nice to see that because a lot of people will see Kerrigan's stats and they'll think, oh, this guy's just like a big noob. But it's like, yeah, you look like a big noob when you're playing against like the top 5 teams in the world consistently. But once you start playing against teams that are in like the top 20 or top 30, like obviously he's a pretty good player and he's going to be able to hold his own. So here we got to see him pop off.
Yeah, I like that. Pop off. Like there are some phrases that we get into a little much around here. Pop off, the confidence. Just kidding. Let's hear from X-Fly.
Now, X-Fly, I just want to take a moment to kind of zoom out for a second and take a look at Heroic as an entire team unit, because you guys have been together for almost 5 months now. How happy are you with the progress the team's been making?
I mean, every team at the beginning struggle because you need to build a structure. So I think at the beginning, like we were still happy, but we had to be patient. Right now, I feel like the stones are more together and everyone finds his role in the game plan. So I think it's going very good. And like as a core, I think we improved a lot after Sangal, and everyone like aware of their responsibilities, which is very perfect. So I can say that.
Where do you feel like the ceiling, where the limit is of Heroic at the moment?
Like right now, we are going up and down around top 15 and 20. And like for me, like I get used to playing in top 20, but my goal, individual goal, is going above 15. Like because like there's a little nuance. The teams better than us, like top 10, and like to play in top 10 in like consistently, we need to improve a lot. Like it's not like you are going server and winning, and if you need to win consistently. So to make that, you need to work harder, and you know, as a team, you need to improve. And like it's not an individual game; it's a team play. So I think, like for me, I think right now our limit, we are a team who can easily play in top 15, but I think organization and player is not aiming for that. So I would say we want to be consistent tier 1 team, and I would like to see me and see my team in top 10 in the future.
And looking at yourself individually, obviously you had a really nice in-depth interview recently talking about your decision to kind of move to the international waters rather than to stay in kind of regional teams. What was the biggest reason that you felt kind of immediately comfortable doing that within yourself?
Like, to be honest, like when I was young, I was trying to plan my future. And when I, like in Counter-Strike, when I like there was a lot of players in the scene, and Turkish scene, like there's very limited players. Like maybe you have a player who is very good, but you cannot change him. Also, like it goes for me. Like people cannot change me mostly in my role. There's no players. So I said like international scene, there is like bigger pool, you know. I can find whatever I want if I'm good enough. Like I can play maybe today Heroic, maybe tomorrow Zangal, maybe FaZe, you know. But in Turkish team, like we have only one option. And if you're not happy, you need to just stick with it. And if you're not happy, you shouldn't do this job. You know, I'm not a guy who will do this job if I'm not happy. You know, so like I said, international are gonna make me more happier in the future.
Solid words to live by. Thank you so much, X-Fly. Best of luck in the game.
Thank you.
Well, he was right. They are playing against FaZe today, and there's still so much more action to be had here. We've got Anubis in front of us, Josh.
Nice objective fact there. Look, this guy just said, when I was young. This dude's 22 years old, man. You are young. But he is right. They were talking about building a structure, and they'd have to be patient before, you know, people could start growing into the roles. And I do see that structure that exists for this team, and it's a good structure to have that keeps them kind of in that top 20, top 15 kind of benchmark. But I don't think that's enough to get them to that next level. And he's talking about this nuance. I just don't know, like straight up hot take, without probably changing 2 players, I don't know if these guys will be able to break into the top 10 and consistently stand there. Because like they can go and beat Aurora, they could beat Mongols. Actually, no, wait, no, that's
Sound a little off to you?
Yeah, maybe. I don't know. They can go kind of.
They can do it.
They could. Maybe if it was online.
Okay. All right. I see that. Or perhaps like they say somewhere, what is it? Hard work beats money or something like that? Yeah, anyway.
Until it doesn't.
No, but what I can tell you beats everything else. That is Face It Watch. You can head over there. You can even turn off the spoilers, which is pretty cool of a feature. Like if you want to watch the games from individual POV streams from all your favorite players and catch all that action, head over to faceit.com/watch. We're going to head to a quick break. We jump back into Anubis on the other side of it.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters. Dallas FaZe Clan have just taken Heroic's map pick 13-9 over on Ancient. Now we go into Anubis. This is the map where Simple had that star performance yesterday, but Heroic certainly no slouches on this map, Jason. A chance to bounce back in the series.
Yeah, they've shown some prowess on it. 5 out of 6 times they've played it in the last 3 months, they've won it. So, I mean, it's a nice streak. They're coming in with 4 Anubises won in a row. The only loss they've taken was 13-11 loss to Bait, B8. For those of you playing at home. Yeah. So, yeah, coming into this, Heroic have a real shot at it, and with what we've seen so far in this event and what we saw even on Ancient, they can contend. So let's see what they're going to bring out. Maybe a little bit of a trap now where both these teams steal each other's map picks. This one isn't going to be super secure as FaZe's choice of map in this series. Frozen, Kerrigan, Simple at the B bomb site. Skulls and Elige over towards A. And a slow pistol round start for Heroic.
Well, Simple is certainly going to be hoping that he can get off to a better start here on this map. Quiet on the first. Elvish Guy and Pilsky here on the mic. We're a little bit of Australian accent.
If you were missing Australia, we got it for you.
And we got Simple winning down in the connectors. So he's already got the opener. Youngster's going to try and trade that back in Elige just around the corner here.
Yeah, but I don't know. I wonder if seeing Skulls, it gives him the indication that somebody's close up, right? Oh, yeah, it does. He swings hard, pre-firing Elige, and that's a great equalizer. And look at the pinch. Skulls has no idea because nobody was ever in mid. And all of a sudden, from a man advantage to lost bomb site and bomb planted, FaZe is in trouble.
Yeah, suddenly they find themselves in a very difficult position. Kerrigan's still alive, though. The carry. He's still around and still kicking.
2 maps in a row. Are we going to get that out of Kerrigan?
Let's wait and see. It would be something unbelievable. Here comes Simple into the camera. Kerrigan going in. It's Simple and Frozen with a couple of kills. And just like that, FaZe flip it back.
Yes, he is. Yes, he is. Kerrigan with the double. Simple with the double. Beautiful shooting from the pair of them. And they steal a pistol round away from Heroic right from beneath their nose. Noses.
Noses.
There's 6
or one collective nose.
I don't know if Heroic have one collective nose.
But they were not able to sniff out a round victory. It was Simple and Kerrigan combining together with multi-kills. It looked like Heroic might have done it. Yeah, you're going to be pretty frustrated about getting into a really solid position at the end of the round.
Yeah, especially considering what Youngstar did for you. Like that clearing A main solo, essentially, reading the setup, reading based off the positioning of Skulls where Elige would be. Absolutely filthy. To have that round go against you has got to be frustrating. But with the bomb plant, they get Galils. So Tech 9, 2 players with utility, already chunked down by utility.
Simple. With Elige in mid. Looks like going to be deep smoke. Going to spam down just to make sure no one's peeking that window. Supply is put on high alert. Realizing they can peek on the bridge window itself. They'll slow down. They'll leave A.
And Heroic had made the decision to fall into a B pinch. 3 through dark. Coming up canals as we speak. 2 attacking from B main. It's Frozen and Kerrigan alone to defend. They've got counter utility. Frozen has smoke and HE grenade. But it looks like it's going to come out late. Or perfect is the nade.
Yeah, nade goes in, softens them up, breaks them apart as they start to run in. It's Kerrigan on the cleanup from the back of the site. 2 again. Elige this time nipping in from connector. Bombs loose. Tanir goes into the open. Elige will commit to the headshot.
So it's cool hearing the comms of FaZe in that situation as well. I'm hoping they get the viewers at home, but hearing them actually calm it out. Communication, the spots, where he's moved, where they saw him. Really well done from FaZe. They're looking zoned in these first couple of rounds.
Yeah.
So Heroic get no plant that time. So down to pistols with no armor. And a little bit more desperate to find any kind of production.
I do hope the viewers heard it, Jason. Otherwise, it sounds like I just give up speaking.
Yeah, I know.
Yeah,
I'm just
gonna be quiet for a little while.
Stop talking in the clutch.
Just gonna chill.
Okay, getting fired up now too.
Yeah, bring the energy. They're gonna need a lot of energy today to get through this game. Another BO3 against a very difficult squad.
Yeah, but FaZe just... It is exactly what Elige said on day one. Day to day, you can see the improvement. You can see this team and these individuals starting to have more confidence in the game they're playing in such a tough situation with 2 stand-ins. Things are getting better every time they step in the server. Skull spots out both. First kill is his. Happy to challenge, takes a dink. LNZ knows he's getting flanked out. So 3-0 for FaZe is going to be the scoreline going into the first gun round. AKs will come back out for Heroic. And we'll see what kind of a game plan they're going to bring into Anubis. Ooh!
LNZ not able to find anything other than that, though, but great shot to prevent the clean sheet as FaZe go 3-0 up. AK is going to be coming out over on the Heroic side of things. No AWP going to be spotted just yet for the T side.
Yeah, so what are we going to do? Are we going to be going fast, slow to start things out if you're Heroic? Are you going to try and get something really poppy, contact, change of pace right out of the gate? Or are you going to try and spread out into a default and gather some information to play the mid-round? Default towards middle, and they're going to come right through this deep smoke. xFloud and LNZ going to start stepping through. Simple looking for the boost, but they're coming low. Flashbanged off the angle and can't get away in time. And Elige is now in a tough spot. Converts for one.
All the pressure right on. He was committed into the open angle in the middle. At least gets one kill, but it's not enough to put FaZe in a comfortable spot here. You're going to need to step up.
It forces Skulls to get aggressive in A main to find some safety away from camera. No one stepped into his crosshair just yet, but with all the utility down over in middle, Heroic's going to pause. They're going to wait.
Yeah, Frozen clearing out connector. He's got Carrigan coming alongside of him as well.
This is basically the only push available to him, but with a minute left on the clock.
They're going to try and combine with Skulls. Does he catch a good timing? Youngstar goes back, catches Carrigan, has the read on the potential A play as well. In fact, he goes back again. Damage done under the connector, playing with xFloud taking that frag on Frozen. The B-bomb site's open as they have the info on Skulls. And Skulls not able to amount to much in that situation. So the first round on the board here for Heroic.
That's a beautiful round from Heroic. I really liked that. Stalled out in middle, the deep Molotov, smokes are up, you're a little bit nervous, you got time on the clock. We saw FaZe do the same exact thing to them on the opening map of the series on Ancient. This is just really well done, capitalizing in a situation where you know FaZe has to make the move. And because this opening was so aggressive, this happens at like a minute and a half left on the clock. It's just too much time for FaZe to stay and gamble and just sit in a bomb site. Worked perfectly for Heroic, 3-1. Simple still able to afford an AWP. He's going to open up at the A bomb site, but he'll give up A main quickly. Skulls swaps positions with him.
We're looking at a B split right here for Heroic. It's going to be a direct call early into the round.
I feel like
they could fizzle out, and we're going to go for a tech pause.
Yeah, I was going to say, I'm hearing type it. It feels like this round is going to get reset.
Oh, it's a mouse issue.
But it sounds like they knew it was going to be a mouse issue. And they warned him.
Oh, did he not charge his mouse?
They didn't charge the mouse.
Come on, Simple.
Up late, playing FPL.
Look at that. He hasn't even got the bungee anymore. Because
oh, gross. It's such a bad feeling, too.
Yeah.
Plugging in the wireless mouse. You feel so locked down. You feel so restricted.
Exactly.
It's claustrophobic.
Oh, Simple. I know you've been out for a while, but you need to charge the mouse, buddy.
Trying to bend the cable to make it comfortable.
All right, guys, I got 1 or 2 rounds in me.
Mate, pull yourself some slack, put it under the monitor stand, put the hand warmers on top of it, do something.
Well then, do you burn your timeouts to give him some charge? No, you do not. You just go, all right, your fault. Let's see how you can use the wired mouse, Simple.
Yeah, well, those things charge pretty quick. You give him 2 rounds and he can unplug that bad boy and he can finish out the map. A wired up Simple, plugged into the Matrix. AWP is over at A main. This is going to be a fast pinch towards B. Kerrigan to defend with Frozen. They have less utility and weaker weaponry than the previous round.
Well, Kerrigan spots them. Knows they're right in front of him. He's going to throw the utility down and then go for the peek. He does very well to get 1 and a lot of damage. Tanir to follow up on Frozen, though.
Same protocols as the previous round as well. Exact same fights for Frozen, helping out towards Dark, then swinging right side of the plant spot to guard Jail, and Heroic's just ready for it. They'd just seen it previously, so save called by FaZe. No reason to even flirt with the idea. Yeah, you got a kit, but you're not going to find the kills.
Fall back, save, and charge the mouse.
True. I didn't even think about the mouse charging side of things.
Yep.
It's nice from Elige, though. Position to take some exit kills. Simple's going to be joined up with him in a very extended crossfire that Elige has to back away from now. Second round for Heroic, and money is an issue for FaZe. If you look at the cash flow that they've got, that they're working with. A 1-round losing bonus at the moment, so not going to get a whole lot of funds. Kerrigan and Frozen will force buy around these saved weapons.
Terrorists win.
LNZ just trying to figure out what FaZe Clan might have, noting that they've saved 3.
Yeah, I mean, at any time a team saves 3 weapons, you're just going to expect to buy because it's so easy and so dangerous. A 5.7 with armor around those is such a powerful tool to have. So Heroic approaching this as if the round is in a full buy across the board. And actually, Frozen and Kerrigan, I thought they'd force up. They didn't invest anything, just the pistols.
Yeah, I want to keep $2,000 average here across the rest of the team in residual cash. Alicia's gone for the B-pop. He's pushed out.
Okay,
20 for Elish.
$2,400 for FaZe after this round with the 2-round losing bonus. Putting most of these players around $4,500 for a buy in round 7.
You're burning. Dude, you're burning. Skulls has moved out of the fire now.
He had to wait for the smoke to fill back in after the nade blew it open. Yeah, tense situation for him, and they still don't know about Elish. And this gives them so much freedom where they've had issues at the B bomb site. Now Elish in this spot is just like, guys, we don't have to worry about it too much. They can come dark, sure, but I have all the information.
Here's xFlout catching Alicia's B push. Doesn't work out here for FaZe. That's one of the rifles gone, and the other's low in HP.
Do they continue with his A hit? They were going to turn this corner, and Simple's op was posted, but that kill causes them to pause.
It's got to be a big step up here, but the utility comes in and cancels out any impact he can have from heaven. He has to fall back in behind that, and the rifle's gone, so Simple goes into the fire. They know the op is there, and he's going to start retreating because this round's done.
And they should hunt. They should hunt off the back of this. You knew the op was close over to the A bomb site. It's going to back away through the beach. So already Heroic is on their heels, pushing forward. xFlout hasn't cut them off on the other side of the map quite yet, but he's in position to. And if FaZe can't save this op into the next round, if they can't keep it in Simple's hands, they won't have it as a resource.
Well, Simple's gone. That's the op down for a second here in Frozen. Desperately trying to hang on to it, but he won't. He won't be able to do it. There's too many targets coming at him. And eventually, that AWP is going to be taken out of his hands, and nothing saved over that AWP. So it's going to be rifles for FaZe Clan. That's the only option they have.
All right, Heroic warming up into this T side now. 3 rounds in a row to equalize the score. And you're exactly right, all M4s for FaZe. So without the op, they're going to have to come back into this. Skulls was red HP, took a ton of damage earlier on. So a pretty easy opening provided by Youngstar as he comes in. The off angle for Skulls not as strong as he would have liked. Although he does love that spot. I saw him playing it yesterday as well during some executes. It's a little go-to for Skulls. Might be something that teams can read against him.
Well, Simple has the flashbang cocked and ready to go. He's going to send it out for his teammates into the B main push. Did not work out for Elish in the previous round, but he's got some help this time. Some Pius is looking to try and punish any aggression from FaZe, but it's cancelled already. They're going back.
Yeah, and I mean, it's a nice piece of aggression. They don't catch anyone, but even the information they gather isn't really worth it at the end of the day because everything's going to change now. So Elysian Frozen pushing in towards Dark. Looks like they want to time some aggression in A main. A pinch in canals and water and stairs. Nobody's home for Heroic to fall prey to it, but FaZe will have a ton of information and a lot of map control.
Under a minute on the clock. And the push through mid has not been detected yet. Look how deep they've got. LNZ and xFlout are now arriving in the temple. Simple's going to spot it, but he gets eradicated.
And now the defense of the B bomb site can't really defend anything.
Elish has got to step up, gets into the jail. There's still a little bit of time for Heroic to stay composed.
What do you do?
Elish is just stuck in a hellish position here. He's going to eventually be taken out. Frozen does well to get a double. He's still alive, still kicking. Kerrigan coming in to try and step up with him, but in the end, it's Heroic taking frags and taking round wins.
All right, massive weakness at the B bomb site for FaZe. Heroic is just leaning on it right now, and it's racking him up rounds. 4 straight and forces the timeout out of FaZe. They have no clue how to stop this. They've now had aggression that succeeded in positioning an Elige outside of the B bomb site controlling A main. He pushed and got killed. They've tried defending it passively with Kerrigan and Frozen. This time it's Kerrigan and Elige, and the split from middle is so painful. They have found no successful way of making the B bomb site something they can defend. They just haven't been able to find the successful way to hold it.
Yeah, Neo very vocal in this timeout.
Even trying to get aggressive at A to get fast flanks to alleviate some of that pressure, that hasn't worked. Heroic is just bullying them.
Sampai's last second getting that pick on Frozen. Kerrigan keeping it positive. Not looking good, though, in terms of the buy in this round for FaZe. So 5-3 is the most likely outcome over the next minute and 45 seconds.
And a stalemate in the early going. Heroic knowing the money situation's a little bit scuffed for FaZe, waiting to see if there's going to be any cheese, any shenanigans, any crazy pushes. They see nothing so far. 1 minute and 15 seconds on the clock. FaZe, for their part, with the upgraded pistols and the MP9 and a little bit of utility, just trying to hold on to it as long as possible. If Heroic's too passive in this round, they could just get stalled out if they don't apply enough pressure to force out this utility. So FaZe going to keep Dark smoked off. Kerrigan rotates as they execute the B push.
Yeah, they now realize there's no one here, and they're going to try and start sprinting a couple of players back over to the A site. They actually got some numbers there
Kerrigan,
in time.
He's been smoked down. Okay, he's just got it in time.
Yeah, so he's going to slow them down even more. So the rotation is now arriving, so a shot at damage here for FaZe. P250 good for one. Kerrigan's 5-7. Nothing found from that, but instead it's the simple Deagle. And he's cracking skulls open. It's now Sampai's winning around the corner. 2 from Simple. Can he get a third on Sampai's? Ooh, it's an awkward fight. And the reload as the head tucks down. Sampai's gets it into a 1v1 fight. The Spaniards, the back of the side. He had 1 bullet left. 1 bullet, and he nails it right between the eyes.
That's some beautiful tapping from Sampai's. From one AWPer making a comeback to another. Shuts down Simple's Deeg. And just tapping it in. Sampai's, this is fantastic work. Swaps away from the AWP. I mean, nicely done from Simple. Set up by 2 players going down, but running out of ammunition. 1 bullet.
Boom.
God damn. Well done, Sampai's. And Heroic continue their tear. 5 in a row.
Yeah, and X-Floud starts screaming back at them again. Went quiet after the first half of Ancient, but confident enough to get on the mic again. Here's Youngstar going for an aggressive play. Could catch Skulls out here on a timing. It's got quite deep in A main.
All right, Youngstar. Footsteps heard by Skulls, so he hustles around the corner, a little bit worried. Lurk smoke for some space. Elige gets pulled into a double doors peek. X-Floud, a chance to take down 2, and he will. Elige and Simple, huge scalps to take, and Heroic still, nothing will stop them on Anubis.
This T-side is building beautifully now for Heroic. All 5 players staying alive. 6-3 scoreline. Money in the bin again for FaZe. Half by territory. 7-3, almost a lock-in at this point for Heroic.
Dude, I cannot believe how much Heroic is just owning them on this map. Now, it is T-side Anubis, and we've seen halves like this get completely out of control. We know the CT side can sometimes be quite an issue, and right now FaZe is experiencing that to every single extent.
Well, Sampai's saves them as well in that previous round with the clutch coming in.
What's happened now?
Did you say what's happened now?
Yeah, what's happened now? I guess that's what I thought he said. I don't know what's happened.
I like it.
Well, here's Simple's Deagle again. Back to the bomb site.
Another force buy for FaZe. Pistols and the single MP9. Little bit of utility. But early, Heroic is challenging into this bomb site. Might force some of those smokes out before FaZe really want to use them.
xFloud clearing Carrigan. Nice kill from Frozen through the site. Simple unable to mount too much there with the Deagle at the back of the bomb site. Frozen still being a nuisance, damage being done, but now he's alone. And eventually Frozen will fall.
Yeah, poor guy. Nade lands on his head. 7-3, 2 rounds remaining in this opening half that Heroic have just cracked wide open. This is now 7 rounds straight. FaZe win the pistol, convert the second, have an easy time in the third, and then they've just been getting punched in the face repeatedly since then. Second timeout taken as FaZe is desperate to find answers. I don't really know what it would be either. They've tried so much at this B bomb site. They've given so many different looks over, and Heroic have handled all of it. So Carrigan very talkative with Neo, passing some ideas down the line as the timeout comes to its end.
Question is, how many rounds do you need if you're FaZe on the CT side?
Look, you can... I mean, 3's going to take an incredible second half. 4 is okay. 5 is a happy spot.
So 4 with the pistol round and conversion?
4 with the pistol you can work with.
Okay. Well, let's see if FaZe can grab that extra round here. It buys in. No AWP, I mean, that was the key yesterday against BCG for such a dominant game with Simple's AWP. He hasn't necessarily had it a whole lot. Here comes a quick A play for Heroic. Just going to get through that fire, smoke it off, put pressure on Simple and Skulls. The two stand-ins delivering straight away is Skulls. Simple peeking out for the fountain, drowns out this round from Heroic. And that 4th round is here for FaZe.
Okay, a little bit of a reprieve for FaZe. Heroic out of the timeout, change things up. They want to go for a pace change and catch FaZe completely off guard. But it's just worked the other direction. Where Heroic has defeated FaZe throughout all this is these mid-round moves, players being aggressive, making plays around smokes. FaZe handled the rush with no issues.
Yeah, I think they're going to be very happy with the setup they had deployed there in terms of dealing with that A rush. And it's also important that FaZe didn't lose too many players here because their money's still not in a great spot. If you lose a couple of players in this round and you still win it, you may have a couple of expensive rebuys. It leaves you weak. So some damage here for Sampayas could be huge, but he isn't going to grab much. So 4th place stay out for FaZe to recover the money going into the last round of the half. And looking for that 5th round win on the CT side, and that would not be bad whatsoever.
I mean, dude, if FaZe leave this half with 5 rounds, that's a steal. That's just an outright steal from FaZe because they've just been getting destroyed. They'd get the benefit of that pistol round boost. Good job from Skulls, close up, double kill. Simple's there for the trade, the swing on his contact. Nobody's looking at him. 4 kills at the start of the rush. Final round of the first half, 7-4 in the favor of Heroic. AWP is going to cover. Any kind of dark peek coming in, but nobody from FaZe wants it.
Here comes Youngstar. Around the corner, Skulls going to pick it up. Youngstar going down, so the opening kill once again found by Skulls towards A main.
That felt lazy, that felt forced. Especially considering he'd seen that set up a number of times throughout this half. Flashbang in, Sampayas takes the angle to make sure there's no follow-up aggression from FaZe.
Oh, Simple. Getting up to the table inside of that smoke is going to think twice about that decision and drop back. Wants to maintain the player advantage, not put himself in harm's way.
No control of the map, really, for Heroic. They haven't even tried to take anything except for Youngsters' foray into A main. Bomb is still dropped way far back at T-spawn. That'll have to be picked up, likely by xFloud, who's still patient in middle. Utility being spent, but no pressure being applied behind it. Using this utility to pull a 3rd defender to the A bomb site, and that's going to give the space to xFloud to push forward. So a player in an advanced position they can pivot around in the middle of the map.
It's a double setup in connector right now as well for FaZe.
But finishing at the B bomb site, which has been a weakness all the way through this half.
25 seconds. Will time be their friend here, FaZe? Carrigan going down. Frozen trying to step up. He gets into the B main position. Takes some of the control back. And with him playing his life, xFloud can't really get rid of him. Smoke is going to come up.
Yeah, but this is a really nice position and play from Frozen. It's eating a smoke away. Oh, good pick. Yeah, Simple, a little bit too committed. Before the retake was ready, Frozen's got one.
And Sampayas goes back to cover off Khan and Lige. Offered up, Skulls to fall next. And a 1v1 for Sampayas. This is for the 4K. He knows exactly where his victim is. Frozen trying to come through. has to walk into the scope, has to walk into the Spanish sniper, and he can't get past him. Heroic have an 8-4 lead as they look to try and even out the map score here in Dallas.
Heroic will not go down without a fight. They will not be eliminated without putting a battle at 8-4 at the end of the first half, powered by X-Flout's 15 kills. A beautiful T-side on Anubis, but equally, FaZe will not let Heroic have that third map of Mirage without a battle of their own. Scraping together one final round before the half close, giving themselves a fighting chance in this second half. Pistol round feels pretty needed for FaZe.
8-4, doable with a pistol and a conversion as they look to try and 2-0 Heroic today. Simple stepping up into mid first. LNZ is going to be back in the mid house. He'll drop in behind the double doors, allowing the space here for FaZe to move forward. Elise is going to be the front mat.
LNZ has to be passive, has to respect the smoke.
And they might just walk right into him here.
Oh, it looks like they want to split.
the gap. LNZ is going to take the first headshot. Looking for a second. Skulls has to trade it and does so. Now Carrigan applying pressure as Tanir is moving in towards him. Carrigan taking a few steps back, and the fight. He does a lot of damage, but does not come out on top of the fight against Tanir. Here's the wraparound for the rest of the FaZe players, but a turn back from Youngstar. Sampaya stepping up alongside of him, and Youngstar with one hell of a pistol round secures 3.
It looked like FaZe got everything they wanted, and they never knew that Heroic had stacked the B bomb site right out of the gate. 3 defenders there, and even though it's a little bit confusing and chaotic of where you're supposed to position with the hit coming from CT spawn, coming from everywhere you don't expect, it takes some banger shots from Youngstar. What a performance and an important critical pistol round. 9-4 for Heroic, and it feels like Mirage is looming around the corner.
Yeah, full Glocks now for FaZe. They've been flat here on Anubis. Mirage is a third and final map. Yeah, that could be fireworks at least, Jason. But we haven't seen that same spark from the likes of Elysian and Simple that we got to see yesterday.
Well, first map it was Kerrigan, remember, right? With like 24 kills, 20-something kills that he ended with. And it really, I mean, that performance carried FaZe through a really tough stretch. Nobody's providing that performance here on Anubis. So nobody was able to keep them in contention throughout the half, which is why this scoreline looks so busted. Individually, FaZe a little bit quiet today. And that might force us to settle this on Mirage. Good control from Sampayas and LNZ as they come through. Elige gonna walk out of dark to his death. And now they're just laughing at him.
Yeah, now they're having a great time, comfortable in the Heroic camp.
If FaZe could see that you're getting laughed at by Heroic, like, what are they doing? Why are they coming through the smoke? This is stupid. Why is FaZe doing this? We'll take those kills.
Not firing them up enough, but so much work needed here for FaZe. They got to do it in gun rounds. I
know.
No buffer to kick off the second half of the pistol.
Yeah, and I think at this point, like, you need some kind of a round. You need some kind of like an individual, a simple triple kill, a frozen sequence, something from Elige, powerful openings to get the team fired up, because you need to change the energy as well as the scoreboard now. Tanir is going to back away, spots 1 or 2 outside of the B bomb site. Passive default from FaZe, not challenging anything at the moment.
Well, Simple was about to flash his teammates into Con. Youngstar's going to get caught by it. Carrigan on the chase down, gets the double kill. So that is the exact maneuver FaZe had in mind.
Yeah, Kerrigan double opening wasn't on my list of things to change the energy, but it might just do it because he added a third on top, and Simple's like, I want the kills.
The only one that can stop him.
This is my party. I'm the one coming back. I get the frags. You don't.
Stop being the GOAT. Kerrigan with 3 kills picked up. Great work. That's the round done off the back of that. Simple flashed him in. Kerrigan gets the multi-kill opener.
It doesn't have quite like that punch, that like feel to it as like a big-time clutch would, but that still can be something that changes the nature of this game. So we'll see if moving forward that's changed something for FaZe.
Yeah, well, it's the first step. A long road to walk to come back into the game, but one step at a time. I guess you could say halfway there, Jason.
Well, they got plenty of it when you consider the money situation, right? Because that's going to be the next big factor for Heroic looking into this. Next round is going to be a full investment. Everyone's going to buy up. Sampayas and Xcloud will have some money left over. They can drop weapons if they want utility. Tanir's going to need one. But after that, the coffers are going to be empty. After that, a FaZe victory means you have to sit back and force buy pistols or stay back on a USP. And then FaZe have that opportunity to close the gap even further. So I think one economic reset, and FaZe is right back in this game. Miscommunication, missed protocols for the 2 Heroic defenders. We can see Kerrigan's loving the fact that they both shifted into the same position when pressure was applied.
Still a good buy here for Heroic. 4 M4s, 1 FAMAS. Youngstar gonna flash himself. That's a wild maneuver.
It is a bold play on such an important round, but they're obviously hoping that the A push is going to be able to join up with it. Success on one side activates the other side.
Well, it hasn't worked out. And 2v4, Still a shot at pulling this back, but you need a big individual step up from one of these players. And Tanir, he's got his first kill on Carrigan, and now you give Sampaius a shot at this. He's had a great map so far, 13-5. This is not done yet for FaZe by any means.
Yeah, I think that's maybe a mistake from Carrigan. He might want to have that one back, because I think he was just wanting the information, but he's not too often that he has a hot hand.
Well, here comes the util to try and heat things up for Sampaius.
Miss Molotov.
Molotov is missed. It goes to the site instead of onto the bricks, and so Sampaius is going to be taken down by Simple, so that problem is out of there. Tanir all the way over on the beach, and FaZe now a 3v1 post play.
Yeah, I'm thinking it's not often that Carrigan feels like he's got a hot hand and wants to go for a heat check, right? That seemed like a fight that you didn't really need to take. As the IGL, you find the position of one of the two players in a 4-on-2, and you know other side of the map where your teammates already are is a 3-on. You don't have to take that fight, but it's all good. Works out at the end of the day anyways. Flash ended up being a sound cue for Elige to turn. So easy work for FaZe to shut down the aggression. It's 6-5, and you know, Heroic's best chance might have been closing this map on momentum. Now that you're going to have money taken away, and you're going to have to fight back and claw back into this as FaZe build up their own little bit of a mini run.
Might just be a grind.
It's going to get harder. Now they have, I think we're going to get a timeout at Heroic. They have some options in this round, right? With a saved AK-47, Tanir can drop that over. Youngstar could buy a rifle. Tanir could buy himself an M4. So you could actually put together a 3-rifle buy if you're feeling frisky, if you're Heroic.
Right.
Problem is, the other side of the coin is you're thinking about it's 10-6. We got 4 rounds to play with. Do we not just want to sack one of those with like a half buy, with a low buy, and make sure that we have as many full strength investments as possible? Tough call to make. And that's the conversation they're having now. For Carrigan, aligning this T-side. Some final reminders to the stand-ins. To this last-minute lineup put together for a major run. Dallas, for them, is testing the waters. Trying to flesh out a map pool as best you can. Puts a lot of stress on the in-game leader to make sure everything's organized and orchestrated the way it should be. Timeout comes to a close. Round 17, 10-6. For Heroic.
Yeah, that one saved AK for Tanir. That is the diamond in the rough right now for Heroic. It's going to be positioned over to B. And unfortunately for Heroic, FaZe heavily positioned outside of A. We're going to smoke deep into A main. Alicia's got that control. Heroic just edging that AK out. Clearing out B.
It's happening.
Got the space. They've got the info that no one's here.
They're trying to do it relatively quickly because this is all predicated on the timing of the A main smoke, which is fading shortly. Skulls, Elige, Simple, and Carrigan outside of the A bomb site. But with this push, information is there. There's going to be 4 defenders here, but remember, it's weakened weapons.
Now the AK now arriving. Skulls is going to get ready to go into a main. Sampaius crossing into the open. Skulls has got the first. Elige cleaning up on the follow-up. And Tanir's AK needs something unbelievable from Cake. And he's got one. And a second picked up. But that's all Tanir can muster. Youngstar's flank beams. Spotted. Simple gets back to it in the end. And FaZe lose 2 players, but gain a 7th round win.
Yeah, all good. Good. I mean, Heroic, they do everything you could ask of them. They do everything right in that round. Gather the information safely. They have a flank coming in. But just as you're transitioning with 4 players at that A bomb site, not a lot of good places to stand. And you're trying to get in front of the utility, and you just get caught in transition. That's right when FaZe is making their moves after the smoke fade. So the AK can't get involved until all of his teammates are already out of action. Lead has been cut down to 3. With 3 straight rounds for FaZe. All back in the hands of Sampaius. He's got that in middle, and he wants the challenge. He'll get it, and he'll win it.
Now 4v5 to have to try and return here for FaZe. They drop a lot of utility in mid just to force back any defenders that are there, but they're not looking to use that mid control. Instead, they're going to be setting up outside of the B bomb site and going for a final execution into 3 players. There's quite a number of forces here for Heroic. And it's not a B split. They're all coming through B main. all funneled through one main choke point.
It's bold. There's a good defense here as well.
Smoke goes down, but there's a gap for them to use as they flood out of the left side into the jail. Leash going down. Youngstar picking up Frozen and Skulls. Not enough done here. Only one kill. Carrigan can't clutch it on his own. And it's a pretty weak round for FaZe, cleaned up by Heroic to push them up to 11-7.
Yeah, a little bit of a change of style themselves, FaZe, coming into this and trying to catch Heroic snoozing, but man, they had so many bodies at that bomb site too, over in dark, one on the platform, and most of the time for FaZe, when they were attacked at the B bomb site, it was like late mid-round, right? Late mid-round, late round, and FaZe generally only had 2 players there. Like, that's the difference in these hits, is a third defender does so much at that B bomb site if you can have them there when the attack comes in. Final timeout taken from FaZe. Kerrigan's going to try and put together the winning recipe. FaZe probably feel like this map has been like a B- game from them, maybe a C+, not been going well individually or as a team, so Kerrigan's got to change that. From here on out, it's got to be your A game. 4 rounds back. Heroic 2 away from taking us to a third map.
Nade landing on the stairs, a little bit of damage off the top of Elige and Skulls. Simple hoping for a connector peek, an ambitious effort from Youngstar to come through. He has shown a tendency to want to get aggressive, but not in this round. In fact, he's in a duel with Elige. Youngstar's going to drop back and play it more conservatively, and we've got Elige losing a lot of his health.
All good for the moment. Plan 1 for FaZe is to take A main control with that deep smoke, and they're going to do exactly that. Kerrigan leading the way with Skulls in support. Another lurk smoke chucked out. Kerrigan gets against the wall.
He's just going to go. He's going to go right into the smoke. Round the back. They're not looking. Kerrigan gets one. Really hoping for a second there, but doesn't take it away. At least the numbers are even. 50 seconds still on the clock, and look at the B push here for Heroic. They've got so much space to work with right now.
And nobody's looking for this. Like, Frozen is the last player to watch these flanks, and he's looking all the way towards dark, not even considering the B push. Youngstar is so close. Timing on this is everything.
Dude, they're not ready.
Tanir hasn't been able to fall back to get to the A bomb site, so it's only going to be LNZ, but Simple is caught, but survives.
Oh, wow. The fact that he survives, it gets to the alarm system going, and now FaZe know they've been flanked out. 25 seconds, limited time. FaZe have to commit into the site. Heaven smoke in at the right time. LNZ peeks before it, gets a line up on the Skulls, but no kill. As a sweep backs away, he's going to get in behind that Heaven wall. We've got a 4v4 retake going down here.
Look at the health on FaZe, though. They're all tagged up. These can be some pretty easy mop-ups. Simple with the op could be a deciding factor, but he's only got 6 HP.
We need Elige to step up as well if you want FaZe to win this 8th round, and he's going to be playing under the bricks. Youngstar moving into the site. Quick kill on Skulls. Follows up on Elige. Down to just 2. Simple's up, the only weapon left. And Sampaius makes sure there is no heroic play from Simple Sniper. We are looking at map point on Anubis here for Heroic. It is not enough time from FaZe, and Mirage looks destined.
Yeah, I mean, just no HP. None of those FaZe players. Frozen was the only one with health, and he was unfortunately in a more passive position further back towards A main. Skulls after the bomb plant, Elige with low HP. Like, none of them feel like they can be the one to be the aggressor to actually stop the retake from swinging wide and getting out of the choke points. All these battles are taking place when Heroic is already beginning the retake, is already into it. You'll have to stay alive with Tech 9s, but X-Flout has already made that difficult. Another push, a double kill.
Well, that's it. Heroic have the perfect position to close out this map now. LNC into the open in mid. A double kill is Simple and Frozen. Both go down, and Tanir has locked in Elige. He's got this headshot right to the back of the head eventually. It's going to be body shots. Doesn't matter. Same result.
Kill. He's done it.
He's done it, in fact. And so have Heroic. They've tied up the series. It all comes down to Mirage. One of these teams heading home. The other will have one last shot.
think when I start with ropes, I think I would put highest one-on-one win percentage from Robin. Well, there is other players, you know. Then I would put places with the highest utility damage per round. I think Dane's has always been pretty good at utility. I feel like he's that guy. From all these players I see there, it would make the sense, you know. And then I put Jimmy with the highest rounds with the multi-kill. So I think when Jimmy is on, he's killing everyone. And yeah, I guess I put myself with the highest straight kill percentage.
I'm gonna break your heart. You're wrong on every single one of them.
Thank you.
So utility damage.
I mean, the meta shifted a bit as well in CS2, you know. So now you're using the HEs more to break the smokes rather than do damage. But I guess I'm getting lucky with the few HEs I throw. Don't throw the HEs where you think they will be, but throw them where they are. I mean, sound cues, you know, timings. There's all kinds of things you can do. I mean, yeah, makes sense. He's shooting pretty hard lately, so understandable. I was close.
Yeah? Did you think it makes sense with his roles?
Yes, yeah, for sure.
Well, the playoff hunt is certainly still on in this last day of group stages. IEM Dallas, that's Intel Extreme Masters for short, 2025. We are watching FaZe versus Heroic. Elimination on the line or a double time. That means you're going to have to play a whole other game later this afternoon should you win this one, which both teams are definitely vying to do. After that first map, though, we do come to that conclusion that obviously Ancient done for, Josh.
And Anubis even as well, yeah.
And
both of them
Mirage.
done and dusted because we got one map left, and that's going to be Mirage. And when we look at a team that needs to kind of clutch up to make it to the next stage, we have to look at FaZe needing to clutch up here. But the only clutches I saw this game were from Senpai's. What was that about?
Yeah, no joke. Let's look at some of those. Let's just jump right in it right away because I think Senpai is a real driving force over there for the side of Heroic in this map particularly. Maybe you've got some examples, Josh?
Yeah, there's a couple of plays here that happened. Senpai's had to really get some nice one-taps. They talk about his one-taps. Did you know that? It was not Scream all along. It was this guy right here, because down to the last bullet, I think, in his gun right here, he's able to take out this last player. But then, I think it's the very next round as well. They just go straight into a sort of a B hit, and it's just like another round where he needs to just go crazy with his op. And, before the game happened, we were talking about what did we need to see from Heroic to be able to come here? And two of the things were, one, Senpai's needs to show up because he's one of the most experienced players he is the most experienced player on the team and highest rated consistently throughout his tenure. But also we looked at Tanir, and Tanir kind of wasn't there. He was nowhere.
Yeah, okay, that's not bad. That's not bad. All things considered, if I look at Anubis and I start to think about some of the things we got from Heroic there, how was the response from the side of FaZe? Obviously not enough to win the map, or even the series right now at this point. But if we go into round 12, does that expand into that?
Yeah, so if we look at this round, one of the things that I don't really understand about these guys right now is I think even with this first kill here against Youngstar, it's a 5 versus 4, but the way that they shift at the late round, you can see that there's 3 players from FaZe on A, and it's just these 2 players on B, and the way that they just kind of like lackadaisically just walk into this player, they still have an advantage. They still have Frozen outside the site, but Sun Pius with his op is just able to pivot right here, take out a player down the street, and then another couple players down towards Connector on that retake, and now it's a 1 versus 1 against Frozen. He clears that round up as well. So another big round from Sun Pius, and I think without these 2 rounds that I guess he had to go really big in a 1 versus 2, and then here I think that was like a 1 versus 3 at the end. To be able to close out those rounds probably gave them enough of a buffer, and also kind of maybe made FaZe tilt a little bit, but you do have to highlight xCloud and Youngster both had some pretty good games here, and Tanir was far away from being able to do anything in this game. FaZe not looking super hot on this map. I think I saw something that on T side, maybe there was a chance for them to bring it back, especially after that first gun round that they had, that flash pop into B Connector, Kerrigan getting a 2K entry. I think that's where I'm like, oh, you know what? Is FaZe going to take this the distance? But no, it just kind of fell flat. We didn't get to see what we saw from them yesterday and the previous days. We didn't get to see the same things from Simple like we did in the previous days. So it's all going to come down to Mirage. And before the series started, I think if it goes to Mirage, I think FaZe is probably going to take it, because this is where it doesn't matter about the teamwork that they have or the lack of practice that they have, because Mirage is the map everyone's played. The scary thing is, though, and I highlighted this.
It's never changed either, Josh. Let's just throw that out there right away. Mirage hasn't changed in like 45 years, I think.
And what I pointed out about Heroic on Dust 2, just the constant moving around and the different types of plays, and they never do the same thing twice, that is going to be the scary thing for FaZe to deal with, because everyone on an individual basis needs to be locked in and deal with everything. It can't, and we look at them on Ancient, it was Kerrigan kind of leading the way. We need Simple to wake up. We need a leash to actually clear his corners instead of just doing these pre-aims and just ignoring the people right in front of him. He needs to sweep more and not get caught off guard, because too many times he pushes on CT side, gets caught off guard by a person being in an off angle or position he doesn't expect, and he's out of the game.
A wise man once said, focus on your crosshair.
Who said that?
I don't know, but when they said it,
they were wise.
Somebody thought they were wise. And with all things considered, and when it comes down here, you think FaZe close out of Mirage simply based on, I guess, an exposure to the map as a core right now.
I think just because it's Mirage, it's a map that everyone can play, because they have all these players that are in good individual form, I would say. I think that's probably their best bet. They looked good enough on an Ancient for me to give the belief that they can carry it through on an individual level. And Anubis is a map where you do need to have a little bit of more reps. I'm actually surprised they went to Anubis. I'm surprised that was their pick.
Yeah. And well, I mean, it's a little late now, isn't it? Like, it's kind of in the books.
Unlucky. Well, I mean, this is their last chance to be able to make it to the next stage if they want to stay in this tournament. So you got to lock in. That's it. A Heroic is here. They can upset teams if they're not coming in prepared and giving them the respect that they deserve.
Yeah. Oh, man, we're going to have to sit back and watch this one again. Mirage, where we settle this whole thing. Thank you very much, Josh. Yes, we are almost ready to jump right back into that server. Mirage, FaZe Heroic, elimination on the line. Playoff hunt surely on right now. You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2025.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Counter-Strike Combine 2025 Dallas, Texas, coming direct, hot, and into your living rooms around the globe. We're going to have the best Counter-Strike players in the world put through a bunch of tests, trials, and tribulations. Do you have what it takes to win in Texas? We've had our best man on the job, Rushley A. Rushlison, defining and coming up with a couple of new techniques on what Counter-Strike players should be bringing to the server. Let's find out if they've got what it takes. All right, do you understand the task?
Yeah.
Repeat it to me.
Set up my gear.
Okay, are you ready?
Yeah.
Now.
Let's go, David. Come on. Get that mouse in. Get that keyboard in too.
We've got matching tracksuits, so this is my favorite team of the day. Cables down. He's gone the standing test. He's not rushing here. Oh, he's gone under. Gets tough down here. You can't mess it up with the USBs, John. You know this.
Which ports are we going for here? 3.0s?
Where's the other cable, man?
He's lost the cable.
Oh, no.
He's lost in the source. He's lost in the source.
Oh, it's all good.
He's pulling on everything.
We got it.
Yeah, he's got it.
This time is blowing out. Needs to get back in the sea.
Come on.
Start up my
Stop the clock. Referee, 32 seconds. How do you feel about that?
Could be faster, but...
I think that we probably could have saved some time, but I think overall good score.
All right, John, up to the plate. Team?
Do they have to go into the hole?
Doesn't have to go in the hole.
Doesn't have to.
However, just needs to be set up, ready to go.
I just like my cables nice, same as you,
I'll take anything at this point. Referee will judge if there's something he thinks isn't above board.
Don't care about what you do normally, just do it as fast as possible.
Okay.
Straight in the monitor. Oh, haven't seen this technique before.
Oh, come on, but I can't.
He's struggling with the USBs. He's under.
Where's the USB-Cs? And we're just going under for this one again.
He's in.
Microphone muted.
Stop the clock. 17 seconds.
Damn.
Referee's not happy. Well, can you demonstrate, John, that you could potentially... Yeah, see, it's a different technique, something you're not used to. Referee?
You don't know this grip. It's a reverse grip.
It's accepted.
Reverse pull.
Palm grip, but this is reverse palm grip.
The referee will accept it. Okay. Our next test is a speed test.
Speed test.
So it's the reaction test. Who would like to go first? Just went no signal detected, so help me out with this. Wait, is the PC off? All right, just a quick technical doohickey, gentlemen. 1 second. Ready? What times are you expecting here?
I'm probably gonna get like
143. This is looking good. 148 average. That could be. Is that on par with Monacy?
That's a dope.
152.
He's slow.
Dang.
It should have been okay,
And
man.
what was Zywoo? 157.
Hey, that's slow as shit.
You smashed them both.
Yeah.
All right. John's off the bat.
He's gonna do like 150 at least.
150?
Yeah.
Okay, that's
come on,
high confidence. All right, are we ready?
Yeah.
Okay. This is what he said. He said high 150s. Recovery now. 158. Hey, still.
That's way better than I've ever gone at home.
Still made it. What? Under the pressure of the lights, he's done well there. Okay, next challenge, sir.
After a disastrous start to the year, FaZe Clan have made a Hail Mary play to bring in the greatest Counter-Strike player of all time, throwing him in after 181 days out of the official server. This is their last chance to try and get it going here in Dallas to take down Heroic and get into the final deciding group game today against Aurora for that last spot in the playoffs. It's not looking like it's going to be an easy road by any means, Jason, as Heroic blanked him on Anubis. They make it look clean, they make it look convincing towards the end, and now they've got to get the job done on this final map of Mirage.
Yeah, and coming into this, the whole idea, Simple joining FaZe, and what can that do? How can that escalate them at IEM Dallas? What kind of glimpse are we going to get of FaZe heading into the major, where we know this is that kind of Hail Mary attempt at grabbing that major trophy? If you could just reignite the GOAT for one last run, maybe you can get something special, but Heroic's doing such a good job of making it look like they can stop that before it begins. Just take the wind out of the sails of this move, of this loan of Simple over to FaZe, eliminate them from IEM Dallas, and put them on the back foot heading into their major boot camp coming up after the event. Pissed around is getting live. 16 seconds remaining in freeze time. Bai's going to come out. Fist bumps coming out from both squads. FaZe and Simple. One last chance with his stand-in riddled roster to stay alive at IEM Dallas. And for Heroic, this surprising run from them looking dangerous. They can put an end to what everybody wants to see come to fruition before it begins.
The pistol kicks off with LNZ with some utility in his back pocket. He's going to be positioning early towards the B bomb site. Currently Carrigan there solo. The closest rotation is Frozen. He can come back and help him from short side, but it's all about the mid-aggression from Elige. Searching for some early information. Spots one player at the T apartments, but looking to go forward. Carrigan is going to just send one right between the eyes of LNZ.
It allows him to hold on to his smoke. He's like, there's no danger. And there's Frozen chiming in. Bomb is all the way towards the B bomb site, and Skulls that's a headshot in. All right, FaZe coming in with some precision on the pistol.
Yeah, this is a clean pistol round for sure. Youngstar and Sampaius now stepping forward, looking to take some fights. It's eventually one going in the way of Heroic. Youngstar to drop. Skulls can get Simple as well. He's going to move in towards him. He does take Simple down, so now a 2v3.
Oh man, after such a hot start, FaZe has just given up 1v1 duels over to Youngstar. He's taking complete advantage of this. Now a bomb plant could come in. There is a flank from Elige, so going to be a very tough round to win, but the plant is better than they probably expected in the 2v5.
Yeah, it looked like it was about to be a clean-cut victory for FaZe, but back on, and Sampaius he's even going back to consider this. He's going back to consider Elige. Youngstar's got another headshot in the meantime. Elige does win it, but Youngstar's got to do it all on his own. Carrigan low. Youngstar waits on default. They jump up. They clear him out eventually. Well, that could have been a lot cleaner from FaZe. Youngstar makes it messy.
Could have been a lot cleaner, but they're going to smile and take the victory regardless. Elige defuses the bomb. Brilliant shooting from FaZe to open up the round. Youngstar puts a performance in to almost turn it on its head. But FaZe was just too strong of a position to let it fully slip away. So pistol round is theirs to start CT Mirage. And with the plant, Heroic, they choose to invest. Hero AK-47 on Youngstar makes sense. 3 MAC-10s and a Tech-9. Execute at the A bomb site, and they're going to look to take space really quickly. Keep your eyes on Skulls and how he decides to play against the utility. Going to have to make some really good decisions.
Flashes into the sky. They ran on in. As Heroic look to penetrate the A bomb site. They populated already. Here goes X-Flood chasing down Simple. Can't get away. The MAC-10's got 2. Elige and Simple both fall within seconds. And this A bomb site is in control of Heroic.
Oh, now the MAC-10 close up. This can chew Carrigan up, but a pre-fire around the corner. 3 on 3 now.
It's going to get the upgrade as well into the rifle. The retake still on, but Youngstar looking sharp to kick off Mirage.
No kits.
Taking their time at CT spawn, time that they do not have. X-Floud covers from Connector, and they realize FaZe can't win this. Skulls will back away with Frozen. And a response from Heroic after losing the pistol into the A hit. They've tied up the game.
Yeah, give credit, obviously, over to X-Floud, obviously. With that little MAC-10 push through the smoke. Simple never expected it. Elige never expected to come back wide swinging, and that aggression just wins the day. 2 opening kills force FaZe into a really tough retake behind utility, and they can't get anything done. So Heroic with an immediate round 2 rebuttal, and FaZe will buy back up in and try and reverse it one more time.
Yeah, forced by wars begin. All the pressure on this final map now. And we know that kicking off the tournament just a couple of days ago for FaZe, they had trouble in terms of these follow-up rounds. You know, the conversions, the force buys. It cost them good starts and halves. Could do the same again here. Elige is going to be waiting at top mid with that 5-7. But realizes it's not a favorable fight, so gets back into the con. Elige was doing some crazy work yesterday on this map in towards Connector, which is devastating BCG. Gotta hope that he gets a similar performance going today. Here goes Simple's Deagle, peeking down into the underpass and window, but Tanir will win out that fight.
Not a bad fight for Simple to take. Had the exact one he wanted. The Deagle betrays him. So next round of smokes are deployed on the map. Skulls looking over the top. Oh, that could be a cheeky way to find a kill, but I think X-Floud spotted a leg over the top of the smoke. And this buy and rebuttal for FaZe is accomplishing nothing so far.
1-for-1. Malaysian Tanir going blow for blow, and that's only going to favor Heroic as they continue to follow up. Tanir having a great round here. He's got 3 kills already. Karrigan nowhere near the action. He's over on the B bomb site, and the force buy does not pay off for FaZe as Heroic go 2-1 up.
Yeah, they get smoked in this round. 4 players survive. So Heroic will grab that early advantage. They'll win. I mean, I guess we don't really need to call them force buy wars because it's over after in just round 3. Heroic don't even let it begin.
No, it's more like a force buy battle. Well, Aurora are in the next matchup. They're awaiting the winner of Heroic or FaZe.
Yeah, taking on Liquid earlier today with ease.
Yeah.
We saw on the opening day the frustration within FaZe building up as the game went on, and I think we'll start seeing that now on this map if things continue to go against FaZe.
Certainly so, and they're going to have to do it the hard way now. They win the pistol where they fail to convert. They fail to really build on it. And now it's an eco coming right up, so Heroic going to be 3-1. I mean, obviously, the storyline everybody's been talking about is obviously simple, coming in FaZe, trying to get into the playoffs. But there's a cool storyline here, too, with xCloud that we heard from the pregame interview. He was asked about, playing with, going to an international squad instead of, just sticking with a Turkish team. And he said, well, the thing about that is if you want to play in a Turkish team, you've got one option. And if you're not happy in that team, then you're just going to be miserable.
Yeah, you're just toast.
So he went in, he realized he needed to make the international move. Well, he could be going up against that one Turkish team a little bit later today for a spot in the playoffs.
Yeah,
that would be quite the matchup for him.
It'd be personal. That's for damn sure. That's one you'd absolutely like to have just for pride, just to have it hanging over some of your former teammates. You were able to take them down and eliminate them from an event. Qualify to the playoffs over them. Especially a team like Heroic that's only been put together in January of this year. LNZ, Youngstar, and xCloud coming over from the Sengals roster. Joining up with some other leftovers, for a lack of a better term.
Well, Surprise finally getting out of the Falcons and getting back into the server again.
And Tanir coming from a team called Guns. Just in case you were curious where he came from before this squad.
It's quite a pickup, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not a bad find.
Nice find indeed. Well, who knows where the future of Heroic. Could be some changes just around the corner again, but for now, it's all focus on the major in Dallas.
I think that's the weirdest thing about this whole FaZe situation is it's like, I know this is a temporary one for the major, but what happens after that? What's the long-term plan? Do we have a long-term plan yet? Are we seeing what happens at the major and then we can develop one?
Wait and see.
Yeah.
Well, let's wait and see how this goes down as FaZe going to buy back again. It's 5 rifles. Karrigan has the AUG. At least the scope in action, but look at Sampais. He's creeped out of A ramp. He's got up to Tetris, and barrel spotted on the peak, but it doesn't matter because Tanir has him covered.
That's such good coordination as well. Just as you're making your move, the ramp player pokes his head up to cover you. Another Molotov in towards jungle, another smoke at Con. FaZe is kind of locked out of this retake until that kill comes in. Well done from Frozen. Now they can give it a chance, especially with Elige, who's got a great jump on this flank. It's so good that he can even spend the extra time going through Palace, which nobody has eyes on for Heroic just yet, and the bomb is not planted for them. They've actually outpositioned themselves away from the bomb plant, which is at default.
Well, there's a kid on the back of Karrigan. Smoke has wanted to play
so
Frozen onto that bomb. If Karrigan just gets on it, they've got the round win.
What the hell?
Oh, complete miscalculation, misplay from Heroic. Planting the bomb on default, then finding themselves in positions.
Yeah,
exactly.
Where's the
Karrigan
siren?
lets you know.
Turn the siren on, Karrigan.
Not yet. I'm sure it'll come up.
That's a very curious unforced error from Heroic, and taking a timeout. I mean, that probably makes Saw just have an instant migraine, probably increases some frustration basically immediately. I don't know, were they like relying on the double nades to like do enough damage? Yeah, that's where like all 3 players of Heroic like look around and just say, what were you doing? Why did you make this decision? I made the decision.
Well, FaZe are going to take that one.
I mean,
money's still on the brink of collapse, but for both teams now.
In a map 3 for elimination.
Yep. That's one of the rounds you let go. Oof. Well, they could respond and just get the round victory, Jason.
Yeah, they could.
That
and
could
I
help.
mean, it'd be really nice for them if they're able to just put that one behind them really quickly with the round win here. Now, the nice thing for them is even after that loss, look at the money. They've still got another buy built up behind this one if they are to lose 2 in a row. So Heroic in a pretty good position. Oh, and Simple's not. Oh, Nate out. He has no idea. He's dead for free. Frustration going to show on his face.
Skull's trying to pull it back, but he just can't get it. Doesn't look good from Skulls whatsoever. FaZe down 2 players, make it 3. Elise trying to step up, but when you don't have enough teammates, it's impossible for Elise to do everything.
I mean, when the first kill comes out like that, when it's free, and the whole defense crumbles after it, that's like the first brick falling. And it's so hard for the rest of the defense to get lined up when that kill just happens so quickly, so free, and so unexpectedly.
And the damage done from, you know, that previous round mistake from Heroic is fixed immediately when you win a round so convincingly like that.
And let's be real, Skulls needed that kill anyway.
Oh, dude, I don't know how he doesn't get it.
Skulls absolutely had to have that kill.
This is Simple dying, just not
no eyes on mid
aware
because
of it.
Your resources are setting up the aggression at A ramp really deep. Simple's there with the support with utility. You're kind of calling the bluff that no one's going to make a fast con play like that, and just wrong this round.
Yeah, you can see the surprise on Simple's face on the timing of how quickly Youngstar got into connector.
0 kills on Simple, 3rd in deciding map.
Oh, it's not a pretty sight right now for FaZe. Big control taking here for Heroic. They realize what they're up against. They just don't want to walk into a stack. They don't want to be caught by any traps. There's the 1 kill from Simple off the goose egg. LNZ to take Frozen off of the ledge here. Oh, gets caught in the window. Another kill for Carrigan. Another follow-up from Skulls, and all of a sudden, FaZe have the player advantage. 45 seconds left. Sampaio looking to get through into the site. Elige's flank is coming soon. If they can buy enough time, if they can stay alive and keep the pressure on, then Elige could deliver something beautiful from behind here.
Bombs down. In halls.
Oh, that's huge. They have to come back to him. And Elise now realizes this. Better weapon on the crowd. Goes for the kill. Oh, he sees the follow-up. Sampaio now in the clutch. Looking to bail them out of a pit of despair again. Sampaio with 25 seconds left. Remember, has to go back and get that bomb. And Simple doesn't budge, doesn't give him a chance. Don't give him an opportunity to win this on elimination. And that is what he has to do now because there's no time to get that bomb back. Has to go for kills. Jumps into Simple, and Elise is long gone. They've won the round here, FaZe. A ridiculous one to pull out of the hat, but one they desperately needed.
Let him know, Carrigan. That's 2 big mistakes down the stretch. The plant that you worked yourself away from a couple rounds back, and now losing to Pistols, the missed jump from LNZ just sells them down the river. But all these Pistols just chiming in with a good headshot. And once again, Elige is hitting some... I like it.
I love it.
This is twice now. Elige's had some very timely flanks. He's getting very good reads on where to push on the other side of the map. But FaZe at the moment is just hanging on, just staying in this by their fingernails. They haven't got that win that lets them feel like they're in control.
God, if you keep piling on the pressure here, FaZe, and Heroic and their inexperience keeps making mistakes in a crucial game for survival here. Simple can start to warm up as well. And he's got a double inside a connector. 4v3. Youngstar slips out into the site. Very aware of the possibility that Skulls could be playing under the wood. He's going to have his crosshair position right there. Does Skulls ever step into the open?
Oh, what a tease on this X-ray.
Simple rotating over towards CT. Near to drop Carrigan on the B-bomb site. Youngstar moves forward. Skulls goes down. And all of a sudden, it is Heroic with a player advantage again. Simple blinded, held back at CT spawn, but you need impact out of the Simple op. He's given you 2 so far in the round, but you need more. Sustains damage in the fire.
I think they might be saving.
And I don't think they can win this. Yep, they're realizing they have no kits, they have no utility, and Simple took too much damage, so it's a back away call. It's into the save. And Tanir could actually hunt them down and remove everything from their hands regardless. Frozen to fall. Simple's AWP up next. Grenade goes in. That'll do it. Surely no. Suddenly no damage done. Simple still under pressure though. And eventually that AWP is ripped from his hands. And even though they make the safe call, they don't even get that mercy.
Where's Tanir's opening kill? Where does he find that? Over on Catwalk? Is he picking off someone getting a little bit frisky? That's the one that started it. And then the Skulls was the second kill as it all came crumbling down after Simple's double. Guys right back up into the AWP. Here's Tanir deep into the... Oh, that's a brutal shot. That's crazy. A great adjustment from Youngstar, who had such an advanced position. Playing a really good game, Youngstar. 10 and 4, 9 for Tanir, 8 for xFloud. That trio has Heroic with the 2-round lead on the map for elimination.
And that's twice now FaZe have capitalized on the mistakes of Heroic and taken 2-round wins. One off the bomb plant being put out of position. Then they get the eco win. But neither of those times have they been able to follow up and convincingly take the second round or put them together. So FaZe getting no momentum and not building any money. You're looking at Simple at least having the AWP, but all 4 other players are going to have pistols here.
I'll tell you what, Zinko, this has huge implications for the rest of the half. This could be 9-3 for Heroic again. I mean, if FaZe can't win this round, oh, their economy is going to be in such a rough place for the rest of this half. They have a 1-round losing bonus built up. They'll get 1,900. It'll have to be a double save if they lose this.
It's going to be an A execute from Heroic.
Heroic have to love how this half has been playing out. The performances they're getting, I mean, yeah, they've had some of those crushing mistakes. And that's maybe the idea that Saul's thinking right now. If we just didn't play 2 stupid rounds, we could be dominating.
Oh, here comes the execution. Carrigan close up. We've seen him have some big rounds of 5-7s, but it won't be happening here. It is instead Frozen who drops down and steps up. Elige and Frozen with 5-7s combined.
That's nasty.
Another round for FaZe, one with pistols, and they're just staying in it. They're just staying in this first half, and Heroic have to sustain another frustrating round loss.
That's where you see the head shake just come out, is like, okay, we've lost a round where we planted the bomb and we worked ourselves out of the round. We've lost 2 force buys now. This is the second one they've lost in this half. I don't know how FaZe is hanging on like this. And Carrigan starting to try and reignite some of that energy back when FaZe was the most exciting team, back when they could not be broken. He's trying to reach back in time and bring some of that forward.
And that's got to be the round now. They have to win this follow-up. They can't let that slide. Carrigan with the AWP. It's a double op setup here for FaZe. Carrigan posted up in the apartments. Deep angle.
Heroic have some options, though, with this opening default. Sunpius and xFloud at top mid, they're unharassed. They get some passageway, some room to work with up Catwalk. Tanir's coming through the underpass, so once they gain mid control, they have some options. Do they want to throw a fake execute at the B bomb site, try and go up connector? How do they want to play this? Carrigan's still waiting. Good shot from Sunpius, and now they move, and Carrigan's got to change.
Oh, he's going back to look at short. Simple's got the leg shot. Oh, Carrigan's giving up the angle. He's going to throw the smoke. Youngstar's in front of it. Youngstar's in front of it. Oh, it's Frozen going down. Carrigan dropping into the bomb site. It's Youngster to unravel their dreams. FaZe unable to follow up again. Simple shadow detected. Tanir's got him locked in. Knows exactly where Skulls is. Can't close it out on his own, but the round's done.
They're just giving so much freedom up to Heroic. Like, Sunpius being able to walk up Catwalk and take that peek into the A bomb site. The timings for Carrigan couldn't have been worse, but obviously he moves too because of the pick. And I mean, Heroic have something that FaZe Clan just don't have the luxury of at the moment, which is crazy considering the names inside the server. But Youngstar and Tanir, it feels like they can just make any play they want and find a kill. Like whether it's walking up con to the A bomb site, whether it's walking out A ramp and finding a good position. Now it's just walking into the B bomb site. It's like they're not even using utility. It's like we're just going to go find a kill.
And you've got this sort of roller coaster of emotions for FaZe as well, right? You're like, you win in these rounds, and then you shouldn't win this, and then suddenly you have an opportunity, and then you have disappointment in the follow-up round when you get money back. And none of these rounds have gone FaZe's way when they've had the guns back out, but they do their best work with 5-7s. Here's the Deagle for Simple. Quick headshot, traded out by Tanir.
Nice quick trade. Only one player at this A bomb site. I don't think Heroic's going to give FaZe the time to rotate over. Kerrigan doing his best. Oh, good kill.
Told ya.
All right.
Here's the AK. Now he turns back. Couldn't get the rifle picked up and couldn't find a follow-up, but Elige is up next. And through that jump, Gold Smoke, he will creep. Oh, Sampaius is so paranoid about the smoke itself.
It's got to be an awkward position to have the AWP, especially when that fade's going to get out of it entirely.
Yeah, get out of there. Elige never took his opportunity.
And now I think the moment has passed. The window of opportunity for FaZe has gone away because now all the fights are going to be at range. You do have an AK-47. You've got 2 smokes and a Molotov. All 3 players at ramp.
But you got no kit. You got to move quick. Sampaius spots out the knees of Elige and eventually will cut them from beneath it. Elige is gone and Skulls with the AK. Is their last-ditch effort, their last hope. He goes into the open, eventually taking the fight. Frozen's got a kill on the defuse. It's a stick, it's a full stick, but LNZ has got it. He'll make sure there's no heroic round from FaZe again.
Yeah, nicely done from Heroic, making sure that bomb plant doesn't go against him. And it really is that world where it's like, if they don't lose 2 ecos, if they don't plant a bomb and then, you know, walk towards Con instead of defending it, I mean, they could be sitting like at 10-1 right now. Crazy to think. Most of the rounds FaZe have won have been self-errors by Heroic, unforced errors. But still Heroic in such a dominant position.
This is what you have going into the last round of the half.
This half is playing out much like Anubis did, where like FaZe had that half where they win the pistol, but then just get destroyed in the gun rounds.
Kerrigan waits within the sight. Famas ready to go. He's got the first, couldn't capitalize on a second. And Youngstar is just doing whatever he wants, running through, getting picks, Tanir to follow up.
And Heroic just had so much success in middle and at the A bomb site throughout this half that there's no way FaZe can read like to add an extra player over towards the B defense. Kerrigan just in such a tough situation.
Well, 2v3, they'll give it a good go here, but they're locked out. They're both coming in through short. Sampaius has the scope up. He's going to miss his shot, but Tanir won't. And Frozen pin. He'll step out into the open. This is the map, the deciding one of who is going into the final game of groups and who is heading home here in Dallas. And right now, it's Heroic in control.
Well, the GOAT better start bleeding soon because there's not a whole lot of time left for FaZe. 8-4, and coming into this third map, Simple had 19 kills on the series. He's added 4 in the opening half, but it's not just him. Everyone from FaZe is missing. There's no production. This team seems flat despite all the efforts to get them back into this. They have not been able to capitalize, and Heroic have a massive advantage starting this second half. FaZe on the verge of elimination, and it all has to turn around here.
Elysian frozen together in the B apartments. Carrigan gonna send out the window smoke.
So it's catwalk split to the B bomb site. You've got xFloud up on the platform with dualies. LNZ trying to play bait with the jump spot. He'll be in charge of catwalk as well if the split makes it. Your 3 defenders at A are now smoked off of information. They can't see any progression up catwalk, and there's xFloud with 1 traded off.
Yeah, but Tanir is still able to follow up, and Simple is in the ground.
That's through the smoke, man.
Yeah, LNZ gonna win in the B bomb site. Great shot from LNZ, eventually taken down by Carrigan as that plant is secure, but Senpai's running him down. Elige covers off the planter and makes sure that this is looking good for FaZe still. Elise with the Julies, with a 3K in the round. It is on Tanir, who is on a heater, but Carrigan cools him off, at least for the first round. That's both pistols now for FaZe.
Yeah, my bald brethren looking good on those dualies. Those are some quick shots from Elise.
Definitely looking like a gunslinger, that's for sure.
Yeah, great cover for Carrigan planting the bomb as they try and slide out. Sunpias is like, bomb's being planted, I have a 1v1, I'll take that. But Elige just shuts him up quickly. Follow-up kill is a thing of beauty as well. So FaZe win that all-important pistol.
All right, you've had both pistols now, Jason. You've got to win this follow-up.
Yeah, you lost the second round in the first half. That can't happen here.
Anytime that FaZe had rifles, they lost rounds. We're unable to win anything when they had a buy.
Yeah, hold the phone. A little bit of aggression, but spray down through the smoke is perfect.
Yep, Carrigan and Simple combine all 3 kills in top mid.
We talked about it during halftime, waiting for us to come back. We were like, did they win any gun rounds in the first half? They won 2 low buys. They won the pistol. That was 3 of the 4. The one gun round they won was that 3-on-3 retake where Heroic planted the bomb at default and then played Con in jungle and couldn't stop the defuse. That's the only gun round that FaZe have won on this map so far. Crazy to think about.
Gonna change that in the second half, obviously, and xFloud's gonna wait down in the underpass. Eventually, we'll walk into Elige, who didn't spot him, actually. xFloud gets a little bit of space and time to work with. Uh-oh.
Knife.
Hello, Elige.
Knife.
Goodbye, Elige. And yep. God damn it.
You see him in the camera shot as well. He's like, oh, this dickhead came middle.
He's just nice.
Can somebody handle him for me? I want my AK back.
Well, he'll get the AK picked up. 2 rounds away. It's kind of crazy they're only 2 rounds back after a horrible FaZe play in the first half. To be honest, they've kind of gotten away with staying in the game to some extent.
Yeah, they really have. There's actually no good reason it feels why this game should be this close, but just FaZe things, man.
You gotta take the opportunity though, and yeah, Heroic made a number of mistakes in the first half as well. This should be a round for FaZe without too many issues. I say that, but they have shown issue against rounds like this in the tournament so far multiple times. But that B-bomb site, prime for the taking at the moment. They're starting to drift rotations over.
Should be fine once FaZe actually decide to work up the courage to go for this. Molly out the positions. You also don't have to commit. You've got the rifles from some high ground. Should be pretty easy fights. One player jumps out. Elige with an opening kill. Sunpias falls next. And FaZe will be at 7.
Clean start in the half is exactly what they needed. If this comeback is to happen, they've taken the first steps.
Well, and you got a couple of good rounds, 2 good rounds out of Elige. Double kill here. He had the beautiful pistol rounds. So he's had some good rounds to start this half, which is nice because as we mentioned in the first half, there wasn't even like an individual buying you a little bit of breathing room, like keeping things close. No one was really popping off to keep them in the fight. So now that you have Elige kind of stepping up, maybe that can activate some other players as well.
Yeah, I mean, we had Simple in the first half going, 8 rounds without a kill?
Yep. 6 rounds, I think. 7 rounds, maybe. He got his kill at 0-6 because I was keeping track of the 007.
You wanted to be there, yeah.
Well, I should say Twitch chat was keeping track of the 007.
As they always are. That's their job.
They're doing my job. I just have to look over once in a while and see how close he's getting.
You look at chat, Jason?
Once in a while.
Ah.
What's up, chat?
You can send all your messages to Moses right now. Tell him whatever you want. Glorp.
Well, timeout used. All up in the hands of Sampaius. It's 8-7. The gap is closed. And where at the end of the first half, it felt like Heroic had just been dominant. At least the start in the second half has made it feel like FaZe has a chance to build back into this. First gun round, so first real test in this second half. Second and third rounds, no big deal for FaZe. Kerrigan and Liege leading the way with 12 kills. Frozen with 11. Other side, it's still the trio of Youngstar, Tanir, and Xfloud. 13, 19, and 13 kills respectively. Round 16 coming in. Heroic have invested everything they've got. A loss here takes away the money. They have that one saved AK-47, so the 1800 on Youngstar can turn into an AWP down the stretch later on if they need it. An extra rifle where otherwise they wouldn't have it.
Carrigan gone first. Right into the gun rounds phase, going to be 4v5 down, a couple of seconds into it. Simple's hoping he can pull it back with a punish of the jump spot, but that's going to be tough, and he's smoked out now as well.
Second time we've seen Heroic get a kill through the smoke deep into middle. That was on the pistol round that won't happen towards Catwalk through smoke. Now it's at the base of Catwalk through smoke. Tough way for FaZe Clan to lose 2 players on very important rounds. Alish has standing and control of Connector. So bringing the rest of FaZe over to him, but now with this Catwalk push from Heroic's defense, oh, there's a trap set up. This could be a slaughter.
Frozen gets boosted atop his teammate's head, and that trap is laid, and it is executed upon. Tanir with a double kill. Elish fighting forward. Simple burning, getting out of con just in time. He's going to go back and try and punish Tanir. In the meantime, Elish has got his kill on the A bomb site. He's doing his job very effectively, and he's come back to try and help. But LNZ is going to back away and not give him the shot.
Yeah, he knows. He's got to know Simple's op is holding him. Elish is going to come back. But remember, there's Youngstar still sitting in the cubby this whole time. He hears the footsteps. They don't expect it. Oh! No! The dropping headshot. A chance.
He's still got away with it, but remember, Xfloud's still here, and they're not looking for him. He denies it. Plant is gone. Simple in the clutch. 20 seconds left. And the limited time is likely to cost him.
He's got to save. He has got no health. He's not going for this.
He has to try and retreat, and he's got out of the window. That's the way out of here. And Xfloud will unravel all of the hard work that Elish had teed up. And Simple at least will back away with the AWP as a parting gift.
It's coming to be so good that Seal outlined some of the mobility of this Heroic defense and how they're constantly and always moving around the map. Because anytime FaZe feel like they just need like 5 seconds to get that boost executed, to line up some utility, all of them grouped up in middle. When FaZe isn't spread out, they're getting really, really punished by these pushes. And this is really well played. So much of a distraction on Catwalk. Tanir lined up for 2 freebies. I don't know how this kill goes against Youngstar considering the game he's had, but still like such a small chance. Not out of the fight just yet. There was plenty of money for FaZe. They got 3 kills. They still have the money at a really sore spot for Heroic. They need that economic break, and they need it sooner rather than later. Perhaps the last chance for FaZe to keep this third map close. Otherwise, it's a recovery mission.
Simple not spotting out his opponent in the connector. Youngstar's pushed up all the way into ramp. Oh no, he has just been a real nuisance, a real threat. A thorn in the side of FaZe all day long. And he looks to be that again. Can Elish clear it? He goes to the peak, and Youngstar goes down. Elish to step up and give FaZe the opening kill of round 17.
And nothing really spotted except for Elish, so no information gathered. The defense doesn't budge. They still stand pat with 2 players at the A bomb site. Hits coming in. You can see Sampaius has gone passive with the op, no utility. Xfloud going to try and do something. Commits himself into a 1-for-1.
Well, they're trying to bait the shots out of Sampaius, but they can't do it. He will penetrate straight through Elish. LNZ in mid. Carrigan's got the lurk. He's got the kill, but is he ready for the second? He couldn't get his crosshair back in time. Now the leap, the last-ditch effort. It's Simple and Skulls, the stand-ins to step up.
There's the first from Simple. Tanir's going to come in, 22 kills and 2 to find.
Can Tanir topple the 2? He looks up to Simple on top of Tetris. And Tanir looking towards Skulls. He has the position of the remaining 2 players, but can he do anything about it? Can he win this for Heroic for double figures? Such an important round for FaZe, and it falls to Simple. Tanir up against him, and he's got it! He's got the clutch! And that might just break FaZe here on Mirage.
God damn, he showed some game there, didn't he? The way he had to move to lure Skulls out of his position, trying to use the footsteps to bait the player into taking the peek. He gets exactly what he wanted, and then takes down Simple. Round primed up for FaZe, but look at him swinging wide, making Skulls nervous, making him make a decision, and then Simple trying to go for the quick scope as the flash is coming in. Back-breaking clutch. And letting him know as well. FaZe buy up 2 Tech 9s, 2 Galils, a Deagle. And round 18 is going to be a set piece and execute into the A bomb site.
Another heartbreaker for FaZe. Response required, and they're going to try and do it on the A bomb site. Here come the smokes. Now here come the players. Frozen going to be held back at Palace. Once again, it's Elise to step up. Skulls gets cleared out. It's going to be X-Flood 2 from Sandwich. Carrigan keeping FaZe even. Frozen left on 1 HP. And all 3 remaining players from Heroic coming in through CT spawn. Simple's got 1 kill back. LNZ gone. Carrigan extremely vocal as that plant is coming down. Tanir, the Titan of the last clutch. He does it again. It's Simple gone. And now Carrigan and Frozen 2v2. And Frozen barely alive. Carrigan only with a Tech 9. It's the final beats of the heart here of FaZe in Dallas. Lose this round and recovery is incredibly unlikely. Tanir spots out Frozen. Carrigan waits. Oh, the defuse. It's tapped, it's not stuck. Carrigan moves into the open. Important headshot, but now it's about the clutch. Carrigan needs to be the king of the clutch, and he's got it! The headshot, and he'll keep FaZe going at least for a little bit longer.
Well, it's a different GOAT to step up today. First map, all Carrigan. Dominant performance, and now he's got a big boy clutch to keep him in the map. To keep him alive at IEM Dallas. Forces a 3rd time out of Heroic. What a tense situation. Pulls the first player off the defuse. Tanir just tried to sneak it. And stone cold as time is running down. Recovery for the last 2-on-1 clutch that slipped away from them. Carrigan gets 1 in return. Keeps them within 2. And that finally, it's not the economic break they wanted to. It doesn't completely clear out Heroic, but it does put them in a weird money situation. 2 5.7s and MP9. This game is right back on with that clutch. FaZe have had to buy in this every round and lead on the fact that they're keeping rounds close. Now they've finally gotten the reward.
But throughout this game so far, throughout this map of Mirage, they've been unable to capitalize off of any of the opportunities they've given themselves.
When they've gotten here, they haven't been able to bring it to another round. They haven't been able to get the full success.
Well, Sapai says after you allows Tanir to go through the murder halt. They're going to assemble a quick boost up into the ladder room. I say quick, it was a bit of a delayed round for them, but regardless, they get Tanir into the ladder.
It's just another low-buy round from FaZe that comes out on top. They had to, 5 of these 8 rounds have to be just rounds that are crazy to win. 3 players in middle for FaZe, nobody challenging. There's an aggressive push in Palace from Youngstar.
Well, that's canceled out as Frozen is ready for it.
Last 3 rounds, all the openings have gone to FaZe. They've been able to get the first kill in each and every round in this little bit of a streak. In this stretch. If you're Heroic at some point, you might want to keep playing, obviously, this really mobile defense that's been so good for you, but at some point in this round, you might want to make the call to just stack. You don't have utility to, like, stall out one bomb site and funnel them to the other. So just the blind gamble might be the best option to either have a chance to win or keep the weapons. And I'll tell you what, they've made the right gamble. They're in the right place at the right time.
Simple's off, getting blocked by the flash. Skulls gets a double. Essential double kill there from Skulls. peppering down some pies to the back of triple, and it is FaZe going to 9.
You know what? Shout out to Skulls. For as many kills as he's missed that he should have had that would have been hugely important, these 2 kills right here might make up for a lot of those. Because Simple was 100% dead, completely blind. The fact that Skulls steps forward and is just barely in front of the flashbang saves this entire round and perhaps the map and series.
And hopefully that is a lift of pressure off his chest. I'm sure he's realized he's not having a great game. He's probably looking at seeing, sitting on 5 kills at this point of the match. But taking 2 essential kills there in an important round, hopefully he starts to alleviate some of that pressure Skulls might be feeling. We've got Heroic on an eco, so the game should be tied up here. And we said it just a few rounds ago, coming into the second half. It doesn't feel like this game should be this close on this map. How many low-buy rounds in FaZe 1?
Dude, if Heroic go on to lose this map and get eliminated in this series, they're going to be sitting around for the rest of the day in Dallas just scratching their heads and wondering how this map was not a victory for them. They're going to be looking at all those rounds they lost in the first half, some of the tough ones they've lost in the second, and just be like, what? How did we do this? Why did we do this? How did this end up? How did we end up losing? A lot of pressure on their shoulders right now. Nade in towards Khan.
Some Pius? Oh, he's eventually going to be stopped by Frozen. Looks like he might have had a shot at denying the plant for a little bit longer.
I love it.
It's never easy being a FaZe player. Carrigan must have some of the most stressful games of Counter-Strike in history.
Yeah, but I love the way he knows it. And like you always hear him like what it is, like that Ents game that they had at Dallas just a couple years back. You hear in the comms like this game is going to be absolutely legendary, so let's give it our all. And even here, he's probably just sitting here. He's like, this game is scrappy as hell. We're playing rough, but I got 5 amazing players that this is where they step up. And he knows he's got the boys around him who can do it. So sending out a little bit of words of encouragement and saying, guys, this game has been shit. We've played bad. We've played terrible. But it doesn't matter because we're tied at 10. There's only a few rounds left in this game, and all we have to do is play great Counter-Strike for 4 rounds, and we're going to be just fine. Play our game. We have them right where we want them. Let's rock and roll, baby. Let's get into round 21.
Just fine for a couple more hours, then you got to play some great Counter-Strike again. So that's your reward. More CS coming up in the groups if you do get through this one. Aurora waiting for the winner of Heroic FaZe for that final spot in the playoffs here in Dallas. The game is tied up. Heroic have a bye again. Sampaius on the AWP. It's been a little bit quiet as the opera of the squad. Maybe he can start to turn the tides late into the game here. He's looking for that mid pick, and no one's coming his way. FaZe with a direct hit again. It's going to be Carrigan lurking out towards top mid, but it's an A play being set up a couple of seconds into the round.
Look at the difference, though, this time. Now that they're not kind of labored with their bye and kind of losing some of the rounds, earlier on, they have all the utility to throw a pump fake. They chuck out the smoke wall. They got counter flashes. They got counter Molotovs. Youngstar has no utility. Tanir has no utility. And those are the 2 A defenders. This follow-up exec, I think Heroic's going to have to fall back and play it passive because they don't have the options to create some aggressive chances.
Here comes the second pump, the utility. Dumping into the A bomb site. Youngstar taking flashes and sitting in behind the ticket box. He's looking for that extension of Frozen out of Palace. They populate the site here. Youngster going to be taken down as he goes into the open.
That looked nervous.
Look at xCloud. He's going through the smoke. He's running through the smoke, and he's going to be stopped by Carrigan. Tanir sending one right back through, but look at the HP. There's no shot at this. There's no chance at this for Heroic.
And there's no money. They have to save. They have to back off. You need these weapons for the next round. FaZe have gained complete control. They stuck around in this map as long as they possibly could, winning bullshit round after trashy round after grimy round, and finally at the end, this is now a 4-round streak where FaZe takes control. And that fight I mentioned from Youngstar seemed a little nervous, because this is where if you're Heroic, with these young players, inexperienced players, you're sitting here like, we had this map, we had this one, we dominated them in gun rounds, and how has this changed so fast? How are we now staring at a deficit?
There's the swing from Youngstar into the open. xCloud tries to make a hero maneuver as well.
Go back.
11-10. The last hurrah of the bye here for Heroic. If they lose this, FaZe go to pole position to knock Heroic out of Dallas. Simple posts up. Does Sampaius move forward? Doesn't look like it, because there's a Palace push coming on the other side of the map. Tanir and Youngster moving forward, taking control.
It's a push they've executed earlier, and it worked out. I mean, Youngster lost the fight, but he got the ground gained, and I think he's just saying, I'll take this again. It is a really nice position. We'll see how far he wants to push it. Previously, he lost out in a duel to Frozen. It's Skulls this time at A. Sampaius going to get his chance, and the Simple jiggle peek isn't quick enough.
Yeah, Simple goes down. Minute 5 seconds left.
Money for FaZe is perfect.
And Youngstar is still moving forward. He could catch them if the bomb comes back towards him. If it goes through T apartments, but it's not. It's going into the underpass.
Well, that's unfortunate for Youngstar. He might actually just work himself out of position, although
he could just work himself behind Carrigan. Yeah, this could be still perfect for Youngstar. He's going to find a kill. Carrigan not checking this. So Youngstar creeps in behind him. Oh, if he's patient.
Yeah, but if they come out from underpass and spot him, okay, there's the kill. But now they know Youngstar can't peek down middle. Frozen and Elige still okay. Cautiously going to jump up. And there's Skulls bringing one back. He needed that one too, but can't get it.
30 seconds. 2v4. FaZe in search of series point. Heroic to tie the game up again.
Another chance for Skulls to step up in an otherwise abysmal map.
Well, Frozen's going to set him up with flashes. Oh, doesn't spot out xFloud. He's very unlucky not to see his shoulder that pinned down in CT. Heroic taking their time, staying composed in this retake. Frozen getting into the smoke right beside Youngstar. They trade position. Youngstar into the open. Skulls gets nothing, but it's Frozen needing a miraculous clutch from the ramp. Okay, Frozen. Is this it? And it's denied by the grenade.
There's no time.
There's no time.
He's done
Oh my God, Frozen! That is so ridiculous.
Run, man. Let's go.
That is a huge round. It's map and series point, and another PS round, Jason.
The miracles for FaZe just keep on coming. They've got plenty in the back pocket still. A 1 versus 4 for Frozen. And Heroic, just write a list. Write a list of the rounds you've lost in this game. It is going to be a horrible thing to look at.
What is it with this position? What is it with A ramp in these post plants? Oh, that is heartbreaking for Heroic.
Run, man. Let's go.
That's insane. The nade gets the kill. No time for the defuse. It's heartbreak after heartbreak for Heroic.
Does that finish them? LNZ pushes up into the apartments. The smoke to try and sell the fake, but LNZ gets detected. Carrigan rips his head off. FaZe Clan looking to stay alive in Dallas. xFloud to trade out on Elige.
FaZe would close out this map on a 6-round streak. It's been a complete collapse from Heroic. An 8-2 run in this second half. Leaning towards middle again. The trap they've set up in the mid-round has worked a number of times, but this round, they back away from it. They spot the jump. Somehow Skulls gets away from danger and shuts down Tanir.
Carrigan dodging bullets, ducking and weaving, missed shot from Simple, taking damage, tries to 360 back into it, couldn't collect it, but Carrigan will.
25 kills in the first map, 20 on the third, and deciding Carrigan is a beast.
But Sampaius realizes it's the B finish. He tries to get back here in time.
Do they not hear this?
Sampaius trying to plug the gap. They don't check him. Somehow silently getting into the site. Sampaius keeps Heroic alive.
How did they not hear it? How did they not hear the run behind the smoke?
I have no idea.
He dropped the smoke himself when sprinted to bench. I thought for sure they would have had that intel. One last twist in this map. It's gone all 24.
It doesn't close on a streak. Final timeout for FaZe being used here in regulation. Either we get overtime or FaZe Clan move through to the deciding game of the group stages. They brought in Simple to be the Hollywood blockbuster move, the entertainment value, the Hail Mary play, and that is exactly what we're getting. We've become so used to, over the years, seeing FaZe provide entertainment after entertainment, and they do it in so many different styles.
And you're starting to see a little bit of that mindset of FaZe that made them such a dangerous squad in the past. Even with two stand-ins, a game where you bring in two stand-ins, an event where you do nothing to lose in theory for FaZe, and showing such a strong mentality coming back from the deficit and the disaster of the first half. One final chance for FaZe to complete the act of tearing out the heart of Heroic, eliminating them from IEM Dallas. After such a cool showing from Heroic, would be a horrifying way to end it in a map where you had so many unforced errors. Back-to-back event champions Heroic took down Aurora on their way here. A close series against Falcons. Now taking FaZe the distance.
A timeout before this round into the Carrigan call. Smoke to the window. And FaZe's troops gather at the A bomb site. Carrigan will be the lone wolf making his way through middle. Trying to get to connector. But here comes the final play of regulation. It's simple to open up, but it's Sampayas and Youngster to shut the door on them. It looks like we've got overtime. This game will not be settled in regulation.
At least still alive, though. He can change this.
Not alive for much longer. It's all Carrigan, and there's no way he can do it. It's overtime as Heroic stay in it.
Sampayas has a pair of awesome rounds to end this. The double kill over at bench previously at the B bomb site, now holding strong at A, being a menace inside the site. 12-12, we've got bonus rounds. FaZe can't complete the comeback to close it out in regulation. Beautiful shot from Sampayas. We reset. Everyone gets money now. 12-12. 16, the magic number.
Elise taking a lot of damage on board. Not the start he would have hoped for, but right back into overtime. Carrigan already up short. He's taking a deep position. Tanir taking a risk.
Oh, it's going to pay off. It looks like it's going to pay off at the moment. Nobody to really stop this. It's Frozen, and he's pushed very far forward, not keeping eyes on this. Tanir, here's a player rotating back. This is all down to timing. If Frozen comes back, he's dead.
Oh, Tanir, he's lets one go by. Lets one go by. He's going to take both. Silences Elysian Skulls. Great discipline from Tanir. A level of comfort despite his lack of experience. And he'll step up with a double, no problem. Sampayas to follow up. And a worrying sign to kick off overtime here for FaZe.
Yeah, you do like to see that, though, from a young player like Tanir. Is that willingness to go for those kinds of a play in overtime, those kinds of decisions, putting yourself in that kind of a scenario where you can win the round for your team. 29 kills on Tanir, a god-tier map. The trigger discipline to boot as he holds on to get 2.
Well, FaZe making use of their overtime timeout immediately.
Can't do anything about that position, no matter the intensity of the call. Neo having a conversation. The T side from FaZe was absolutely phenomenal in regulation. And even though they dropped the ball at the end, not being able to close it out, 2 chances to end this series. Carrigan's piecing together everything he's learned over the past 25 rounds and putting it all into this one. Opt for Sampayas and Simple, but it's Sampayas that have been loud these past few rounds.
Yeah, he's really started to turn around as that defensive AWPer. Didn't have necessarily the loudest first half. It was Tanir that was stepping up. He went quiet, honestly, for most of that second half. Sampayas was the player finding impact for his squad. He's the reason we're here. And he's going to go into Palace, and he's going to get stopped by Simple this time.
Very quick shot. Nice angle taken from Simple very, very quickly, looking for a follow-up push. Heroic's going to be happy to just smoke it off, plug the choke point, and forget about it for a little bit. And Tanir still keeping up with this aggression. Going to push as the smoke fades. Might find Carrigan around the corner. I take that back. It's Carrigan, who's still on point.
Oh, straight out of the timeout, straight into a 2-man advantage. You can't let this one go if you're FaZe. X-Flood's going to go into the underpass.
There's
realizing a little bit of active play required, and Elige is going to detect that move.
I was going to say, 1 minute and 10 seconds is early to make any kind of an information play if you're Heroic, and you could see the slowdown from FaZe. They're just waiting to exploit it. Elige does just that. Flashbang towards middle. Kerrigan going to get dropped, but spots both.
Yeah, fantastic info. We can quickly call his teammates to move into the A-bomb
we hear it
site.
in the studio. He's yelling.
Yeah.
He ain't calling it calmly.
It's intense. A lot of intensity to get into the overtime.
Now, they should go for this 2-on-4. You're in overtime. You won the first round of OT. You've got plenty of money. So even though in regulation you'd likely save in this scenario, you're at least going to try here. Flank coming in from Youngstar. That's going to be through Palace, so LNZ's on his own for quite some time, which leaves him susceptible. And now just the one. Ninja really, I think, is the only option.
And it's not allowed. Skulls is going to watch Palace.
Terminator con. Terminator con. Everybody know what to do? Yes.
Look at the authority. Look at on the line. He's like, he's not taking any guff from anybody.
Everyone know what to do.
He's like, speak now or forever hold your peace. If anyone doesn't know what to do, I can tell you, but you have to say something now. Terminator con, the call for FaZe. Maybe the timeout changes things. Let's see what they have in store in this next round. Because then we can all call Terminator.
Terminator 2,
Terminator
1. Con Air. Well, let's get into it. I'm looking forward to seeing what Terminator Con is. What does it look like?
Exactly.
Feels like I'm watching the NFL, Jason.
Who is the Terminator on this team? Elige?
Probably.
Yeah.
Got the Undertaker, the Terminator. Well, whoever wins this is going to be playing the Turkish Terminator a little bit later on. We've got Aurora waiting, and they're going to be sitting back nice and relaxed. They got through their game very quickly versus Liquid, but here we go.
It's looking like we're sticking with Terminator Con. And I mean, just by the name, I'd expect it to be something fast and something aggressive.
Something very direct towards Connector. Nade's going in, Smoke's following up, and it is Elige who's at the front of the attack, getting up towards Connector. The grenade gonna clear it open. Spam down, Elige wins it, X-Flout gone. A great opening move from Elige.
Yeah, but the bomb. Skulls has the bomb. Oh, no. I thought he committed in through. It looked like he was stepping through the smoke. Simple's got one more up towards Catwalk.
Yeah, then point kill there from Simple, but he goes in again, and this time Tanir's ready for the repeat, and Simple goes down. So it still is the advantage for FaZe, but they've lost the connector. Sampais has taken it back.
It's a moment of weakness right now for FaZe as they readjust on the map. So there's a lot of time. Elige. Okay, good kill. One more coming. And no, couldn't pull the trigger fast enough. 3-on-2. Youngstar to Near. And they're going to start working their way around. Youngstar a Ticket.
Yeah, bomb coming back in towards the A play. Youngstar's going to get over here towards Ticket. You noted some of his nervous energy earlier on from this position. He needs to step up and be steady here.
There's no smoke for Con.
Misses the flash. Quick headshot onto Skulls, though. And yet Carrigan realizes no smoke. He means he has to plant very carefully. And he'll get that bomb down. So a 2v2 retake required here for Heroic.
Yeah, but Youngstar doesn't have the information of where they move to post-plant. You can kind of call it out, but you can see a Molotov has to be spent, used deep towards the back box is the default spot.
Well, Tanir's been a bit of a Terminator so far. 30 kills on his name, but he's gone, and so Frozen asked to clutch again. Youngstar gets inside of the smoke. It's a stick. It's a full stick. He's just going to hold it. Oh, the knife is out and he's got it. He just sticks it inside of the smoke. That is a ridiculous round that he just pulls out of the hat.
Just right in front of Frozen's face, who cannot believe it. He's stunned.
A 1v1 in overtime with elimination on the line, and you sit in the smoke and stick the defuse.
And there's so much time left in the bomb. There's so much time left in the bomb. It puts so much pressure on Frozen to make a decision. A crazy clutch. And we're still chirping back and forth. 14-13.
Dude, what? Insane round for Youngstar to pull off. Blow for blow, clutch after clutch. Here goes X-Flout out mid. Elige grenade going towards him, trying to get away from it, and he will.
Tons of damage onto X-Flout, though. He's an easy cleanup later in the round. Elige will know he's got him at red. Back to mid room, or excuse me, back to window room. As Heroic just makes their play. Sunpius with the op on the mid ramp controls a catwalk peek. No indication yet of where Heroic want to finish. Patient as they take the mid control, see if there's going to be a response.
Despite low HP, Elise still getting one, then gets toppled, but he gets info. He knows two players boosting up. Pies though stopping Frozen. FaZe spotted three players.
Too many gifts given over at the wrong moment. Youngstar still waiting in Palace, looking for an A-split finish.
Carrigan looking to lay down the law at top of Khan. The utility coming out towards him. Carrigan steps into the open, but it's no kill. It is a Sampaio shot that lands right where it required to be, and it's now Simple left and 1v3 on the other side of the map, and we have not seen the Simple from the first 2 days today in this series. There is no sign of magic. There's no hope. Simple will take a step into the connector, and it's not going to end up any closer to a FaZe victory. It is map and series point all of a sudden for Heroic.
And all is fair. FaZe got 2 chances in regulation to win the map. So now we give Heroic at 15-13 2 chances of their own in overtime. No timeouts for either team. They've been used. They've been burnt. Tanir now up to 31 kills on the map. xFloud 23. Everyone's got money, everyone's got full buy, nobody missing a thing.
You need 2 rounds in a row here, FaZe, to get overtime again.
Nice and simple, it looks like, for Heroic. All 5 players going to be at the A bomb site and execute to try and close the map.
Frozen, forced down by the fire. There's 2 players under the wood right now. They haven't got any of them. It's going to be Frozen coming in with 1 pick, but remember, Skulls is undetected, and now they know he's down. Simple one shot back through the smoke. FaZe up a player. It's Chaos inside of the smokes in the A bomb site, but Sampaio is trying to make sure it happens, but it's Simple who thrives in Chaos. Sampaio goes into Khan, and FaZe are not dead yet.
Yeah, they're going to survive that one. What a sequence from Simple. That time he's not going to wait and let the plays come to him. He's going to go seek them out, jumping on top of Ticket, knowing in the Chaos with the smokes, nobody's going to be looking for that. Nobody's going to be expecting it. Double kill with the AWP. And Heroic on their final chance to win the series. The double balk setup works out as well. It creates so much confusion in Heroic's attack. Round 30.
Oh, Sampaio to bring Elise down. And so in this final round of overtime 1, FaZe must convert a 4v5 to extend play.
If you're FaZe, I think you almost have to take a risk and not keep 2 players at the B bomb site. You're going to have to trust Carrigan to just hold on to it. They're putting a lot of trust in the clock at the moment, saying there's about 1 minute and 10 seconds left. You guys aren't going to make a final play yet. We have time to change this setup if we feel it's necessary. But during all this time, Heroic just clearing things out, taking control, making sure there's no CTs advanced over in ladder room. Tanir's in a great position in window room. LNZ lined up very close at Con. Heroic have the entire map. Any option they want is available.
Oh, Tanir through the gap. Youngstar out of Palace. Tanir is around the back, but his knife gets caught. Frozen brings him down, so still a little bit of hope here for FaZe.
Carrigan needs 1 and a survival.
But they are on the brink of elimination. Carrigan to go down. xFloud with 2 headshots. It is just Simple. Upon his return, it looks like elimination in the group stages. It's all about building into the major, and Simple trying to build them back, but it's Heroic to bring the hurt to FaZe. xFloud stands up and shouts across to the other side. We knew it was going to be tough for FaZe. They don't have the magic required, and Heroic will knock them out in the groups.
And you got to give so much credit over to the guys on Heroic. The work that Saul has done with all these various lineups yet again. When Heroic is poached and all their players taken from them, he's ready with a list of guys that he can bring in to fill the gaps, fill the jerseys, and Heroic put another good showing on the board, eliminating FaZe Clan, ending this beautiful, simple storyline, who doesn't have a chance to show off what he's got on the big stage.
And for FaZe, you know, we're looking at a team that were right on the brink. They could have won it, Jason. They had the map point, they had series point in regulation. But one of the most entertaining teams in Counter-Strike. Keep doing it, no matter who's on the squad, it seems, as they bring Simple and Skulls in and still perform.
That's the thing. I think you nailed it a little bit too. With the way the third map played, like FaZe had never really gotten to a point where it felt like they deserved to win the map. They had done just enough to stay in it as long as humanly possible, but Heroic just shows so much quality. Freya, take it away.
FaZe fighting tooth and nail to take this one over Heroic. Commiserations, first of all, Neo. I hate that we always have to be catching up in these kind of situations. Tell me a bit about that Mirage. So chaotic, lack of gun rounds for you in that first half. What do you feel like went wrong?
I mean, there's plenty of things that went wrong. We lost the game, but they played really good CS, unpredictable, caught us off guard a couple of times. Yeah, they're a great team, and it wasn't an easy one. Yeah, it is what it is.
You come into Dallas with what's kind of been branded as this Hail Mary move, right? Bringing in Simple into the roster. And it was always branded as still having the intention to lift trophies. You felt like that was a possibility. Where does this leave FaZe for your money then? Now you're eliminated here.
I mean, first of all, the Hail Mary was, Sasha was part of that move, but then we had Howie as well, Rain, who was missing here, so that's like an extra factor of, you know, being more random, I guess. We haven't had many practice days with Felipe, and I would like to thank him for stepping up and playing with us. It's been really fun to have him on the team, and he's a great player, and he has a bright future ahead of him. So it's been, you know, it's bad to lose, but it is what it is. And we have one more tournament in front of us.
Yes, and I imagine when you mention that future, you know, looking forward to the Oster Major, stage 2 for you guys, which means you'll be starting play on June 7th. I guess you're going home from here. Is there a boot camp? Is there anything in the works?
Yeah, we're going to stay here in the US. Howie's going to join us soon, and we're going to have a boot camp before the major. So hopefully we're going to get enough practice days before the biggest tournament of the year.
Well, fingers crossed. Looking forward to seeing you guys hopefully bounce back for the Oster Major. Thank you so much for your time. Commiserations. Let's head this one back on over to the desk.
That's right. Heroic survive FaZe. They stay alive here in Dallas. FaZe, we send them to the airport because that's the end of the road here for them. Unfortunate so. Obviously, with the storyline in hand, everyone's kind of looking at that one, Josh. They're thinking, yeah, this would be really cool, really great to see it happen within the arena, but that's not on the cards for today. Heroic will have to play again this afternoon. They've drawn Aurora.
Yeah, I mean, FaZe at the boot camp that they go to, I think they should talk about those clutch situations and how to just play the clock and everything like that. Rain, I don't think, would make the same mistake that Skulls did there. Frozen had an insane 1 versus 4. Maybe he could lead that discussion, but yeah, I mean, Heroic, that was a Heroic, you know, feat from them. We didn't even see, it was basically on that last map, it was a 4v5, but we got to see Tanir really come back to play, and we highlighted how important he was for the team, and he showed up in that final stretch.
Yeah, and the numbers aren't going to lie either. Liege and Regulation there on that last map, all over the place, really keeping FaZe in the fight. We've got Kerrigan, who continues to put some numbers up as well. That's got to feel good if you're a FaZe fan. You know, if he can keep doing those things, those two things in combination would be great to keep going for the FaZe clan, not to mention no Rain. So yeah, there were a couple caveats, a couple asterisks you could put on their attendance here in Dallas, but ultimately this is what we got.
Yeah, I mean, it's always a scary thing to see when your in-game leader is the one that's like performing the best. It's like nobody else is really doing their job. So yeah, it's nice to see Kerrigan's putting up the stat line for, you know, he does it every now and then, but come on, the rest of the team is missing. Simple, as much as we talked about him coming into this match, coming into every match that they've played here so far, it's been simple this, simple that, hitting these sick op shots, getting great clutch moments. But here he was missing pretty much all series, it feels like.
Yeah, and you know what? We'll have to revisit that another time. We've got more Counter-Strike. We've got more teams to send the places they need to go. That's either going to be at home or joining us this weekend in the arena. That's right. A couple of these teams still in that playoff hunt, that playoff pursuit, but for 3D Max and G2, we'll be talking about that on the other side of the break.
stages don't get bigger than this. Glow! Let's get it on! Biggest stage in Counter-Strike! 10 years Counter-Strike has been coming here. Mind-melting from Rutiris. The cathedral of Counter-Strike. 10 years in the making. Conquering the cathedral.
Good morning, buddy. Just the man I wanted to speak to. What's the morning routine for you guys on a day like this?
We're not just America, so we enjoy a nice breakfast with, a nice continental breakfast. That's the first step in the day. And then we go practice room, we have fun together, and we're ready to play.
Sounds good. Now, you've been on 3D Max for a number of months now. How stable do you feel within the team at the moment?
Pretty stable. Still looking for everyone's role at the moment. Like, it's a long process, acknowledging everyone's talent and what they can bring to the table. So still pretty stable. We're still looking for that spark that can be activated anytime, but we're looking for it. And anyway, looking for the major as well. This is our goal as well. And today we are going to give a good fight to G2 Esports.
Yeah, speaking of G2, once upon a time, you used to wear a G2 jersey. Which G2 roster is better? Your G2 roster or the current one?
That super team was pretty good, honestly. I would say mine.
I think that's fair. What do you expect them to bring to the server today?
I didn't watch their game, honestly. I just come in here, chill, face it style. No, I think they are really good individual, like really sharp. They have those individuals like Mulbs, Heavy God and stuff. They can do something crazy out of nowhere. But I think our group is gonna get above in this way. Like, I think the group of 3D Max is more ready than their group.
I'm very excited to see how it goes down. Thank you so much for your time, buddy. Get on your way.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, 1xBet, Monster Energy, Face It Watch.
Now, Heavy God, in terms of top performers for G2, you are by far the best performer in your team. Why do you think that is? Why do you feel so comfortable here?
I don't know, to be honest. I just play my game and try my best, obviously. I practice a lot and we try to play as a team, maybe that's why. I don't, for me, it doesn't matter, ratings, performance. I want to win. This is the most important thing for me. And the rest, it doesn't matter.
In terms of the team and the overall kind of atmosphere that we're presuming from the outside, obviously been a number of changes for G2 last tournament as well. You had to have Taz subbing in, unfortunately, because Hunter couldn't be there. Can you give us some insight into the actual reality of the team atmosphere at the moment? Is it as bad as we're kind of presuming it is to be?
It's not bad. Obviously, we have jokes around. Obviously, it was a bit tough in Astana without a player. We played with Taz, with our coach. I think it still was fun, playing with experienced player. So it's also something nice to share server with him. I think we have good vibes. Obviously, when we lose, we're a bit frustrated. I think it's everyone, but we just need to keep being together as a team. And this is the most important thing, help each other and lift up each other. And we'll try to do our best. I just hope we can manage to do it as a unit.
I asked Mabs the other day how he would describe the identity of G2 at the moment in one word. He used the word funny. What would your word be to describe the identity of G2?
Wow, that's a tough one. I don't know. I can say, I'll go with funny. I'll join my teammate. I think hard workers. Yep.
Got to put in the work in the server, got to put in the hours, particularly today because it could be a long stint for you guys. 3D Max, first of all, when we're looking at VRS rankings, they're only a point behind you in terms of those rankings. Do you feel like this is going to be a pretty tight game?
Obviously, we respect everyone. Doesn't matter who we play, 3D Max, I don't know, we played Lean Vision, Mongoose, we respect everyone. We just want to win. We want to do our best. We don't look at VRS points or rankings. We don't care about this. We just want to win. So for us, it doesn't really matter who we face. We just want to do our best as a team and get the W.
Sounds like a solid plan. Thank you so much, Heavy God. Good luck.
Thank you.
Yeah, G2 3D Max. Some familiar faces and some faces that you thought you've seen around, or maybe you've rather guessed where as to which they are right now in their stature in this community within the game itself, not the community.
Yeah, but this time it's not going to be Taz in the server. They've got 4 of their players from their main roster, and then only one stand-in this time in the form of Hades. But, still no one to really stand up and step into the roles of Nico or Monazi now. You got Hades coming in for Monazi, and, Nico, is Malb stepping into those shoes just yet? I don't know. It feels like they're lacking some sort of leader, emotional leader, not in terms of calling the strats, but just rallying the troops to victory.
Yeah, well, in this moment, again, we do find ourselves in that precarious situation where your back is against the wall. For a team like G2, there has been nothing but question marks, I hate to say, from our side. And we continue to get more of those, the more of those rumors that come around and go around. In terms of roster changes and whatnot. But let's get back to the match at hand. Let's talk a little bit about perhaps the vetoes, perhaps the maps we're going to go.
Sure.
Josh, what does your expertise tell you?
I think Mirage is out for 3D Max and Train's out for G2. We'll probably see Inferno and Dust2 win there. And for the side of 3D Max, they've beaten out teams like Aurora, Mongols, Falcons. So what 3D Max does really well, though, is they're loud, they're in your face, and they're very momentum-based. But it's like kind of the double-edged sword that if they're not getting the momentum on their side, if they're losing bad rounds, what I found over my time playing is the louder you are, the harder you fall when rounds aren't going your way. You just collapse. And Inferno and Dust2 are the first 2 maps picked by 3D Max and G2. I think these are really good overlapping maps for these guys. Going to Nuke Decider would be very interesting. I'd love to see a third map. I'd love to see it go the distance. I'd love to see G2 be able to, do this with Hades as a stand-in.
Yeah. Well, let's sit back and watch, Josh. Thank you very much. Let's go ahead and jump over to those commentators. Inferno, Dust2, Nuke, and a lifeline for G2 and 3D Max. Yeah, here we go. 3D Max G2. We are about ready to start this action off. As tradition would have it, Josh.
Yeah.
No, it's okay, Josh. You know what? They wanted to hear you cast, but that's not going to be happening today. Hey, casters, hello.
I see you, Dinko. I see you up there.
Hello. Yeah, this is going to be a fun one, isn't it? I mean, we've got 3D Max versus G2. I think this is destined to go to 3. I think it could be a real scrappy affair as we get into it, but I don't know who I've got winning this one. I think I'm going to go with G2, Jason. How are you feeling about this series?
I'm feeling more close to 3D Max. I'm not going to lie to you. I feel like this is going to be the completion of kind of this run from G2 of where it feels like there's been a lot of management decisions having impact, and we've just seen G2 just progressively on a downward trend, and I think this is going to be rock bottom.
Yeah, rock bottom off the ground. Well, we'll see if they get going. G2, CT side, smoke ready here for Malbs. And we're going to see 3D Max start to creep up Banana. All 5 players getting ready to go around the half wall. Malbs ready to drop the smoke, flashes into the sky. He's blinded by it. Malbs getting back in position, body going to retreat into the pool. And we've got 3D Max overwhelming the B-bomb site defenses.
All right, 5-on-5 retake. There's no kits, there's no utility left, but Snacks starts things out with a headshot through the smoke.
Back up. Oh, double kill coming in. Body able to step up alongside of him. We just got Snacks 1v3 locked out of this. So 3D Max get into the B-bomb site, land all the bruising headshots, and Snacks has way too much to do here.
Yeah, such a powerful play in the post plan as well. Like 2-3 players pushing all the way around coffins and just getting aggressive. CTs can't even begin the retake. Nicely done. 3D Max pissed around, and the game is underway, 1-0.
The no strip still continuing for 3D Max. They're feeling the effects.
Yeah, I think they're like the last holdouts, aren't they? I think we've seen teams
Chopper
like
even ripped it off.
Chopper's taking it off. He's like, it was fun while it lasted. We'll always have the major. But
didn't really do anything, but you know what? It was fun.
It's not really working these days, so we'll try something new.
Well, let's see if it gets 3D Max that extra percentage they need to take down G2 today.
I mean, look, I think 3D Max, we're going to see across this series, is going to play the better Counter-Strike, is going to have cooler ideas. Oh, okay. Heavy God, 1 kill, dinked up, forced back. I think what G2 has to lean on is what we just saw a little bit of there, is Heavy God and Malbs. I feel like those guys have to have really big series each and every map if G2 want to cause an upset.
Well, that's what we got to see out in Astana recently, right? Is G2 playing without Hunter. We pretty much see them only rely upon Malbs and Heavy God having performances to get them over the line, and that is what you expect now with this team.
Yeah, but Hunter's put some good performances in, and we've seen him have a few more of those like big-time maps since Nico's departed, but it's still not consistent. I feel like it's still not something you can rely on. Most of what they missed from Hunter at Astana was the leadership, was how vocal he's become in this team since the departure of Nico and Monacy. All those little X factors that he's stepped up to take responsibility of, that's what they missed.
Malbs taking down Body. Make sure the AK cuts right through and Snacks! Okay! 5-7 into the 3K, bomb at his feet, and Exorcist is on the other side of the map.
Yeah, 1 by 1 through the smoke. You kind of deserve that one. You can't really argue with it. Snacks just hits the shots. He absolutely has to, but he's got the advantage in every one of those fights. And Heavy God gets his second tally on the board.
Snacks is happy with that. Heavy God opens it up with a deagle, closes it with a deag as well. And in between, Snacks with a lovely triple. Here's the opener. Bang!
1 by 1 by 1.
Sure, they came through 1 by 1 by 1, but Snacks still made it look clean with a headshot.
He did. They were quick kills, right? He didn't struggle with them. Didn't struggle with any of them, so he's able to string them together. That's nicely done from Snacks.
3D Max now down to pistols, Tech 9s, P250s, and a lot of grenade damage done into Banana. We've got Malbs waiting. Just on the side of the wall. Malbs going to start spamming down and through the smoke. It'll land into the head of Maka. Snacks to follow up. At least one here for the Frenchman of Exorcist.
Nicely
and Lucky
done.
grabbing one as well.
Yeah, nicely done from Malbs, though. 3 kills, 2 of them with the USB as he runs out of bullets. Had Snacks for some safety, but puts Lucky in a near impossible scenario in Hades. We'll finish that off with the Galil. 2-1, so 2 in a row.
He did 1 in 1 in 1 in 1, Jason. That's quite enthralling.
He's got it. He did nail what happened. Very succinct.
That's what you want.
That's what you like.
Game leader. Well, we have got Glocks now for a 3D Max. And a little P250 actually just to ruin that full Glock trade. Bomb plant, the main goal here for 3D Max. Unlikely to even get close to that. And Hades has had a couple of events now. This will be his second event in the G2 jersey to try and show what he's made of, show that he's still got it, shop himself out to a couple of different teams, because he's not, with the rumors that have been believed, he's not part of the rebuild of the G2 squad down the line.
Yeah, going to be interesting to see how that all plays out. It's kind of like the FaZe situation where it's like I don't want to give any opinions or make any judgments. Well, we just have a kind of rumors to work with. You know, so much stuff can change with the major coming up when you're going to have different players available. Might be able to pick someone up that you never thought would be free. So yeah, that might be the idea at the moment. But until the paperwork is signed and cash is exchanged, it doesn't really matter.
It's all words at the end of the day.
I thought it was curious in the little pregame interview with Body that Freya did, hearing Body talk about and say, like, we're still kind of trying to figure out like what our roles are within the team. I feel like they've been together for quite some time. Might have been just not effectively explaining the concept he was going for. I'd be curious to get a few more thoughts on it, but regardless, 3D Max has done a great job of putting in work and rising up over the last year and a half of professional Counter-Strike, trying to take that next step forward.
All right, finally a buy for 3D Max coming into Inferno. It's not a pretty one, though. It's 2 Galils and 3 AKs. But at least they've got all the utility they could want. Hades with the AWP will be unchallenged in that department. Maka just going through the motions, and Banana, that flash going to keep Snacks back in CT as Maka rounds the corner at the half wall. He's now got top and out of control, which he will now confirm in just a moment.
It's not going to be this easy, round in and round out, right? He gets it for free. There's no one challenging here. It comes in a little bit late, waiting until they take the half wall, then the retake utility. So holding on to some of their nades a little bit deeper, a little bit longer into the round. And once 3D Max gets control, they rip it away. Hades the counter Molotov to delay the timing. Burn some of the seconds off that smoke. Really a decision for 3D Max is, do you want to take this bracket control and fall back to the B bomb site? And that is what's going to happen. The other decision is sticking around and actually utilizing it, a fake towards the B bomb site. But Exercise is going to turn into a lurk. But if he goes too quick, he'll walk into the scope of Hades. Hades should start moving as soon as contact is made. But there's that late smoke.
Yeah, drops right in front of Body. Here's Hades. Back turn, Exorcist walks right into him. It's an easy kill for the Polish Opera. Mobs off first oranges. Oh, good flashes. Oh, it's real awkward here for Body. Turns back, looking into his teammate's face. And Mobs is giving a free kill off the top. So he's going to drop down. He's got the cover of Hades. Well played round from G2 as they keep it clean. They only lose Snacks.
Yeah, really well done from Mobs. 2 flashbangs coming in from Hades. It looked a little bit sketchy because he was staring right at him as well. So awkward, and I think he was panicked thinking that he was going to get peeked while turning. Works out just fine. Very good round, and I think the key to it is because of the way they played Banana, because they gave it up at the start and did the mid-round retake nades, they got that extra smoke they deploy at 30 seconds. Exercise wants to lurk. He wants to use the contact to pull Hades over and use that free space to wrap around the defense. But because that extra smoke comes out, it actually makes Exercise have to play before the attack. He has to be the one to initiate, which makes him a free kill. So really good utility usage, really good game plan at the B bomb site for G2 in this round to get themselves a 4th.
It's got to feel good if you're Snacks right now. 9-3 as well. The frightening in-game leader enters the conversation, Jason. That's how we're liking this right now from Snacks.
True. Got that hot start.
Up Banana they go. Body at the front. Hurls himself through that smoke. In behind the car. It's going to be Mobs. That shot, Body to go down. Snacks continues to mow down kills with the MP9. Mobs will slow them down with a Molotov, and Hades chimes in. So Gravity and Lucky left splintered.
They can get a plant still. Mobs only has 1 HP. He can die very, very quickly. Hunter's wrapping around to help provide some kind of safety, but just staying alive for that long is not bad from Mobs.
Here comes Hunter to try and clean up the rest. Not clean on the second, but certainly effective in taking both kills.
Yeah, nicely done. Good round put together from G2. Yet again, good resistance. This time showing a different look for the defense. 3D Max may be thinking, okay, if they're playing Banana passive, we'll come there with some numbers with this light buy. Unfortunately, G2's actually there at the point of attack. Hunter arriving just at the perfect moment. 3D Max still struggling. Yet to get started on this T side. A nice pistol round victory, but it's been 5 in a row since then for G2.
G2 will have Dust 2 as their comfort to rely upon for the second map of the series as well. So this is a great start from G2. Looking to try and continue the foundations that are being laid. Banana control comfortably in favor of G2 at the moment with all that utility. 3D Max want nothing to do with it.
A little bit of utility towards Banana just to keep the defense honest. Snacks and Mobs both there. Neither of them have budged forward just yet. Now Brackets control, but Hades finds one. That's over in Halls. Utility reigns in, and the 4 remaining members of 3D Max are stuck and seemingly confused.
Here's Hunter. Oh, it gets cleared. Body able to break him. Hades in the pit. Look at it. Strike with the AWP, but the grenade lands right at the top of his head. It's Heavy God inside of the smoke. They run right by him. That's the bomb. And Heavy God eventually taken out only after 1. So not enough done from G2 to feel mega comfortable here, but they've still got a retake opportunity.
That felt like such a really strong round from G2. I'm amazed that they're in this position. The flank from Snacks, the last thing they have left, and that's no longer there. Good shot from Maka, good awareness, watch in the back. And Mobs is going to have to give up the round and bail out in a 1v3. Second round from 3D Max.
Hey, you're right. It felt like that should have been better for G2.
I don't think they really knew what was happening in Brackets. Hunter making the information play in a 5-on-4, pushing up lane to like get that peek in towards Brackets and just kind of gets dropped. And then you have Hades in the pit, misses his shot. Then the utility barrage coming in. Just went bad to worse. But I think really, in my head, I'm like, I don't know if that information play at this point was really all that necessary. 5-on-4, you've picked off a player in Halls. Hades hasn't seen anything else. You could still set up the defensive crossfires and make it a very difficult site to take.
See Wassing getting the team fired up, the coach behind 3D Max. Looking to try and bring some energy, inject some energy into them. Possibly a flat start from them, and a round like that might just get you going.
I think it's easy if you're, as a team, if you win the pistol and lose the second round, to like spend the next 3 rounds in a little bit of like a disappointed daze, right? Energy just like 10% lower. Boost up at the half wall is going to be good for an opening kill. Okay, G2's got some attitude today.
Yeah, they've got some confidence, some cool play. Snacks starting to frag as well, 11 and 5. Really, really good stuff from Snacks. Over towards B so far in this game.
Yeah, looking rejuvenated with Hunter joining back up into the lineup after an event off. Proactive play, creative ideas, and good moves for opening kills have marked G2's first 7 rounds.
Well, they're going to go beyond the fire, and it's Snacks on the cleanup. All right, Snacks, 4 kills already in the round. And Exorcist held back behind the fire. Snacks is the star of the B bomb site. No one's seen it coming, but we're all here for it. Snacks will go and get the ace, and he will. All 5 for the in-game leader of G2.
Love to see it. Love to see it out of Snacks. What a great round from him. And I think on top of the fragging that he's bringing out, I think you got to give a little bit of credit over to Snacks and Taz, assuming the in-game leader and coach, and Hunter as well, as we know he's involved in coming up with game plans, because I feel like they have a really good read in terms of their prep. We know from watching 3D Max on this map, they like to go to the B-bomb site quite a bit. And if they have success there, they're going to keep going back to it until you shut it down. It feels to me like the game plan for G2 is a lot of times to kind of lean towards this B-bomb site with the 3rd player. We've seen a couple of different looks, really disruptive, not letting 3D Max get comfortable with the way they want to take Banana at all, showing different plays. He is just comedy. Comedy personified.
He's just loving life right now as well. Doesn't really get to sit at the top of the scoreboard all that often in this team. He's going to revel in the moment. And look what he's done to 3D Max's money. Put them down to 2 Galils, 3 pistols.
Thankfully, they have the full losing bonus built up already, so next round will be a spectacular buy. Not yet able to string rounds together. 3D Max, 2 wins in isolation. They've had some success on A finishes. The initial attack into the A bomb site has sometimes been a little bit hairy, but they've been able to close things out. But that was with rifles. And Hunter's just going to drop this Molotov as soon as he sees what's coming. Hades and CT spawn is going to be disconnected from this attack, so it's all on Heavy God and Hunter.
Heavy God turns and the flash, gets back to it, mows down 2 before getting traded. Hades is struck as well. Hunter waits in the bomb site. He actually managed to get 1 extra right at the end. That Lucky diving into the site, getting a plant at least. But as soon as he comes off the plant, they're ready to shut him down. And yeah, Heavy God bringing the intensity.
Yeah, that meant a lot to him. Great double kill on the exec. 7-2. G2 looking really strong to start Inferno.
If you're wondering the context of this game as well, loser eliminated, winner goes on into the lower final where they'll play against the winner of Gamer Legion or Furia.
The eyebrow raises make me feel like he's feeling a little bit stunned right now, or going through his head is kind of like, what's happening?
When
like
nothing's getting going right now at all.
This isn't the way it's supposed to happen. We're supposed to be winning some of these. We're in pretty good positions at some of these points. 5 rounds back, AK-47s come back in the hands of 3D Max.
It's going to start again here for G2. Going to play the rest of the round 5v4 up. Body getting caught. Snacks just swinging, confident in winning every fight he's taking.
I was going to say, you don't see that every day. Snacks feeling really good about this map so far. Oh, he's gone for another.
Oh my God, he's just wrecking him. He's unplayable right now, but they've offered it up.
Okay, maybe trying to do too much.
Yeah, a little bit too much. Gravity's going to pull a couple back here.
Looks silly, but Mobs has turned into the wall for the flashbang coming from Hunter. Just the timing of Gravity's play makes him look a little silly. Smoke up for the spawn arches. Hunter still has a Molotov, but doesn't want to give away his position at New Box. So the op will walk around and keep track of anyone trying to cross. Hunter will peek on contact.
Oh, Gravity. Another great shot from him, and Hades having to pull this back. So Exercise left 1v2. Bomb planted in front of the coffins. Hades looking to close him down. Opens up the coffins and throws Exorcise in. It's the defuse and the recovery to the round. Could have been a lot cleaner for G2, but Gravity makes it messy.
I mean, fair play. Gravity also, I mean, he hits a banger on Hunter. Hunter's just jiggle peeking for information. He wants nothing to do with that fight at that point. He's trying to lure them into the crosshair of his teammate of Hades with the AWP. So, I mean, just a brilliant shot from Gravity. A little bit of luck that play is being set up. 8-2, it's a 6-round lead.
This is now getting into disastrous territory for 3D Max. Still a chance to recover the half at 8-4. Need the final 2 rounds here. I feel like Mak has played this entire half of just having to be on a Khalil all the time. That's a great opening. Body just straight through the smoke. Mobs to be taken out.
Decent amount of unconfirmed damage over to 3D Max though, so it can still get, there could still be some multi-kills easily lined up, especially with the way Snacks has been playing thus far. Hades pressure with the smoke on Rap side. Exercise and Gravity trying to get this side of the attack moving so they can have a B split. 1 for 1.
Well, Snacks is still here. The God Emperor of the B-bomb site. Well, deserved. But Lucky, Hunter's turn, and okay, a double off the boost. Mac and Lucky both down. Hunter goes for 3, but Body's gonna win it. And now Heavy God to the clutch. The 1v2 as he tries to get up through Banana, but Gravity already had the up on him. And a 3rd round win here for 3D Max.
I know, I kind of hate the way that round actually ended up and close out though. I would have liked to have seen that 2v2 actually played. Like Hunter, back off, let your teammate get a little bit closer, get a new point of attack. Found a fight, though, and didn't want to give it up. That's one way to get an opening, through the smoke. Tracking the tracers. Hunter does everything he can, but he's got time. Smoke is still up. He can back away, fall back, play passively. Gravity, if Hunter doesn't go down, Gravity has to commit to the B bomb site to keep his teammates safe for the plant, which opens up the avenue for Heavy God. I think that one just kind of got away from Hunter and ends up being misplayed.
Max once again funneled away from Banana. Going to focus their priorities in taking over bracket control. Hades spots out his opponent, unable to connect the shot, and is going to retreat back into the archway.
Looked like it hit, I'll be honest.
It was pretty close. Grenade to disperse the... Ooh, the archway smokes, but it's Hunter with 3 inside of the site, making a 4th from Hunter. Just lucky left. And that is one hell of a half from G2. Snacks and Hunter with some big rounds, and they hold them at 3 rounds max.
You're listening to 97.9 IEM coming at you live from Dallas. It's Only Bangers Wednesday as we have a hot tune bringing us into the second half of 3D Max G2. How many of you at home had Snacks with 18 kills in the first half on your bingo card today? That's what I want to know.
Not many. Bingo is not a popular game among our listeners, Jason. But you know what is? Snacks, he's back. We've got a new superstar in the studio today, apparently. Let's see how long it lasts. Maybe it's a one-hit wonder. A one-half wonder, maybe.
We'll find out. Could be over quick. Oh, the uppercut up mid, but it's a stack.
And Snacks at the front of the attack, and it's going to be Mobs on the double kill. Maka running out of bullets, so go for the reload and getting back into the arches as they cross over and Mobs hunts him down.
What?
The Guatemalan guillotine rolled out again, and the French all too familiar as Lucky is going to fall just outside of the library.
Ace.
And that is all 5 from Mobs.
All right, Snacks got an ace in the last half. Mobs got one in this half. G2 individually is rolling.
Wrap it up.
Nothing 3D Max can do.
Throw in the towel. This is one hell of a game so far from G2. A one-way street.
You turn that corner, you see 3. You know you're in for a fight. And Mobs happy to descend into the madness. Getting all 5 kills.
Bang.
Snacks didn't even look at him.
No, he's like, I've already done that ace.
I know, he's like,
I've
been there, bro.
Not even the first ace today from our team. Maka in the bedroom. He's got 3 dudes coming along too. They're going to be going down the hallway and looking to enter into the A bomb site. Maka's not going to spot them. And G2 have populated the A bomb site, which is the opposite side of the map as to what 3D Max have stacked. A nice shot from Maka. A little upgrade. You'll grab that. It's a Galil now in his hands.
Hades is sad. But that's not going to create anything with just these USPs. Third round buy coming in for 3D Max. So I think really all you can do, set up for some exit kills. See if you can pounce and maybe grab an extra rifle on the way out. Maybe any SMG that's going to be valuable. Maka falls. That's the Galil recovered by Mobs. And Mac-10 chewing up the unarmored USPs. 11-3 in the favor of G2. It's looking like the complete opposite of the rock bottom that I thought we were going to get today.
New heights, Jason.
Yeah, we're back.
Well, still giving out the high fives, keeping the morale high. But this really is it. This is their only shot.
Yeah, This if you can't do this, it's toast. Honestly.
Otherwise, everybody will be calling you 3 rounds max for the rest of the day.
I was trying to find like a creative and fun way of explaining that concept of just being like, they're screwed if they lose this round.
No, but that's probably
it really
the best
is all
way of
there is.
putting it.
Yeah, it's all you got, really. No kits. Some utility stockpiled for the B player, but you're missing some crucial pieces spread across the team. G2 going to continue marching forward in aggressive timing.
Ooh, Mobs cut down. Heavy got the respawn. Hunter and the follow-up is exercise from Boiler. Manages to keep his team in this fight. Keeps him in the fray. And it's only a little bit of a delay as they run right into Hades. The Mac-10 shreds them, and G2 up to map point.
Oh, man, he's almost surprised to hear the dink come out in the smoke. He's got to do a double take to come back into it, and nothing going right for 3D Max. They are stunned now. It looked like it earlier, but for sure, they're wondering what the hell happened on Inferno.
Okay, guys.
12-3. A third and final timeout used by 3D Max. Not much to talk things over. You're going to go through the motion. If you're the coach, you're pulling together all that fake hype and fake positivity you possibly can.
I've seen it. You guys are so capable of pulling off this massive comeback into overtime by the power of belief. But right now, it looks like Dust 2 is just around the corner, and we might just be sprinting there. Snacks looking to break the 20-kill barrier with 16 rounds just starting now. Look at the buy as well for 3D Max here. You've got
it's not pretty.
5-7, 3 MP9s. It's going to be Heavy God to come out on top. Snacks in a banana. Not going to get his 20th kill, at least yet, as Maka and Lucky, the final 2 members of 3D Max. And it really is a very dominant showing here from G2.
Hey, Snacks doesn't have his 20 yet, so nobody win the round until Snacks gets to 20.
Someone has to let him have it. Is it going to be you, Lucky? Snacks has gone all the way back to the bottom of the T-stairs.
Oh, he's fourth in line. It's not going to be. It's not going to be easy.
Don't worry. Mac is going to get like 3 kills. Nax is going to have to trade it.
Okay, I like that. Hunter waiting patiently.
All right. So this is the first from Mac. Nope. Hunter.
Yes, it is.
Yep, it is. So AK-47 picked up. Mac now alone though because Lucky's gone.
Go for it, Snacks. Sprint. Get after it.
I don't feel like he cares about this as nearly as much as we do. And it's going to be a G2 13-3 victory over 3D Max. And it's an elimination game right now for 3D Max, and they have been stunned. They've been blanked. There is no energy on the server, no chance as G2 dominate them on Inferno. 3D Max's map pick is gone. To bounce back and stay alive in Dallas, they have to completely wake up and get back into the series on Dust 2.
Now, Maka, obviously your first opponent, G2, ranked number 9th in terms of ARS. You guys, number 10th. Do you feel like it's going to be a pretty close matchup today?
I think so. It's like elimination match. It's always close matchup, especially against like teams like G2. And I think we kind of struggle to put like easy fights. It's always tough game. So yeah.
In terms of you being ranked number 10th in those VRS points, do you feel like the community gives you enough respect considering you are on the fringes of making it into that top 10 consistently? Or do you feel like maybe you're a little bit underrated as a team?
I don't know. By the community, I would say we're underrated because we like the VRS rank is not like the HHV rank it used to be. So people are like, yeah, it's different. So to earn it, we have to show we are able to make it to playoff or to fight for the playoffs.
And how confident are you feeling today that you'll manage to do that with what could be 2 marathon games ahead of you?
I'm feeling, for myself, I feel as much confident as I was yesterday. I felt pretty good during this event. And I think the team can only show like better CS that we showed the last 2 games. So I'm pretty confident. I think people slept well. We have less jet lag now because, of course, between Europe and NA is like 7 hours. So now I think it's going to be better today.
Yeah, jet lag can be a pretty rough beast to deal with. When I was catching up with Body in the vibe check earlier, he was saying, you know, in terms of individuals on G2, they've got some strong ones, but he feels like 3D Max have a better team unit to be presenting. Do you agree with that?
Yeah, totally. I think we are like a good French group, and it feels like they are not the same group as they used to be with Monesi and Nico. I don't know. From the outside, I feel they're a bit maybe disappointed about themselves. But for us, we don't care. We just focus on ourselves and we try to show the best of ourselves.
Thank you so much, Maka. Best of luck.
Yeah, 3D Max, more like 3 rounds max, caused by the Snacks attack even. Like, there was quite a bit of a in
well
that.
Done, well done.
Yeah, it's not really the start they wanted in this series by any stretch of the imagination. 13-3 doesn't really bode too well on the opening map of what is a lifeline game for you.
Yeah, I mean, but what we heard from G2 before the game from Heavy God play as a team, I mean, he was right. Everyone was, stepping up and contributing. There are so many multi-frags going down the board. Maybe a few people had a little bit more contribution than others. Snacks, notably, was kind of on fire. He was getting a lot of those opening kills. He was shutting down Banana. That was on lock.
Snacks, 18 frags in the first half. Okay, Malbs, that second pistol was beautiful.
Yeah,
but Snacks,
a nice little ace there.
Yeah, well, I mean, we have some aces, and the truth is, it's not every day you see Snacks running around with a 5-7.
Yeah, this round here, going through a smoke, just forcing that round 2, your opponents on CT side are on a force buy, and going into Snacks' 5-7. I mean, that's really what kind of launched G2 into the performance that they had, and we're getting to see Snacks with more multi-kill rounds, another 4K in here. He's just swinging from spawn and getting these kills, but it felt like constantly 3D Max just tried to force these really bad executes, ill-timed, never really forced a round to actually play out and develop in a mid-round into a late round. Like, they never went for like an opening kill or opening positioning, then transition to another area, and then decided to do an ending then. No, they need to just group and end. And it's like, come on, man. You can't do that against these. Like, when we talk about G2 and what they're missing, we talk about Star Opera in the form of Monesi. He's gone. We're talking about Nico, who's really good in these mid rounds and clutch situations, moving around and honestly just like doing it all. And we look to Malbs, can he fill these shoes? But if you don't even like make it difficult for these guys, if you're just gonna walk straight up into a site and try to run through a smoke multiple times, like, brother, throw a flash, peek and clear the corners, like, play out a round. None of that happened from the side of 3D Max, and it just looked easy for G2.
Yeah, it did. There was a certain point there, that threshold of ease just kept getting easier and easier even, it seemed like, for G2. That gap just kept expanding almost, and there was no way to really fight back in this if you're 3D Max. Now, the inverse operation of that is looking at where we go from here. That was a 3D Max pick. Did we move on now to Dust 2?
Yeah,
Good
I mean,
luck.
Maka was saying they're as confident as they were yesterday. There's less jet lag now. And he was saying that they have a better team unit than G2 has. And look, maybe the Nico and Monesi bromance was something that they're kind of like looking at, but I've seen these guys, walking around together, having food together and laughing together. These guys enjoy each other's company on the side of G2. So whatever's going on for the side of 3D Max, I feel like they can take a few notes from how G2 hangs out outside the games. And, they talk about, I think it was like, put in a word how you describe your team, and it's like funny. These guys just like laughing and having a good time with each other out of the game as well.
Which is a lot of the momentum that you need as a vibe, as a team, to find success in this game. It is a team game after all. Speaking of the game itself, we do have another map ahead of you. That is a little bit of G2 taking on 3D Max. We're looking at Dust 2. It will be going on the other side of this break. But before we do that, we had Freya go down there and check in on the Impact League. What happened?
Now, we've got quite a lot going on here in Dallas today. We're downstairs because it is media day for ESL Impact. This is going to be a very exciting tournament, right, Haku?
Yes, again, we have like 8 teams from around globe. 4 of them are from Europe, 2 are from South America, and 2 are from North America. I would say maybe an interesting thing is that we actually have a fully French team, which is something new. So French CS is not dead.
Okay. In terms of key storylines coming into this event, maybe for those who aren't familiar with the happenings of Impact, who is the heavy favorite right now? Is there a heavy favorite?
Yes, there is. It's definitely Imperial. Like, they have not lost a single Impact. This is our 4th time just coming to Dallas since 2022, and we had like other events, and they have not lost yet on the big stage.
That's crazy. So they're like the vitality of the Impact.
Even more. They're more like an IP. Like, with the 87-0, literally that's them.
That's wild. Is there any kind of underdogs that maybe we should keep our eye out on that could maybe not upset Imperial, because that sounds wild, but maybe make a dent in the competition?
I kind of want to see like NIP against Imperial in the grand final, and the reason for that is because in NIP it's Vilga who's IGLing because she used to be on Imperial, so there's a storyline, you know, like there's some history there.
Any individual players that we should keep an eye on as well? If we want to see some crazy highlights going down, maybe some Hail Mary plays, who are we looking at?
Anna.
Yeah.
No one but Anna. I mean, she has been like the player of the year in 22 and 23, like literally like every year. So Anna all the way.
She's got every single accolade you could get,
Yes.
and then some on top of it. Do you want to make a bold prediction maybe for this event, or is it going to be Imperial taking the trophy again?
Bold prediction with, I know, like Imperial. I would say, honestly, if it's not going to be Imperial, they're going to make my life so easy because imagine like, what is like already 8 trophies? What do you even ask them on the stage at this point? Like literally, like what do you even ask? They're so good. You're just like, for the 8th time, you're like, why? You're so good. It doesn't really work. If we get someone else, it's going to be a new storyline. And it's going to be more questions for the next event.
Question for you, Haku. Where can everybody catch all of this going down? What days is this happening? And where's the grand final going to be?
Oh, so this time the format is a little bit different. Instead of having like 3 days, we do 4 days because the grand final is going to be on the big stage in Dallas before the grand final of IEM.
That's going to be super exciting. Thank you so much for your time, Haku. Cannot wait to see how it goes down. And yeah, super excited for it.
Agent Viper reporting. Target in sight.
Copy, Viper. We've been expecting you.
Stages don't get bigger than this. Let's get it on! Biggest stage in Counter-Strike! 10 years Counter-Strike is becoming here. Mind-melting from Rutiris. The cathedral of Counter-Strike! 10 years in the making, conquering the cathedral!
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
All right, we're Dallas ready, and we're here now with twists, and we're gonna do first to 100. You gotta kill 100 bots. You have 2 different rounds to do it in, 50 each. Do you think you're ready?
I'm ready.
Okay, as soon as I hit this bell, you're gonna go, okay?
I am ready.
You are ready?
Yeah.
Ready?
Yeah.
Ooh, straight to it, snappy. It's like you wake up and you're just like ready to go at all times. Is that true?
Yeah, I think so.
You gotta do a little bit better than that. I think a little bit slow on the side.
Oh, sorry.
Oh, man.
Oh, man. I'm missing so many. It's not my mouse, guys. It's not my mouse.
It's not your mouse. What is this excuse? Oh my God, you can give this guy no sleep at all. He is fired up. Wow, this is the quickest one I've seen so far. Oh, there you go. What did you get there? 25.70?
25 seconds.
Oof. 24.06 for the first run. Actually, that's not too bad, you know?
22 seconds.
22.1.
Yeah.
22.1 on the first. All right.
21.89. I think that's the record for the day. You must feel pretty good about this run, right?
Yeah.
You think you could go faster than that?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, I think I will do better on the second
Okay, because that was kind
okay,
of...
but could be better.
That was okay. That was garbage. You need to do way better than that, okay?
How do you feel about that?
Not really good.
Not great?
what can I say? I'm trying my best with the
Yeah,
resolution.
no, this is the thing. You're representing AWPers. You're representing Europe right now.
All right, ready, set.
You know, wired mouse is like, it's not as easy as it once was.
A good worker never blames his tools.
That's actually true.
Does the ear ring still with this whistle in your ear?
No, I'm not old like you.
Oh, what the hell? Okay.
Sorry, coach. I am not fast.
It's about the accuracy here.
But you're slowing down a little bit. Oh no, the time, no! Ah, you can't let your foot off the gas. 23:27.
I can do it definitely
27.
That is not good.
0.04. Unhappy with your performance today, or what are we feeling?
I'm not happy. What can I do? I need to play better. 24.5.
See? You do better when you shit talk.
Yeah.
24.5. Gonna bounce back from this?
Yeah, I think so. I just need to be prepared.
Be prepared, okay? That's what Scar always said in The Lion King. Be prepared.
Steele has a job as a gym coach, I think. That was impressive.
Be prepared.
Be prepared indeed. And that's what 3D Max need to be for Dust 2, because they got absolutely destroyed in the opening map of Inferno. They didn't look prepared at all. As Snacks came in, he just stomped all over them. We had a little bit of Hunter action at the end as well. But now we have to see a completely different showing from the French. Otherwise, they're going home.
Yeah, and it's going to have to take place on G2's home map. Just 2 being picked up here. Let's see what G2 has in store for this 3D Max team, who's trying desperately not to get eliminated. That is the goal of all the teams attending IEM Dallas, not to get eliminated early. And Pistol Round is live. We've got Smoke Flash on Snacks, Smoke Flash Nade on Maka.
Just around that corner is Exercise, and he's waiting for Heavy God to come towards him. He's got Mobs at the front. The last time Mobs played a pistol round, it was an ace for him. He's gone out. Oh, he's gone. Straight away, first death. Heavy got to trade it with a P250.
It's all good.
He needs to be careful.
As long as Snacks doesn't die, he's got the utility for the fake. This looks like they want to fake the long push and have the bomb walk into the B site. So good on Snacks for staying passive, staying back, not going down early. Here's the smoke for the cross. I think they'll probably need one more kill. Oh, not going to get it, so the fake is not going to be sold.
Lucky. Oh, no. Not pretty whatsoever. All those shots go into the void, and we've got the bomb going into the B bomb site now for G2.
Should be a fast retake. They know Snacks is far away.
Well, Hunter's going to play at the window. Window of opportunity opens up. He comes right back into the site. It's just one for Hunter before being traded by Gravity, so it's Hades to step up in his stead. And Gravity now with a clutch. And he's not allowed to get one step closer as Hades nails it from behind the box, and we have got the pistol for G2.
Taking a couple of days, it feels like, for Hades to get back in the swing of things, too. He's stepping into the stand-in situation with the departure of Monacy, and Opera was needed on this G2 team. So he's been brought in and showed some cool things in various teams in the past. I feel like this event, he's been slow to get started. Awkward situation coming into a team that's in disarray. It'd be awesome to see him have a big performance for G2 here on Dust 2, here in this second map. And a B rush.
Yeah, quick attack into the B side. Here comes Mac into the window. Not going to be out of position to stop it. And at this point, save, because you've got nothing going into the next round. It's really difficult to see a world in which you even get close to making this competitive. Might as well hang on to what you've got.
Yeah, and doing anything here. Probably not even easy to line up for any exit kills.
All right, so usually when you get blanked on a map, you get destroyed. We always say, you know, it'd be great for you to come into this next map and get a good start, get a pistol under your belt, the conversion, and try and shake off that rust from the first map of play. But 3D Max don't get that opportunity here. They're going to have to start winning on gun rounds. And they really did not look solid in those over on Inferno.
Nothing to get their minds past Inferno really quickly on this map so far. So yeah, going to be a bit of a hole, although it's nice that they could actually contend for round number 3. It can be dangerous with 2 MP9s and the 5.7s. More than anything, I think it's not really just the loss. It's not even really just the beatdown that G2 gave him on Inferno. It's the fact that that's their map pick. It's a map they've enjoyed playing against pretty much every team. And I think G2 is so good individually, and I think the game plan probably made 3D Max feel like they were a step behind. So it might be an uncomfortable feeling across the team as this series continues. They'll have to shake that loose with a few successful rounds. Hunter chucks the utility, backs off. There is lower dark aggression, exercise in gravity.
Well, they're clearing the tunnels right now, and 3D Max realize there's no one here, no one home from G2.
Yeah, G2, I mean, I don't think they should be so concerned that they need to, like, emergency speed up. But they're taking their time with this, which they have to realize with all 5 players here is conceding the entirety of the rest of the map. So, I mean, if you're a G2 player, like, you're feeling comfortable, you're feeling confident, but you also know you're in for a fight when you eventually get to the bomb site itself, because most of 3D Max's players are likely to be here.
Oh my God, okay, Snacks.
Damn.
Nice shot.
He's having himself a day.
He is having a great day. No one's gonna spoil his party. Hunter, okay, that's pretty easy. Holds down mouse one and gets himself a double kill and exercise of body. And 3-0 start here for G2 on Dust 2.
Not a great sign if you want to see the individuals of 3D Max come alive. Just considering, I mean, 4 players had armor, 4 players have investment, no kills, not even really any good looks, not even really any good fights. Here's that sick shot from Snacks. That's crazy. Oh. Yeah, wipe that hand off.
Yeah, filthy.
We feeling clean today.
Well, we went 2 different directions.
We did go 2 different directions. Isn't that the same thing, though? It's fine. It's fine.
So filthy, it was clean. And we've got Body getting a grenade kill to open things up. And Mob's going to trade it back. And look at the speed of G2.
Think of the deaths Maka's taken so far in this game.
Okay, Exercise at least plugging the gap here, slowing G2 down, forcing them to respect him a little bit more in this round. Snacks, though, doesn't really care all that much. The Scout going to chime in for another. Body to fall. And the round will settle into a G2 favor because look how low gravity is as well in the jump up boxes.
Yeah, he can't do anything. He's just tracking. There's the jump up. Had a chance at it, but it was always desperate. And Lucky's got a fallback. No chance to go for this. Maybe, actually, he has gotten M4. Yeah, there's nothing you can do. So 4-0 for G2. This is, I mean, the only difference from the first map is that 3D Max won the opening pistol on Inferno, and then G2 just kind of spanked him and went on a run. Now we're just going on a run right out of the gate.
Yeah, very worrying times right now for 3D Max.
Maka's taken a couple brutal deaths. We saw the Snack Scout shot at the A bomb site. Now Malbs turns the corner with a Galil and takes him down with the AWP and no head armor in the first 2 bullets he fires.
Terrorists win.
Rough start to get into the game. 4-0.
Let's go.
Nice, Olas. Good move. Good boys. Nice.
Feels like a vastly different G2 with Hunter now back in the team.
Leadership figure in the squad. Yeah, and Snacks also fragging is a different story. Let's enjoy it while it lasts. We've got Hades taking damage early on, half of his health gone, and Maka moving up into mid.
Yeah, he sees the bloodstains and he's like, I want to go for a little bit more. Calling out that he tagged the AWPer. Running his escape route back to Catwalk. So a nice early start with that chip damage onto Hades, but still massive advantages for G2.
Here goes Lucky, stepping into the tunnel, set up by Flashbang and cut down by Malbs. G2 with the opening kill and no real resistance.
Both these teams will be in attendance at the Austin Major coming up in a couple weeks, so trying to fix some of the last issues they have. G2 is going to be starting at stage 3 with that number 6 seed over in Europe. 3D Max going to be starting in stage 2 as the number 9 seed from Europe.
Well, it's a good thing G2 are there. Getting into stage 3 would have been a tough fight getting through some of the lower stages, maybe stage 2 in particular.
Yeah, with the way that it's looked recently, yeah, as far deep as you can start, G2's going to be thanking their stars they got that going for them.
Well, it's going to be Heavy God coming out on top of the pick. Exercise going to go down. A body at least getting a kill here for 3D Max. Might get another one too, combining with Gravity inside the middle. Hunter's overwhelmed.
You might as well go for this because you're buying in the next round. You've got plenty of time. Maybe that smoke dissuades him, but for the moment, Body is still looking like he wants to come for this. Going to move his way out towards long, set up for the exit. So 3D Max calling it off. There was a chance, I think, before that smoke popped on Catwalk. But happy to take the salvaged weapons into the next round. It's going to be 5-0 in the favor of G2.
Well, the memes kind of write themselves. Have only been 3 rounds won today by 3D Max.
Yeah, it's an 18-3 run.
Is that all they get? 3 rounds, Jason?
No, you can't call that. You can't call a blank. You can't call a goose egg.
Could be. Reminiscing getting on the mic again. He had a lot of efforts to try and rally the troops over on Inferno. None of them really transpired.
Well, thankfully it's a new map. You have a whole new set of talking points, a whole new playbook to dive into in these timeouts. And this game hasn't quite gotten away with you that it feels hopeless. But certainly while he's calling out these tactics in the back of his mind, he's thinking none of it's going to matter if the players don't wake up individually. Still a very quiet day from all 5 of the 3D Max players. No one who can even come close to matching what Malbs put out on Inferno, what Snacks put out on Inferno. And still haven't gotten this Dust 2 started with a round win. CT side struggling. Mako with the op, same with Hades. Is going to drop down, not take the peek towards mid, just looking for a lower push. Smoked off, so he's going to have to call that he has no information. And then it's up to Malbs and Hunter to handle.
Maka finally getting to wield the op. What will you be able to do with it though? As they cross over the doors, it's a first missed shot. The Malbs will mount the Xbox with Hunter in behind him.
Okay, well they've given up Catwalk control, so Body and Exercise and even Maka kind of need to get aggressive on Catwalk to be able to control this. This round is decided in this fight.
Three players on Cat for 3D Max. This is going to be tough to break apart. Body's going to step up first.
That's actually huge. Hunter can't even take the fight.
Oh, this shot too.
Hades needed that. He's
got it.
Oh, Hunter traded off. But now the long play, up in the bomb site. The mid portion of the attack is gone. And Heavy God, there's no smoke to cross. Oh, G2's stuck. They got nothing in this round.
Fire in the site, 30 seconds left. Heavy God still trying to force them away from the bomb site, but there's so many targets. And 3D Max, they're going to collect themselves their first round here on Dust 2.
Oh, that's the coach coming over and saying, thank you so much. Thank you so much for doing what we talked about during the timeout. Thank you for executing the tactic perfectly. Thanking you for your production.
Yes, everyone. High fives. Yes,
Yeah.
let's go.
He's going to smile on while he's doing it, too. That's
a round.
That's a feel-good round. As a coach, you're just like, I called a timeout. I called a tactic. We won the round. I've done my job.
Now you do yours.
Yeah.
Oh, damn. That was a heavy hit from the God.
It's got some power in it.
Oof, solid. Here comes Exercise. Looking to keep up the momentum from the last round victory as 3D Max come out with a 2-man opener.
Oh, what's this Death Slam look like? Heavy God just spent his whole round blinded, and now nothing's working. Maka nails the shot over towards Catwalk, and 5 players still standing for 3D Max, all of them with 100 HP. And a win like this in this stage and a half is exactly what you need to stabilize moving forward.
For G2, this feels a little frustrating. You're pretty much frozen for over a minute with nowhere to go and no real opportunity in the round. Let's see how many players you can bring down with you.
I mean, they have money. I almost would like to see them just group up and go for kills. That or, I mean, they still could just back away and save this, which wouldn't be the worst thing in the world. But if you're going to stick around and go for a round, like, actually group up, because kills at this point can be impactful. Forcing those rebuys. Hades coming back towards long. There's going to be about 30 seconds left on the clock.
That's what's on the clock right now.
And they're backing off.
And they retreat to save the AWP and the AK. All right, 3D Max with a clean round. All 5 players staying up.
Flawless victory.
Not even a point of damage.
That is what flawless means, yes.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Jason.
I'm sorry.
It
felt unnecessary as I said it.
You know, sometimes it's fun to run over your co-commentator and the boss.
5-2. It's a 3-round lead. But again, plenty of money for the G2 side of things. Plenty of cash build up during that 5-round streak. So they can buy as the losing bonus grows.
I want to see another heavy smash.
You think he says that as he smashes?
Heavy smash! Yeah,
exactly.
that was kind of a special move. That'd be kind of sick. I think you should really start leaning into that. There's some great brand power. You can start selling some little heavy god
go in like
plushies.
The Hulk direction.
Yeah, exactly. The Hulk of Counter-Strike. Heavy god.
Well, Snacks calling 4 players to the B-bomb site early. Deep nade in. Good chunk. Good chip damage. But as the smoke comes in and Hades doesn't get a look, G2's going to back off towards middle. Where Body's aggressive at Xbox, and Gravity has the ability to turn, spin on a dime.
All right, so Snacks lining up the mid door smoke. It's going to pop out, but already plenty of players from 3D Max already beyond the door smoke.
And now we're a minute into the round and nobody from G2 knows that Gravity and Body control middle. I think even 3D Max is kind of like, what the hell? Like, this is a weird Dust 2 round where just nobody's come middle at all? So a fake execute at the B bomb site to set up Snacks and Heavy God for the close.
40 seconds. The bomb is now coming out long, creeping up into the A bomb site that has just been vacated.
No smoke for the cross, though.
No smoke for the cross, but it is just one player watching it exercise. Now forced off the angle to try and get across. Bullets peppering them, but the bomb makes it across. Body goes down inside of the lower tunnels. Plank coming in, Snacks locking it in. The jump shots, the damage being done, but the plant still comes in. And Hunter's still fighting. Through mid he will go. Snacks chiming in. And around the back of CT spawn, it's Hunter to collect the final 2.
What a crazy, chaotic round that G2 just brought to bear. That's actually a really cool round the way it's played. But I think 3D Max more than anything had to be stumped. I mean, certainly when the fake B hit comes in, they have no clue what's going on as the long cross occurs. But more than anything, man, it's that mid push where you just see nothing for an entire round. A weird one from G2 confuses 3D Max. And Taz has got his boys back to the winning way. 6-2, 4-round lead. Elimination on the line for 3D Max on Dust 2. A loss here, they're eliminated from IEM Dallas. G2 moves on to try and qualify again in the future for the playoffs. Third map would be Nuke if 3D Max can take us there, but nothing that's making that feel likely at the moment.
No, not too much at all. Not too far off landing that one for Hades. 3D Max cut long and fire, but here's Maka. Oh, great shot. Just in the top of Hunter's head. And rips it right off the top. So advantage siding with 3D Max, at least for the time being. Is there going to be a response? It's the heavy smash to the head of Exercise. 4v4 off the back of that as numbers go even again, and we've got plenty of time.
Mid to be smoke from Hades, the only one in middle. That AWP will have to go passive, but he's got a lot to worry about because no one's watching for the long push. Nobody's watching for the catwalk push, so Hades got to back away into some safety. And he's going to get caught. Oh, good win. Holds his nerve on the trigger. And Body's going to sink back away from the double doors. It's Lucky alone at car. Body now joining up at double doors. Defense gets stronger.
Yeah, Body coming to back him up. His bodyguard. With 40 seconds left, flashes go down in front of him. Smoke to follow up. Lucky hides behind the car and still gets away with one. Eventually, Heavy Guard comes in to clear him. Body through the window, dropping down into the site. Two right in front of him. Good headshot from Heavy Guard. Even though he takes damage on board, still stands strong. And we've got Maka coming through the window.
He wants one or quick. He's going to try and give this one
spotted.
up. Oh,
yeah, I mean, you've got to give it up now.
I don't know if he's going to be able to make it. Hades already wrapping around towards double doors, and Snack says, nope, I'm pushing. I ain't letting you get anywhere close to saving that up. 3D Max banged out 7-2 going into round number 10, and there might have to be a timeout from the 3D Max side of things. 3 players with cash, 2 not so much. So got to decide how they want to do things, but I guess at this stage of the game, you sort of just have to buy. Down 2-7, there's only 3 rounds remaining.
Yeah, throw everything you've got, push it all in. See if you can ignite something for the rest of this half.
Didn't spot anything on the jump for lower dark. But Hunter understands the situation, not entirely confident of the money, so he's approaching the B-holes very carefully. Staying outside, in fact, just in case of a push. Long control for G2, and on a round like this, it just feels like that's going to be the easy call to make for Snacks. Pull everyone over to the room, to the map control that Malbs already has. Let Hunter play for himself. And now we descend into this game at long A of trying to pull out and burn all the counter nades for 3D Max, while keeping just enough utility yourself for the cross and execute. And during this time, it's like Hunter has a decision to make. Like, he's got to figure out how he wants to play this round. Does he want to fall back to T-spawn and eventually like go towards middle, maybe link up with them, maybe be a late long player? At the moment, he's choosing to stick around. He's almost like going to like flank the flankers. He's like going to flank the guy who clears out tunnels, gives all the information over to 3D Max, which is Lucky. But the hit's got to come in first. 35 seconds.
A little bit of flank-on-flank action.
Normally got to pay double for that.
30 seconds on the clock, such limited time.
Lucky makes his move, so does Hunter.
Oh, spam down through the smokes, do a little bit of extra damage. Finished off by Lucky. So G2 down a member. Hunter trying to accelerate to get back in to help his teammates, and he does get that kill. Snacks alongside of him. 10 seconds, limited time. Another shot needed to land. Hades doesn't get it. And now Snacks is just fighting his way forward as that bomb goes down. It's all about the elimination, and Hunter with 2 of, oh my goodness. Gravity's not near him, but nice little transfer. Unfortunately, the time, it was the issue. And 3D Max get an extra round to work with.
Yeah, G2 really playing these last 2 rounds extremely slow. And this time there's all the defensive smokes up in the A bomb site, protecting a player over in Goose, allowing them to swing wide on Catwalk. Enough players from G2 go down on the cross, and immediately after that, they can be confident standing in the open and taking heads-up fights. First time out called by Taz. It's been mostly smooth sailing for the G2 guys. Even when they've encountered obstacles, they've been able to overcome it without his help. Now, at the end of the half, gonna try and get them geared up for these last 2 rounds.
Considering the start of the half, considering the start of the series, 5 rounds would not be bad at all here for 3D Max. Let's see if they can go and get it. They've still got to deal with the goodbye here from G2. Still got to deal with Hades on the AWP. 4 AK-47s. Default stance from G2. They just spread out. Hunter into the tunnels. He's not there alone. He's got Malbs with him.
Utility for lower control, trying to help out his boys in the halls. Malbs drops down, sees nothing. Molotov hasn't burned anyone into the open. Hunter there with him playing the buddy system. They've got plenty of space up catwalk. Exercise defending long. Body playing at car between the bomb site and long. Maka at the A site itself.
Yeah, we have 55 seconds remaining here. And G2 still just going through the motions. You see that lurch smoke at the end of the tunnels being thrown out by Hunter. Trying to keep Lucky on notice, keep him pinned on the B bomb site. It's not just Lucky, he's got Gravity there with him.
Yeah, Hunter can't possibly know that, but 2 defenders at the B bomb site is perfect for what G2 want to execute. There's a defensive smoke.
They're going to drop back, perhaps.
Okay, they'll commit one. This might be Mobs dropping down into CT spawn. I think that's the only play they can make. Mid to B split. Here's the drop. Nobody's home. So it's going to be smooth sailing. Gravity goes down. And best of luck, Lucky.
Yeah, well, he goes into the tunnels. He's only got an MP9. And they're just going to go and check that, realizing this is a possibility. Eventually should be able to take him down. That plant is going to come in with 9 seconds left on the clock. I think G2 execute the B play.
I think it's got to be a save. You have no money for next round if you're 3D Max and you're completely out of position. You're completely in a place where you can't do anything. You have no utility. You've only got 1 kit. So now it's all on G2. They don't have money either, so the hunt might not happen, but Mob's able to find one from his position. Every gun you take away is super valuable if you're G2. But I think that one is all they'll get.
3D Max realize how important it is to hold on, so they get into the longhouse. They're going to save on to 2 rifles, 1 MP9. But the dream of 5 rounds in this first half disappears for 3D Max.
It's been a pretty cool half. I mean, it's a blowout. It's not close, not the most exciting Counter-Strike just yet. 3D Max haven't provided that sort of energy, but I've liked some of the calling out of Snacks. There's been some 2 or 3 really cool rounds out of G2, I think, in this half. Playing well. You add on a nice Hunter performance. 13 kills.
Yeah, had a good first map as well.
Actually, it feels like a very low fragging game. But that's not based in any kind of mathematical or scientific evidence. Just a general
feeling.
Sense and emotion that I have at the moment.
Yeah, there's been a number of saves. We got Snacks going for the opening, kill it short. He's gonna do a little bit of damage, then drop the Molotov. The rest of his teammates are gonna be stacked at B. And look who it is. It's Unlucky, holding the MP9.
He might change his name after this map.
Yeah, he's gonna give it a good go, but Heavy God smashes through 2. Snacks in middle. Body's gonna walk right into him. And a 3 versus 3 off the back of that kill, and now you have to go for a last round of the half, so give it a good go.
You've got 2 more smokes if you're G2. They're just going to replenish 2 smokes, I mean, maybe 1 door, 1 tunnels, although Hades with the off, yeah, they're not smoking this off. He's been spotted. Not going to be an easy fight for Exercise, but he's stuck in it. He can't give up this battle. He's just got to take the engagement.
Missed shot from Hades. Goes back again, misses again. And now an opening for 3D Max to get back into this retake. Hunter is low in HP.
Yeah, woof.
He's going to rely on Heavy God to be the main impact player here. He's going to play under the window. Still held at bay. We're starting to run low on time for 3D Max. If they want to make this happen, they get back in. Body descending, takes down Heavy God, and Exercise will grab 1 extra at the end of the half. It is going to be 8-4. G2 leading the way, and they're on the pathway to a 2-0 victory.
for a team coming into this event with a lot of upheaval, a lot of roster changes, and just generally a disappointing start to the year, having such a dominant win on the first map and a great lead on the second map is about all you can hope for if you're G2. But here's the thing, you start letting that slip away. You let 3D Max take you to a third map, and this could turn around real quickly. You run out of steam at the wrong moment, and all of a sudden this series is back on. So G2 looking to put an end to this on Dust 2 quickly and emphatically eliminating 3D Max if they can.
Yeah, based on the player reactions, that first half wasn't without frustration for G2. 3D Max won a good start in the half. Haven't been able to get it going at all in this series so far. They're going to be sprinting through the mid doors. Malbs and Hades off to a great start, but Gravity fights forward and he gets 2 kills on the Glock. And that's going to pull 3D Max into the lead, at least on the players for now.
Well, it's going to pull Heavy God into a position where he can shut this round down. Gushed immediately by that Glock. Oh, the precision on the Glock is just so brutal. And now the fights are hard to find. Good shooting from Exercise. It's Snacks in a 1v3.
And he's a long way off getting involved in this one. He may be hungry.
Yeah, you gonna give it to us?
But there's no food. Not this time.
It's the Big D and Snacks is hungry?
I've seen someone calling it the Big Brisket.
The Big Brisket?
That's not bad. Alliteration in there as well.
We had brisket for lunch this afternoon.
Yeah, we
Just
did.
in case any of you in Twitch chat were wondering.
I know you guys were
Yeah.
wondering what Jason had for lunch today.
It was.
What did you have on the side of your brisket?
Well, I had a side of grilled chicken.
Oh, you had meat on the side of your meat?
My meat, yeah.
You're a man who loves meat.
It was also a peach sauce, which was very nice.
A peach sauce?
Complement the savory beef.
You're meant to have peach sauce with the... I thought that was for dessert.
No. That's not a peach sauce. It's like a peach-flavored barbecue. Anyways, we can forget about that.
All right. Well, we know what Jason had for lunch, and we know that 3D Max have won the pistol round in the second half. So maybe, just maybe, there's a world in which they come back.
Yeah, and I mean, you could kind of see 3D Max putting a little bit more resistance into those rounds in the first half. Like, they actually really started pushing back against G2, so this ain't done yet. Lucky's got a pair of kills in the long corner. Flashbangs don't activate them the way they would have liked. And G2 playing with 3 against 5.
Well, Snacks ain't happy. Oh, rather, Taz ain't happy. Snacks probably not, Snacks probably not happy either. Just gonna throw that out there. We're looking at a 6th round now for 3D Max, and this one, they don't lose a player.
The coach is never happy, Dinka. That's what you have to understand. They're never happy.
Never happy. Well, he seemed okay when he was playing for a couple of rounds. We actually got the cast Taz recently.
We did.
That was a nice luxury.
He had a couple good performances on Dust 2s.
Yeah, he did. Yeah, that's probably what I was thinking. He's sitting right at the
He's like,
background.
I could do better.
I could win this game right now.
Yeah. Put me in, coach.
If I was playing, it'd be over.
Well, Snacks ain't going to get anyone stumbling out those double doors into his arms. 6 rounds for 3D Max. And should have a pretty easy time getting it up to 7 before G2 is able to fight back.
Terrorists win.
Bravo, continue.
Oui, oui. One of the rare national squads. 3D Max. Not really. We don't really see them too often anymore, Jason. Oh my goodness, yeah. Taz is like, I can't watch.
Yeah, he
I can't look.
doesn't want to see it. He can feel what's coming. Maybe he's going to throw up. Ever think of that? Maybe he's actually...
Maybe he has too much brisket for lunch.
Yeah, he's actually ill.
The peak sauce. Ooh. And Macca, sweet with a headshot.
They're getting back into it.
They're here.
His game's got a different feel to it. Gravity going to jump up on the Xbox when the Molotov fades. Complete control for the 3D Max side of things, and they've even found Heavy God in middle. So it'll be 8-7. And finally, G2 can get the guns out and try and put a stop to this.
Oh! Another great shot on the scout, and another round where 3D Max don't lose a player.
Yeah, they've got money just growing on that side of things, don't they? Everyone around 6,000. Gravity and Lucky at about 7K, so things are looking good for this 3D Max T side. 8-4 at half, now 3 in a row to start the second half, but their first major test. Hades on the AWP, 4 M4s, all utility kit picked up on Snacks. So G2's got the arsenal they need to get started in the second half of this map.
The Gunners. Hades low on HP. Smoke blown open for just a moment. And Hades going to change his position and play from spawn. 3D Max have the mid control they desire. Flash about to be set up here for Gravity. Allow the peak of body. He'll go around the corner. No one from G2 elevated on the ledge.
Hunter shifting back over under cover of smoke. After mid control, after catwalk control, 3D Max realigns. Couple of players come and join up with Exercise out towards the long cave to set up a split. 2 coming up catwalk, 3 coming long. Heavy God's going to have a big job to do, and same with Hades on the op, as he's going to have to work his attention between both of his teammates.
The heaviest of all gods waits behind the blue bin. Looking to bring the hammer down. He's got Hades to back him up. Hades and Heavy God not able to combine together. It's Heavy God left. Or rather, Hades left out there on his own. He only gets the one, and then Gravity cuts down the rest of his teammates inside of the site. Hunter and Snacks coming back over. 2v3, still recoverable, especially when Hunter's still on the server, and he's got himself both to close it.
Oh man, they got all the way to the finish line and realized they didn't have any utility for the cross, and because of the deep peek from Malbs, plenty of time for G2 to react to the play that 3D Max is going to try and cross to the bomb site. That's a really hard-fought round and very narrowly won by G2. Heavy God swings off contact, but again, with a stand-in situation, maybe not knowing exactly what the angle is. Hades is peeking in, fighting an Opper. Heavy God thinks they've activated. Thankfully, Hunter saves the day, but G2's not out of it. Diminished weapons in this round due to the economy. 1-for-1 trade thus far. Long is going to be controlled by G2 as Maul steps up.
That's chaos, but Mac is still thriving. Gets through the smoke. Picks up the pace with the AWP and catches off the rotation. Snack's not ready. Hades now has to rip them a new one. And he's got himself the first kill on Macca. Blinded as he descends down.
Ooh, that's a loud drop.
Yeah, it is. He's going to start backing away off of that.
Lucky's like, yo, you think he broke his ankle?
Yep, he's injured.
I don't know if Hades can go for this anymore. I think, I mean,
yeah,
you can go for it, right? But you're going to be in such a more difficult position now that you've lost track of where they can go. This is a long time where you have no information of where they moved, where they planted. So you're kind of turning this corner at long, and you're doing it blind. You got no idea.
Well, at least the bomb took a while to get planted, so he has an extra few seconds to play with. But he needs this quick kill, and he does spot the head. Gravity gone. Lucky up next.
Good reposition from Lucky, though. You'll never expect this. You think he's going to be playing catwalk. You think maybe he'll play the boxes. You'll not expect him at the site.
Hades' utility drops into the cross at CT. Needs a quick shot as he jumps up into the side. He landed it. He landed the shot, but it's to the legs. And that is not enough to bring down Lucky.
Crazy he hits that. Crazy he hits it and doesn't get the kill. A near clutch, but a good hold, all based off the reposition from Lucky. Such a smart move.
Oh, dude. Oh, that's a lot of saliva.
That's intensity is what that is. That's passion dripping out of his mouth.
Passion all over the keyboard. Lucky taking some damage on board, but not much to work with here for G2. You gotta hope for a Mulbs Deagle moment, and it just won't happen. He's
literally drooling at the thought of a nuke third map.
Tasty. Nuke as the third and deciding for survival here in Dallas. G2 will have another bye coming right up, and we're still early enough in this game. It's gonna be tied up, 9-9. What can Hunter do with a 5-7? Nothing. Exercise finds it. Can't believe they catch that saliva in 4K.
It's so good.
Yummy.
With all the close zooms as well, it's a perfect opportunity.
You can watch it in slow motion.
Yeah.
You can rewatch it if you want. If that's your thing.
All right, we're all tied at 9. Getting into the final stages of this second map.
And we got Hades back in the AWP.
Hades back on the AWP. We've got 3D Max finally in the game. They didn't really show up at all on map 1. Took them a while to get warmed up into Dust 2, but now that they're here, they brought it right back.
Gravity shreds through Mobs. Grenade, is it gonna get him? Oh, so close.
They jumped up on the box, which is what saved his life.
Yeah, Gravity making it over the top.
Yeah, well now he can turn the corner with 8 HP as well, and if the AWP hits that, it's no big deal. Patient 3D Max with the 5-on-4. They want that catwalk control while their own Molotov is up, so Body's got to burn the smoke to move on through. Apply a little bit of pressure with this catwalk lurk smoke. They've pulled all of G2 over here, who's feeling... They're feeling really, really weak, really susceptible considering their economy, right? 4v5, you have no money after this, so gamble towards the A bomb site. If this finishes mid to B, they should not move.
Well, Snacks with the smoke has drawn that kill back, so even on the numbers now for the B-bomb site.
Low HP, he's got the bomb! He's got
oh, so close, but Snacks yet so far. Gravity does make it through the window, but it was nearly a last-second recovery there from Snacks with a spam up through that smoke, and they'll make it into the site. 3D Max forced G2 into the safe call. They don't realize how close it was to being up for grabs again.
Whew.
That's all good.
That's all good. Save call, pretty much the only decision G2 had. So 9-10, they relinquish the lead that they've held on to since round 1. This is the first time 3D Max has seen themselves in the lead in this match. I guess when you think about it, it's been since round 3 of the first map since they've been able to say that they were above G2 on the scoreboard. 3 away from bringing us to Nuke. And a 6-1 run in this second half. 3D Max putting together a very deadly T-side, very effective, and G2 not able to hang on to it just yet. I mean, individually now still 3D Max players alive, starting to win some of those opening engagements, those heads-up duels. And it's gone the other directions for G2. Outside of Hunter, everyone's pretty chill. Hunter's got 16, next up is Hades with 11.
Taz making the most of this timeout. It's evident he's not been enjoying the defensive half here from his squad.
I feel like, I'm gonna look this up. I feel like this has been a symptom of G2. I feel like this is like a G2 Dust 2. We've seen them have some big first halves and plenty of second half struggles. I think specifically on the CT side, if I remember correctly. So I'll BRB.
So we all get to enjoy this round as a bye has returned for both squads. Round 20. An early util into the longhouse here from G2, looking to block any early success from 3D Max. Hades going to be perusing in mid. .3D Max taking their time to establish early control of middle. Hades re-smoked. Vision once again severed off. And a split being set up to the A bomb site. 3 through long, 2 through short.
All right, Heavy got in pit. Poke his head up, sees one over at Blue Bin. He's got nobody close to support him. He's all on his lonesome.
And the Molly's coming in as well, heating things up. Heavy God, burning, gets into safety. Can he step up with a kill? The answer to that is no. But Maul certainly will.
Yeah, but this is not a fun place to defend the A bomb site. You've got to start pushing middle if you're the other two players coming from the B site. Maul's going to get activated out towards long. Another smoke up on Catwalk to buy safety for the moment. I think now's the time. G2 might be missing a moment with this Catwalk play. It needs to happen quick so they can be here for the site defense.
Oh, doubled up at Gandalf. Lucky's going to see them. Smokes fade away. Snacks nipping in behind. They allow Snacks to make the move, but no one from the site does anything from the defense. So frustrating here for G2. 18 seconds left. That fire biting him. Precious time as Snacks goes out again. His body to go down. And this round is still on for G2 in the retake.
Okay, well now if you're 3D Max, you might be thinking Snacks is going to go towards long, but he's coming CT spawn. Op and AK to defend the retake.
And this decision has happened quick. He's repositioned quickly. Heads come over his crosshair, but he can't get any of them. It's Hades who gets ripped apart by Maka. And 3D Max are absolutely back. They are looking for that third map. They had disappeared in the opening of Inferno. It took them a while to get going here on Dust 2, but this second half has been pretty dominant from the French. They've dropped one round so far.
Yeah, and unfortunately, I just did look it up some of their recent Dust 2 games, and it is, you know, pretty symptomatic of their CT side on Dust 2. They go on long stretches. There's a lot of 6-1 runs for their opponents on the T side, 7-1 runs. A couple halves they've had to recover in the last 4 or 5 rounds to go on a streak to save the day. But Dust 2 CT side has been quite a problem for G2 for a few events now. And it's really painful watching this lead slip away. A wild second half from 3D Max, now a 7-1 run since we've switched sides. Problem is, like, there's no stopping power, it feels, out of Heavy God and Malbs in their positions, where like normally where we saw an Inferno, double kills, multi-kills, good sequences. Here on Dust 2, it's like either 1-for-1 or you just lose the fight straight up.
Yeah, I mean, the two players we talk about as needing to be the stars of G2 now are the two bottom fraggers on the team at the moment. Heavy God with 7 kills, Malbs with 8. It's not the winning recipe for G2, that's for sure. Here comes the climb up. Gravity to ascend with body. Some utility dropping here from Malbs to try and slow them down and keep them at bay. They might just pop right through it. Everybody for 3D Max committed up cat at the moment. They're going to strut their stuff towards this bomb site at A. And Hunter ready for the descent down, and he's going to catch Gravity. Malbs to flash over the top of Goose. Swings out into the open. It costs him. He won't pick it up. Hades on scopes, rescopes just in time. Exercise the fall.
He's not ready.
Get behind the cover. And he gets away with it. Hades still standing, still fighting. And with 40 seconds left, he might just double up. And he will. He'll nail the shot on Maka. Now Heavy God waits on the ramp. 35 seconds. Final 2 players thrusting forward into the A bomb site. Heavy God just playing his life, staying disciplined down behind the wall as the flank from Hunter has arrived. It's now Body getting caught by that as Hunter doubles up to close.
Yeah, smart from Heavy God recognizing the situation he was in, just saying, you know, it's more important that I stay alive to set up this flank than anything than going for these fights. But really, Hades gets away with one there. 1 kill, pulls knife out, kind of lazily moving towards the double doors. He's very fortunate he didn't get caught, but does plant his feet and recover for a second frag for a double kill in the round. There's the first. That was so nonchalant. I think he thought at the moment they were already committed into the A bomb site. And boy, was he wrong. 11-10, Hunter waiting for the flashbang. Here's the swing, but nobody's blind. Not a single player had eyes or hands in front of their eyes. And that's a brutal way to lose long.
Malbs gets bruised by the utility, goes into the open, and Lucky just comes charging through. Malbs can't handle that. And a double up setup, impossible to get back into this round, so they retreat, and we have got map point for 3D Max.
Yeah, G2's gonna have to play for overtime now. You can't retake this one. Not really a whole lot of money in the bank for your teammates either. Decent enough losing bonus of 3 rounds, but one of these ops is gonna be taken out of your hands at the very least.
Well, there's the one. The other of Hades just gonna try and white knuckle grip it into the next round.
All right, what a tough task for G2. They've got to win 2 in a row, which they haven't yet done in this half. They've only won 2 rounds overall. But they're spread out. These massive runs from 3D Max's offense, this huge T side that has just been rolling. Malbs can't stop him, he's getting deleted. Heavy God can't stop him, he's getting deleted for the most part. And that flash misses its mark because Lucky has no issue seeing his opponents. And I think that's what we're seeing, these images and the camera shots of Taz, hand in his hands. Wow, I did that backwards.
That sounds quite freaky. You could probably get AI to make that for you, Jason.
Right, that'd be kind of cool. But yeah, I think he's just looking at it and he's like, well, we're just losing every fight. Like, what are you supposed to do? Sometimes you just have games where every fight goes the other direction, no matter what decision you make.
Well, body flashed into the peak at short. It's G2 trying to win 2 rounds in a row to force overtime here on Dust 2. You think with such a convincing victory, 13-3 on Inferno, and G2 going to the map they keep picking in Dust 2 that they feel is their comfort ground, it looked like a 2-0. But Nuke is being queued up. 3D Max wait outside the B-bomb site. And G2 have no one actually in the site. They're both sitting outside, and there's only MP9s defending this side of the map right now. Body's going to cut through one, and now they just accelerate into the B side. Once they spot 2 players, they know there's got to be a weakness inside of the site. Hunter tries to get to the window, but it's a last-ditch effort that does not result in success for Hunter. But that pick from Malbs keeps numbers even.
Yeah, there's 2 kits, there's 2 Molotovs, a smoke, a flash, and an HE grenade for G2 to get this retake underway. You have to imagine Molotov towards back plat, Molotov car maybe, smoke off tunnels, and see what you can do from there.
Well, they tried to block that smoke so they can still enter the door with some vision onto Exercise, but they're locked out for now, and time is starting to tick. They rely upon the utility to be effective. Flashes come in. Here come the G2 players, but Exercise gets a double. Hades down into the site, and it is over. 3D Max battle back into Dust 2. They even up the series, and their life is prolonged here in Dallas.
Everybody's moving so fast. That ain't the way it's supposed to be. There's a better way for you and for me. Everybody's hustling, all the wheels in motion. Where's everybody going to? That ain't the way to be living life. There's a better way. Starting tonight. Don't rush it, baby, don't rush it, girl. You got to slow down, baby, slow down. We can just embrace and let time slip away and let the world fade. Baby, slow down. I know the boss man got you watching. Gotta keep working for the man. There's so many better things we could do.
Well, against all odds or small odds or however you want to equate it, it is G2 pushing us into that 3rd map of Nuke. That's right, Dust 2, after a pretty good start, couldn't get their economy in line. They couldn't get all of their fiscal responsibilities figured out in time. And time to keep us from going into the end of regulation, maybe even overtime. We could always speculate what it could be, but I know what it isn't. I know what this series is not ending on Dust 2, and now 3D Max G2 get to fight for a lifeline on Nuke. Josh, let's start the story right here.
Yeah, 3D Maps against 3D Max. G2, they had such a nice start to the T side. Everything looked really good, and one of the things I liked the most about their T side was that they actually let the rounds develop, and that was kind of like the main point that I was talking about with regards to 3D Max on that T side of Inferno, was that everything was super just like force, like go through the smoke, go at this timing, let's just group in 5-man hit. But that entire T side from G2 was basically letting the round develop, not like waiting until the last 10 seconds of the round before they start moving anywhere like we've seen from other teams, most notably I would say like VP or something. It was like everything was with a purpose. So they would try to get control first, then they would take the time to wait out a smoke, and then they would develop the round, let it get to the next stage, take their turn. Oh, you're going to throw a smoke, we're going to wait it out, then we're going to trade, and we're going to do a smoke, and then we're going to move to the next step. And everything looked so good that it was looking like they were going to steal this map and go 2-0. But then we flipped the script, we go into that second half, and it just felt like half the rounds that G2 played, they were on eco. I believe they lost the pistol round, and everything kind of like, they lose that force buy that they do, then they have to eco, then they have a gun round, then they lose like a couple players, then the round's basically over, and they have to save. And then the next time they get guns out, it's basically rinse, repeat of force buy into round. Oh, they lose a crucial player. The 3D Max goes to the other site. Okay, we're saving. And it's just like constantly on repeat, the cycle. And it's just like, guys, you got to get an opening kill. And maybe that's where the lack of Monazi or Nico comes into play, where they're not like searching for anything to make it difficult for 3D Max to just 5-man deathball.
Yeah, they're the type of people that will be in situations and be those game changers, right? They will find those things that may or may not should have been found. However, Gravity found everything that he landed on here in the server, no doubt.
Yeah, and I think G2 really need to understand the weight of the situation. They're getting pulled right into a black hole if they're not able to close this out right now, because right now 3D Max is that momentum-styled team that once they start getting on a roll and they start collecting these rounds, especially when you get a string of rounds in a row, and it's not just like the odd round here or there, that's when they're going to start feeling more confident. That's when they're going to start getting loud and shouting, giving each other high fives. That's where everything comes into play. So moving into the third map is actually going to be pretty scary for G2, because they need to find a way to break the momentum of the side of 3D Max. And we look at Gravity, we look at the 1912, the 4-2 for the opening duels as well. Lots of multi-kills in there. It really was a little bit of a team effort, because the start of the game for 3D Max, nobody was really doing anything for these guys.
Yeah, it looked like this was going to be pretty one-sided, all things considered. It looked like, hey, you know what? G2 might have just done it. They might have just came in here and made it look convincing. Nope, they're going to give you a show. They're kind of like that FaZe Clan in that regard.
Well, if it's anything like FaZe Clan, that means that this is going to go into, third map. It's going to go all the way to overtime, and then the favorites are going to lose. Now, Who are the favorites in this game? Because G2 have the higher rank, but they've kind of kept that rank because they had Monazi until recently on their team, and 3D Max is one of those teams that are kind of like, they want to be better than top 15, but I don't know if the way the style that they play is going to get them there. Having said that, I don't know if G2 is like really deserving right now of the top 10. They need to prove that they can still do this and be a team in the top 10 without Nico and Monazi. And right now, the way that they let that game slip away from them, it's telling me that they need that X Factor player, and it's lacking.
Yeah, and you can't get caught lacking. That's what I've learned over the years. Also, over on our B stream, you do have Gamer Legion going toe-to-toe with Furia, and that's just going on down the hall. I think they're all the way in map 3. Last time I checked, the scores were tied up, but that is, it's 8-7 right now, I'm being told. So, yeah, fighting for a lifeline.
That sounded like an 8-7 right there.
Yeah, it did. It sounded just like it. Look, so, yeah, we have Nuke in front of us. Josh, let me ask you real quick, where does this series go? I mean, I know that they've got a lot of face to show for G2, but given that 3D Max have just shown us they're actually here, that helps maybe to make a case?
Yeah, I would say winning the knife round, getting that CT side for whoever gets it, it's going to do wonders for them. I think G2 is going to have like a really strong T side, it looks like, whereas the CT side, I'm not sure. I feel like it depends on how 3D Max kind of executes their T sides, because Nuke is a map that if you're able to, cross yard and get down secret with 5 people, it could be really strong. Upper hits, if you're able to force the rotations around, that's really strong. Ramp hits are really strong, so you can 5-man on the map, and G2's CT sides looked a little kind of wagon. You can't set up the same types of crossfires that you can on Inferno, but then the T-sides, the way that G2 slow played it, I really like that. So I think it could be a close game, and it really depends on who starts on which side.
Yeah, and G2 seemingly had a little bit of an answer after that timeout earlier. They had something of a response, albeit not enough to go ahead and close out Dust 2. But for us, we look toward this break because on the other side, we find out who's staying around in Dallas. G2 versus 3D Max. And guess what? You're watching the Intel Extreme Masters. We'll be right back.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Ladies and gentlemen, we have a mole.
Not this again.
I oversee all office systems.
If external communications were intercepted, they were intercepted here.
Did you say 4 whole days?
He's sweeping it under the rug.
Give me the name of the mole!
Good luck with that.
I will find out who did this.
So before heading into major, I think the most important thing in our shoes right now is getting the chemistry, understanding each other in tight moments. And with official games here now with Simple, even though we start with 2 stand-ins at Dallas, I think this is the way we can feel each other more than in practice and build on that and hopefully gain some momentum. We are going to do boot camp here, 10 to 12 days between Dallas and the major here in the US. So we're gonna commit 4 to 5 weeks and hopefully it pays off in the end.
You know, even though I won more than 30 trophies in my career, I'm still stressed when I go to any tournament. I still feel the pressure, etc. So my own way to remove the pressure or release it as much as I can is trying to think about what I can control. And what I can control is my calls, the way I'm gonna prepare, etc. So just focusing on CS.
Yeah, to become better, of course. It's always gonna be a hunger for every tournament we go to. We won the Cluj Poker event, which was on stage, but want to win a tournament but like in front of crowds and a really big crowd, especially like for this tournament or in the Austin major, will of course be a dream come true to become a champion of a major. So yeah, definitely, I think just that a motivation for myself to become better and yeah, hopefully win a big trophy.
To kind of reset in hard moments and where we are as a lineup right now, I think, again, in some way, it's a privileged moment we can be in. In some way, I feel like I released the pressure, but at the same time, my expectations are higher than it was before. So when we make the switch from broken to simple, I think in some way the pressure is lower. But the expectations are some way higher. We are heading into exciting 5 weeks, and I'm gonna enjoy every single moment. Even if you lose stupid rounds, you can always say to yourself, like, we don't have the best prep for this tournament, but at that moment you can also play more freely, and I think that's what we're aiming for the upcoming tournaments.
Some of us in the team, including me, have the breathing exercise we do before the game, which I help, like, just try to have some breathing exercises, try to release some stress on this, some pressure, which helps like a lot. I feel like it helps with the consistency as well.
I had no tools back then. I was 20 years old. I wasn't 13, so I was 20 years old. CS wasn't that professional back then. We didn't have any help around. I think I liked everything. I had no tools back then, so it was such a different moment. I wish I had more and more tools with the time, but I wish I had all my knowledge now before, because it will be easier to win. And I will have twice the trophy I have now, maybe. And but yeah, that's how life works. The goal, in general, I think if you're a bit less talented, but even though you're talented as well, what you need to is you need to get better. You need to see yourself, how you are, and improve as much as you can. But you need to understand small things all the time. And the quicker you understand them, quicker you'll progress.
Welcome back to the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas. We heard from Steel just before the break how important this knife round is, so let's see who is going to win it. And
it's 3D Max. They did win it. Yeah, I was watching it earlier. Yeah, it was great. It was exhilarating.
I was trying to watch along with the fans.
I know you were. It was I just
on the edge of my seat.
I'm more of a spoiler kind of a guy. So G2 going to start on the T side. 3D Max going to select the CT side for Nuke. This third and deciding map, and it's quite a nice setup coming into it. Both these teams have an exactly equal win rate, 40% on this map. G2's played it 10 times. 3D Max only 5 times in officials over the last few months, but it should be primed to be a very close affair where the other two maps sealing their opponent's map picks in pretty emphatic ways. Nuke has all the ingredients to just be a grinded out. One of these teams is getting eliminated.
Well, survival on the line. The organization G2 became champions of Dallas last year. Only one of the players is remaining from that squad 1 year ago. That's Hunter. And they will go on to play, if they win this, 300 Max or G2, they'll play the winner of Gamer Legion or Furia, which is currently heading in to the final few rounds of that game as well. So exciting stuff coming up. We've got a lot of great teams in the playoffs already, Jason. It would be nice to maybe see a couple of unexpected teams shake through. Maybe a 3D Max getting into the plus.
It seems like there's a couple teams who are playing well enough to actually cause that kind of an upset. It's so funny to hear you say like only one of the players is returning from the IEM Dallas championship team last year. It's just like a sign of what the last 365 days have been like for G2.
Oh yeah, it's crazy.
You've just lost so much. But hey, still fighting for a playoff spot, still in this battle at IEM Dallas. A small tech issue to get things started, but everything's been resolved. The mouse button is working. 0-0, pistol round going live on Nuke. CT side start for 3D Max. And for G2's attack here, nade on Heavy God, Molotov on Snacks, armor on 4 players. It's 2 sets of dualies and no util. Excuse me, Gravity has a flashbang for 3D Max.
Well, quick ramp play being set up here. Heavy God on the charge. He's got plenty of teammates in behind him. They're just going to go in towards Hell instead. There's a couple of players dropping down Secret right now for 3D Max, trying to get down to B, but they start to realize they come back up the ladder. They come back into the A site, and G2 hit the pause button.
Yeah, but actually, this is going to be a little bit creepy for 3D Max, because you've heard the ramp rush. You've heard them run all the way towards Under Heaven. Now they've gone quiet. You actually have no clue what's going on in the map, and you have no one downstairs now because you think they're going to be pressuring Heaven any second.
Genius. Genius from G2. It's worked out really well. They get down into the lower bomb site.
They did like strat roulette before coming in here and just played like around the world.
It's like rush ramp, then go Hell, then run back ramp. Well, we've got Hunter all the way pushed up into Decon. He's not alone. He's got his teammate right beside him. Heavy God looking for some headshots. Hunter and Snacks both going down, exercising the double on the Julies. Hades now trying to step up and get his team back into this pistol, and he does so. He switches out to the Joel Berettas himself. Bomb ticking away. Mobs to get one headshot before being taken down by Lucky. Hades now stepping up, and Maka has him covered. And 3D Max can celebrate the first round victory here on Nuke.
Damn, that looked way too easy. For how free and how deep into the bomb site G2 got, losing all those engagements over towards Decon, down towards Secret, this is just painful. 6 shot from Exercise, a pair of kills for him before being taken down, and you're just playing on the back foot from that point. For G2, this pistol round felt like they were in control the entirety of it until the last 10 seconds. We're going to start getting loud now.
Yeah, Gravity has been unusually quiet throughout the series, but hasn't been much of a reason for 3D Max to get loud. The first map, they got destroyed. Second map was a hard-fought win towards the end.
Yeah, but they were getting destroyed in the first half of the second map. So yeah, they've only really put together one half of great Counter-Strike today, but still sitting at a 1-to-1 map scoreline, still sitting 1 round up on the decider.
G2 going to force back into this round. So you've got a mixture of pistols, Galils, and some utility sprinkled across it. Gravity coming to meet them in the secret fight.
He's got no utility, though. He's going to need Lucky to be there to pounce on his contact.
Or bullets. He's got bullets instead. The MP9 getting 1. Couldn't get a second as Mobs and Hunter combine together, and G2 has space down lower. Exercise responds through many. We've got Body about to break open the windows, or at least going close to them. He's going to start creeping over the rafters. That plan comes in from Hunter down below, and Body not able to deny it and not able to spot them. So Hunter gets back into the smoke, back into the cover.
Okay, one in vents that he's got to take care of. Heavy God's going to flank ramp late. They're waiting for Exercise to come down the vents. Hunter not looking in that direction. Heavy God taking his time. Maka's going to clear behind him, and oh, there's the engagement. Big win.
He got the deagle shot to land right in the head of Maka. Exercise coming in again. G2 have got this one down to the wire, looking to play the fuse on that bomb. Hunter with the pick, goes to the Tech 9, and it's Heavy God to find the final kill.
All right, fair play. They got back the pistol round that should have been theirs based off how free it was, but this one, nicely done from G2. It's so unfortunate. Gravity's the one to rotate down vents first with no utility, no smoke. If they could have bought like 3-4 more seconds, bought time for Lucky to get a little bit more comfortable in vents paired up with them, that could have been completely different.
Well, 3D Max coming into this round with an investment, but not everything. Only a couple of $100 to $1,000 in the bank. So upgraded pistols. Still obviously can be quite potent. They're trying to disrupt the amount of money that G2 can build up early on here. Exercise dropping out of the hut back into the site. Malm's going to take up that space instead.
Yeah, just an opportunity for a cheeky kill if he could have got it on the push.
Now, if you don't want to get the result of the previous game that was going on at the same time as this one, you have a second to cover your ears. While this fight goes down, I'll tell you all about it. Here's Maka waiting on the side of the smoke and cleaned up by G2. Lucky's going to do his best, but that little P250 is not going to be mighty enough to change the outcome of this. Hunter dives down the vent.
Can I take my hands off my ears now?
Yeah, no, I'm going to tell you. It's Gamer Legion that have won that series versus Furia. They've knocked them out. 2-1 fashion, a 13-8 final map as well.
Spicy with a stand-in, A-core coming in for Slend.
Furia started playing pretty well over in Astana.
I love the way that guys like Saw, guys like Ash are like showing the value of a great coaching staff and your ability to kind of keep orgs relevant with different lineups, with different players coming in and out. It's really cool to see.
So Gamer Legion is the team awaiting the winner of this one.
Nice. Pretty clean round from G2. One player going down, so they get to build up some money. Body's just going to back off. Look at his fingers. Just look at him.
Nice and zoomed in. But more,
look at his face.
The crazy part is the sleeves. You know, he's got the sleeve. He's a sleeve gamer. He's got the hoodie under the jersey.
The hoodie sleeve is aggressive. It's very thick, very bulky.
Well, you lose a lot of sensation on the mouse pad.
I wonder if I'm assuming he plays with his forearm off the mouse pad if he's wearing a hoodie.
Maybe, or maybe just likes the sensation of fabric on fabric.
I feel like you get hot in like a high pressure situation.
Not Body. He doesn't mind the sweat. 3D Max. They're dripping in it right now.
Okay. Why'd you keep building on that one?
Hey man, we had the saliva in the last map.
That's true.
I think we can. Sweat's fine. It's not off limits.
We've had a pretty sloppy series so far.
A lot of fluids. We got Snacks flowing his way in behind enemy lines, looking to flood in towards Body. Hunts him down, no problem for the pole. Here comes Mobs next. Side of the unbreakable box. Oop. Snacks ain't happy about that. Mob's going to be happy he got the trade at least.
Oh, look at the read. He knows what's coming next. Gravity, you dead. Oh! Ooh!
Yeah, he read that.
That's
a surprise story.
That is a curse. I apologize, Mobs. I didn't know I was going to do that to you at the time. Oh, free. Okay, that AK-47, just put it down. It doesn't work. It doesn't work. It's not worth it. It's like Chad and Alex's death AK-47 carrying forward to today.
Wonder what they'll do later today.
Probably cast some Counter-Strike, I would imagine. We have a lot more of it coming this afternoon, this lovely Wednesday afternoon in Dallas for all of you sitting at home. Aurora Heroic still set to begin. Mao's Falcons coming up. That's going to be a spicy game. I'm going to make sure I'm tuned into that one. You guys should be too. Vitality Mongols. That's equally a very spicy game. Tune into that one. Gamer Legion is going to play the 3D Max G2 winner.
Are the Mongols going to end the Vitality streak today?
I know. It could be interesting.
It's a group stage game.
It is a group stage game.
But it has playoff implications.
And Vitality, I mean, as we know, and you get this luxury when you've won every single event you've attended. FaZe, remember, got this during their stretch. Looked a little ropey in the group stage. Vitality hasn't been as sharp, as dominant.
Well, we'll see. That's an exciting game coming up a little bit later on, but a buyback for 3D Max. Smoke going into the ramp room, or the radio room. It's going to slow them down a little bit. Hades lining up a Molotov. And he's just going to spam down through, so Hades not able to have a fun time at all. Take it down through the smoke without even seeing his opponent. Lucky's come over to rotate and try and help out his teammate. He's done a decent job at that as well. It goes in for a pick and then falls back.
This is massively successful defense. I mean, look at you just take a kill every time they want to take another step of progress. Each and every way, the cost is way too high for G2. Good kill from Snacks. This leaves Lucky all alone, and if you want to equalize into a 3-on-3, that's the kill you need. Good job from Heavy God. And now the secret push into the waiting arms of Snacks, but he can't win it.
Good shot from Maka. He's going to unscope just as Hunter was about to walk into the heaven angle. And Hunter drops on down. Loud about it, but no one close enough. And now they realize the plant is coming in, and Hunter, okay. All right.
Hacky boy.
That's fair. Sussy Maka. That's a great shot. And they're just going to go and pick up some extra pieces on the ground, see if there's any spoils of war lying around, a little bit of utility.
One more round to get through, essentially, for 3D Max before G2 is going to have to save. They've got money, especially with that plant. Hunter's got 8,700 he can drop over. So G2's fine in terms of this next round, in terms of fighting for it. Going to take a timeout to have a conversation, because these last two rounds have not got anywhere that G2 has wanted them, or this last round did not go anywhere G2 wanted it to. Closing the gap. Winning the pistol, losing the second, third, and fourth, but now taking the fifth and a chance to build upon it for 3D Max. G2 coming into this map wanting to have a complete 180 from the G2 we saw in Dust 2. Individually, very quiet, not a lot of impact across the team. Got ran over in the second half, trying to rebound here on the T side of Nuke.
Lucky. He's pushed up to red. He takes a little bit of damage from the early utility, but he'll stay in his committed position. And Snacks is on the charge outside. Nearly gets caught. He had a smoke in hand upon that peak. He goes out again this time. Lucky will finish him off. Mobs to respond, though, and create space on the ramp room.
Yeah, and apply some pressure to the lower bomb site. Everyone else is coming with them. Maka's here, going to open the doors up in hand. They're already out. Beautiful, fast shot. great reaction. Hades gets one in return. That's through smoke. And now Lucky, it's his turn to pounce over at the window. Heavy God looking for that, and progression into the bomb site continues.
Now Maka trying to, just about missing out. Gets his crosshair back to the right position. Hades about to be burnt out of his spot. Forced into the scope of the Frenchman. And Hades, nowhere to run, nowhere to hide. Here comes Exercise. Hunter not even thinking about the ramp play. Exposed completely.
Look, what's the rest of it? It's like everyone just stops. When like Maka's over and Decon, everyone just stops moving, stops playing. Hunter's out in the open. That's an easy flank down from ramp. G2 lost control of the situation. And Maka and Exercise looking like they're going to make him pay. 40 seconds, bomb on the deck. And Heavy God's going to try and get aggressive towards ramp room to isolate a 1v1.
And I could get this into 1v1 fights, but he isn't going to go all the way up. 30 seconds.
It's crazy how much room he's been given by 3D Max. Exercise playing deep in ramp room. Maka's gone to the upper bomb site because he's thinking maybe secret fallback is there.
Yeah, a lot of respect being given over to Heavy God here.
And that could actually come back to bite 3D Max. He's got time to get into a post-plant position as well, and now he gets to set up wherever he wants.
Sure, he's almost shocked at how much time he's been given, how much space he's been given.
Yeah, tough part for him is he's got no idea where they've gone either. He has no clue where the retake is going to begin.
Well, they have a smoke kit and flash right now as well for this retake attempt as they come in together. Heavy God also has lost half of his health. He's going to listen to one drop into the site, knows the other's up on the rafters. That smoke deployed onto the bomb. You'll open up the double doors. No defuse yet. And now they know he's there, and he can't get it done.
Nicely done from Maka jumping through the smoke. Could have been an awkward fight, but man, you got to feel G2 getting into the lower bomb site in a 3-on-2 situation. Let that one kind of drift away. The Hades situation is fair play. He had to leave for the Molotov. That's smart from Maka, but Hunter's just kind of frozen up on the rafters. Heavy God's over in control windows. Not much being done to secure the bomb site or get the bomb planted.
So G2 down to Tech 9s, and Hades having to save a little bit extra because he wants that AWP out a little bit later on. Here comes the quick play down ramp. 4 players with Snacks holding the door. It's going to be straight through the fire and the flames. Right into body. He's going to split them open with the M4. At least one kill here for G2, but they don't create enough pressure from that initial thrust to really open up an opportunity.
No, and also the bomb is outside now in the back of Hunter, who does have an AWP, so you can do some economic damage in this round, and actually G2's done a pretty good job of limiting the economic growth of the CT side, so any more kills they get here is going to be lovely. But actually coming in and winning is going to be tricky. Look at how 3D Max has played this on the minimap. They've abdicated the upper bomb site entirely. They've basically said, go plant. We're fine if you guys want to plant there because we know exactly where you are.
Hunter just prowling around the lower bomb site.
So one of the few parts of the map that's not really being watched.
And he spotted the vents clear. Hasn't made contact yet.
He's exposed to control window as well. Body.
Up he goes. Body's head turn, comes back. Heavy God's got it.
I'm really confused.
Easy Tech 9 kill. Lucky gonna step up to the window. Here comes the double door swing. And Lucky able to isolate both fights.
Yeah, but it didn't have to be that dangerous. Didn't have to feel that uncomfortable, did it?
No, but it's an entertainment product, JC. You know, 3D Max thinking of the viewer at home.
That's a good point. More teams and players should be thinking of the viewers.
Think of the content. Audio-only listeners as well.
Right.
Can't forget about them.
Yeah. It is 4-3 for all of you audio listeners at home.
And there is a timeout actually in play. That's what that music signals.
Second timeout used by G2. Taz still grasping to find the solution. They've hit a cold streak, 3 in a row for 3D Max. Gives them a 1-round lead here on Nuke.
If you are an audio-only listener, let us know what you're cooking while you're listening to the game.
Sure, whatever you're doing.
Maybe some brisket, Jason.
Maybe some brisket. 2 AKs, 2 Galils, and a MAC-10 for G2 in this round. Seen a couple of ramp rushes already. Fast ramp plays.
Yeah, I've seen a few.
Haven't really seen them get outside working to any kind of crazy degree. Round 8. Up in the hands of Maka. Him and Lucky leading the way of fragging for 3D Max. 7 for Maka, 8 for Lucky.
Gravity Lobby, quick play into Hut. Oh, it's a lobby crunch being set up here out of the timeout for 3D Max. 2 for 2 early and a lot of damage sustained here for the CT side.
It is a classic up in their face, taking away the options that they talked about during the timeout, but Body is now eliminated. G2 coming on top of the lobby crunch. Looked like it was going to break even for a moment, but on the fallback, on the reposition, the defense can't handle it, and Maka's left in a 1v3.
He's the first shot. He's going to pick it up. He actually gets in behind the smoke and doesn't sustain too much damage. In fact, there's a gap on the left side. If Hunter moves off the angle, he somehow gives Maka a chance here, but he won't. Aware of the gap, aware of the possibility. Snacks will have communicated that. Hunter's going to wait at the back of the bomb site looking for the heaven option. Maka, it's not looking like they're going to give you that shot, and they won't. Snacks will close him down, and we've got a tied game.
Nice attempt. There's a world in which Hunter just gives that like a quick jiggle just to get some information if he's coming through the smoke, not aware there's a gap, and all of a sudden Maka's got a 1v1. Admire him sticking around in the 1v3 to grab a kill and make it interesting. G2 tie things back up. And you start to feel some of that punishment of the money for 3D Max. Gravity back to an MP9. Not too bad overall. Maka's glass cannon, you're missing some kits. It's only exercise with one of those. For G2, this represents a huge opportunity, and Hades missed and killed.
A death sentence to miss a shot that. Well, so far we're getting the prediction of Steel, who was saying that this is likely to be a very close third final map. G2 could still have struggles on their CT side, which we did see on Dust too.
Snacks was looking for the op that Hades brought into the round, can't find it. Well, blown through the fence.
That is why. Look at that. Out of bounds.
All right, mid-round yard play. 1 minute left on the clock. There's no more smokes for G2, so they kind of have to utilize the ones already in place. Or I should say the one already in place. I think you just turn through mini, maybe fight outside. Smoke's fading.
Gravity gets away with 2 on the MP9, and Body just peeks out from the generator, and we've got Snacks in a 1v4. Well, he's taking Body down, bomb loose on the ground, he's going to pick it up.
Oh, that's one of those rounds you just can't be happy about. I don't, like, G2 didn't do anything. Like, Hades went for the pick outside, got killed, and then it was basically sit around and realize you don't have any nades and go outside and just kind of play contact, but you also don't really have the smoke timing as it fades in mini. So Gravity's able to get a freebie on Heavy God, who's kind of surprised and doubled up on Mulps. So just a really limp T round.
Yeah, Hades going to be very frustrated about the start of it. Everyone else by the end of it. Down to the weaker weapons yet again here for G2. Oh, a lot of grenades landing on Gravity's feet, but he still stands and he still fights and comes out on top of the duel versus Hades. Mulps to fall second and G2 fall to just 3 players.
All right, someone from G2 is going to have to do something as this half closes out, because if you're G2, and I mean, you go into the second half with, just getting beat down. If this ends like 8-4, and it's been like a crazy run, like 6 of 7 rounds going to 3D Max, you're going to feel so horrible during halftime coming into the second. You need something to hang your hat on. But again, that luxury of winning the pistol, already having 4 for G2 is a nice luxury. 1 more and you're super pleased.
No need for 3D Max to offer anybody up to the waiting players of G2 and Lobby. Just let them come to you. May take some time, but eventually G2 will have to make a move. We'll see 3D Max go to 6-4.
Yeah, G2 wants a mistake. They want a gift of a push, of an ill-advised peek, but
it isn't happening.
Yeah, 3D Max with the stakes on this game, elimination on the line. 3D Max, everyone just completely focused. No one making stupid decisions.
And a reminder of how this series started as well. It was a 13-3 loss for 3D Max. They didn't get going at all in the opening map.
Pick.
Yeah, their own map pick. They come into Dust 2. They're getting destroyed to kick things off as well. G2 started really strong on that map. It felt like it was a 2-0 written all over it. A very quick day at the office for G2, but 3D Max come back into the second half and now leading the way here on the third and final.
And that's what I mentioned on Dust 2, I think when it was like 8-4, when we were like just coming back from halftime, is if you're G2 and you've had all these recent struggles and you've had all these recent issues and you know you're kind of entering this weird rebuilding phase, a lot of distractions, is like close out this Dust 2 8-4. Like you don't want to give this team any kind of belief that they can come back, much less any belief that they can beat you on a third map, which is the eventuality that's coming to fruition right now. 2-round lead for 3D Max, 6-4. Snax' offense having a tough time finding any production here on Nuke. And Lucky might just unravel every single plan they have here in round 11.
That's the first step, and Mulps to trade it. At least trades it quite quickly. Snax is already down Secret. Maka waiting for the cross of any further players that would like to join him.
Oh, late push out mini.
I like this.
2 rifles leading the way. Yeah, well, you saw Mulbs drop down, so they know nobody's on roof.
Here we go. Mulbs gonna be cleared. They hunt down that kill. And actually, Snax can combine with Mulbs now, and actually, it does not work out at all for 3D Max. They get destroyed. G2 love that. They just walk right into a trap. And now Body's left 1v4 coming up from Secret, but all of G2 have left the yard. It's just one player over here, and it's Snax, and that's information. He'll take that, and G2 will put the bomb down at the back of the site.
Yeah, this round won by patience from G2. I mean, you even see the worst eventuality possible. It's not only are you walking outside to re-clear it, regain control, you're looking for the fights over at Red Box, over behind the wall, and then all of a sudden you got one in Secret you got to battle with, and then you got one coming from Squeak Door. So G2 just does a very good job lining up so they can pounce when the moment calls for it. And there's that 5th round. Despite the fact that it hasn't looked good at all for G2 in these... Oh, he didn't just drop...
Assassin's Creed.
He almost missed the drop. Final round of the first half. G2 looking to tie things up. 3D Max has barely been able to hold on to their money throughout this entire half. They've been at the breaking point a number of times, but this late it obviously just doesn't matter. Up in the hands of Maka. Hades has his as well.
Well, Maka showing some acrobatic ability, climbing up on top, coming away with a pick and getting down to safety.
Look at the way they...
Lucky extends upon it, and G2, they can't get across, getting destroyed. As they try and get towards Secret, they are down to just 2 members, and Gravity makes sure Hunter's gone. It'll be a 7th round right at the end, secured by 3D Max, as they are looking to knock out G2 in Dallas.
One of these teams is playing their last half of Counter-Strike at the Intel Extreme Masters in Dallas. They line up on Nuke as they switch sides. G2 taking the defensive stance. 5 rounds on their offense. Struggled, but got just enough done for 3D Max. Still looking to take that next step into the upper echelons of professional Counter-Strike. And this would be a great start to fight for a playoff stage later on this evening if they can win here today, or win here this afternoon.
Somewhere in the world, it's every time in the day, Jason. We're truly global. Here we go. It's going to be Lucky charging out off the door into the site. Mobs and Haunter straight away. 2 kills for G2's defenses, but Exercise, as he often does, keeps his team in contention for the first round of play here in the second half. 1 back from Heavy God, and that keeps G2 ahead on players as that ball gets planted.
Okay, 1 above the vents. They hear that out from bottom. Oh, he's going to drop down right into the arms of Hades, who's got them both. Oh, right into his arms. Probably scared the hell out of him, but happy enough to get the kills.
No surprise to find Hades waiting in the underside of the map. 2 from the vent, and G2 win the pistol here in the second half. What a surprise. They land right on his head. And he's able to take a few steps back and get both kills with that USP.
Yeah, it's just like, all right, what just happened there?
I'll take that, absolutely. Well, here's the lack of purchase for 3D Max. You got a Deagle P250 in the mix, so should be quite comfortable here for G2 to tie up the scoreline. Heavy Guts can make some bank.
Just the 1, but thankfully the M4 from Hades here to spray down a pair. Back away, low health on him, so just wants to get as far away from the fight as possible. Nothing to recover for 3D Max. This should be tied up at 7, barring an absolute catastrophe.
And no catastrophe to be seen for G2.
Not yet. Give it some time.
Not yet. All right. Does it start here with Snacks? Let's find out. Nope. They aren't going to check him. And so he gets both kills. And it's 7-7. They only lose 1 player. But an expected result for 3D Max, who did not invest much into it all. It was all about getting the AKs out here. 1 Galil for Maka, 4 AKs to the rest of the squad.
Good job from Snacks, tracking that the whole way. Had all the information, the footsteps being made. 7-7. First gun round coming in. Score is tied. 3 AK-47s, 2 Galils, and Gravity up on top dropped immediately. Okay, Malbs hitting some precise shots. If that's going to be an element of this CT side for G2, 3D Max is in a lot of trouble.
Yeah, you were saying someone needs to step up for G2. Someone needs to take over, and Malbs is certainly one of the candidates you would like to see in that position. Exercise hoping Snacks takes a bit of a walk back into his crossout.
There is Body outside who's lurking, who's trying to like kind of sell this, right? Give it some time when you think there's nobody out here. You've seen it clear for like 30 seconds. Then he can maybe try and make his move. Utility being chucked out. Exercise going for an equalizing pick into the upper bomb site, but the MP9's not giving him the fights he wants. And Body will track across Secret. Lucky, Exercise, and Maka to join up towards ramp room.
Well, Heavy God with a scope in position. The turret begins to rattle off shots. It's Exercise going down first. A really ambitious jump and a little dangerous. And he's going to try and retreat down the ramp, but Lucky to chase him down and cast Heavy God aside.
Yeah, but look at Malbs. Okay, Hades is in a big position. Malbs is flanking a flanker. Hades needs 1, and he's got it nice and easy at clock. He's got a second one, and it doesn't even matter about the flank. No. Because there's no way Body wins this whole round.
No, maybe it still matters because Malbs comes through anyway. He's the man to close it. And Taz is happy. Look at that. Smile on his face. G2 into the lead.
Taking a while to get there.
And let's see how the CT side performs throughout the rest of the half, but so far so good in that first buy round.
Yeah, really well done from G2. Getting some free upgrades as well, getting off the MP9s. Heavy God gets stuck in a little bit of a fight, but due to the early jump on the rotation, the read of what's to come, Hades is in a prime position to make sure 3D Max have no chances. Good winker, Hades.
Yeah, he's got a good wink on him. How's your wink, Jason?
Not great.
Feel like it'd be okay.
Not really good at all.
Gonna get some work on it. 3D Max, though. They have enough for upgraded pistols. but not a whole lot more than that. Peering over our little caster balcony at the moment, Jason, I can see Aurora and Heroic going tit for tat at the moment. That matchup has started. Feels like just a couple of minutes ago we were watching Heroic play. But they're ready for their second game of the day. Last chance to make it out of the groups. That is what G2 and 3D Max are currently fighting for. That last chance game in the group stages.
Playing late into the wee hours of the evening.
Yes. A little bit of util available. Mac going to be picking them up.
Nothing so far. Maka's going to line up the smoke wall a little bit delayed. Similar to last round where Body's kind of the only one outside for the moment. Gravity's heading in that direction with the bomb as well. Hades' op is the defense in place. But about to have his vision taken away and obscured by smoke. So counter utility across the map for G2. Nade breaks the smoke open but sees nothing. Another one comes through, still sees nothing. It's not perfect. Hades gonna have to back away, and it'll be Malbs, I believe, who's gonna end up dropping down to cover the lower bomb site.
Further smokes coming in, creating an on-the-fly wall to get down towards Secret. So charging down, accelerating now. 3D Max trying to get into the lower bomb site. Lucky attempting to cut off rotations, but they smoke him off. They're aware of that possibility, and Malbs has rotated down with a FAMAS. So 3 walk into him, Heavy God assists, and 3 kills in quick succession here for G2 to stop any chance of 3D Max getting onto the site for a plant.
Not a whole lot of utility, not great weaponry for 3D Max. That round was always going to be a little bit telegraphed. They try and just kind of explode into the lower bomb set as fast as possible once that second wall comes up, and still just not there whatsoever. 9-7. G2 have 4 in a row in this second half on the CT side. 3D Max's offense yet to produce anything for them. Another gun round at hand in round 17. Op for Maka. And AK-47s are really, we haven't seen a lot yet. It's still very early in this second half. They got time to dig into the playbook, but a lot of what we've seen is that kind of solo body play walking across the Secret.
Malbs makes it to red. The AK about to make them dead, and here he goes. Malbs with a double, comes away. And he's still alive. He's still a threat. And out to the silo. He removes the health of Gravity. They walk right into him, and he was so close to picking up Body as well, but his essential trade coming in here for 3D Max. It's not enough to keep the numbers even, but it's within touching distance.
Yeah, I mean, Gravity's just at 11 HP is so tough. He just has to basically turn into like an information play. Just sit in a corner and lurk and watch the flank. Maybe gather some intel when someone tries to move. If Hades tries to change position, I don't know what the winning play is going to be from 3D Max. Lucky needs to create something, but Snacks rips his head off. And all of a sudden, if you're Gravity, your teammate's in vents, you've got 11 HP and you've got to try and reach him. There's still no information, though, that 3D Max has made it into the lower bomb site until the door opens and a smoke drops down. But G2 have plenty of time.
Another smoke going down. Body positions himself at the bottom of the ramp, and here come G2 congregating together. Body goes out. It's a quick kill, but a quicker trade. And now the low HP of Gravity in the 1v3. And as soon as he peeks on the side of that smoke, Heavy God is ready to put 1 bullet in him. G2 to double figures. Starting to see the light at the end of the tunnel.
Well, the 2 engines of the team have turned on. They've showed up. Heavy God and Malbs in this second half have been playing excellent now to get this 3-round lead in place
and that's
for G2.
The biggest difference from their Dust 2 CT side, where I remember you highlighting the fact
those
that
2 specifically.
Those are the 2 bottom fragging players that did not show up, they did not deliver, and G2 require them if there is any defense to be had.
Yeah, the structure is set up to activate those guys to have the most important and impactful kills, and when they're not getting them, the other players can put up a bunch of frags, but not really set up to be in a position where those are the round-winning frags. Five in a row now for G2.
Indeed. Hunter in the vent.
Oh, Hades wants to get aggressive. Lucky inside the smoke.
Gravity's gone. 2 players left here for G2.
This is so weird.
And this is weird indeed.
It's because 3D is trying to stall for Exercise, who's got this ramp avenue. He's working his way all the way around the map, all the way around the map, and they're basically saying he can provide the kill that maybe makes things sketchy. He does get it.
Yeah. Eventually. Definitely hard to get it, but Exercise and Mack now combining. G2 have lost the player advantages, and Hades is very committed in the hut with the AWP.
Yeah, this has turned very weird.
But he could slip out. Unexpected. The AWP strikes, denies the plant, and Hades gets away with his life. Now Hunter freed up to come up the vent. He spotted the Heaven player, couldn't get off the ladder in time, but Hades sees the drop. He knows the Exercise has gone down into the site. Hades trying to piece it together, figure out about the hut player as well. Timing. Oh, he nearly takes the shot, but he doesn't hit Mouse 1. And now Heavy got to drop inside of Mini as well. And 3D Max in a closely contested round find the pathway to victory.
What a G2 round to lose. What a G2 way to lose a round. That's about how it goes.
Was it 5v3 total?
5v3 at 10-7. Let's keep that in mind. We'll store it away, see if it comes back to haunt them. But that Exercise move, so much map available to him. And I mean, there's no reason you'd expect that if you're Mobs, but just the lack of caution on the rotation and then just the discombobulation when a couple kills out for 3D Max. Hades does his best. You think he saved the day when he stops the plant. Gonna be a tough one to get over if you're G2, and now you gotta stew in it because 3D Max has called a timeout. They're second. Coach has just been waiting for that moment, that inflection point, to get one win and call a timeout and get his boys to build on top of it. Money's an issue now for G2. There's a real chance down the stretch 3D Max can steal this away.
Mack are going to be smoked away. But he doesn't want that to stop him from getting a line of sight. He'll throw the grenade on it, but G2 stay disciplined. Oh, body. At least it's a leg shot.
But again, it's this kind of 4-1 idea. Get body over towards Secret, but now that he's been legged, he won't be motivated to be very aggressive and assist in the actual take of the lower bomb site. So your ramp players have to be really solid if you're going to try and put the pieces together. Looks like a fake upper execute into a ramp hit, potentially, hoping you're going to get a pick with the op over in hut. Maybe just baiting out a little bit of counter utility. Hunter set up inside hut now. "42 seconds on the clock."
Oh, body comes back up. Mom's going to be peeled away. 3D Max with 30 seconds left. Had the player advantage, but they drop into Snacks, who picks up 2. Body so low in HP from the start of the round, and Snacks will go and finish him off. Hades in tandem with a final shot, and G2 respond after the 3v5 round loss.
Oh, that pesky little vent player. Pesky little Snacks just chilling. They got the opening kill, and they feel like it's a perfect opportunity to drop into the vents, but Snacks has been chilling the whole time. 3 steps ahead of you. Man, that's a tough round for G2. They had no idea what was going on. There was utility being thrown in ramp room. There had already been an initial pump of utility at the upper bomb site. You know one had crossed the Secret earlier. That's a weird round to try and get a grip of. And thanks to Snacks, G2 win it. And 3D Max missed that opportunity to devastate and take away the economy. So it gets much, much harder now.
Blow for blow to kick off the round. Body and Mobs. .3D Max slow down with the player less. Half the HP gone from Gravity. And your best weapon arguably being a MAC-10.
They have the utility to do another pump if they want to pull out some counter util, but again, with this glimpse, it doesn't really matter because lobby's already being taken over. Lucky spots an elbow. Snacks not looking, goes down for free. Good find. Good find. Huge find. A huge team. Okay, this could turn.
Oh, this could absolutely turn. This could be another G2 round going against them. Molb's able to protect his teammate as the hunt keeps coming forward with the Tech 9. But down the vent they go. The Molotov goes in, and that stops the rotation from being quick, which isolates Heavy God. He'll still pick up a kill. Molb's will follow up and exercise into a 1v3. Smoke is up. Gives him some cover, and he will fall back to try and fight them in the vent. Solo now on 2. Exercise moves forward into the vent, doubled up outside the decon door. Oh, he catches Hunter. Can he find Moles as well? Can he bring him down and feasibly pull this off in a 1v3 clutch? Exercising his right to deliver for his team. The defuse around the corner and denied!
Goddamn!
That is a god-tier clutch from Exercise and might have just given him enough life to keep going here in Dallas.
Oh, that's huge, man. What a big win. G2 has let some rounds slip away. Down the stretch, they're having a really hard time closing this map. Brilliant from Exercise. Chasing down Hunter, being aware of the second player. Molbs gets baited into a shot with no health. He has no chance to recover, and precision on the final. 3D Max still in this in regulation. It's 9-11. And now G2's out of money. Now it gets problematic.
And 3 Max are fired up off the back of it, but it's still 2 for 2. G2 take the sting out of the attack, and we have a moment to breathe as Gravity walks right into Snacks' 5-7. And 3D Max, the momentum might cost them. They're so fired up from the clutch, they just went barreling into the A site, and they're losing members quite quickly. But they have a moment here to stabilize.
There's a player inside the site. Heavy God is just chilling this whole time. Nobody's turned the corner.
Eventually Exercise will, and Heavy God brings him down. And G2 ready to respond. The grenade just about misses out on taking Molbs down. And another clutch required from 3D Max, this time from Maka.
Okay, let's go, Maka. It's been a chaotic round. You got to settle yourself here. Hear the footsteps over in the vents. Now in decon.
They're running in towards him, and it's not going to be Maka magic. Taz relieved as G2 bounce back. Series point. And this game is absolute chaos.
This has gotten wild down the stretch. Taz, all you can really do is just be so happy your team handled that clutch, because the other one fell by the wayside, but this time, not going to let it happen. And who else but Snacks? Brilliant first map for Snacks in this series. Had huge impact here on Nuke as well. This round is critical. Putting in a shift today. A 3-round lead for G2 and 3 chances to eliminate 3D Max from IEM Dallas. Not an easy decision to make what you want to call in this final round if you're 3D Max, this potentially final round. This has been a very rough T-side. You've only won 2 rounds. You don't have a lot to look at. One of those was a 1v3. It's not like you have a lot of success to build on. The 4-1 with Body getting Secret hasn't been super successful. You haven't gotten a whole lot of production out of it. Ramp hasn't been easy to take for you. Even outside has been well defended. G2 showing aggression, showing passive plays. Molbs has been solid. 20 kills on Molbs, 19 on Heavy God. Round 22 begins. Look at the utility that 3D Max have to work with in this round that they must win. This will be a fast round.
Molbs coming back, Snacks to follow up. And 3D Max fall to just 3 players. Their chances in Dallas of survival dwindle as G2 will outlast. Lucky steps up to the squeaky door. The last steps for 3D Max. He's got a second kill in him, but still 3 more G2 players to pick up, and it just won't happen. G2 survive, they defeat 3D Max, they cast away the French, and they will move into the deciding game in the group for the last shot in the playoffs.
That'll be against Gamer Legion later on, but for now, G2 just gonna revel in the moment. That's a really hard-fought series, marked by underperformances, marked by great performances from Snacks in the first map. And for G2, you gotta say, so much of the conversation as their star players, Nico and Modesty, have departed over to Falcons, has been the excitement around Malbs and Heavy God, the potential future that G2 have within this team. And today, when the moment actually called for it, those two stepped up. Quiet in the first half of Nuke, but man, were they allowed to close it out on the CT side.
Yeah, 3D Max, a team that have been making progress, that have been trying to get to that next level. Unable to break through to the playoffs this time. The Intel Extreme Masters Dallas, they lose to a struggling G2.
Yeah, still haven't found that recipe to take the next big step. We've been there for a while with 3D Max. And I think that's part of some of the struggles, is maybe the frustration internally that they haven't been able to make that step, that they haven't felt that they've gotten that next level of improvement. Still a hard-fought series, a hard-fought map, a tough loss to take, and we've got Freya speaking with Body.
Yeah, close, but no cigar once again for the side of 3D Max. I know, Body, it's been a tough situation for you once again. You're so close to progressing further. Playoffs just in front of you. Can you describe what's going through your head right now?
Yeah, playoff. I mean, we had one more game to play anyway, but I think we're progressing. And at the same time, like, this first map was rough, and it doesn't show how we truly prepare, how we truly play, and like the values that we have in the team. And we need to like erase those kind of games in order to like get into the next step. And yeah, I'm still proud. Like, the second map was a lot of resilience, and the third, like a good 3D Max team that was coming up. Obviously some small mistakes. They are more experienced than we are, and next time.
You mentioned about that slow start, and obviously I totally agree with you. Crazy resilience coming out in that second map. Was there a particular reason why you felt like you guys started so slow on that first map of Inferno?
One of the main reasons could be that, like, I mean, maybe we crumbled a bit at the start, and like we knew it was hard coming after this first map that was a stomp, honestly a stomp. We have to warm up. I mean, I think like the 3D Max like kind of DNA is to like warm up round after round, sorry, and like we showed that once more, and we showed that we can do some crazy comeback and be ourselves. We just needed to like start better than we did, and on Nuke as well, like we won the pistol, then get eco'd once again. Obviously a really good like city side 7-5, but close but no cigar.
Final question. Obviously, this isn't the end of the season for you. You've still got the major going on forward. I believe you're starting at stage 2, right? So June 7th will be your first game day. You guys staying here? Are you going back to Europe? What's the situation?
Obviously, big practice coming up for the major. This was one of them. Like, we came to this tournament as well to prepare ourselves, test ourselves for the major, see what worked and what didn't, like in order to achieve the best scenario possible for the major. I think we're definitely going back home as fast as we can, so we're going to be prepared and fight the jet lag as well.
Well, appreciate your time. As always, Body, commiserations once again on the loss. That does mean 3D Max eliminated here from the Intel Extreme Masters Dallas 2025.
Yep, saying goodbye to 3D Max and G2. Well, they're going to live to fight on another day. I'd say that this was a labored, hard-fought battle. Both sides really having to pull their bootstraps up and get it done. Joshua Steele Nissan.
Yeah, I absolutely agree. And I think this game, especially towards the end of it, we got to see how close it was hand in hand. I mean, these guys were basically, it came down to these 2v2s, 1v1s. We saw towards the end of the game there actually back-to-back wins. I think it was a 1v3 and a 1v2 that 3D Max won to keep the game close. But I think there were a few crucial rounds in there that were kind of a couple that were fumbled by 3D Max in that first half that gave G2 enough breath to be able to, you know, remain in the game. And then kind of round 17 was where things kind of got turned on its head. So 8, 11, and 17 would be like, if you were to go back and rewatch it, those would be like the key pivotal rounds, I would say. Focus on those. That's how G2 won.
Yeah, and those that's a Josh Steele Nissan guarantee right there. Those rounds.
Yeah, that is. It's
Say it for him again. What numbers, man?
Round 8 was I don't understand why 3D Max decided they're just going to rush lobby on CT side. No idea why. Round 11, they have a man advantage, but then they go outside and look for more kills, and G2's able to punish 3 kills like right within like 3 seconds. And then second half, Malbs on round 17 gets flashed outside at T-Red and gets 2 kills right away. And I think those 3 rounds were just exactly what G2 needed, a little bit of a push to get them over that edge.
Yeah, well, the edge is where we are right now on starting the next series of this matchup. Yanko looking at me deeply and sternly right behind that camera, right into my soul. So let me just go ahead and tell you what to expect. Yeah, we say goodbye to 3D Max. G2 will continue to march on. And of course, for us, we look towards some of those playoff lock teams, a little bit of Vitality, Mongols, Mals, Falcons, and how about a break so we can do some of that. Be right back.
Mr. B. Roland, how are you doing this afternoon?
All good, all good.
I'm liking the new haircut. When did you get that done, the perm?
I don't know, 1 week ago I think, but I did it before Katowice as well, but I need to do a refreshment.
What's the inspiration behind the hair?
I don't know, it's just a thing in Sweden I guess. No, but I want to do some new things I guess. And yeah,
it's very stylish. I saw you guys, I think it was yesterday, you obviously have the football that Sabrina always seems to be hogging. You kind of go outside in the grass, you're playing some sports there. What are the games you play in front of the hotel?
Yeah, we just try to kick some ball and just try to have some enjoyment I guess, instead of like maybe go in the hot weather and these things. Yeah, we're trying to learn a little bit how to kick the ball because we're pretty bad at it at the moment, but yeah.
Obviously today, you go up against Falcons again. Just a CD match this time. Both of you going to be guaranteed to be going to playoffs. How are you feeling about Falcons as an opponent again?
I mean, pretty good. I think they're in really good form, of course. But we'll see how it goes. I mean, obviously, it's going to be a little bit, maybe a change of map pool in the Vito. But yeah, we'll see how it goes. And I'm really confident to try to beat them this time. Of course, they beat us 2 times in a row. It's just going to be really nice to have some revenge against them.
Looking forward to seeing it go down, Brolin. Thanks so much for your time. I'll let you go on your way.
Stages don't get bigger than this. Let's get it on! Biggest stage in Counter-Strike! 10 years Counter-Strike has been coming here. Mind melting from Gutierrez. The Cathedral of Counter-Strike. 10 years in the making, conquering the Cathedral.
FaZe eliminated 2-1 versus Heroic, with that third map of Mirage going to overtime. Simple's return spoiled by a well-supported Sun Payers, which does mean Heroic face off versus Aurora later on today on the B stream. But speaking of being well-supported, let's talk a little bit about Antros, because not only does it offer the ultimate lumbar support, it also helps keep your posture in perfect check. If you're looking for the world's most comfortable chair, look no further.
And fix your sit
with Antros.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, 1xBet, Monster Energy, Face It Watch.
Alrighty, we are back here at IEM Dallas with quite the game at our hand. Mouse taking on Falcons, arguably the second best team in the world, taking on what currently is the third best team in the world. Now, there's a conversation to be had. Is Falcons the better team? Is Mouse the better team? Maybe we'll be a little bit smarter after tonight, but make no mistake, Yanko, this is a big matchup.
Yeah, absolutely, and it should be one of the best matchups you can have. That doesn't include Vitality, but actually in recent times, it's been more or less a stomp, right? Like Falcons have had Mouse's number ever since Monacy joined the squad. There was that shellacking in Melbourne, which really was an off day for Mouse. But then even in Copenhagen, right, in a studio environment, Mouse still wasn't able to take them down. And I'm sure they're very hungry here to get some revenge for those 2 losses.
I'm hungry, and I'm excited to see exactly what's going to go down in this game. We're always hungry. And
you burn like 50,000 calories a day.
Something like that. Something like that. Some things that are not burning hot right now is the NA presence at the tournament, because this is not the first game of the day, Janko. It's obviously a good game, but earlier today, FaZe left the tournament, Elish left the tournament, and Team Liquid has left the tournament as well. So no NA presence in the playoff. That's a little bit disappointing, isn't it?
I think the Liquid one is hugely disappointing. Yeah. I mean, they had ample time to practice as well. They got beaten down by Mouse in that upper bracket game, and then Aurora made quick work of them today as well. I mean, those are not 2 bad teams, but just not being able to make it competitive for Liquid is going to be very disappointing.
Very disappointing. Well, let's not talk about that anymore, because they're not going to be anymore, so it doesn't matter. We'll see if they can do it in Austin, but it doesn't look good. Now, for Mouse versus Falcons, as we said already, it's a big game, but it's also a game that I guess the consequences of losing it are not that dire, so to speak. Both teams have made it into the playoff. Does that change the, I guess, dynamic of the game, or do you think both teams are still coming in at 100%?
I think it depends whether you think Vitality will take down Mongols, right? Because whoever loses this game is going to be on Vitality's side of the bracket if they do end up taking Mongols. But we were debating this yesterday. Maybe that's better for you, you know? Maybe you have a better chance of beating them in a best of 3 than you do in a best of 5. But we heard from Nico yesterday, as he says hi to some of his former teammates, that they're here to win the event. They're not saving any strats for the major. They feel like with the 2 back-to-back finals, you know, they're in good form. With a little bit of time that they had to practice, they might just surprise here and lift the trophy.
Now, you said it, Janko. As of recently, it's been very one-sided towards Falcons, but I think Mouse so far in this tournament have looked very, very solid. Do you think that's going to change today? At the very least, maybe one map going the way of Mouse?
I think so. I think they'll be able to take a map at the very least. Also, so far in the tournament, you know, Nico has had a pretty slow start. Now, you're thinking, like, is that going to change today? Is that going to change for the playoffs, or is it not going to change whatsoever? I have a tough time sort of believing that it's just going to continue the poor form. But luckily for Falcons, Monacy is the highest rated player of the tournament, and he's been, you know, in MVP-like form so far. And when that's the case, it's always going to be tough going up against the Falcons.
It is always tough going up against Falcons, especially with the current form they're in. However, Mouse have looked good so far in this tournament. You say Monacy, I say Torsi. It's good to see him playing well again. As of recently, as an AWP player within the Mouse camp, he's been, I wouldn't say average, but he hasn't been up to par with what he can do. Now, at this tournament so far, he's firing on all cylinders, and I guess that's a massive win condition.
Yeah, we called him for a while, you know, the Mouse's best player when it comes to arena games, and, you know, he definitely had his probably worst series ever in that game against Falcons. But he's a guy who's very versatile as an opera, able to do a lot of different things, be aggressive, but also play more passive if that's what the team needs. Good in the clutches, can be proficient with the rifle too, and guy who's definitely proficient with the rifle is Spinks, who's had a great tournament himself, second highest rated behind Monacy so far in Dallas.
It's a little bit funny with Spinks because he was doing so well at Melbourne, then a little bit lackluster at Blast Rivals in Copenhagen, and now he's firing on all cylinders again. Now, obviously, you've seen it. Mouse haven't lost a map yet, but
I think... Yeah, sorry to interrupt you. I'm just thinking, like, I think Mouse really needs to win this game in a way, right? Like, because if they lose for a third time to Falcons, you were the one playing against Vitality all the time. You couldn't really challenge them and make those games competitive. All of a sudden, Falcons show up with 2 days practice with Monacy, and they're taking them to the very limit, right? So this is where you need to, for your confidence that you can actually contend with Falcons and Vitality, at some point you have to win. And another interesting thing that always happens in this matchup is the Falcons get sort of a free ban because both teams ban Anubis and Mouse always bans it for them. So actually this time around they go for the train ban. It was Ancient the last couple of times, and the picks don't really change with Falcons going for Dust 2 yet again. This time around Mouse go for Mirage. It was Nuke one time, and that's going to be the decider this time around. So I think no huge surprises here. I don't think Mouse would have gone for Train if it was available. I think they're just trying to go for their strength and Falcons getting Nuke in Dust 2, they'll be happy about that.
But I can't help to feel the Falcons should be happy, right? Nuke, I'm at they in this tournament have first picked a couple of times. I'm at they love to play. I'm at they probably shouldn't beaten Vitality on as well. So I feel like in terms of this matchup, it's set up to be leaning towards Falcons. But with the way Mouse have played so far, do you think that's going to change tonight? Do you think there's a realistic shot that Mouse will finally get it done?
I think there is. I think we'll have the closest game between these two teams so far. You know, Falcons dropping a map to Heroic, having that slow start against Energy. A team like Mouse is definitely going to be able to capitalize on that. And again, you know, I've been talking about Nico a lot in this tournament because in those grand finals, he really didn't perform on a level that he has to if they're going to be able to beat Vitality, you know, and it's had a slow tournament here, so you don't want this to happen at this point in the season, right? And usually he doesn't have too many, you know, slow games in a row. Also, when you're winning and it doesn't really matter all that much, right? So, but I think today his team will definitely need him.
He will definitely be needed today. One thing we have seen be a bit of a trend for Falcon so far this tournament is the slow starts. You can't say the same about Mouse. They've been firing on all cylinders. This is a banger matchup. We got some banger casters for you as well. Chad and Alex, please take it away. Number 2 versus number 3.
And the third time these two teams have played within the span of a month. Back-to-back semi-finals, now a seeding match with a semi-final on the line. I agree with Yanko's sentiment there. This is an important match for Mouse for the confidence sake. You want to stay in that conversation and take down the Falcons. Give yourself that edge going into the playoffs in the weekend. And the big conversation at the moment is Austin, the major, right around the corner. The culmination of a season's worth of hard work.
Yeah, and I really like the way Yanko framed it as well, just talking about how, for your confidence coming into Austin, you need to prove that, you know, that Falcons, sure, they may have made a 5-map affair and got incredibly close to a team you couldn't put away in Vitality, but you can take them down a peg here and now securing yourself that semi-final bye.
We saw m0NESY get up to some absolute nonsense on this map yesterday.
Yeah, I wonder if he's in the same mood.
That was against Heroic, who actually pushed them to a third map. CT side start for Mouse. Torji, aggressive cat earlier, has Spinks to chip in from middle with Exertion. Mid-door smoke lands to segregate this defense. The Torji stand his ground or back off.
He just fires a single bullet. Now, you can see that Exertion is going to throw out the flash for Torji's re-aggress. Doesn't catch Nico. Still had his vision. P250 equipped on him, and yeah, has his bell rung there. Exertion, a bullet through long range. m0NESY 60 damage with his Glock.
Yeah, interesting that he's used the HE for the clear of the smoke with the USP. It's not an AWP, but we're going out late long into Brolin and Torji with the bomb. A split on the docket. Here they come.
If Torji can hit the first, it sets Brolin up for this pistol round. Pressure being applied by Kixon. Does it pull anyone away? Pushing. Brolin is giving them exactly what they were waiting for. Now they're going to overwhelm him. And can he stabilize? Actually, in combination with Torji, they've done more than stabilize. They have thrived. 5 alive. Mouse take the pistol.
And look at the energy that Torji's bringing immediately there.
Real.
I think they feel the same as what Yanko has highlighted. You go back to those last 2 series that they played with in the semifinals of Melbourne as well as the rivals. And it was a 13-3, a 13-6, a 13-6, and an overtime affair 16-14 on Nuke. Now, Nuke being the pick of Mouse in both of those series, they've decided to take it somewhere else today. It's going to be Mirage, our second map.
Let's fucking go, boy. Oof. Yeah, I mean, we're seeing a lot of it today. There is a lot of kind of hunger, a lot of desire on this Mouse camp to make this one a very popular day. Jimmy, tested on B, gets 3. No problem to handle and swat away the Glocks.
Well, hopefully they were able to scoop that up. Exertion's there to grab that rifle, but looks like he wanted to see if he could get in with the SMG in time, but can dot back, pick it up. Torji is being very direct. I noticed when I turned on the stream earlier today, we had these comms a lot clearer, so always nice to get that extra little bit of info.
I loved the fact that I learned that Karrigan has a call called Terminator.
Okay.
Yeah.
Maybe is that unleashing a liege?
It's on Mirage, something to do with Con.
Okay.
Yeah.
Well, right now, it's going to be the rifles out for Falcons. As Torji said, no AWP as Exertion's going to start with some jarring aggression. Him and Spinks in towards the lower tunnels. Yep. They're out long. Roland's on notice.
Out long. But behind that smoke, and it kind of feels like we're trading spaces. So CT's claim upper, T's claim long.
And look at all the nades on the CTs, right? The fact that they've played into upper tunnels immediately, and Spinks is even pushing into backyard. It's going to be the timing of Falcons pushing through this smoke, and Tesses with a beautiful opener. Here they come.
Yeah, didn't manage to kind of track the taps of Torji.
Just Torji for now.
Just Torji, yeah. Tucked on Gandalf. Magical kind of process of eliminate. The Gandalf is likely occupied. Here comes some support. Throws out a smoke to give him something to play with. Torji, he's making it as difficult as possible, delaying that Falcons plan, trying to take this A site. Torji chips in onto Nico. Zergent mantles up for just the one. Tessas will stop him in his tracks.
Bombs loose on ramp.
Yeah, it's Kixon tasked with picking it up. Good cover from Monacy, his first contribution on this Falcons T side. Spinks wrapping around long. Good timing on that. Removes Monacy, and look at the damage onto Magisk. Really needed a kill out of Magisk, but Spinks has found it. Kixon left alone in the clutch. Bit of damage dealt to Spinks. Torji buying his time. He's going to hit that uncrouch. A hard headshot for Kixon to hit an advantage for that M4, but he's hit it anyway. Spinks has that incendiary HE as well. This could hurt. Kixon down to 79 from the HE shrapnel. Here comes more util. He is just going to have to take the fight. Commits to the spray. Kixon comes up clutch.
Important one there. Captain's clutch early for Kixon. Going to set the tone on this. Started with the man advantage given over by Tessas. He gets that pick towards longer to Brolin, who only had the SMG in that little outing. But Mao's direct on the CT side. I love the fact we've seen them take this aggression. They're able to swarm them so early. It was the pacing. They were unable to block Falcons. In that situation, you're hoping that you stall them out with that oppressive smoke. You allow your teammates to rotate in, and then you can use all the U2 you held onto, the HEs, the flashes, the smokes, as well as the incendiaries to stall out Falcons on the plant. Will be a force buy in here from Mouse, and I say force, that's because Jimmy and Brolin are just down to a pistol and an SMG between them. Torji's AWP, and now extremely limited utility as Torji posted up Cat. He's going to have presence from lower and top mid momentarily, and now the internal timer has gone off, needs to back away. To the paces of the default, Falcons are going to get what they're looking for. Remember, last two head-to-heads on this has been very dominant from Falcons, so a strong start for Mouse. Winning a round like this can really help them.
In a way, and Monacy was kind of ready for it, but Spinks still profits. And then Brolan will activate. Magisk pulled away. Nico claws back one. And he's not even concerned that Brolan's going to be pushing top middle. His teammates glancing at Palm, calling it clear.
They don't know about this AWP yet.
No, Torji kind of a security blanket for Mao, as they aren't concerned about A because the AWP. Woof, you hearing that?
Yeah, well, that's a qualification game going on right now. Aurora versus Heroic. We'll get to that in a minute.
Yeah, Torji does manage to continue his reign of terror. Two quick sequential AWP frags to secure the round. Only Nico left. Not going to be easy to even dream of a plant. Torji holding his cross.
They give him respect.
I mean, at this point, they're just waiting to three-man bomb rush short with a flash. He will get that bomb down.
Need to hit some one-taps.
Yeah, there we go. Nico's been doing this for so many years. The muscle memory doesn't kick in. Not enough to tap the first head cleanly. And so, there you go. You discussed it.
Did Torji say, I'm on fire just there?
Yeah, he is looking sharp.
He's had impact on the pistol, and now in the hemorrhage round as far as the buy concerned, a couple of key kills on that AWP. And like I said, were they ready for the AWP? Because they've only dropped one smoke. It's the elevator smoke. Doesn't give them that immediate cover from Car. And he hits two big shots. The fact he goes in for that repeat, love to see it. The confidence thriving right now. But Aurora versus Heroic is a rematch from day number one. On Monday, Aurora as well as Furia both had to make the arduous journey from Kazakhstan, taking part in PGL Astana. And Heroic got the better of them. Now, you could have chalked that one up at the time to jet lag. Yeah. However, Heroic, as we touched upon, did take a map off of Falcons. Oof.
Nico's taking a head off of Brolan.
Hero AK.
Yeah, already drawing blood. Now an opportunity for Tessis. P2! Oh, he can't find the head of Spinks. He's not ready! Oh, he was not ready for two, but he still gets one. You know what? He'll take that. With just the P2, building off of that Hero AK opening, still feels like this is a mammoth task, converting anything more.
Well, Kixon with the smoke at least gives them something to work with. So he's going to drop one over towards mid doors. Now, if they stay in a group, you don't want Nico to lead. You want him to be second so he can trade upon whatever information or kill comes against them. There is a HE available to break this, so the timing on when Jimmy wants to drop it, now. Sit, wait.
Nothing to report.
So Exertion's been tasked with dealing with B as well as mid. Jimmy's joining Torji on A, 55 seconds.
Still a plethora of utility for Xerxen, but he has actually gambled towards CT. This is the path of least resistance that Falcons have found.
Do they just save if they lose the site, Mouse? That's the question.
Whoa,
Exertion's
really?
starting to float back across the doors. Remember, there's no utility to block this. Exertion will get some fights.
Here we go. It's the incendiary. They will push out ahead of it.
Oh.
That's a crazy kill from Kixon. He's doing it all on his own.
You have to save now.
Yeah. He just runs out. He has the bomb on his back, and he gets the entry. Respect to Kixon.
Considering they had no smoke or molly to block window or doors, they had to be done with the bodies. This is the opener from Nico, the hero AK paying off. Massive work from him as Jimmy gets the trade there onto Tessa, sure, but it's all about this kill. Exertion responding in time, but Kixon, his impact for both Falcons rounds. This time it was only a kill, not a 1v2 clutch. However, we'll keep it as a one-round game. So Mauser done the hard work. Torji had got himself involved, but Falcons aren't letting off the gas just yet. We have a back-and-forth affair early within Dust 2.
Yeah, 100% of Kixon's kills have contributed to a round win, that's for sure. 2 for Falcons and 3 for Kixon.
We can quickly just return to the Aurora versus Heroic match. That is going to be locking in the third team from this very group of Group B. Now, today, I think that has to be Heroic. There has to be Heroic.
Yeah.
Right, they took down FaZe earlier today. They spoiled the party for Simple returning.
Yeah, I mean, some great performances from Heroic's individuals.
Oh, Tania, we were talking about him when we had him on our screens the other day against Falcons. Fantastic. But you've got some massive moments from X-Cloud. Yes, some Pius with clutches on Anubis.
Yo, do you see that one bullet, last bullet, one tap?
Yes.
Come on. Really, really pretty. Wait, that's a fast B smoke.
Yeah,
Are we going?
There's 2 here. The Orb's here as well.
Yeah, Torji's set for success. He's in the right place and he profits. Jimmy as well chips in. Nico watching sidelined. Kixon maybe can give them some hope. He gets his. Burning it. Torji had no idea. The flashbang was perfect. And now Xerxen activates. Does remove one. Monacy caught crouching. Kixon, the unknown entity, up close. Could be a good HE there. Pushing through the window. Magis beheads the first. Brolan using that smoke to activate and push through. Oh, Magis gets all about the timing. Just as he looks away, averts his gaze, but still Kixon stands. He can't do more.
Look at the energy. There's been such a considered conversation coming in today's match. This is a seeding game.
Yes.
Normally you find Alex and I in this scenario, okay guys, it's not the end of the world, you know, it's just a seeding game. It's either going to be quarters or... That's a team flash. If we could get that again, so you can see the flash come through the doors there, that's what caught poor Torji in that situation.
Damn, yeah. I mean, he bailed himself out as best he could, but did get overrun by it.
Yeah, so the team flash not costing them, fortunate, because that's where things can start to sour. But again, into the buys. Kixon's been given the AWP for the long peak, smoked off for now. This one's definitely got some pep to it. Loving the way these brawls are going down within these rounds. So both teams with their snipers equipped with the primaries. Now it's Monacy's turn towards mid. Clear of the smoke.
Oh, and Monacy profits. Removing Torji early, a valuable asset to Falcons' team side.
Yeah, it feels like when Torji's been in the right place, he's been able to stop these rounds with a couple of key kills. Now he's down. How are they going to operate? Spinks floating around mid doors still. Jimmy on B with an SMG. Exertion having to worry about that of short, and Brolan has just smoked long for the second time. It's only going to last for another 15 seconds or so. Looking to come late out long, the 3 of them, Magis, Nico, and Monacy. Kixon joining them from back, Cat and Tessas to keep options open with the upper tunnels lurk.
Oh, we're just walking through.
I love this. No sound cues, no flashes, no scurry of steps, and they can keep this contact.
Like no indication. Look at the backs turned right now. Xerxen and Brolan are fully locked in on the potential for short.
Spinks, is he in the open?
Yeah.
Hello.
Oh, not the weapon. Does go down. Combination of bullets do combine. 2 on short side. Nice chip back from Xerxen.
Oh, that's a huge miss.
They need to get the bomb across. Kixon and Magis do get it. And it's only Jimmy on the wrong side of the map with only an SMG.
You can see Jimmy on high alert. He's aware Tessus is still alive, knows he's the upper tunnels individual for Falcon, so still worried about having a player with an incision on the side. But I think Tessus has heard him. He's called Kixon over, and they're trying to remove everything right now because for Maus, the buy going into the next, it's not going to happen. They are going to have to force with the min loss bonus, but if you can remove everything, even this SMG, you can make your life a whole lot easier. We're talking 1.5 on the low end, 2.5 on the high. So it has to be the buy from Maus considering the financial situation. Here's the opener. And Orpa's now becoming so aware of that, right? The CT's clearing smokes, trying to get a cheeky kill. They're just going to sit and wait for that. Remember Shiro doing that back in the Shanghai Major of last year. Well, the Oster Major, this one is just around the corner, and both of these teams, they have their names in the hat for the title alongside Vitality. They'll be coming up next versus the Mongols. Be impressive if Mouse can make this round tight. Winning it feels out of the question when it's 2 MP9s, a couple of pistols, and the Scout. But early long Lear from Brolin liberates a whole lot of space.
Magic's tasked with containing any long aggressions. It looks like they may actually be returning for a little late long question.
Torji's looking through the doors.
He is. So if Torji sets up, baits them in, they may overlook Brolin up close. And how's that for bait? Hits the headshot. Magic's next victim. Just 1.5 from the SMG. Torji fakes the runaway, sticks around. Second flash pops right in his face, but Kixon a little too hesitant. And now Torji with a white screen still pulls the trigger, removes Kixon. And how's this, Chad? You said it wouldn't be possible. However, with only 2 left, m0NESY and Tessis are tasked with a rather nasty 2v4.
I can't believe Falcons have returned to that again. They've had this really keen eye on the late longs grouped up, and Mauser found the perfect counter, the combination of Brolin and Torji, who is the man right now. He can't be stopped. 10-3. Set them up for a winnable moment as Tessis and m0NESY will walk out short. There's a smoke, 2 mollies, and a couple of flashes. Exertion's going to get his hands on something a little bit tidier as Torji communicates A is completely open. Here comes that util. Bomb just needs to get planted. m0NESY and Tessis have a shot at this.
You certainly do.
No kit.
After the util throw now. Flash to swing across. Torji does miss one shot, but Tessis, he knows that there's another encroaching. Spots out Xerxian. That rifle profits. Takes the head off of Tessis, and now m0NESY, he's a dead man. Scoping. Getting closed in on. Gap closed by Spinks. And Maus, with only 1 casualty, will steal that one back.
Now it's just about getting... Okay, Torji, again, just very, very loud and clear on the comms, trying to make sure that they scavenge back all the weapons. The AKs are picked up, the AWPs are in play as well, so just making sure they got all the goodies. So very important that they've done that, because this is still so back and forth. Scoreline now 5-3, and needs to be said, it's early on in the piece, but m0NESY not sitting on a heater the way he has been against the likes of NRG as well as Heroic. m0NESY on this map yesterday, if you missed it, if you were only caught that crazy bullshit no-scope through the doors and thought that was the highlight from him, but he was getting up to some absolute madness. The 1v2 clutch, the buzzer beater against Sampaius, the spam through B doors to deny the plant. He was getting away with absolutely everything yesterday.
Yeah, one of those games where you just can't do any wrong. You know, every decision you make is the right one. Every bullet on the wallbang connects, every sixth sense through a smoke. He had it all.
And both of these teams so far within this have gotten away with lighter buys or forced investments. Remember the Nico Hero AK into the round conversion. Now it's a couple MP9s and a Scout to get them across the line. Falcons will invest once more. m0NESY given the AWP.
I'm fascinated, yeah, to see if he can step up and deliver when a round like this. His teammates will boost him up to try and facilitate. But yeah, 3 getting across, using that smoke to guys there across to B safely from that potential for an m0NESY AWP.
Torji's got his towards short, so might have another head-to-head in a moment.
Looks like it could be coming, could be imminent. The smoke plumes. Torji posted.
Flashed again.
Yeah, a few of those. There's a nade break from the CT side. m0NESY doesn't get anything from it. Still that potential for that short collision. Torji 10 frags already. Torji dips back. That flash will likely force a drop-off, or he was just tuck and go for one.
He's anti-flash right now, Torji. And he's just given it up completely, so more than just the flash.
No smoke to block on Torji.
Right now, they're getting what they want out of Mouse, right? Forcing exertion between the mid to B as well as A. Brolin's pushing long. He's going to call bedroom clear. So it's what's the read? Do you think this is going to be a mid to B or a B pop finish? Do you think it'll be short? Do you put faith in Torji? Apparently so. Limited util for the finish now. Well, that second smoke didn't land perfectly.
This is stressful. If you're Torji, you're feeling under a lot of pressure right now, but they are actually walking towards the stacked site. Spinks in the window. Flash good. Xerxian just going to be baiting him in. Look at that for the first. Nico still good for one, though. Tessus Deagle still onto Jimmy. It's Nico versus Spinks, and he gets it. Awkward. Very awkward for the CTs. Now that bomb will go down next to Nico. The elevated angle overlooked by m0NESY. And so Nico thrust into a 1 versus 2. Smoke down on the doors, and he's not, is he?
I think it's been crazy to go for that type of play.
thought he was going to go knife out for a second.
Roland has a smoke and a couple of flashes. He's going to channel them in through window because of this door smoke, or do they wait it out? They have the time with the kit.
He just has to hit the first bullet clean, right? And he hasn't done it. Torji, quick to the AWP. Finds the frag and the 6th for the CT side.
Okay, well, the fact that we find ourselves at 6 rounds already for Mouse, they have hit that same mark in these last 2 head-to-heads with Falcon. 6 rounds on Dust 2 is the best they've got. Is that Nico Smart? That's not a happy one. That's a, I don't know, surprised? Maybe...
Determination?
Yeah, a little bit venom in that one, I think. But the bomb goes down again. I think at this point, Falcons will have to give up the back-and-forth nature and just go for a light investment. Loss bonus going into the next is going to be the 2,400, and they will be able to purchase full. So right now, Mouse are going to be able to put themselves up to a 7th round ever so likely. And I think just with the way that this game started, the first 9 rounds, there's a bit more freestyle with the team, right? Because when you don't have full util, when you don't have all the weapons of choice, there's a bit more calling required for your likes of your Kixons, your likes of your Brolans, as well as the coaches chipping in. What are we going to do with our limited utility? Do we have good spawns? What are we going to play for? And you've seen that from both of these teams. Now, Nico's gone a scout. Everybody else has invested in a deagle other than Kixon, who has a Glock and a smoke. Mouse. You've got a 3-round lead, but you'd love to make it a whole lot more. And if you want to get there easily, keep as many bodies alive in this one as you can. Well, that's not going to help the frustrations of Nico.
Yeah,
that one might.
That's going to maybe cheer him up. Temporarily. I respect it. Tessus knew he was peeking into an AUG with a Desert Eagle, and he goes for a second double dip. Fair play. He lost 2 teammates already.
Listen to those shouts. They're just getting louder and louder down there.
Oh, it's intense in the Aurora Heroic game.
If you don't want any spoilers, mute the stream now. I'll give you, I'll even give you 10 seconds. I'm feeling quite generous today. That's a 10, 9, 8 Mississippi, 7 Mississippi, 6 Mississippi, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. They're on map 2 right now. Heroic pick Train. They won that one 13-3, owning Heroic, owning Aurora, excuse me. Now they're on Dust 2, which is Aurora's turf, and it's a close affair. 4-3, now 5-3 in favor of Aurora. So that one looks like it could go the distance, and you'd love it to, because you want Aurora to be in the arena for the key reason of them getting a big win ahead of Austin to put them back in contender status, or maybe even light consideration. I don't even know if we can call it contender status. For the likes of Aurora as well as the Mongols, they really struggle in the arenas. For Heroic, if they find this late surge as well, that would also be a keen eye going into Austin just around the corner. But there you have it, swept under the rug. Spinks with the final 2, 7-3. All right, let's do Liquid, shall we? Let's see what Liquid is.
So...
change players every 3 to 6 months. Right. That's what they're aiming to do right now.
Yeah. Liquid Shock's a highlight, of course. Danny Sorensen takes his.
Well, long spawns, Alex, taking a look at those, they're not fantastic.
It's going to have to be something a bit more methodical.
Yeah, it might have to be the default coming out of Falcons. You could send Monacy out, right? Nico's with him too, so they have still the chance to go for it. Let's see if they do that. I was going to say, not postured as a team to do so, so into that. They're going for a pick. All right, they're going for a pick.
Some long bodies. In fact, 3 players taking a fight here from Mouse, and Monacy just waltzes out. Monacy and Nico, side by side, and they both collapse at the hand of Brolan. He was very well supported there, make no mistakes. It was Sershin flashing, Spink swinging with the Swede. It results in 2 early deaths for Falcons to stomach.
Do you think Liquid was for long, or do you think that the call was changed in the timeout?
I'm intrigued as to whether or not that was the Liquid.
Either way.
It worked out wonderfully.
It did indeed.
And dead.
Ah, beautiful.
So aware.
Yeah, Spinks pays the shots. Exertion makes the kill, trying to punish that slip out mid. Now they're walking through the smoke.
Spinks should be destined for at least one of these. Jimmy, the other. Just as you look away as well. It's all about staying active.
Beautiful. That's
on
teamwork.
These CT positions. That is teamwork, Chad. Yeah, a prime demonstration of Counter-Strike team play, 8 now to 3. This is the CT side MOUZ were dreaming of coming into this series.
Yeah, this is beautiful, right? Because earlier in the year, the conversation around MOUZ was, all right, they got rid of Shuey, like, can this really work? And then, yeah, it did. And then I was, all right, well, they've still got what they had with Shuey and Cyclone. Brolin and Cyclone are going to run out at some point. Right. Brolin's not a natural in-game leader. But no, they've kept this up all season long with strong performances. Sure, Falcons have come and taken the crown of the world #2 in the late stages. But a win here in this seeding match, and if they're the ones who can make it all the way to that grand final.
Absolutely, yeah. I mean, for MOUZ, Falcons playing another close game versus Vitality ahead of the major would be disheartening for them.
Well, this is the key. Assuming Vitality beat the Mongols, then if you win this game as MOUZ, you can only meet Vitality in the grand final.
A big win available for MOUZ today, and taking leaps and bounds at this first map. Falcons pick as well, and Torji is definitely looking his best self. 15 frags now as he chips in with an opening kill onto Falcons captain. They're coming towards Jimmy. He's got that AUG for a reason, and again, that AUG mows down Tesses. Breaks the smoke open. Nico an opportunity for 1 dig upon the release of the crouch key. It's Monacy and that Galil, but there's the rest of MOUZ just chipping in to finish the job. 9 to 3. MOUZ making a statement here in Dallas.
More than just a seeding match, Mouse are on a mission to take down Falcons for a much-needed confidence boost going into the Austin Major right around the corner. This will put in the semi-finals and a likely chance to avoid Vitality's side of the bracket. Torji has come to play today. Monesi, meant to be the highest rated player in the tournament right now, has been sat on his ass. Torji, 17-3.
He's kind of doing what Monesi did yesterday. You know, it does look like it's Torji's map right now. You just can't get past him. I am, however, seeing a little aggressive CT. Tessus investigating middle with Monesi.
Well, fortunately, Brolin is joining the pack. If he was... Well, that flash is nice.
Yeah, Monesi anti, leaping, Glock, Spinks hits his.
Good info.
Tessus at least gets him down.
Go, go, go.
Yeah, they're going to be accelerating. Nico going to try and race them to that ramp cross.
Brolin's flash is key here.
You're right, it's in the air. Nico blinded off, looking for the elevated headshot angle. Not an easy shot. The tip of the balaclava. They advance across. Nico hasn't been able to connect. However, the Glocks have. Tessus catches a nasty one. Jumping attempt from Kixon does nothing. Ooh, he has got one flash, hasn't he? Throws it up high. They swing and are trying to advance. Brolin confirms that. One from Nico's USP, but looking good for Mouse. Just Magisk and Nico trying to fight back. Good click from Magisk. Brolin on the side. Down now. It's only Jimmy.
Still
in
time.
trouble. They have closed the gap. Running him down. And there's the bullets from Nico into the backside of Jimmy. Magisk and Nico step up.
May have overplayed their hand a little bit there, Mauser. It felt really good with the opening kill over towards middle, and then all that information that came their way. They hightail it down long. They get across. They get the bomb down, but the fights just go in favor of the Falcons. So a hard retake, but a necessary one if we want to see map number 1 being competitive. The deaths discussed. Falcons being slow starters in a few of their maps so far at IEM. Well, that's a slow first half. They're going to need a quick, smart pickup into the second. Now, the bomb going down and the kills coming through does facilitate quite a juicy-looking second round forced by 4 Mouse. Khalil's scout pistol upgrades as well as U2 in the mix. A mandatory conversion to force Mouse onto the eco. Falcons know they win this one. There's a chance to draw this ever closer. Likely going to find themselves with a 9-6 scoreline off the back of this. Mid control taken. And without any resistance whatsoever. Falcons playing heavy for B in case of a B pop. Nico's cheated back to deal with the mid to be Monesi. Still with only 3 kills. He's going to have a whole lot on his plate. They have the smorgasbord right now for the execute. Both smokes can come in. Mollies can go over towards the site. Plenty of flashes. His support network is Nico through CT.
Yeah, they're miles away. This execute's coming. Monesi only a FAMAS and a flash to its name. Crouches down, trying to reintegrate back into society. Finds Jimmy. Not bad. Torji puts him down. Advancing into the site now. Nico, now it's his turn to move. Spinks, a headshot found, but it's hectic on the spray. Awkward for the two of them. Just Magisk cowering in CT with no way to win the round. And so Mouse immediately return back to the regular scheduled programming of a Mouse Dust 2.
Yeah, Falcons reading the situation completely incorrectly there. The fact that they're just able to essentially dry run a short execute.
Yeah. I mean, they had limited nades, but it certainly didn't feel like it. They got to short and had the nades for the exec, despite only 2 players being able to actually afford stuff on their belt.
This is it, right? Because you're in those situations against the Force, and now that, you know, the Galil's cheaper, or if they get a couple of kills, AK could be dropped. They're always going to be very threatening. On the CT side, you have to make that especially with only 2 players staying alive. Let's say you have 4 players stay alive, and your armor, you don't take any damage, then you get cheaper upgrade into head armor, then you're able to get the M4 out with utility behind it. Falcons have to go, all right, we need SMGs in certain players for nades, or I'm going to get a FAMAS instead of an M4 so that I can get that utility to lock down key components of the map. But this one is running away from Falcons fast. I feel we're missing a trick right now, aren't we? I hope people have got the secondary stream on as well.
Yeah, sounds like Heroic having a lot of fun.
There's a bit of a party going on, and we're not invited.
There are Falcons.
They're being ushered off the premises of Dust too.
Yeah, I mean, there's a little bit of a respite from Kixon getting a double kill on the 5-7. He certainly knows his, he knows his ball game.
No, he was going, no, we are invited. We picked it. It's our map. I promise. Oh, look, check, I've got the wristbands. No,
Got the
you
stamp
don't.
on the hand. How is he still alive? How
I'm
is
not
this?
sure.
How is this like remotely realistic? Goodness me, Kixon gets the most out of that, but
A stray 5-7 bullet, and he's back in that one. There's a huge smile on Torji's face there.
I can't get over how loud Heroic are being, man. I mean, they've definitely come in with like a point to prove, haven't they?
I think the thing is, because they were so loud on map number 1, they also rubbed Aurora the wrong way.
Yeah, okay.
So they have also been loud, because it was 8-4 on the first half. You can flick it on right now if you want to see how things are unfolding into the second, ladies and gentlemen, boys and girls, and our audio-only listeners.
I see. So it's almost like out of spite.
Yes.
Aurora are now also being very loud.
And you have to remember, the individuals on Heroic, there was the Sangal core. And the Sangal core we had, it was like the Turkish derby, right? Because of Xcloud and Jota being on that
right.
Turkey. Well, now Jota's on the other side of the server. So there's a bit there.
There is a little
for sure.
something there for sure. You're playing, when you're playing against players that you've played on the same team with, there is always extra spice. No question about that.
It's great to see her competitive, as this one isn't. Falcons will have to force by their way out of this map, and map number 2, Mirage, will remind you again, the veto has been changed for Mouse this time round. In 2 previous occasions, semi-finals of Rivals as well as Melbourne. In both of those occasions, they picked Nuke. In both of those occasions, they got 2-0'd.
Interesting approach with the 3B. Now, hang on a second. Monacy, he's the only person on the A side of the map, and he plays aggressive. That might force you into a little bit of a trap. Has Spinks heard these footsteps in upper tunnels? As they start to try and advance forward, it's Nico's Deagle next up to bat. Roland, will he overlook a potential for a second? Not at all. He was standing ready. Game face on and delivers. Low ammo for Brolan. Tessus tries to punish, but just enough ammunition to get the job done. Monacy's Deagle, it started off with a little bit of a banger.
And I really think we just have to return to Yanko's point as Monacy gets tucked into bed nice and tight, is the importance on this seeding match for Mouse.
Yes.
2 semi-final losses when you were the bridesmaid to Vitality throughout the season so far. And not getting a map and being dominated on those makes you come into a game like this with a point to prove.
100%.
Now for Falcons, it's hard for them to find that same fire.
Understandably so.
Now, getting thrown around the server, likely going to lose 13-4. If that doesn't ignite the flame, then we'll have to wait and see if they can bring it on Friday, because they'll be in the quarterfinals.
I think that this is the first rather than the latter. I suspect that Mirage might have a few more twists and turns in store, especially if Mouse finish it right here and now.
Look at this call. Be executing to one individual on the site. Just Magis for now, as Falcons play for info, but here they come.
Yeah, they're running rings around him. Magis, he's going to be found out. Lovely awareness from Jimmy. Even gets it while he's in the air. Who needs to be having boots planted to be accurate? What? You see the range
by
on that?
long range Goosh.
What a Nico face eye roll clip. Give it to me. And just push it through smoke. I think Falcons have accepted. This one's done. Everything's working out for Mouse, and quite the contrary for Falcons. Certainly a nice change to the marinade in this head-to-head. The last 2 have been very much Falcons. One-way street. Now Mouse show they can fight back. In fact, put Falcons down quick and efficient on Falcons map pick.
Failure to launch.
I think I saw a stat that Apex has the highest utility damage per round. I saw it somewhere some time ago, so I guess that one has to be him. Compared to other IGLs, he plays some of the star roles, so he's in a position to throw these nades and do a lot of damage, so I think this one is definitely him, like having the highest utility damage per round. Yeah, now it gets harder. I would say highest last alive percentage should be maybe Major. Not sure about this one, but just by watching Aurora's games, I feel like he's often this guy who is supporting the team with nades, and he's a bit more in the back. He's not the kind of IGL who will just run in and go first. So I think Major is the highest last alive percentage. Maybe I'm the highest pistol round rating. Let me think a little bit, because I'm usually the one not buying Kevlar, so maybe I'm wrong about this one. But I would go with that one. I think I'm the highest pistol round rating, and Brolan should be the highest time alive per round. I'm not sure, like this one is 50-50 for me, because I feel like I'm not insane with the pistols, but I also feel like I'm not the highest time alive, and it's the same for Brolan, so this is like 50-50 for me, but I would just go for me being the highest pistol rated and him being the most time alive. I'm a bit surprised by this.
There we go, there we have it. Not a close game, not a competitive game, but quite the stomp from Mouse once more against Falcons on their very own map pick. Not gonna lie, Janko, I expected a much closer affair, but Mouse were just miles ahead.
We talked about the shellacking that Falcons gave Mouse in Melbourne. Well, this is payback. This is payback times 2, it feels like, from the side of Mouse, just completely owning Falcons on their own map pick. I think you could tell from the get-go, you know, they are really invested in this matchup. I think they did some great preparation too, in terms of countering what Falcons like to do on this map. And also Torji, who we did bring up and say he's had a good tournament, rough couple of games against the Falcons, but it seemed like every round he was in the right place. You know, even at the beginning, getting some really good reads on the Falcons. And yeah, I think he had, you know, over 20 kills, a lot of impact, and then completely tore Falcons apart.
They completely tore them apart. As you said, Torsi had a fantastic showing. He was very assertive, and I could see the body cam as well, you know, very hyped up from the beginning. Did you feel a difference in energy, the two teams between?
I think so. I think for Mouse, to me, it really looks like, you know, they are sick of losing to Falcons, right? I don't think it necessarily has to do with wanting to be straight in the semifinals. I think they just really want to take down Falcons, right? And on the side of Falcons, just didn't really have much fight in them. You know, there were a couple of close rounds where they could have potentially clutched and broke the money for Mouse, but this way it didn't ever feel like they got into the game properly.
Pretty evident, at least they came in well prepared. Pretty evident that Cyclone would have said something to the Mouse boys coming into the game, and we caught up with him before the game to get a bit of a vibe check.
Cyclone, obviously, you guaranteed to be through to the playoffs, and I want to speak about the playoffs here from Dallas in 2023. You guys, along with Zersh and Torzi, you made it to the grand final. So what kind of memories does it evoke, knowing you'll be back on stage?
I think the American crowd is a special one. They get a little bit wild, and even though it's not the biggest audience, I think they really fill up that stadium or that arena. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it.
Speaking of Torzi, he's been on absolute fire this tournament, alongside Spinks as well. But it's been a kind of a point of discussion of how AWPers are kind of taken to CS2, where the AWPing kind of ranking is as well with some of the players. Why do you feel like he's been so comfortable at this event?
I think you're right. Yesterday he had a really good game. If I look back at the first game, though, I think it wasn't his best performance, and we talked about it a little bit. But I think the way he showed some character and stepped up yesterday was huge from him. Yeah.
Now, obviously, we've got this kind of tussle between Vitality, undisputed number ones at the moment. Then we got the likes of yourself, Falcon, Spirit as well. And it's interesting to look at you guys literally only losing to Vitality and Falcons. Now you face Falcons today. Any kind of things that you're particularly looking at, considering this is just a seeding game, you're both guaranteed to be going through to playoffs?
Yeah, Vitality undisputed number one. I will say with Falcons, it's a tighter matchup. Early on, we had that number a little bit, but since their addition of Ilya, I think they've gotten the longer end of the stick against us. For us, it's still just about making small improvements. We see things against them in practice. We saw things last time we played no official. There's things in terms of general stuff, like communication and other areas where we're still trying to make improvements, and we're looking for those today. And if we can make those happen, I'm sure it's also going to be a win.
Any specifics you can share about Falcons and maybe how they've taken things up a gear since adding m0NESY? Like, what do you find particularly tough about them?
I think they find a lot of momentum. And it's something they didn't have at all in the past. I see it also in the way that Quicksand's calling sometimes. They will repeat strategies, they'll keep going for something, and just a lot more excitement. And for once, they've turned it around and they got some forwards momentum.
We're really looking forward to seeing the rematch go down. Thank you so much for your time. Good luck.
Well, Cyclone said they wanted to show something today. They wanted to make a statement, and I think they did in this game, Janko. Round 8 was also a statement, finding their way back into the game and finding their way back into the round.
Yeah, it's another example of them having the right setup, and again, knowing what is it that Falcons like to do. They like to utilize long in some of these later round scenarios. So look at the buy. It's 2 pistols, 2 MP9s in a scout, but look at the setup. The MP9 is close in long tunnels, and Torji is even holding this with the scout. He's going to hit a nasty shot here, get the kill on Nico, who had another stinker, and then Brolan gets the close range kill with the MP9. Torji doesn't fall back, hangs around in this sort of off angle, manages to get another kill, and now from the 4v2 situation, Mouse does just a very good job of being disciplined, not overextending, not giving opportunities to the Falcons players to sort of bring the man advantage back in some way. You can see Tessis feels pressure to sort of try and find the kill. He can't connect on the spray, and then Monesi just in a 1v4, too much even for him to do. And we talked about he was definitely in MVP form, has been the highest rated player of the tournament. He also couldn't get into the game, had a very poor first map, so absolutely the individuals also need to do better on Mirage.
Yeah, I love it in this clip as well. You said it, Torsi, he stayed around after hitting the first nasty shot. He has the confidence to stay there, even against Flash standing in the open, but that's kind of typical of Torsi, isn't it? It's like a mood player in a sense. When he's feeling comfortable, when he's feeling confident, he plays a different brand of Counter-Strike. Really aggressive, really assertive, and he's, I guess, a disturbing factor to go up against.
And that's why, you know, I've been getting a lot of flack for some of my Shiro takes, right? But I think you see and when I put Torji in that conversation and say when he's playing well, his impact is immense, right? And I think this game was a great example of that, just being aggressive, managing to find openings, right? Being relentless, just a constant thorn in Falcons' side just makes it so hard to play. You know, your T side, when the Opera is that aggressive, because you have to use all that extra utility all the time, you know, and that makes round finishers more tough, right? Then you're going into limited utility in some of those rounds, and he was a menace on Dust 2.
The way he's playing is, as you said, is hyper aggressive. Is that also why he's sometimes a little bit too inconsistent? And is that a price you're willing to pay with a guy like him?
I think it could be the case. I think he's able to shift gears too, but this is where he's at his best, you know, when he can sort of run around and he's finding kills and dominating, and, you know, you're not going to be able to have a game like this every single time, but I think there's definitely other ways that he can contribute to the team even when he's not firing on all cylinders.
One of the most vocal players within the team as well. Now, quickly, we're moving into Mirage, obviously a map that Falcons needs to win in order to stay alive. You just said it before, Nico had another stinker. It's starting to become a bit of a trend. He's not playing his best brand of Counter-Strike right here, and I guess on a map like Mirage, much needed now.
Yeah, absolutely. He has such an important position, you know, playing connector on the CT side, which is where the Falcons are going to start. So, going to be involved in a lot of fights, going to be moving his teammates around, right, where they're going to fight for mid, they're going to leave it. And this is the first time Mouse has picked it. It's been nuked so far, so let's see what they have in store for us.
No doubt about it. Nico will have to step up. Falcons will have to step up. Otherwise, they will lose this game against Mouse. Taking the victory on Dust 2 in a very clear and convincing fashion. We're moving into Mirage, the map pick of Mouse, which could be the last of this series.
Stages don't get bigger than this. Let's get it on! Biggest stage in Counter-Strike! 10 years Counter-Strike has been coming here. Mind melting from Retiris. The cathedral of Counter-Strike. 10 years in the making, conquering the cathedral.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
Counter-Strike Combine 2025, Dallas, Texas. Some of the best Counter-Strike players in the world. They're going to be put through their paces, tests, trials, tribulations. Who's going to pass? Who's going to come out on top? We've got one man, Rushley A. Rushlison, standing by, official referee, joining us today to adjudicate. Nobody does it better than this guy in the business. Let's get into it. No, just need to plug in the keyboard, the mouse, and straighten the monitor.
Okay, go.
Oh, monitor first. Interesting. Under the cables now. Found the hole. In the hole now under the table. Okay. This is where it gets tough. He could hit his head here. Oh, first USB's in. That's clean. Second USB in. He's up. He's on the chair. Done. Stop the clock.
I'm sorry.
16 seconds.
I'm sorry. The skin is not on. I'm sorry.
The what?
The skin is not on.
Rush.
Yeah.
Ah, you need to.
The official adjudicate. No, it's fine. You're fine.
He's against me.
You're fine.
Motherfucker.
Okay.
Oh, monitor first as well. Learning from his teammate.
It's not really straight.
I fucked up.
He's struggling with the USBs. He's struggling with the USBs. Stop the clock. 17 seconds.
Fuck.
All right. Are you feeling prepped and ready for this? This is about reactions.
It's about reaction and I feel ready now.
Okay. Oof.
156. I don't know if it's good, but let's see.
He's taking a breath between each go. I like it. Getting himself poised.
He's gonna be good. He's gonna be good.
Are you gonna take this technique?
I can do better than this.
Okay, sorry, mate. Excuse us.
Oh, the consistency!
He's consistent for a couple of years now.
Oh, you got in his head. You got in his head. You got in his head. Ooh. Consistency across the board there.
Yeah.
157 average for Zywo. All right, Apex up to bat.
Oh.
Now look, he is an older gentleman.
Yeah. Let's see if all people can have
They
good
do
reaction.
say that the reaction times start going down at 25. I want you to be comfortable.
Mom, I love you.
Oh! He's done him on the first!
You see? 22 years old.
It's about the averages. It's about the averages.
I know.
You can't get overconfident here.
Don't let me stress.
Oh, that was so long.
Yeah, this one was very
long.
long.
You're holding the angle, you're holding the angle, you're holding the angle.
I'm not good at holding angles.
You are not used to be long like
But
this.
still, 158. We can work with that.
Oh, it's getting
Still
worse.
in it though. Still in it though. Still in it though.
It's getting worse. Oh, it's getting worse and worse.
But you can redeem it all here.
No.
It's about now.
He can redeem it all right now.
You can do 120.
No.
158 average though. 157, 158. So Zywo's getting about
But he's younger.
nothing.
The best player in the world. I mean.
I'm just being consistent.
A very important match for Mouse in particular. Can they get themselves a win versus the world number 2 Falcons, who have managed to make Vitality sweat in back-to-back best of 5. Now they find themselves head-to-head in this seeding game, getting to be on the other side of the bracket to Vitality here in Dallas. And it's all heating up in Texas. Falcons thrashed in map 1. We find ourselves on Mirage, and I'm wondering whether or not I can kind of predict a similar outcome. It can't be as stompy as the first map. The Deaths certainly don't seem to think so. What do you think, Jack?
Try this one on for size. Mouse 6 on the trot on Mirage. They haven't lost it since they beat Vitality on it in Lisbon.
Oof.
So
okay.
They've taken Vitality down on Mirage twice out of these 6 in a row. Big, the Mongols, FaZe, as well as BCG. So a couple of nice scalps there for Mouse, and they're going to be riding that confidence. They came in laser focused with good energy. They just need to carry that through. Torji was a force to be reckoned with. Des discussing the CT setup for Falcons, but we'll get into that once the rifle rounds are on the table. This is the pistol. Can Mouse make it? 3 from 3.
Kixon's only got himself a smoke here, so no Kev.
Actually, they lost the second pistol on Dust 2, didn't they?
Yeah,
that
they did. Smoke gets thrown, and he's just going to have to pray for 1. Tries to get ahead of the flash. How about 2? And he's endless knifing and slicing. And he's got 1! No Kevlar, no problem. Kixon has single-handedly thwarted the commitment into B with a smoke grenade, a couple of bullets, and a kitchen knife.
It doesn't even need to reload. He picks himself up a Glock and says, come on through, the water's warm.
Wow. What a dream start for Kixon and for Falcons. That's a fantastic outcome. And the bomb spews out under the van. There is nothing you can do.
No, you've got time, but you've got no hope, really. They're rerouting, so the two of them joining up, which will likely be towards top middle, just making sure they're not boxed in. But Monacy, Island box top mid. How many does he get? None, apparently. Jimmy, ready for that?
So let's do some fun math, right? Kixon's got 2,100. Does he need another kill to do like a second round drop of the AWP? What does he need?
I don't even know.
It's not
if
even possible.
I don't even know if you'd want to
Of
drop
course
the
not.
AWP.
I'm just wanting to see how realistic, like, is it feasible?
He could drop the AWP, yeah.
Okay, cool. That's fine. Oof. Nice. Torji gets some good shots. 4 kills for Kixon. He did get it. So yeah, $5,650 in his bank account. 368 ADR. What a slayer. What a round.
I guess now we can start divulging the CT setup because Kixon is the Bianca, as you've just seen here, doing a fantastic job. Flash through a smoke, knife in hand, beautiful. Tessus will be the short player. He'll be combining with the likes of Monacy on the AWP as well as Nico over towards Connector, and then Magisk, the other Dane, over towards A.
What a selfless guy as well. Spends all his pennies on a full util belt and an M4 for Nico. Selfless.
And this is where the conversation, everybody was kept quiet from Falcons in the first map, but the three that I mentioned, Tessus, Nico, and Monacy, they're going to be key. Right? It's great that Kixon gets the multiple kills on the pistol round, is able to help convert them what should be a 2-0 start against this full eco other than a Torji P250.
Couldn't help himself.
But the mid-control fights, and if they're able to, first of all, how many are you going to spot there, Nico? Enough to get you out of there.
Okay, well, his round's kind of, cancelled.
Maybe he should go and give that back to Kixon.
Yeah, maybe.
But, yeah, that trio in mid is either going to have to find opening incisions or be playing well for info or just not dying early. So when the guns come out into the next, we'll see how well they're able to function. But that was a wake-up call for Falcons, as that is too. Bell being run. Honestly, at range. Spams him down with the FAMAS. That was labored, but all 5 staying alive. Can settle into things now. Are they laughing?
Kind of like a light chuckle.
Kixon gave us a cough. Didn't even put his hand over his mouth there.
He's earned it.
All right, well, the AK's invested upon. Mouse's T-half gets to begin. Have Exertion alongside of Brolin working on the mid-control. Have your Sphinxes and your Jimmies on the extremities. And this is quite direct from Mouse. Nobody over towards A whatsoever. Loudly through the underpass. So all 5 players working on garnering this space on the map, and they'll get it quite easily. Falcons aren't fighting for this.
Very audible there. Looks like Nico could be a dead man. If he swings out, he does.
Traded, I guess.
Sure, Monacy will get that. Not the perfect weapon for Magis to be holding onto ladder room. It looks like Xertion is planning to Molotov him out. Oh, Tessus. He had a golden opportunity there. Magisk has been hit by the flames, and so booked by Exertion. Monacy, baits him into the commitment of the spray, but still wins out. Nice round we've seen from Exertion as soon as he gets that AK in his hands.
Looks very janky from Falcons, doesn't it?
It did look a bit hectic, a bit squirrely.
And if Exertion gets going, we got a Torji map. If we get an Exertion map, because he is looking for his 4th within the round, knows exactly where Tessus was. Took down Spinks, wants the AK, and, well, Exertion seen him past the line of sight. And there you have it, 4 for Exertion. So,
good job, bro. Really important.
Oh, man.
I like to get yourself a teammate like Torji.
Yeah, I want a teammate like Torji. Just bigging up the boys. And there's not like a lick of like insincerity in everything he says.
And that's a really great sign from your best big game player.
Yeah, true.
If the man who's at the top of the scoreboard is still G'ing everybody up.
Well, the battle for a semi-final certainly counts as a big game to him.
Good job, bro. Really important.
Yeah, the Mouse don't really strike you as the most energetic team when you go. I'm sure that.
Hello.
Nico's just having a series, isn't he?
Yeah, just gets double nuked. HGs collide with Nico, pushing and testing his limits. They're going to boost Tessus. Is he ready for this? Oh, it doesn't matter. Jimmy takes him, and now Monacy vulnerable.
Oh, he's going.
He's trying to reposition. Oh, perfect. Couldn't be better.
The frustrations are mounting for Falcons now. These
Just
type
that
of
round.
deaths. Oh, double nade kill, dead. Oh, I have to back off from window because we've lost all the bodies. As I'm backpedaling through the murder hole, I get exactly that. And now it's Kixon with an MP9 and Magisk with an M4. And these are the extremity players. Well, they could do with an arm or a leg right now, as it'll be the B finish. So I guess the save, the best we can talk about for Falcons is holding on to guns and getting something better for Kixon.
Yeah, I mean, you'd probably, once they start hearing this util on B, maybe you're brave enough to go and send Kixon on a little mission towards those corpses in window. Monacy's M4 likely still there.
He should be close enough now to be able to retrieve it, but this one's a formality at this moment, and I want to go a bit more big picture and see how this sits on your ears. So this matchup right now, a nice confidence booster against the Falcons for Maus, especially with Austin right around the corner. The flip side of that, and it's not to do with Falcons, it's actually to do with Vitality. So they're still on their win streak. I believe it's 27 now? It's starting to get a bit astronomical, isn't it? They're locked into that second place in history. How much more can they add? But this event, this is the primer for the major. The problem is the only event that you've lost this year that you've attended was Bounty. That was your first event with Rops, and you lost to Aurora, aka EF at the time, who are currently locking horns on our B stream if you want to go check that one out. Now you come into this event and you say, okay, well, the major's the most important, but how does a loss or a potential loss, they haven't lost yet, but how does a potential loss sit on the brains of Vitality going into the major?
Because obviously you can't always control like when your team is power spiking, but ideally you'd be doing it right around now, right? You'd be getting into that form, ready to rock up, smash the group stage, and you'd be laughing.
Well, stage 3 is still not for a couple of weeks.
That's true too.
So stage 3 doesn't start for 22 days. So I believe that Vitality after this event are one of the teams who are going to be going back to
Full
Europe,
reset,
right?
yeah.
And that's something that Vitality have done better than every team so far. We can talk about that more during the Mongols series coming up, but winning has afforded them the ability to skip these events, and it's worked out fine for them. They've actually been able to recharge.
And that was the nasty Nico death. Yeah, what are you supposed to do? Just roll your eyes and laugh at your misfortune.
Accept your fate.
Yeah.
So 2 saved M4s, 3 USPs, and a little bit of utility walk into round number 5. The helicopter, very audible there, wasn't it?
I heard that, yeah. The red arrows doing a show.
Hey, these connector players keep getting caught off, don't they?
Yeah,
I know it's
saw
Kixon
it.
this time, traditionally a B defender, but Mao's going for these dry swings and fights. Boosted up for the late activation is Exertion. I want to say B to be tested. It's not a test when it's just a player with a USP. B to be overrun.
Yeah. Oh, he just saw you. And hasn't been able to finish off the job. Zertion gets away. Would have been a nice pick-off had he converted.
Now the gamble from Falcons isn't going to pay off here, is it?
It isn't. I mean, I suppose the main conversation will be like, can you do some exits? Like, can you put your USP somewhere to leave with a third rifle?
He can still limit the Mao's individual's cash, so that's an astute point as here they come. Tessa says, hi guys.
I have a USP.
There's nothing I can do about this, I'm sorry.
It's freaking me out that they're actually positioning the M4s closer.
Oh, both M4s copped some nades.
Again with the nades. Maus, fair play. Great utility usage. I'm going to actually check their util damage.
Must be some nice, after this round concludes, for... Who got the kill on to... Was it Exertion who got the kill onto Nico in the previous?
Yeah. So it was Exertion and Jimmy's nades combined. So currently, I've got my eyes on the numbers. Prior to this round, was Exertion and Jimmy with the util damage. Torji actually takes 2 of them down, so it's just the M4 saved. No bonus extra exits or anything of that ilk.
I still have 2 more games of Counter-Strike coming your way for your Wednesday. Vitality Mongols next on the mainstream with Alex and myself. Gamer Legion and G2 once the Aurora Heroic game comes to its conclusion, and that has the same stakes. Winner of Gamer Legion G2 will be the last team locked in for the playoffs. Friday will be the quarterfinals, Saturday the semis, grand final on Sunday, with the best of 5 to conclude.
Yeah, banging nade there from Spinks.
What did he get up to?
He did 106 damage with 1 nade.
Damn. That ain't bad at all.
Not bad at all. Jimmy as well with about 90.
Look at this direct approach, Alex. Again, so many bodies fighting for mid.
Oh, m0NESY's managed to find a very clean headshot through the smoke. Nico gets away with his life, just about.
The connector harass is insane.
Oh, and a very cheeky one from Magisk there. Torji, right understandably, assumes he won't be getting any more friction. So Magisk, just a little crouch peek in, picks off the AWPer.
But it is a very interesting approach from MOUZ early within these rifle rounds. The willingness just to have almost all of their bodies tasked with fighting towards middle. And that's allowed a player like TeSeS to push all the way through Palace and get his team some information. It is a man advantage. There's 1 minute and 10 left on the clock. Collision course right now with Brolin and TeSeS.
That gets very awkward very quickly if TeSeS hits another. Oh, headshot finds Zershan. He's getting overrun. Dink Spinks with a USP. So he's got Zershan down to 19, Spinks limping at 40. And they're splitting up and searching for clues, Scooby style.
I like this from Nico because he can actually give up the bomb site from this position. And if they do waltz into A and go for the plant, he can play spoiler after the fact. Kixon also aggressive, so they have secured the extremities. Oh, and that's the bomb. So, best of luck to you, Exertion. You're about to be found from Nico in Palace. And now you may as well just save. 20 seconds left. Kixon coming to constrict the movements. And Falcons will tie the game back up 3-3.
Awkward exchange towards T-Spawn there, wasn't it, for Brolan?
Well, that essentially plays into exactly what I was saying. If you're going to be playing so heavy towards middle, then the ability for the CTs to be able to slink in on the extremities and find some space and find a wry smile on the face there, m0NESY. On the face? On the face.
On the face.
On the face.
It's Australian for face. So this was a little bit of luck. Gets Jimmy on the pick-off, and then Magisk as well stepping up and delivering that frag onto Torji. Here's the exchange on T-Spawn we were discussing. A gap left open.
Bloody hell. What? Is it Counter-Strike or is it like an NBA final or a college football game at the moment in the US? I'm not sure.
I think Heroic's energy is contagious. And Aurora are trying to fight fire with fire as far as the volume goes.
Naded to half.
Oh, poor soul. m0NESY and Nico have taken early damage.
Well, at least this time, no early opening kill for either side of the server.
Okay, well, window smoke implies m0NESY's going to get some action. Overextension could be caught off by that boosted player, or rather the bench player. Testing Nico. He gets one. Brolan trades. Spinks starts to cook, and yeah, the A side's open for business. If Magisk goes down, he's done well for the first. Spinks above him. Torji comes in as well, but it's Spinks with a double entry. Should see the bomb go down, but they both connect their duels. Kixon and m0NESY simultaneously connect. And now Torji thrust into a clutch. He can win this. Kixon walking CT. m0NESY last seen short. How does he reposition?
No, he had to fire a bullet from the AWP.
I mean, he hasn't planted for himself, so he's counting on hitting them on the way through. It's a strong angle. Will Kixon overextend, be able to be isolated by Torji's AWP? It seems imminent now. Flash does connect, though. Forces Torji tucked into the corner. Now they're going to double swing it. That's how you play against an AWPer. No options for Torji unless they got collatted by his first pull of the trigger.
And I think that was the stress on Sonic's face right there because they were very close to each other with the spacing. The Falcons will take the lead, edging ahead by 1 round. A 4v2 immediately goes, what was it? No, it was a 3v4, sorry.
So this kill, Spinks gets another one.
So then, yeah, 3v2.
And then Kixon and m0NESY both hit those shots in unison.
Well, it is going to be a tactical timeout called by Cycron, so MOUZ are the ones who could potentially having a bit of a change in the game plan. If we look at what they've done on the T side, it's been very, very mid-heavy with the harass. That was mid-heavy with 3 with a double A lurk. Jimmy out ramp, Spinks out palace. Do they continue with these more direct calls? Because that's the plan from the start, especially if you're sending both players over towards A. They're looking for a timing based off your mid info, looking to see if they can sneak out and punish the A defender. Well, that means Magis did very well to get 1. He only has 2 kills, but an important one. Jimmy's going to be operating with just a Deagle. There's 3 AKs and Torji with a Galil. More than enough util to make this one work.
Nico, careful now. I feel like every round has started with Nico taking some form of damage.
Indeed. And Mouse have actually run this same pattern earlier in the piece. It was Spinks and Brolin, noisy underpass. But the change appears to be not looking to fight middle. So they got what they were looking for. I also guess by having the 3 top mid, if there is like a late mid flash push, Mouse have players who are ready to clamp down and look for those trades late. And now they're resetting into a finish towards A.
Well, it seems like whatever their opening was in as far as deception goes and sound cues made, it's led Falcons to overinvest into the B defense. 3 players here.
So what smokes are Brolin and Exertion going to throw? It's just going to be a replenish of window and maybe a deep connector, make it look like a cat split. Monacy will be able to detect that early, making it look like a B split.
I do like the proactivity though. They've pushed apps. It's led Tessus to start cheating back over just in time. Palace smoked. They're going to have to push through. Nico! Oh, he finds the angle as they emerge. Lovely collaboration from the defense on A. Magisk and Nico get the job done. Just Brolan remaining. Should be nothing here for him. And just in the side of the head, Tessus will strike. They got the info. They weren't just going to let that exec come in dry. They took some initiative, took some info, and managed to make that look easy.
Yeah, that's one of the things with the blind stacks or the semi-informed stacks, right? So whatever the opening was, they'd rotate over towards B, then nothing comes their way. Well, we need to play for something, and it's probably better to play forward than play back and get caught in this pendulum swing. So Mouse will be humbled down to just some pistols. 4 Deagles and a P250, as well as a smoke for good measure. Lost bonus for them going into the next of the 2900.
Oh, yes.
Starts perfectly for Falcons. I think that round right there is one of the best in terms of the way the communication flowing for Falcons.
Yeah.
The fact that they're able to stay so fluid.
Roland's lost his gun. Anyone have seen it? It's like a red little Glock.
It is a nice knife that he has, though, isn't it?
It is nice.
It'd be good if he could inspect it so everyone at home could get a clear look.
Oh, he just did. There it is. Okay.
Come on back, Brolin. We found it.
Opportunity for Kixon to get himself a couple of extra frags. He's already got the craziest KD in the server with an 8-1 scoreline. Maybe we can get it even crazier. Or not! How about a second death handed to him by the Jimmy Deagle? Pursuing that bomb plant, punching in the code frantically. Some nice Deagle headshots. Should have facilitated it. Spinks hits another one onto Monacy.
I'm going to give him a chance on this one.
Yeah, I think so, you know. Nico and Magis getting a little sweaty palms. They don't want to let this one get stolen away by Spinks. Okay, Nico. A necessary headshot hit. And he said he promised it. He promised it to Lude. Roland given the gift of a bomb plant for his next call.
That does actually mean that either Jimmy or Spinks can drop an AWP across to Torji. Torji could buy one for himself, but if you want to make sure you have head armor and all the goodies, then it should be dropped across. And I believe that Spinks is the one who's facilitated that. So the bomb going down does actually make things a whole lot tidier for this full buy for Mouse. Still can tie the half up 6-6. Falcons have been starting to get the better of these opening exchanges. They've won out 6 opening duels so far.
A total of 360 utility damage from the Mouse camp.
Missed window.
Missed window, certainly not what they were aiming for.
Well, they're going B, at least with Brolin.
Yeah, it's a full exec, or at least it's an implication of an exec. Bit of fakery here. Nico not going to be caught out. Exertion down early. Nice from Testes as well. Wins out on Brolan. Monacy gets a lot of nade damage onto Jimmy and gets away with confirmation of mid being occupied. Jimmy pivots back. An audible step for Testes to relay. Not going to be easy from here, is it? 500 or thereabouts. Still healthy Falcons. Nico just taking an early lick.
It is hard to see how they could lose this round because MOUZ don't even have space. You know, if you find yourself in a 5v3 but you're able to get in connector or maybe you have a player in jungle, then you could see how the dominoes could start to fall into place. But with this, Magic's close on A ramp, Monacy playing ticket with the AWP. You've got Testes here on short. He can play for info and drop back. Nico very passive watching the vent and kicks it on B. The setup is very strong. 30 seconds as it appears that might just see MOUZ save. Not the most exciting of finishes to the round, but they want to make sure that they can get 4 or maybe 5 before that halftime break. Another opening kill coming in the favor of Falcons in this one. Nico gets himself up to 3 in total now. And 3 of your 6 kills are openings. That's pretty good.
Yeah, you can't complain. I think they certainly would complain if any of them died after time here, but doesn't look like Falcons are going to be remotely close. They will bring 3 weapons through. $0 on Spink, so he won't be contributing any additional nades in the flashbang he's brought into this one. Looking down the line, a chance for Brolan perhaps to give an inspired call because MOUZ, they are going to be limited here, Chad.
Yeah, Exertion and Brolan can both fully invest. It'll just be Galil's in lieu of the AK-47s. Next and final round will be max loss bonus, so if they get the plant, they'll have another buy round. So still a chance to get 4 or 5.
Oh, okay, faking mid control with the extra flashes thrown from the A side of the map, and now a quick test of Magic's A. Throws out a timely smoke ramp. Palace is the gap. It's being held by Monacy. No, it's not. He's just transitioned back. Brolan picks off Magisk and they're in. It's just Monacy's AWP here. Swips out to the Deagle with nothing to report. MOUZ. Pace change. Nico does kick up a fuss. Just the one onto Spinks. Trying to compose himself with the taps onto Brolan, but down he goes and kicks in. Last man to fall. MOUZ have taken this one convincingly. Brolan getting bigged up by his boys as he doubles his kill total and secures a vital round for MOUZ.
There's been very few rounds that I would say that MOUZ have played like default. It's like, okay, let's establish mid control. Once we have mid control, now let's get a player in vent, or let's get a player in connector, let's get a player in the window boost, right? It always feels a bit more direct with this T-side calling, and that's not necessarily a bad thing. It just means all your eggs tend to be in 1.5 baskets.
Sure.
And right now, this one, huge for Brolan, contributing as we do get into the final round, first half, second map. Both teams full board, mid-control.
Ooh, Nico, a real golden opportunity to get an early pick-off here. Exertion versus Nico. And down goes Nico empty-handed. Testes tries to do what he could, and oh yes he can! Gets 2, clears out mid, and Monacy, he's got their attempted response on lock. Catches Brolan with his AWP. Okay, yep, no, kicks and catches Jimmy walking through a smoke, and this one has been a quick swatting away of MOUZ's foiled plans in mid.
Monacy was quite quiet on map number 1, was the highest rated player in the tournament going into this series, and well, he's back into map number 2. Now it's just Spinks in a 1-on-4 gone 1v3, and I think this one's done.
See if he can get anything. He pauses. He has got time, but cleared out now by Magisk. And an 8 for Falcons. They're trying to make a strong case that this series requires 3 maps. Have MOUZ got what it takes to finish it in 2 when we return from our break? We're right at the end of Counter-Strike's 2025 first season of the year. Major just around the corner, and we've got two of the Counter-Strike's most elite locking horns in a match for a semi-final bye. The playoffs secured for both, but MOUZ looking to demonstrate that they can beat a team like Team Falcons. Ever since m0NESY arrived in that Falcons jersey, it's not been easy for MOUZ, but they stand a map up. And they stand with just 4 rounds trying to make that work here with a CT pistol. That could help.
If you are just joining us, the MOUZ winning map number 1 is the first time they have taken a map off of Falcons since m0NESY joined. That's how tough it's been. They're going to line up for a B execute right now. It is going to be Jimmy, the man to defend. He'll have support from Spinks on short. And here they come.
Okay, Jimmy, what's your protocols here? Spinks flashed off initially. Jimmy dancing around the side, put to rest by Kixon immediately. Spinks on short side, sure, rotations coming through. Brollan and Torji will approach from market side. Zershan partners up with Spinks. Starting to advance now. Who takes that first pick off? It looks good. It looks great from m0NESY. Never mind. The round is done.
Oof, that's more convincing than the first pistol where Kixon literally knifed somebody in a smoke. So that's both pistols. That's 3 out of the 4 for Falcons in this series so far. And that feels like it's map number 2 in the books.
Yeah, we're not on Dust 2 anymore, huh?
Now they've made the necessary adjustments, MOUZ, from the last 2 losses on Dust 2. They decided to move away from Nuke as their pick in the veto. They'll still get it as the 3rd. Oh, he's giving out free advice. m0NESY's giving out free advice. You need to wide peek. Well, we'll see if MOUZ take that in the future because they forced into this with MP9s aplenty. And they're getting farmed. They've given Falcons a bit of confidence now. Should be able to punt this one in. Unless something crazy happens. Brollan's close A ramp. Jimmy's over towards the balcony. The rotation is heading back over to A.
Yeah, it has me a little nervous, especially knowing that a little MP9 bullet could finish off m0NESY with ease. They are all pathing back towards Brollan.
I guess the question is, does m0NESY wait for his teammates? And I think the answer is no. So he's going to be slightly ahead. What's the trade potential? Oh, Brollan's hearing this. Brollan's hearing this.
He hears them coming. He gets just the one and gets traded out by Nico.
The other 2 are both here.
Yes, sir.
Jimmy might go overlooked.
Spotted. Maybe Jimmy gets overlooked, and maybe that MP9 kill from Brollan has set them up for success. There's Jimmy. Gets his, dips down. Elevated angle. Now they strike in unison. Torji pushes through. It becomes a 1v1. Nico doesn't have the health for this. He'd have to hit the bullets. And he does. Finds Jimmy. Oh, what a golden opportunity for MOUZ. It comes down to just 3 HP on 1 opponent, but Nico wins it.
Looking like that was going to inject some life into MOUZ right there.
It did, didn't it?
I feel that they... And I know, actually, I don't feel. I can see that they are just going to force buy out the map.
Yeah.
So there is a M4 available for Jimmy. He had 3.75. Is able to get himself the biggest gun on the CT side. 2 Famises, an MP9, and a Scout to work with. So if they can take Falcons down in this one, with Nico being the only man staying alive in the previous, there's a chance to force them into a very, very poor force buy. A-ramp aggression from 2. That just will be put on high alert. I think the big issue for them is lack of head armor if they tussle with this SMG. And they're going back to A once more. So smokes, flashes, even a couple of mollies in the mix for an A execute. Could just do the standard up, down. Lay them the site with flames and flash yourself in for the finish. Kixon just selling something over towards mid in the interim, and he'll head back to group up with the rest of his team. 3 through Palace. So the execute I was talking about, throw that in the bin. This is going to be a surprise.
And just running out with his Mac 10 out. There you go. Exposed head popped. Magis for space take up. Tessa's ripping heads. How clean was that?
He is sharp, isn't he?
Yeah. I mean, I think he's just, there are some players that it's just, their gameplay is extra pleasurable to watch. Like, it's just like, oh, this is, you know, extra smooth.
Yeah, like
it's got like steez to
remember
it.
his spray transfer from jungle?
Yes,
right? That was insane.
Of course.
But I feel like in this Falcons jersey, his aim is, I don't think it's gone up a notch. Maybe we're just taking notice of it more with the type of positions he gets to play. He's looking clinical, knows that he has to play for his spot on this team, so that might even be driving him a bit more. But it's the same when we were watching Tanir play yesterday, right? Like, he is like laser focused, and his clears, the crosshair placement, the time to kill, it's great to watch. And we're saying that with Nico in the server, right? And Nico, sure, he won that clutch, but he hasn't looked anywhere near as clean as Tessa so far.
And you heard m0NESY talking about it just moments ago about crouch, and that has been the word of the day as far as, you know, evolving meta, that in the micro with Counter-Strike, here in CS2, the movement and the way in which you manipulate your model in gunfights has become the next elevation, hasn't it, of gameplay. I wondered your thoughts on that. You've seen, of course, Donk being the kind of the figurehead of the movement. People perhaps, you know, applying the misnomer of Donk Slide to a much more nuanced discussion about how you maneuver during a fight.
I recommend people go and check out Ash, the coach of Gamer Legion's YouTube channel. He did a video about Kyosuke, right?
Yes,
or Kyosuke. You can pronounce it however you want. I really don't care.
Good video. I watched that recently.
Yeah, talking about the Kyosuke also has that movement mastered, right? So swinging out, take the first couple of shots, crouch, strafing, right? The way that they're microing in those decisions, essentially causing the enemy to miss as they're adjusting to the head. You've already taken a few shots. You're then crouching under their bullets, standing back up.
We're not talking about holding crouch either. Sometimes you're just talking about tapping it, just so your model kind of dips under their initial first bullet. I mean, we're talking like Neo from the Matrix type beat.
There's been a couple within, well, actually there's been a lot, right? There used to be crouch bobbing in 1.6. Source was all about the consistent movement. In CSGO and CS2, like jiggle peeking, which is something that we all just take for granted now, is something that, you know, was a period of time where not everybody was doing it.
Well, we've heard plenty about angle holding and the difficulties CS2 presents with that. Always active. Look at Brolan, prime example, staying wiggly. I think that's a technical term. Well, we have got all 10 players in the server, or sorry, 9. Torji is on B. Rather close to congregating and clashing, but it seems like something's been called off. Kixon's got a feeling he wants to go and redistribute some window util.
It's just so quiet across the map.
This feels like m0NESY is going to get a rude shock, but his pre-aim looks pretty good. Okay, Brolan gets his first, leaping into a second attempt and trying to find the double up with Xertion. It's kept level. Got 35 to find their finish. Out of Palace comes Magisk. Nade does light damage, smattering to Spinks, but the smoke, the most important feature, should enable a plant. Kixon hesitant, understandably so. A stray bullet could bring him down. Lose the round. Oof, Torji misses his scout bullet. Good nade damage though onto Nico. Brought low and a great follow-up. Torji scout connects. They haven't planted yet, Chad. This is over. Okay, Mouse, they fight back.
Has been force after force after force, but finally they've been able to break through. Now, Falcons, what do your finances look like? There's 3 AKs at a minimum. Nico, Kixon, and Magisk all can buy easily. Tessus and m0NESY could both get into Galil, so shouldn't be any issues trying to fight fire with fire in the force department. But how far does that spur Mouse forward? It's a tough game to get back into. I would like to see it go the distance because they've also clashed twice on Nuke within a month, and Mouse will have had learnings from that. Remember, this is a 6-map streak for Mouse on Mirage that could be broken in only 2 rounds' time, so you can understand the confidence to want to change the choice. But great to see this evolving between these two teams as we do head into the major in just a couple of weeks' time, as Nico finds another opener. He's been good in that department.
That's what you want to see if you're a Falcons fan. Spinks claws one back onto Kixon top mid boxes. Asking questions of Jimmy.
2 on B to defend this, so still well positioned to Mouse.
Yeah, it looks like this could be a really hard hold. If Spinks goes down. Okay, here's the info. And Spinks does go down, so Jimmy's left to his own devices. He's only got 6 bullets in his mag, and now a bullet between his eyes. Torji rotates through.
They're giving it a go.
Yeah, they are. Gonna try and get ahead of that smoke, slips through. Oh, and not looking, Magisk. The awareness from Torji to ensure that smoke didn't make the impact sound cue leads to an overlook of his aggressions. Puts us into a 2v2. There's Monacy Skalil from the B apartments, and these two, Nico, Monacy, they convert. They ensure Mouse don't find consecutive CT rounds. They ensure that the conversation about map 3 continues.
You know what's curious about that is the position that Jimmy had adopted told me that he was scared of the B walkout, and then it feels like Spinks didn't believe it. He was like, I'll check, Jimmy.
Yeah.
It's okay, man. And then the jump, he's out of position, gets run down. Jimmy does his best to try and stem the bleed, but just overwhelmed, overrun. Torji with the heroic play ahead of the smoke gets a kill to make it interesting. But 12 confirmed, and the map streak about to be broken for Mouse.
Yeah, what was it, 6 in a row?
6 in a row.
Oh, it's not going to be seeing a 7th. Certainly feels that way. 7 consecutive demanded of them, and then pulled up with scouts and MP9s. Through Con, questions of Xertion, getting run and jumped at by a Mac-10, and he's done very well, you know. By getting his, Spinks as well from short side another. Brolan dinks up on the Palace player. This one has fallen through the fingers of Falcons. Or the feathers.
Good to see Mouse still showing fight. How the low HP of the M&M duo. Looking to combine over towards middle. Jimmy's rotated towards B. Torji's in the window. Brolin over towards CT spawn. The shots need to be clean, which means Falcons either need to be clearing these angles diligently, making sure the crosshair placement is perfect, or get the jump on either of these individuals. Jimmy's pushing Cat. Does he get a great timing? SMG at range will do.
It would work, but it looks like they're going to be masked by that turn of the corner. Monacy and Magisk.
Torji should have him. Oh, he's in between two mines.
Not looking.
He's flicking back and forth, or at least he was. Not anymore, not anymore.
Oh, yeah, just in time. Oh. Did he?
He must have, yeah, mouth moving.
They worked it out, they worked it out. And there's a nice one from Brolan. Sweeps the last two under the rug. Keep going. Yeah, that's the mantra. It has to be. I mean, you're cornered. You cannot concede another round if you want to keep your Mirage streak going. It has to be 6 more.
Tough for Jimmy. Only kept his hands on the MP9. Couldn't find a rifle in the mix there. So still, there will be a Mouse full buy. Whereas Falcons continue to have himself in the min loss bonus. Okay, Galil, a couple of digs and a P250. The fight is there for the markings of a comeback. Winning this one will get them up to 7 and more than likely guarantee them the 8th, just making it 4 rounds required to get them up to the 12-12 scoreline to force this into OT. And Mouse know that.
Burning through their util quite swiftly though, Mouse. Aggressions towards the ramp. Valuable intel to inform the remaining setup. Torji holding the short cross, Spinks to react off of the intel. He gets that clean headshot to the back of the head of Tessess, traded by Nico. That AK does deliver a necessary equalizer.
They want that gun.
Yeah, a bit of parkour to secure it. Nice little nade from the CTs there. Not overcommitting. 45. They're hoping Mouse overplay their hand here.
Brolin's push could be round winning.
Yeah, looks like it might be arriving just after Kixon calls it clear. You know, it's going to be that little moment. Too late. Oh, he rounds the corner. No one's looking. Nico is, I tell a lie. He's actually holding, walking, dead to Brolan. An important pick off. Mouse should have them exactly where they want them now. Forced, channeled into Xertion's A site. A headshot hit by Spinks. Denies the plant. Clean.
All right, well, now they know they've forced Falcons into the 1900 loss. Yeah, we have a great push. Very good push indeed. So with the 1900 loss coming through, it is going to have to be the eco taken by Falcons now. No point trying to force the hand anymore. So 12-7, about to come 12-8, unless this Nico Deagle can go absolutely bananas. He's all of us.
But yeah, and he mutes his mic before he does it. So
that's what
notes.
Shocks used to do too. Shocks used to insta-mute and then just like...
Just slam it up and just wax lyrical.
I want to remind everybody, Alex, that we do have the Aurora vs Heroic game going on.
And it's still going on.
It's gotten quiet, which tells me it's gotten tense. So map number 3, if you want to go and check that one out, whack that up on a second monitor, your phone, maybe even put it on the first. So that one's for all the marbles. Winner of that will be locking themselves in for the playoffs as our 5th team.
He's justified his deagle as Nico. Forces the rebuy onto Exertion, but that is all. That is all they'll be getting. Oh, maybe not all. Put it away. The temptation for a moment there. Modesty thought he had a back turned.
Well, Toji turns his MP9 into an M4, and now he should be able to get given an AWP or just buy his own. So this is the thing. You may as well spend your pennies. You lose one round and you're done, Mouse. So it is just now a 4-round game. This has become more than doable, manageable, in their wheelhouse to keep the dream alive and push it to OT for a potential 2-0 against Falcons. Falcons are lacking in their purchase. A Galil for Kixon, limited utility.
And a very direct call.
It's Torji, the only man on B. He was the hero on Dust 2. Actually, he was the king of the castle on Dust 2.
He certainly was. And now with his AWP primed and ready, he doesn't need any help. He's going to do some fallback AWPing, demonstrated perfectly as he removes the first, drops off, repositions, just in time for another. Torji, solo hold of this site, just racks them up, sends them back from whence they came. Torji does it all for Mouse. Superstar level AWPing. His domain, and he delivers.
Record that, right? Put it in a frame. Put that on the fridge. Send it to all of the AWPers in any of your teams in Counter-Strike. That's exactly how you do it. You saw the angle management there. It is absolutely perfect. That is exactly what you want from your AWPer.
Chef's kiss.
You miss one shot, yeah, the dominoes fall down. Just don't miss, and Torji demonstrates that perfectly. That's how you can manage those angles. That's how you can put on a show, and that's how you can make this just a 3-round game. What was an eco into a bye will now be a partial. There's 3 likely to become 2. Falcons, I know they only need 5 kills. One more round, shove this over to Nuke. But they are being made to work.
This timing of his arrival here, just as that body rounds the corner, it's just a thing of beauty.
Good.
Just marvelous, marvelous sequence out of Torji. 4 bullets expended, 4 bodies on the ground.
Yeah, that's like when you have Device on Inferno in A.
Yes.
The way that he manages those angles, that's beautiful. I love everything about that sequence from Torji.
Yeah,
they're trying it again, Alex.
Appreciate the craft. No AWP this time, but Jimmy, he might get early answers. HE scuttles into Magic's face. Additional block util from Spinks puts him on half health. Okay, they do avoid that Spinks spam.
Do you brave the smoke? It looks like they're gravitating towards it.
I see a lot of flashes being pulled out. 3 players are about to layer their flashbangs into this site. How does Jimmy handle this? Damage jumped over the majority. Tessus down. No trade. Jim jumping in for Magisk to try attempt to get his boots on the ground. Just the one from the Nico Deeg, but the rotations arrived. Cavalry canters over. A missed shot from the Nico Deeg. Won't get many more chances. Modesty and Nico, though, are trying to make a case. Hasn't been able to track Jimmy cleanly. Gets him low on that bench position, but closed in on from every angle. It's Jimmy's turn for the multi-kill in defense of B. And what was previously seeming like a pipe dream of 7 consecutive has become now just a realistic 2.
Spinks had something he really wanted to get across to the team there.
I did my best to talk over it so we couldn't hear it.
No. They cut the mics on it anyway, but he said guys, and there was a message that he wanted to kind of get through in that situation. And when you reflect on some of these back and forth rounds we had earlier in the piece, it was very direct from Falcons, wasn't it? It was grouped up a lot of the time, and we'll see now if they want to try and finish with something a bit more default, as Tessus and Nico in through underpass, kicks in a Modesty top mid, Magisk in spawn to lob out some late mid-control util. But you know Mals are going to have everything. There's that late smoke from Magisk, lands in window. He's control. It is Falcons if they want it. Oh, blocks the smoke by accident, Torji. That might help.
Certainly might. Nico's going to probably give that a wide berth. Doesn't want to get caught out investigating too vigorously. Again with Jimmy's B-side, they really want to try and punish, and Torji around the gap, he manufactured by virtue of the block smoke. m0NESY just the one. Spinks has already got that double. Movement from m0NESY is a thing to behold. It was beautiful, but not enough. Not at all. Again, sent back to spawn.
6 consecutive rounds as part of this comeback now. Oh, I wish we could have those mics on all the time.
Of course.
It would be so good.
I mean, you know, he's been sitting on this timeout, watching as his team flails to close it out, but Zonic decides to save it for the last round of regulation, his last 30-second chat, and they don't even have like all the bells and whistles. They don't even have the buy.
Because the loss bonus is in place, sure, but within that 6 consecutive spree, you didn't plant the bomb once.
Well, that limits your funds. MOUZ are basically licking their lips thinking that this 7th round is a gimme. They've just done it against harder buys. And one more would just be a huge release of the pressure valve.
12-5.
12-5 to 12-12 is one hell of a comeback.
And the energy that they brought into map number 1, I don't think it disappeared into map number 2, but Falcons were just here to play. They had woken up. Oh, looks like we have a bit of a tech. You don't love to see that so late in the piece, but Cycrin and the ref exchanging a smile.
Yeah. I mean, there is the odd occasion where like your mic doesn't unmute and you'll end up burning your 30 seconds and not getting a chance to talk to your troops. But it looks like the timer is ticking down. Admin team have yet to interject, so I can only assume that this 24th round is about to go down. God, it's tough for IGL when you're in this position, you know, struggling to close out on the T side. You feel kind of exhausted and out of ideas. Your players are struggling to bring the same energy they once were.
It's a mid feign into an A execute.
That's the call.
Torji, right place again. That was the story of him on Dust 2. He's over towards Ticket to help the likes of Brolin deal with this A play. Smokes are in the air.
Yeah, sailing through. No immediate commitment. And then a second wave. Now the util sails through. Torji under scrutiny. Oh, that was the fight. That was what it was all about, was finding Torji early. He's been caught out by Nico. He still takes one. Tessus needs cover. They could jump up here. Nico's not looking. Oh, and the spam from Exertion. The bomb's still planted. Spinks combined. Exertion another. It all falls apart, and MOUZ have completed it. 7 consecutive rounds. They stand their ground.
What was that from Exertion? He gets 2 kills just completely through a smoke there as part of the retake. That's insane. And Torji gets 1 kill, caught out of position, trying to play anti-flash. They're leaking out Palace. He still gets away with this. That's the bomb planner. And then he gets another one. He just peppers through the smoke again for another kill.
Just like that, and then Brolin will finish off the job. m0NESY had to get proactive, and that is beautiful from MOUZ.
That was really good, Torji. That was really good.
He's not wrong.
Well, that's Aurora. Yeah, that's definitely Aurora. That's the signature Zantara's...
Zantara's siren.
That's the Zantara's G-up right there, I think. Okay, 12-5 to 12-12.
Accidentally blocks the incendiary. It doesn't burn him out, and it had an opportunity.
Sorry, what?
I don't even know anymore. So many moving parts all over the place.
The cohesion, like the coordination, the coordination of MOUZ right now. This is like Cirque du Soleil level of choreography and perfection.
Like, it's like they've spent 8 months working on this routine that we're watching right now.
It's a thing of beauty.
Everything, like every piece, like the little bit of bait, the little bit of util, a little bit of comms, a little bit of everything.
Just that sequence right there was... They must have cleared the windows,
I presume so. Torji didn't just blindly...
Well, maybe he did.
Maybe he did.
Maybe he did.
I'd like to think that they were thrown and he had vision of his opponent.
Falcons have now lost...
8 rounds in a row.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm good. You're good.
We're going to run out of fingers soon. Alex, if I can start using your toes.
Yeah, easy, man. I'll get the socks off. Nico having a go. And Spinks perfectly waits it out. Evil, maniacal. Immediately. Audio thinks it's probably best.
Please, I want to hear.
Oh, yeah. No, they have to be...
Hey, just leave it on for us.
Yeah, just so you can be
Just leave it on for us, all right?
The radio man.
I'll work for free if you leave it on for us.
Yeah, oh gosh, the things you could learn. Wow.
I want to see that sequence from like a cam, like
a bird's eye view. slowly panning across middle as it all goes down.
The jump, the spot, the clear, the... Oh. Save that one for Halloween.
Well done, production. You continue to surprise and impress. Will Falcons win another round? Like, will 12 be all they get?
It's so crazy this half as well.
Not looking. It's just
getting deleted.
misery. There's something from Nico running into Brolan as well. Can't be ready for that one. Brolan bests him 2-on-4. 2-on-1. Oh, okay. Tessus is alive. Maybe not for long. The nade could do it.
And yeah, they know exactly where he was. So this is going to be 14 now for Mouse. The confidence is through the roof. Oh.
You know what, Chad? This, if they can close this out, is going to be such an incredible statement for everything that we've talked about, everything that we've discussed as to why this matters, why this is especially important for Mouse. If they can win in this fashion, in the way in which they're winning right here in front of our very eyes, this just sets up a red carpet for a real battle of the top 3, top 4, whatever you want to frame it, coming into the major, coming in to the end of the season.
The early start to the CT half for Mouse, right? They lost the pistol. No, they didn't even get a kill.
Nope.
Right, and then they bought MP9s. They didn't win that round. And then they had just been force buying non-stop until eventually they had broken through. And once they had broken through, humbled the finances of Falcons, you think, okay, it's worth a couple of rounds, sure. But they still had 5 or 6 rounds at that point to try and bridge the gap. And now they're just 2 rounds away.
You know, the AUG up at that range from Jimmy could be that one-shot headshot. Clean with it. Removes TSS. Opening kill goes Mouse's way. Can they keep the sheet clean on the CT side? Looking for a spotless run. Look at them all equipped with AK-47s. Their prizes from their earlier skirmish. Definitely feeling some pressure is exertion in this ladder room, but that smoke now fades. And Kixon, is he going to oblige? Crosshair bang into the head, but no, doesn't pull the trigger in time. Kixon, he will equalize. Brolan doesn't let that last for long. Immediate destruction of Magisk and Kixon. They're accelerating towards the AWP. They want to test Torji one last time on this T side. And Mouse are keeping it perfect. They're keeping it spotless. A run of 7 to get to OT. Throw another 3 on top. That's double digits consecutive from Mouse, from 12-5 to 15-12.
I can't believe it, 10 straight rounds. And how many of those rounds have Falcons been able to plant the bomb? Once?
Once.
That's insane.
It is a real feather in Mouse's cap.
This is, you know, the tall guy putting the hand on the short guy, and the short guy's swinging. He's doing his best.
Yeah.
He's not even getting close.
I can't quite believe what we're witnessing.
The tenacity of Mouse.
Yeah, and that's
key
what it is.
factor of today.
100%.
Context being semi-finals await the winner of this. Torji.
Bang.
Top at the...
Ooh, leg shot.
Damn. Oh, the nade will do it.
Of course there's a nade. It's all it's been about, their T-side nade placement as well. And his Molotov seems like it's destined for glory. Tessus has slipped out. Maybe he catches him if he overextends. Just dumping util, that's info in itself. Nico maintains his position that any late arrivals to mid will be held.
Tessus's push is insane. They don't even need to play on mid anymore. Obviously they need to monitor it, but Tessus can either clear out B completely or he can flank A. He's taking the latter of the 2 options. Magic's tucked in towards Sandwich, so it's all about the timing of this. Tessus isn't going to catch them. Magic needs a minimum of 1.
So Zershan's actually cognizant.
Magic just
of the
swung, he must have been
walk.
mollied.
Ready for Tessas. So yeah, Magic's got forced out by the flame. In the meantime, Zershan tends to the flank. And it's just crumbled in front of our very eyes. Falcons left wanting once more.
I feel like the molly wasn't even meant to land there.
No, I don't think so. I think it was just enough of a sound cue, enough of a spread. It just dripped down into Sandwich. And you may as well call this one a 2-0. From 12-5 down. Falcons again unable to cross the finish line. 12 is where their round total should end. Dreams of Nuke, dreams of a third map. An incredible double-digit consecutive run, so long as they can stop that defuse from occurring right here and now. Nico doing his best. The nade is perfect, and it does find Kixon. Nico down and out, it's Mouse. Securing the semi-final, the other side of the bracket of the big bad Vitality.
Whoa, that is absolute domination on your opponent's map pick. 13-4. Falcons pick Dust 2 again, and they get blown out of the water. They go have a break, they have a chat, and they screw their heads on tight, but they drop the ball. 12-5 comeback from Mouse. Torji leading the way with the energy, but at the top of the server as well. And that's all about confidence. It's a seeding match, but it means a lot. We're at the tail end of the season, and Mouse have played against Falcons 3 times in the last month. 2 of them being semi-finals, but both of them being 2-0s. They get some revenge. It gets them into the semi. We've got the Assumption Vitality going to take down Mongols coming up next. But that's a big confidence-boosting win. How far can that propel Mouse at the tail end of the first season of 2025?
A demonstration of resilience, a demonstration of mental fortitude. They never considered themselves to be out, despite being on the ropes of that third map at 12-5. They run it all the way, a perfect, flawless run, all the way to stealing it. And that is going to mean an awful lot for the individuals of Mouse. Confidence bolstered at the perfect time.
You've done it, Jimmy. You beat the Falcons. Now, of course, you've got that semi-final spot. What was the difference maker?
To be honest, I think overall we were just sharper today. And I think on the first map, I think they were really sloppy. And second map, they showed that they're ready to play. But we kept our head cool and we did the comeback. So yeah, I think that was the difference maker.
Now, you used the word sloppy when you're describing that Dust 2 map. Now, you guys, pretty much a destruction there. Torzi obviously playing excellent, but, good contributions from everyone in the Mouse lineup. What's Cycron and Brolin been doing different with you guys in terms of, trying to get over the hump against teams like Falcons, which you've just done, but also Vitality?
I mean, always they provide a great game plan for us, of course, and I think the job they're putting is really nice because they're doing a lot of work and they're always inventing new stuff for us, and always we talk about some new stuff and we always try to surprise some teams like we play against, like Falcons and Vitality, of course, the teams we want to beat because they're the best ones, I think. And overall, I think they're giving a lot of space for the players, so everyone can play in the server, which is good.
And playoff semi-final spot, as I mentioned. Now, you guys get a couple days off. What are you going to do with the time?
I don't know. At least we will eat good, I think. And besides that, we will relax a little bit, but at the same time, we will focus on the next game. And yeah, it will be interesting to play in the arena, and I hope it will be nice.
Good luck with the playoffs.
Yeah, I bet you Mouse will be eating good. If not tonight, then tomorrow. A couple of days off as they secure a spot in the semi-final. Yanko, what a massive comeback versus Falcons. Mirage looked to be over, but then what exactly went down?
Yeah, impressive stuff from the side of Mouse. I think the problem was, in reality, Falcons had 2 full gun rounds in that comeback until overtime, right? Because their economy wasn't great. They were winning close rounds. So once they don't close it out at 12-5, right, they get reset pretty much. They have no money. So you force back, doesn't work out. You eco. Then in your first gun round, Torshi has the 4K on B, right? You half buy again. They weren't getting the bomb down, like Chad pointed out, so they couldn't keep buying. And they fell into the cycle, buy round, half buy round. And then the final round was also not a great buy. I think they had a great call if Magisk was able to find that entry from us. The timing was off. It seemed like he got team flashed, whether he moved too early or the flash came half a second too late. You know, he had Torji dead to rights, and if he doesn't die to him, that's an extra body to maybe kill Spinks when he gets on top of Ticket, and maybe they close it out in that final round. But Mouse just played really well, definitely played to win. You know, it seemed like they had believed that they could come back throughout the game, and then in OT they just mopped up with Falcons.
Obviously, massively well played to Mouse for poising such a comeback. Now, when you look towards Falcons, I mean, the old iteration of Falcons, they've done something similar, where they were leading big games, where they were throwing games. The new iteration with Nico and Monesi, we haven't seen those tendencies. Is this, you know, a one-off, you think, or is it something we should be worried about? Because we have seen the team as a whole, the core of that team, done that before, where they just completely lose it in the middle of a game.
I think there's definitely lessons to be learned for Falcons from this matchup. Like, Mouse had their number on both maps. It was very interesting to see Mouse's approach, especially on T side. They were just doing a lot of, you know, 5-man mid defaults, 4-man mid defaults. Like, really just all game plan was about making sure you win the trades on mid and you win the mid fight for the most part. And then on the CT side, that's also where they found success with some moves in overtime. We saw it in the first round of overtime as well. So Falcons probably good thing to look at yourself a little bit on, you know, on all maps and see maybe, okay, do we need to switch something up a little bit? Are we maybe easy to read or easy to counter for some of these teams? But you're not going to overthink it, because it was another game where individuals didn't really shine. You know, they had some of their moments, but this is where they struggled the most as well on an individual level.
I think both you and I have covered all the Falcons games so far, and they've been off to a couple of slow starts and haven't really looked like the best self yet. Now, they're still in the quarterfinals, still part of the playoffs, so it's not all doom and gloom yet. Round 21 was a round you wanted to put a bit of focus on. Why is that?
Yeah, this is the first like proper gun round they have, and you know, they fake some mid control and they want to go for a B pop. And I mean, Torji is alone here. He is all on his own, right? And this is where you see just the first kill on Tesses, who doesn't expect the Opera to be there. He's dry peeking it, and Torji just the reposition after every kill. You know, he makes them look so easy, but that's because of his movement and how he rotated in this round. And you can see the score is 12-8, so it's 12-9. They half by 12-10.
Yeah.
They're sort of playing default, but Torji again blocks the smoke top con, manages to find the entry, and again they pick the Falcons apart, right? So there wasn't as many opportunities in that. It wasn't one of those comebacks where, you know, oh, Falcon had a ton of options to close it out. It was tough. They couldn't get it done, and they'll be going into the playoffs from the quarterfinals.
Something to look out for, at least for the playoffs. Some mistakes to be ironed out as we head into the playoff in a couple of days here at IEM Dallas. But before that, we have one more game for you guys happening tonight. Vitality will be taking on the Mongols. We have to find one more team that moves directly into the semifinals. Now, obviously, there's a big favorite in this one. Vitality still on the streak. The Mongols with another shot of destroying that streak. We're jumping on a quick break, but once we're back, it is with the last game of the group stage.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
I'm sorry, Apex. Can I disturb you? What tunes were you listening to?
Red Hot Chili Peppers.
Let's go. Okay, classic. I've got a little game to play with you whilst we walk. It's called True or False. I'm going to say a statement. You tell me whether it's true or false. Okay. First statement is, you are the highest rated player for Vitality at IEM Dallas.
False.
It's actually true.
No. It's drops?
No, it's you. It's you right now.
Okay.
How did that happen?
Okay then. Eco-fragger.
Okay, second statement. 27 is your current win streak.
Yes.
That's true.
Yes.
Is it a number that's on your mind a lot?
Don't give a fuck.
Is it going to be 28 today?
Inshallah.
Okay, final statement. Flames, you told me the other day, he's the best at planking out of the whole of Vitality. Is that true?
No, it's not true.
Who is the best?
I guess I beat him easily.
How long can you hold it for?
I don't know, but longer than him, because mental.
And Mongols today, how are you feeling about them?
I think it's the 4th time we play each other this year. They're not an easy opponent, so we'll have to really focus and play our best. But as the beginning of the year, if we play our best, I think enemies don't have much chances. So for us, it's really focus on that, and if we play our best, yeah, it's going to be a good day.
Looking forward to see it go down. Thank you so much, Apex. Good luck.
ESL presents the Intel Extreme Masters in partnership with Intel, Acer Predator, DHL, 1xBet, Monster Energy, Face It Watch.
One final game to go down tonight. The Mongols taking on Vitality. Now, the Mongols are finding themselves in a precarious position because I feel they're coming into this game with nothing to lose whatsoever, Janko. If they win, that'll be a massive surprise. It'll be a massive statement. But if they lose, no one really cares.
Yeah, I think we'll see. I think low-key, there's a chance here for the Mongols, you know?
Okay.
They played...
Sell me on that idea.
They played Vitality 3 times in all the ESL tournaments, actually, right? And it was the playoffs every single time, and they got smacked around pretty much every single time, right? But here it's a seeding game, right? There's not as much on the line. Really, this is where they do their best work. It's the level of the players falls off when they get to the arenas or just the playoffs in general, right? And for Vitality, eventually they'll have to lose. They will lose at some point to someone, and maybe it can be today.
I like the fact that you're trying to build a possible scenario right
I'll
here.
sell it to you as well. As Freya pointed out, the highest rated player for Vitality is Apex, right? Like Zywo is the 4th rated on that team. It's like he didn't even have to work yet in this tournament. It's kind of crazy. That's the luxury that Vitality has right now as a lineup, and we'll see though. Mongols will put them to the test. You know, they played Gamer Legion and Legacy. Those are not really two teams that will make Vitality sweat, even though the Gamer Legion game was close, results-wise, but you know, they seemed in control for the majority of that. And
I was just about to say, because we saw Falcons win the opening 2 games as well, but there were moments in those games where they didn't look too good. They were losing maps and getting off to slow starts as well. Same could be said for Vitality. You played 24 rounds against Legacy on Dust 2. You get pushed to the brink by Gamer Legion. I know you're still in control. I know you're still winning, but is it fair to say that Vitality haven't really played their best brand of Counter-Strike so far?
Yeah, I think so, and I think that's normal. When you're on a win streak that they are, and you're playing another group stage, and
so
you know
were Falcons, and now they lost.
You kind of know that you're going to make the playoffs, right? And that's what you're focused on. And yeah, exactly. We just saw what happened to Falcons after 2 wins. You know, they go up against Mouse, who's the first real test for them, and they kind of get smacked around. Also because Mouse lost to them 2 times, right? So they're very motivated, and Mongols lost to Vitality 3 times, right? And every time you're looking back, you're trying to do something a little bit different, and the Mongols were just incredibly sharp individually yesterday against the likes of G2, right? And that has to repeat today against Vitality. Like, that's the way Mongols beat Vitality, is just by sort of out-aiming them, out-brawling them, and yeah, just taking them down that way.
I like that you're trying to sell me on the idea that the Mongols can win against Vitality. Now, we did see yesterday that Sensu were coming alive. We did see 9-10 is playing well. You're now telling me that it's the individuals that needs to brawl their way out of it. Now, in terms of how you approach the game from the Mongol side, like, do you want it to go out there and just make it as messy as absolutely possible? Is that the way to beat Vitality tonight?
I think you play your own game, right? More pretty much. It's not that you need to cheese your way, you know, into winning this series. I think they also said they had a really off day in Melbourne, and that also, you know, they didn't feel like they played their game. Like, Mongols don't really do anything super fancy, right? Like, they have a pretty straightforward way of playing the game, but it's the fact that the individuals are on point, that they're fearless, they're not afraid of swinging, taking fights, you know, no one's baiting each other on that team, and that they're so incredibly sharp, right? So once it comes to those moments when they are pushing, swinging, trading, they're really, really good at that. Like, it's hard for you to get multi-kills against them because of that. Guy like Senzu was unbelievable against G2, and 9-10 who's sorting something out, right? Like, he is a little bit more inconsistent in his performances, but when he does have a game, he can take over.
I know it's been a while since you coached Janko, right? But when you're preparing for teams of the caliber of the Mongols, the way they play Counter-Strike, the way they rely a lot on the individuals, is it easier to prepare for a team like that, or does it make it harder because it's a bit more unpredictable?
I don't think it's super unpredictable. I think it's just you have to be concentrated. You can't have lapses in focus, right? Because they will be reactive, you know. If the round starts falling apart, like on Mirage, and they're losing the midfield, IEM Zinho will go out and try to look for a fight, right? And your anchors have to be on point in those situations. You need to be aware of Blitz, who hopefully will be, you know, a little bit more lively when the game comes on, in terms of his lurks and the way he likes to take space, the way he likes to play in some of those situations. Like, it's not too hard. It's not hard to prepare for the Mongols, but it is hard to execute the game plan.
Hard to execute against the Mongols, especially if they're hitting their shots, as we have seen so far in this tournament, a 2-0 victory.
Because what can you say? Just shoot him faster, bro. You know?
That's not going to work out. No, they're yet to lose a map now. In terms of the map, speaking of the map, Janko, the veto between these two teams, is there any direction you think the Mongols can go to apply a bit more pressure to Vitality?
No, Mongols are a team that picks to their own strengths, right? Like, they don't pick to punish. And the problem is, I mean, you know, last time they picked Mirage and they lose 13-3. So do you just try to do the same thing again? They tried Inferno before, it didn't work out, and they go back to Inferno here. With Vitality, no questions about Nuke. It's a weakness for the Mongols and one of the strongest maps for Vitality. And in the end, going for Mirage over Anubis for Vitality, I feel like maybe not the best decision, because it is the best map for the Mongols, but I think Vitality just feels like, hey, we know how to play against them. Let's just take a map that we like more than Anubis. Don't want to get into the funny business of punishing them. We're the better team. Let's just get the map that we're more comfortable on.
Could that also be a sign of the fact that it is a seeding game? It is a game whether you make it to the quarterfinal or the semifinal, so you're willing to take a bit of a more risk in that regard?
I don't think so. I think what Vitality is preaching, at the very least, they approach every game the same, and you know, they're playing to win it, and I believe that. So I think they're just thinking about, you know, last time they beat them 13-3. They know that Mongols is not a team that's going to change their game significantly, right? So no reason for them to shy away from a map that they won convincingly.
Alrighty, well, you sold me the idea that this game can be competitive. I'm intrigued by it. I don't think necessarily that Vitality are going to lose it, but I would love to see the Mongols apply some pressure. I'm sure, Chad and Alex, you would love to see the game, a competitive game between the world's #1 and the world #5?
Oh, 100%, without a doubt. I mean, just I know that Chad was impressed yesterday, and I'm not speaking for you, but you are right here with a mic in front of your face. Watching Mongols, it was a joy to behold for anyone that's played and dedicated their time to Counter-Strike. You could appreciate just how hard they were hitting.
Yeah, Inferno especially. I think it wasn't only the shots they were hitting, but every round, just the plans they had were executed to perfection. Now, this is a whole different kettle of fish today, but it's a free swing at the King, excuse me, as the Des touched upon. When these teams have met before, it's had a few more stakes. This is your opportunity as the Mongols to not only end the win streak of Vitality, but also put yourself into a semi-final directly. Janko said it, Vitality have to lose eventually.
Yeah, people were saying that quite often about the ninjas in pajamas as well. 27 match win streak, and Decoy successfully impacting Zywoo. They have cleared that corner, confirmed presence, although a reposition from Zywoo now. Ready for that boost was Flames. Does he get away? That's a lovely HE. All part of their plan.
It's interesting, when the nade impacts, you think, okay, well, now we know that they're close banana. Do we still continue? Yes, you do. You drop back. Mazinho in middle, gets pipped at the post by Rops. Opening kill. Now 4v5. Just so 1B, the rotation's been drawn back. Flamesy and Apex have now been alerted, hey, it's not here.
Okay, Flames will arrive. Flashed off. He's going to push this. Actually, already just peppers one. Takes the head off of Senzu. There's Techno and Blitz. Should enable a bomb plant. Apex not going to try and trifle with all three of them on his own. Let's draw attention, and ooh, he's alive, but only just barely. Hanging on by a thread after the Goosh connects from the Glock. Mezzy behind a smoke. Rob's coming from Banana. It's not looking easy for Vitality by any stretch of the imagination. He's done well to still be alive, even putting pressure, confirming the presence of Coffins. They can't seem to finish off 9-10. And now the clock on their side, as is the Glock of 9-10. It finds a nice victim. As he last man to fall, but whittled away at by the USP of Blitz. Job's done. Round one. Mongols start as they mean to go on.
It was Senzu yesterday on Inferno who was the beast, and it was 9-10 on Dust 2. So the two of them were leading the tippy top of the scoreboard for their teams. That one felt like it started well for Vitality, didn't it? It was Rops with the opener. Flamesy even getting a freebie through the smoke as they enter in towards the site. But once they're in, the bomb gets planted. It's a 3v3. Zywa getting nothing backside. That's the omission in the fragging department there for the defense.
It was really nice of Yanko as well to put on a shirt to outshine the brightness of Vitality's new jersey. You know, didn't want them to be alone in their endeavor.
It's interesting that I feel that, I was going to say the jury's out. The jury's not out. I think most people seem to think the Vitality jersey's a bit in your face.
But it's all about, because they know that often, you know, they're playing again in front of their opponents. The vibrant nature of the shirt is distracting.
Oh, I see. Okay.
Yeah.
See, I'm curious. Would people in Twitch chat, would they wear the Vitality? Because I don't mind it. I wouldn't wear it, though.
I'd wear it to, like, a rave. It'd be a cool rave t-shirt.
Well, another man advantage to kick off the round. Senzu.
Oh, perfect timing. Just as he switched. Ooh, flicked away. And Mezzy gets away with his life. So a
very bad
advantage.
round to lose, Mongols.
Very bad. It's recoverable, I say with bated breath. I mean, Zinho needs this one cleanly onto Rops, and, well, not so clean. He pays a heavy price for it, but wins it out regardless. Now Apex on notice. The AK shows face, and who is that accelerating? Mazinho just running all the way for the Moto smoke.
Yeah, I think he's hoping to draw players to have to tend to apartments, and then they can slink up middle, but Flamesy and Zywa should have this.
Yeah, tags up the only healthy member and just sets up Flames. Lovely bit of team play there from Vitality. Very convincing. Second round in the absence of a pistol. How about a second round conversion with the force buy?
There's only positive things to say about Vitality, but the one that I can't keep out of my mouth is to do with, I want to say it's not the hunger. I guess it's just the focus. The focus of the team from event to event, to not get complacent, to always have the energy required, no matter the stakes.
Yeah. I think also Rops' presence just as the person, never mind the player he is, but I think he's added an additional work ethic layer.
For sure, definitely in the beginning we heard a lot of that out of the camp in different interviews. I think just when you're winning everything,
it's easy to get complacent.
Exactly. But the way that their events have been spaced has definitely given them necessary buffers from time to time.
I mean, just looking at their results page on HLTV, you can just see these events. They've breezed through, and they breeze through Banana just like that. Apex, his first 3 names in the kill feed, massacres the Banana. But yeah, looking at his results, it's just like, oh, we went to this event. First place, obviously.
Just doing a world tour, picking up trophies.
Yeah, started over there, went over there, traveled the world. And now they find themselves in Dallas. Going to be a American stint. Actually, you highlighted it, right?
Yeah, they're going to go back to
They're
Europe.
going back.
Right, they don't have to play stage 3, which is, I think, 22 days away from now. So it'll be over 2 weeks once this has come to its conclusion. It's going to be the eco now from the Mongols for our audio-only listeners. Pistol win for them, and then 2 back for Vitality, dealing with the force from Mongolian side. So Apex wanting to continue to farm up. He doesn't want to wait too long in this round. Pushed all the way down base Banana. Gets another opening kill. Currently 4 from 4 in that department. As the kills just keep on coming, Zywa and Mezzy to rack up a couple. Rops will get one, and if Flamesy gets another, it's going to be a team ace.
Yeah, Apex kindly giving him the MP9 to let him with his healthy amount of health. Go farming. There you go.
Team Ace. Everyone gets an eek.
Lovely work.
Mara takes a timeout immediately going into the rifle round, so maybe an adjustment that he wants to call, or just reminding them this is early days. Don't stress too much.
You know, I can't get out of my head. It was Techno, a Techno interview, and he talked about, were you interviewing him about what you can tell us about Mara? I think it was. I think you did a sit down.
Yeah, with him and Mazinha.
Yeah, but just
round table.
Something he discussed there was, you asked about Mara and his coaching style, and Techno kind of just laid it out, and Mazinha helped him, that it was very much the game style that Mara prefers is very individually driven. It's not by coincidence that the Mongols play this rather simple and individual dependent style of Counter-Strike. It is a product of Mara and his vision for how CS should be played.
Yeah, I think that the question is, where does that come into the conversation? Because obviously you need round openers, right? You need all the standard that teams are approaching with. Is this like a B rush or something crazy right now?
It looks B rushy, doesn't it?
It is a B rush.
Flames. Yeah, he's scared. He's backing away. He does get the incendiary down. They're just pushing it straight through it. And is it gonna work? Is this working against the world #1? Rush B, no stop, but not ready for Mezzi. 2 backs turned, he equalizes. What is going on? Blitz is in the enemy territory.
With a minute 30 on the clock, he was literally in
catches
CT.
rocks his rotation. Mazinho's going to find Mezzi, and it's all onto the Woo. How's that? How do you like them apples?
Okay, well, that's putting some confidence in pace, isn't it? ZywOo, he's backed off from CT. He's going to rotate the long way. Going to try his luck up Banana. Now, there's more than enough cash to go into the buy for the next. Even residual, I think, for Vitality to go for 2 purchases. So I'd expect to give this one a go. Smoke, Flash, Molly to work with. 1 over New Box, 1 emo. Bomb halfway gone.
Confirmation, ZywOo's making a play. That will burn him down, but ZywOo's so low. Oh, and he gets away from the spread, does Mazinho. Just evades the incendiary lick. Score now reads 2 to Mongols, Vitality with 3.
Craziest first gun round call I've seen in a while. The fact that Mara takes the timeout, calls the adjustment. Blitz had an AK, sold back into the MAC-10, charges all the way up Banana. They get the entry. They think they've dealt with both Banana defenders, but Mezzi there is that third piece, and he's able to make things very awkward. Tough clutch for ZywOo considering the circumstances, but as mentioned, there's more than enough money for Vitality to invest. AWP for ZywOo. Might be more regular scheduled programming right now.
I think just the sheer fact that it's not what you're expecting. As Vitality, as far as first gun round calls go, it is just enough to subvert the expectation of Flamesy, and they still got it down to a 1v2.
Real rally of utility there from both teams to get this top Banana control. Vitality are the ones who are going to have to concede defeat as far as the util game is concerned. And they're already blocking with a minute 15. There's more utility for Apex to replenish. But getting top Banana. While Mazinho's in Boiler now working on brackets. Giving themselves options are the Mongols.
Yeah, keeping those options open. Parking Techno top Banana.
Look at this. They're both played out of B. Look at the radar. You can see Flamesy from CT. Apex now looking like he's hedging back over to join the defense, but they still have top mid info. ZywOo's quite staunch on Porch. Mezzi's over towards Trash. It is going to be a B execute. Flamesy might have a whole lot on his plate.
Yeah, Flamesy's been warned. Nice bit of damage from the HE.
Apex has another nade.
Oh, yeah, he does. He's arriving as well, just in time.
Mezzi's
Even
here
Mezzi
too.
with supportive flashes. This is good. They're arriving just in time. Throwing out the HE, Apex draws attention to him, hoping that Flames isn't going to be the first clear, and he activates for a lovely triple. 3 down to the Flamesy 1 mag spray. Blitz claws 1 back, but time sensitive. He's just punching in the code, hoping not to get spammed on down. Covering fire from 9-10, fresh mag required. It's a 4v2 retake. Shouldn't be much for the Mongols here.
Oh, there's a chance.
Actually, there is something for the Mongols. Upon the fade of that CT smoke, they popped the head of Robs. Needed an instant 1-tap from 9-10. Oh, nice goes wide. Apex does hit the shot. Just Blitz. Can he go? Oh, he can get the second, but the third eludes him. ZywOo timed it to perfection, arriving from Bananas on that contact walk. Vitality fought Mongols too.
A good round of Counter-Strike from both teams, right? Banana control taken for the Mongols. They apply pressure brackets. They rotate back. The util fades. Vitality are playing forward. They get the info. They rotate the extra man over. We get into the side. The bomb gets planted. You find yourself in a competitive 4v2 situation. We talk about how difficult some of these sites can be to retake.
I mean, that's peak Inferno as well. The fact that, like, the reason that looks so easy for Flames is because Mezzy just arrived in time to be throwing flashes. Just getting that info. The penny drops is that there's nothing behind that long util that was thrown by Blitz. Right. Now what?
Yeah, this is just going to be the partial for Mongols. Only skimp utility. We're talking 2 smokes and 2 flashes. So hard to see them really getting anything done with a round like this. You win the pistol, you lose the follow-up. You had the chance to have quite a strong start to this first half of play. But Vitality are the ones who are controlling the tempo of the game currently. Apex has banana control, just hoping to avoid a stray bullet. And they're announcing their presence, peppering through the smoke, just keeping the Mongols players on notice. Util on Blitz at 9-10. What is this destined for? Is it just going to be a long smoke and a moto smoke and then a pounce up short? See if you can run over Rops and ZywOo. Now that I've said it, that doesn't sound easy. Heading back to Banana to take the fight is 4.
Apex is going to try and time this HE to perfection. Flames is his canary in the coal mine. Thinks he's nailed it. Oh, and the judges are happy with that one. Senzu's ears ringing. Eardrums shattered. And he heads over towards this 3-man A hold. Mezzy concedes brackets control.
Yeah, with the timer, he knows he can tuck in and play more site-focused.
He's going to be good for a little multi-kill of his own here. Doesn't overcommit to it. Doesn't want to give them a way in. Knows 10 seconds. The pressure is on them. And his teammates, and actually his opponents, can do some of the killing for him.
Whoa!
Good grief. 9-10's hit a couple of bangers, as he typically does. It's more costly than they'd have liked.
Yeah, I was going to say, oh, look, they've made them use all the utility. They put pressure on Vitality, but yeah, that's going to keep the money somewhat humble. Back into the guns again. 9-10's AWP equipped this time round. Will that seem to be a difference maker? Oh. Missed smoke from the CTs. You can see that on the radar. It's plumed in CT spawn. Banana control will be taken. Just fumbling that one. Rops, he loves this. Staying in window room a lot to be harassing the default. And if you can't get banana control, where else can you stay jarring? You don't always just want to allow them to take brackets and boiler. And Rops is so far forward. This is something that Mazinho should be aware of in the demos. Something that Rops likes to do.
And all it takes on one of those little crouch clears, someone pulling out a nade, lining something up. And he's got Mazinho booked. That's Rob's special. As a way to find his opener, get that info, get that headshot onto Mazinho. Now what? Through the smoke onto Mezzy. He confirms presence. Is there a flash? He holds for the cross on the arch and Blitz. Oof, tagged up but gets it. Warp overlooked. ZywOo onto Techno. Library will be occupied, and that's if it's even required, because Robs and ZywOo are having their wicked way with the Mongols. Job done, round 1.
Yeah, 9-10. He is hanging around, but feels like Save would be the better of the options available right now.
It was a bit of a double take for Mazinho. It looked like he was kind of anticipating the angle, but overlooked it. And looked away a little prematurely.
Yeah, Vitality's handling everything that Mongols are throwing at them quite well at the moment. So 6-2, 4-round gap.
And the B duo, I've been enjoying my util damage check-ins. Are averaging until this round ends, which is about to. But with the 7 rounds played up until this point, 108 damage between the two of them every single round.
Every single round?
Yeah, they've got 700 utility damage, over 700 utility damage done in 7 rounds of play.
Bloody hell, okay.
Apex and Flames. Apex with the majority, over 400 from him. And that was it from Mazinho. Yeah, this one hell of an angle from Robs. I love the way he's playing that. There's a lot of apartments players in the chat that could maybe take some notes.
Well, this is the thing. Even when it was Rops and Twists as the A combo back on FaZe, they used to have a lot of moves to help facilitate Rops, and I loved it because it meant that you can never just default and get Boiler and Halls control through the traditional means. You are going to have to get through one of the big men on campus. Newest addition to the team. It's a very welcome one. 2025 has been extremely fruitful for Vitality. Katowice to start the year, and since then the wins have just kept on coming. Had 9 Tier 1 events, they've won 5 of them. They haven't attended all of them. They've only attended 6, I believe, this being the 7th. They lost Bounty, and that was to Eternal Fire, aka Aurora. The Turkish side qualified for the playoffs yet again. It needs to be said that they have had an amazing run with playoff qualifications.
Great season, I mean, as far as that goes.
It's just in the playoffs, in those arena games is where we really need to start seeing them do some work. But here we go, clamping down on 8.
Rops' turn for a bit of a nade.
Another one.
Another cheeky 60 damage felt by the Mongols before a bullet is fired. Oh, and it looks like Mezzi is going to be set up from the nade break. It opens up the smoke just enough to catch a glimpse. Rops 2 brought down, and oh, wow. 2 headshots in rapid succession out of the 5-7 from ZywOo. It looks good in his hands. Everything does.
Let's go, boys.
It was perfect. 7 for Vitality now. Their CT side starting to get off to a bit of a fly. It wasn't even a perfect break, but he made it work.
You would never get fed up of winning. But if there's one thing in the world, like actually there's probably a few things, I could think of a list, but winning is one of them that you would never get fed up of.
No, and of course that slight, nagging voice in the back of your head, like we can't win everything forever.
Yeah, and they even own that.
Yeah.
Right? The players have said that, and I think having that awareness, talking about it, the level that Counter-Strike is at in 2025, the evolution of the game, obviously since the Astralis era, the way that people know how they have to manage their own personality as well as that within the team, their output, the focus, the level that now we're talking about with every clear. Right? Think about it, but it used to be back in the day, you'd have 1 or 2 players who knew all the nades. Now it feels like everybody knows all the nades all the time.
Hope so.
Right? And if you don't, then what are you doing on a Tier 1 team? But Vitality have been a sight to behold. As now it is a 5-round gap.
And it's been a long time since we had a team like this.
Yes.
A team with such a period of dominance. It's been a long time coming.
People will bring in, like, there was a little FaZe stint. There was the Na'Vi one as well.
Sure, but I mean, nothing is as dominant as this. Oh, you want dominance? He nearly gets them both, bro. He dinked Mazinho.
See, and the reason this is so effective is if you get a kill this early in the round and you're jarring to a team trying to default on Inferno, think about the way Inferno goes. All right, we fight for banana control, we go back, we get brackets control, we force out the util, maybe we get a pick, we find a finish. Well, now your default has just lost a key element.
Yeah, and the other element is hampered with that low HP. That's a good response, though. You fight for banana and you take Mezzi down. Flame's going to catch that nade. Evades actually the majority of the damage, but there's ZywOo's AWP. Picks and finishes off Mazinho. The Rop stink from earlier. You got a 3-on-3, and you're cheating Apex over to A. So a lot of responsibility to Flames. Last time he did great.
Well, Apex knows he can come back because ZywOo's literally post up down mid.
I mean, it's smoked, is it not? No, my HUD's bugged.
It just cleared.
Okay. Oh, Apex.
Oh!
He was blind! What? How has he done that? Flames, though, still has the opportunity at the back of this new box. Don't worry, though. Techno, gets jiggled out. The bait, the poise out of Flames right now. So composed for the first one.
ZywOo's already here.
Yeah, of course he is. Oh, Senzu seemed hyper aware of that potential. Fakes it out, looking the wrong way. The 5-7 again. Finishes off the round. ZywOo, how many times has he closed out close rounds? Mongols, they've been tantalizingly close a multitude of different times. And every time, Vitality have managed to just weasel their way into another round win.
It's another round with an opening kill.
This shot.
There's a reason that needs to be spoken about because so far Mongols only have 1 opening frag.
That is damning.
Flames is 3-0. Rops is 4-0. So they're really laying down the law as it will just be another one of these partials. The poor Mongols couldn't get the bomb planted, which with the max loss bonus means they cannot buy. The best they can do now is an 8-4 half, and to see them do it in a round like this is going to be tough. Trying to gesture through the smoke, they'll jump into the loving embrace of Apex. Add another one to the tally.
Just taking a look at Inferno, see who's got closest. Mao's got 9 in their Inferno battle. 7 from Wildcard. How many will Mongols get on this Inferno? 2 so far, and not looking great for the third here in round 11. Bomb plant would have been nice. Senzu, perhaps that dream's still alive as he gets across pool. Flame spamming away with the Glock. Ouch, bang on the money as well with the Hey G. I'm gonna have to check in after this round, see what the totals are looking like. Cowering at the back of the box, look at their health as well.
Still putting up a fight.
Well, actually, in combination with that cracking headshot and Senzu, he shoots hard indeed. He's got 1 bullet in that deagle. He's going to get run down. Shoots it another bullet, and they pull it off. How have they done that?
Oh, boys. Okay, the 3 rounds that you have won so far on this T-half is the pistol round. You're able to get yourself in with a B rush with Blitz on a Mac 10.
Every time.
Then a 2v4 on the B side with a couple of pistols.
Dude. Every time I've seen Rops try and like round the corner from CT, he's just had his head blown off. This is the most damning. That's a crazy shot from Senzu in the second. A thing of beauty. 17 and 6, all they had to work with, and they win it with a numbers disadvantage.
That's a crazy round to win.
Play.
It would be great if the game was a little bit tighter. Look, if they can get 4 and then win the pistol round and actually convert on the CT half, then okay, now we're cooking. Because they've had their opportunities and they're even to start to make some of their own.
Oh yeah, that's a clear. Senzu ready for Apex's position. Draws a nice opening kill, and they might just go on this, yeah. They're assuming it's just Flames here. And so here comes Techno, braving the smoke. Flames does the same thing. Ooh, tagged up, and they retreat. So he maintains control. They won't have to over-rotate.
Considering how sparse these opening kills have been, Alex, you feel like you have to convert this one.
Good point. Senzu's giving you a gift here to make it a relatively recovered half. It's only 4, but it's a whole lot better than what it could have been. Flames down to 40, support arriving. Zaiwu gonna flash Mezzi through the pool fight. Covered by the orb, looking perfect, spotless on their entry, punishing these CT aggressions. Just Zaiwu robs. Robs catches that lurk of Mazinho. Now will scarp her over to try and lend a hand. Final round, they'll give it everything it's worth. But should be fine for Mongols here. Time on their side. The incendiary towards Nubox might flush him out into Zaiwu's line. It certainly will. Finds a safe haven. An angle exposed to Robs, though, and so just 1 back.
Halfway gone.
Are they really going to do anything more? A 2v4 asking an awful lot. There you have it, Mongols. 4 to work with. Could we have a game here? 2 at the end of things. It could be good if they start with the pistol. World #1 Vitality stride into another event with a streak unlike many that have come before them. In fact, the second most consecutive match wins in Counter-Strike history. Now they find themselves in pursuit of another one to add to their tally. It's Mongols standing up against them in a seeding match. Playoffs secured, a berth past the quarters for the winner. T-side with a lot of nades, so a lot of intention to start off as they mean to go on.
Yeah, Mongols going to need 2 from 2 in the pistol department here as 9-10 takes a joust down middle. Going to be Senzu top banana, and there'll be supportive utility set up by Techno. Nobody home at half full. He's going to peer into this.
Yeah, okay, Senzu. He's been looking like he's hitting a good couple of headshots, but so does the Woo. Flatten Senzu. And a block smoke thrown. Ooh, okay, conundrum. Do you commit through this?
They're going to break it. They have a HE. They're going to go.
They came prepared here. All the gear. Techno.
They didn't go.
They have no idea. He's up close, and those dual Berettas are well suited to the task. Oh no, no bullets. Mezzi wiggles around, and Zaiwu provides the cover.
9-10 stone.
Yeah, okay, has he got one? Zinho another onto Banana. 1 versus 2.
Winnable.
For Mr. Mzinho. And just as he turns his back, he does get struck by both of them, both fronts simultaneously. Mezzi and Apex convert the pistol.
So they threw the HE but didn't go. That made things quite awkward there for Vitality, but they still brute forced their way in. It's quite tough, and you said technical, that definitely was. There was a lot of util for a pistol round and a B execute. It wasn't just, all right, let's do a CT smoke, a flash and a molly, maybe we go. There was a bit more to it.
Wow, spam through to find Techno's
actually,
dualies.
That
That's
helped
very
a lot,
lucky.
doesn't it? That helped, yeah. Tough stuff there for Techno. Well, this is going to be the force for Mongols. Game will go down the gurgler if they're unable to be resistant here. And then we can start rattling off the resume of Vitality in 2025 so far. Talk about some of the upcoming prospects of matches and what it could all mean.
Oh, wow. Pops has got his lineups bang on, dead on. All bangs from Zinho down to 18.
You know what match I really would like to see again?
What's that?
Is Eternal Fire / Aurora versus Vitality. They were the ones who beat them at Bounty. Now, obviously, it's been a long time between drinks. Vitality have become a different team since then. But I also think it was the first event with Joda in the roster for Eternal Fire as well. Farming top banana now, as we can start going through that resume. So just looking at 2025, maybe you just woke up from a coma. Maybe you're not a Counter-Strike fan.
Or are you a new Counter-Strike fan?
Yeah, maybe you're that's even better. So this year, Vitality have been selective with the tournaments they've attended.
How selective, Chad?
Well, they skipped all the PGL events, essentially, right? Otherwise, they've attended all the ESL, all the Blast events. They started at Bounty, which was online into a LAN studio event, which they lost there. They didn't even make it to the final. They lost in a quarterfinal to Eternal Fire. They then went on to Katowice, which is saying that Apex hadn't been able to do. Vitality were quite cursed as far as Katowice was concerned, so it was a 10-year hunt for Apex. Lifted the trophy there. Rops, the talisman, joining the roster. They went on to EPL, studio event, they won that. Went to Lisbon, another arena title for them. And then down under to Melbourne, where they won the ESL Grand Slam, combined with their Cologne win of last year. EPL plus Katowice, that saw them winning an extra $1 million. And then went back to Europe, Copenhagen, Rivals, another studio event where they locked horns with Falcons once more to pick up their 5th win in 2025. Now in Dallas, all eyes are on them. 27 best of 3s and best of 5s in a row.
Series victories.
Very few teams have been able to take maps off of them. Good info there. That should, I'm sure, send Vitality over towards A, or just get to A map over towards B as Mongols step out into the crosshairs.
Robs could get surprised by Mzinho.
Could indeed.
Hello.
That's a kill. That was a potential kill.
Kind of sounded like a zombie.
Well, you liked what they did before with the Torji Halloween-esque cackle.
I did, yeah.
The horror movie.
We're doing a horror theme. Team Ace for Vitality.
Oh,
Good
another one of
vibes.
those.
Yeah.
Against
collecting
another
them.
eco.
Just collecting. Everyone
They
gets
did that twice.
So it's this new kind of like socialist approach they're having where everyone gets an eco. Like it's like just the people's eco.
Well, that kind of can bring home the entire point about their dominance.
Exactly.
They have Zywoo, one of the absolute best Counter-Strike players to ever touch the game, but it's been a team effort. I think coming into this, Apex was the highest rated player. He's the in-game leader, by the way. Highest rated player for Vitality in the event so far.
Yeah, I think Zywoo saw that and thought that's
enough from him.
Yeah, we'll fix that up.
More nade damage.
Just in case you didn't see enough of that already. There is, however, a slight deviation from the plan. They get 2 on the opening, but why does it feel scary? Robs gets 1, saw that they were boosting, so knew there was another up close. He's going to go make a play for 9-10. Just as he runs away, he pushes through. He's taken the A site by storm. A one-man army waltzes into the A site and claims it for his boys.
And there's still a minute 20 left on the clock. Bombs down T stairs.
Okay. Oh, that's massive, actually. Techno gets a little active.
B's open right now. The thing is, they only have info on that one player.
If Flames had the audacity to just run up Banana
Which
right now.
He kind of is.
Yeah, he is.
Blitz will beat him at the pass.
He's got a molly, not what he wants.
Has to shoot him.
And Blitz connects. Good luck, have fun. 1v3 with 4 HP. Some say it can't be done. And they would be correct.
Some were correct. All right, well, there's the 5th round for the Mongols. This is it, right? It's like you're fighting against an ogre, a giant, a mythical creature, and you didn't even bring your sword. So we'll have to see if they're able to pull out some wizardry right now.
You stop, Chad. You know you excite me when you start talking about trolls and pixies and wizards. It's right up my street.
But the Mongolian horde, imagine them, they can ride in on their horses.
Yeah, I think the mechanic would be is like it's kind of like orcs, you know, not for any other reason, but you can amass the army.
Okay.
You know, so like every turn you can add more to the army. +1/+1 counters. And Senzu onto Zywoo. They are putting up a fight. A little late in the piece, but making this Vitality squad fight for the top banana control. Torn apart the first. Looks like we're going to have to wait it out.
See how this one settles in. Rops not going for any heroics over towards A this time. Would have to get past the 9-10 AWP as harassment. Senzu continues to spam bullets down range, just trying to do damage or find a cheeky kill. Resetting now. Blitz freed up to rotate over to assist this A defense. It's getting loud. Gamer Legion versus G2. Final spot in the playoffs available between those two. Check that out on our secondary stream.
Make sure you pop it on.
Timing on this would be huge.
Oh, you know what? I love this setup when someone's tucked in close. Not looking. Blitz gets the first, gets the drop on them. Rob's an important and immediate trade. Now, Mzinho, this is an angle that can go one of 2 ways. He does reveal his position. The HE might track him back to the pit just a little. He's mixing it up, trying to be unpredictable. Mezzi working on long.
Still have time, 30 seconds. They could wrap.
And they will.
Mzinho's pushing short. Oh, into the
Thinking
side,
about it,
hurdling
yeah.
up.
Robs has that bomb. They're walking this smoke. Mzinho, the setup looks good. It looks perfect, but still Flames manages somehow a miraculous second. He will get brought down. 9-10 overlooked by Robs. Puts himself into a winnable 1-versus-1. This isolation of the first. Senzu, late to the party, arrives now library unannounced. Robs selects for the elevated box. Senzu versus Robs. And the angle finds it. 5 bullets, and Senzu, precise, delivers a knockout blow for a 6th for the Mongol CT side.
Okay, he's just going to go pick up his goodies there. I think he wants to get 9-10's AWP, found himself some utility, and he'll even get a defuse. So these type of rounds from Senzu, that's what this kid's all about. The winning clutches, being the X factor with the multi-kills. So really like the choice of Mzinho to get out of pit. They doubled up in the site. And Rob's low on ammo. Senzu, beautiful work. Just the pixel at the top of the head there over the box. Very, very well done.
Yeah, I mean, I think the reason for the animated Apex there is that he knows that round has secured what could be a much more competitive Inferno than it once was looking likely.
Yeah, right now with the loss bonus, it's going to be 2,400 into the next. They've still invested with a AK to try and do damage, and you can understand why. If you could just get a couple of kills, limit Mongol's money from starting to build. But that means that Zywoo needs to find an incision here. He's not the only one equipped with an upgrade. You've got Tech Knight's P250 Deagle and a smattering of util to work with as well. On the flip side of that, the Mongols, who I think, considering the time zone right now, it's got to be mid-morning. They're GMT +8, so, and we know that the country gets behind watching these lads play Counter-Strike, they have to convert this type of a round. It's 8:30 a.m.
Sure.
So just waking up on their Thursday. They're in the future. Hoping for the result today. Could a team from Asia be the one to break the Vitality streak? Well, at the moment, it doesn't look likely.
That would be Asian Counter-Strike history. Feels very far away right now. As does the Blitz backup. I say that as he starts to cheat over. Just in the nick of time. As that smoke starts to fade, Techno readies his incendiary. Coffin smoked. Replenish of the block on B. Blitz has full info behind this. He's just going to try and unload, try and catch that timing. Full spam of the mag, empty and forced away on the reload. They slip through. It's messy from Senzu, but they get the job done. The bullets, a hail of them, connect onto all 5. Vitality sent back to spawn. The Mongols, with 5 alive, secure their 7th.
Okay, the spam there looked like it was well off, but
yeah,
they
scary.
mopped up. They had him in the choke point. His X-Taz has come on in with the first tactical timeout. It's been a walk in the park up until this point, but now it's a 4-round game. So edging back into this Mongols, this is their map choice. The fact that they keep all 5 alive is quite the opposite of what that Hero AK was purchased for. They were hoping to do some financial damage. They do nothing, which now gives a residual buy to Mongols, but you can understand why that's necessary. Vitality would get up to 12 with just 1 round. Want to make sure you can at least fight to try and draw this to overtime. If you missed Maus, they were down 12-5 against Falcons, managed to walk away from that series with a 2-0 victory, getting some revenge from the semi-final losses of the of the past. Just gone from rivals in Melbourne. Three-man ace start this time from the Mongols. So expecting something maybe with a pace change over towards A, and they'd actually be right. Take a look at this, straight up the mid corridor. Poppy.
Yeah, straight away testing. Blitz, long flames, so precise. Immediate headshot. On the fly smokes to block off Senzu for 20 seconds. Now 9-10's under so much. He just looked away. Hits the trigger, pulls the trigger rather onto Robs, but immediately brought down. Wow, that was very well. That's off the back of the timeout, right?
Yeah, and I think that Mongols had actually read the situation, but like they had the right players in the right place. They just weren't ready for the timing. Like that incendiary going down arch side a split second earlier, and they're not able to get that so cleanly, but still an absolute screamer of a shot there from Flames to get himself up to 17 kills. And Senzu just hoping to save, but Zaiwu says no, no, no.
Nice, boys. Nice entry. But guys, just...
So you look at this team effort right now. 18 from Zaiwu, 17 from Flames, 16 from Robs, 15 from Mezzi.
Yep.
Everyone's doing what they have to. Great shooting. And that's... Blitz is a mystery, isn't he? What a mystery. Well, he's
an enigma.
Yeah, he's just a curious case of Blitz. All right, well, this could be the final round. First map. 2 MP9s complement the M4s and the AWP.
Yeah, Mongols electing to take it to Inferno, and they've definitely had their chances.
Boosting mid.
Boosting the 9-10 AWP. And well-timed, a leg shot to Zaiwu, and there he is, Blitz! Finds a double, and gets away with his life.
And there's still the legged player from 9-10's AWP, so Senior will pick that up. See if he can wield it to great success. Put all the pressure on Techno just to stay as this solo B defender, is now working on the re-clear of top middle. Senzu to play ahead of the long smoke.
This is where Robs is going to be tasked with doing something special, and not looking easy for him.
Right.
Oh, wow, okay. I can't believe he got one there.
Well, they have to go through this. There's a clear with the HE. So we can break this open.
All right, Techno. That's exactly what you needed to do. He passes the test comfortably.
All right, well, Blitz, I guess he didn't really love the way that he got his head pinned to the back wall in the previous round. Gives them a juicy double, and they make good on that. So you have to take stock right now of the finances for Vitality. This is it. Lining up for him. So those are the two that found their entries into the site in the previous. Make sure they don't get that same opportunity, as it looks like we will be seeing Vitality going with a partial bite.
Man's got his top button done up. He's ready for school.
He's a sporty guy, is Apex.
Yeah.
See him in the gym almost every day.
Yeah, he's talked about his decision to start looking after himself.
And A-pop again. Only 2 defenders this time.
Mongols. They can't lose.
Need a multi, boys.
Pop in. I'm a little nervous for the 2 defenders. 910 is running as fast as he can to lend a hand. All it would take is a P250 to the head.
Boys.
A Tech 9 perhaps opening up the sight. Looking good from Mazinho. That's what you want from your pit anchor. Stops things from going awry unless Rops does something ridiculous. 910's there. Whew, good awareness and a quick scope.
It's been both of these sites against the lighter buys where the aimers just started so wonky, but then ended brilliantly and they mopped it up. So a couple of whiffs from both Blitz and Mazinho on the tracking, but then a triple kill to seal the deal.
He played that lovely, didn't he?
And you bang on. This is exactly what your pit anchor is designed to do. A multi-kill at a minimum, as it is just a 3-round game. It's Galil for Mezzi. Lacking some HEs to do top banana wall damage, but it is just 1 round necessary. So Vitality are being put through their paces. They are being made to work, and you would expect nothing less.
Yeah, this was a head-to-head I was excited to see. Very high skill server. Senzu nearly. Oh, yeah, it actually is going to be converted. 910 with the dunk. Immediate aggression. Oh, has he got another one in him? Oh, he didn't see it! Oh, he didn't see! Senzu nearly finishes the round right there.
You can see Apex is probably talking.
Yeah.
He has an idea. He's trying to get his troops in the right place, and he just gets caught off by that. Now, Rops' lurk. This is the key. Can he get past Blitz?
Oh, yes, he can.
Now it's all on 910. They know 910 was towards B because he got a nade kill. They know Mazinho is the pit anchor. They could do it right here, right now, even though they're low. 910 has the AWP.
Blitz is going to be kicking himself if it's the Rops kill. He squandered. 910 should be okay for this, but if it's a wide peak, yeah, he's readying himself for something wider. They managed to walk up this far. They're letting Rops cook. He's actually walking up really close. Draws attention away. Confirms presence! And in combination, they bring him down. Now an AWP.
Mazinho's here so quick, though.
Yeah, perhaps this is going to catch them off guard. They're not certain of his position. Starts to walk in. Does he have the element of surprise? Looks like Rops is going to get dunked on. They're both there. The nade! The Mazinho delivers with a perfect top spin HE to the back of the site.
Yeah, forget about bullets. He don't need them. Makes good on the damage done, and the defuse will come through. Make it double digits now.
Sure, you use your nades to break smokes. I use mine to win rounds.
And I think that Vitality have to go for another partial. I don't think they can justify the all-in shove here.
I love the attempt from Vitality. I will say it was high class, wasn't it?
And just the pathing, the understanding of the way they're going to play off of each other.
But like even just the player that wasn't Robs, the patience, Mezzi's patience, where like he was like,
No wait, Flamesy.
Flamesy, yeah. But like just understanding like, Robs has got this far, which means he's probably AWPing, he's probably sitting here, plays and delays, and really sets themselves up for glory. Mazinho just too good.
This is a great second half from the Mongols.
Yeah,
and I think that they had opportunities in the first to even win more, right? That they won the opening pistol round. They couldn't get the conversion. They lost to a force buy. The type of rounds they were winning was a B rush on their first rifle round. Late in the piece, they're able to get their first set of consecutive rounds. But last time Xtaz took a timeout, Vitality won the round.
And they went for a really quick A.
It was just flashes, and then it was impromptu smokes as well as a Flamesy entry.
This time, Mazinho uses his nade early. Gets Mezzi and Zaiwu down a little softened for the M4. Rob's quick about this. Taking a lot of early territory in apartments. Does he have what it takes to win out versus an M4? So close. Mazinho and Robs were
That's a nice nade.
next to each other. Apex to swallow the damage from that HE. Returns the favor to Senzu.
Both teams have been well placed with their utility thus far. Robs in boiler now. 2 smokes, a bunch of flashes for the finish. Zaiwu looking like he is going to join the ranks in apartments. So is this an Apps pop? Blitz has been called over to help the B defense, a replenish of the smoke over towards balcony. That's going to fade at about the 35-second mark. Feels like Mongols have to play forward in this banana control, but that's being cancelled with the half-wall smoke. Rotation back. It should get there in time. Smoke starting to fade now. Here they come.
Flashes. Mazinho got a lot of work to do here. Starts to unload his mag, gets nothing done. 910 needs help, and he's got no health, no head. Run down, now dead. Another Blitz is gone. Senzu and Techno wondering what on earth they're supposed to do in a 2 versus 5. Tech9s is how it ends. The power of a timeout. 5 alive. Is this how Vitality end it? Clean, perfect play. Just the one blemish on the record, but Techno knows this one is lost. Inferno taken from them. Competitive in the second half from Mongols. Outclassed in the end.
And all the credit there to Xtaz with those timeouts to get them across the line, the 2 key rounds. But 77 maps played in 2025 with this Vitality roster. 64 wins, 13 losses, and there's one more to add to that tally. Will it really be 28 series in a row?
Opening players?
Yeah.
I would say Flames is obvious number 1. I think he's a very true opener. He's pure entry, so very good. 2 would be Zershin, also a very pure entry fragger. And then probably like third spot would have to be Donk or Nico. Probably would put Donk as 3, yeah.
Donk obviously is number 1. I feel like it's hard for me because I feel like the roles nowadays, it's not like specifically one guy usually just doing everything. But Donk, I would put probably Exertion as well. And then obviously I'm gonna put Nico as well because he is a little bit more entry style now than back in the days as well. So I think those 3 are the top 3 in the world right now in that role.
Well done, Donk. Okay, he's just above with the rifle, so Donk. I will go top 2 for Flamesy for now, and I will go top 3 for Nico.
Now, coming into this stage of the tournament, was just saying to Apex, he's the highest rated player on Vitality at IEM Dallas. How's it feel getting carried by your captain?
Yeah, it's feeling good. I mean, it's been 7 years I've been waiting for this moment, so finally this moment is coming for me. So now I think for the team, everyone's feeling confident when your captain is also carrying our ass, so feeling good to be behind this year, feeling really good.
In all seriousness, obviously, no carrying going on. Rob's had some really interesting words in an interview he did with HLTV, I believe, a couple of days ago, when he was saying, you guys, you feel like you're a step ahead of every other team mentally. Have you been doing anything in particular to make sure that you're always a step ahead of the game, just in the mental department?
I think it's the way we are talking before the game, like the way we acting as well. Like, I don't think, even though like we are behind some team, like in terms of scoreboards, we are always like having the mental, having the mindset to come back. Like I don't feel any game like we are in trouble or anything. We always have the momentum with us. We always have the team play with us. So that's how we start the game, or like our mindset as well. So I think, like Robin said, like I think we are one step ahead of every time now.
Mindset coming in versus the Mongols, a team that you've had the better of basically every single time you face them. What differences do you think it's going to be versus what we saw at IEM Melbourne when you took on the guys?
I think we saw also the interview Techno Sendu did, like IEM Melbourne was a big win for them, and we need to take care because individually they can be really strong. So for us, we need to take care of that. Just not only play individually. We need to play strong as a team. So that's what we're gonna do today. We're just gonna play our A game, not changing that much. So we're gonna just do that. We're not gonna overthink just because we beat them in Melbourne. Obviously, it's a new day, new tournament. So obviously, we need to take care of them.
Going to be a super exciting matchup. Thank you so much, Zaiwu. Good luck.
Well, as Zaiwu said, they can definitely shoot hard, and the Mongols did shoot hard in this game. They made it competitive on Inferno. Unfortunately for them, it wasn't quite enough as Robs and Vitality take on the first map right here. 13-10, Yanko. It was not that close in the beginning, but then the Mongols came alive.
Yeah, I think the problem was the slow start from Mongols. They played scared at the beginning, right?
Yeah.
I think they gave a little bit too much respect to Vitality starting with that second round. They win the pistol, and then in the second round, they're so timid about fighting for Banana. They're so afraid. You know, they don't do a good job fighting there. They don't play with their utility that well. And, you know, once you lose that round, you know how it goes. Like, it becomes really hard in the beginning to win some rounds, but they were still able to put a respectable half together. Individuals stepping on. Senzu had that Deagle round and whatnot, and were able to make it competitive in the second half. But Vitality, man, they just always find a way, right? Zinho was ready kind of for Apps Pop. That's what they were playing against, and Rob somehow finds an entry kill, and they close it out in the end.
Yeah, it does feel like in the first half that all Mongols did was keeping the game alive. You know, you said the Sensu Deagle round, a couple of clutches as well going their way, but outside of that, it felt like it could have been done in the first half. So is it more the Mongols coming alive, or was it Vitality slacking and lacking a little bit, or where do you see that happen?
I think it was the Mongols coming alive. You know, Vitality was trying to win the game as fast as possible, right? But Mongols started stepping up. They started playing with a little bit more confidence, started making moves, became more aggressive. You know, it's just unfortunate that you have two bad starts to the half. They lost the pistol in the second half, had another 0-3 start, right? And when you go up against Vitality, you need to have at least one good start in this half, despite it being your map pick, because they're just so good at playing from ahead.
Kind of painted the picture coming into the game. If you're the Mongols and you want to beat Vitality, you have to play your A game. Now, a player we haven't spoken a lot about so far is Flamesy, and it's not like he goes missing within Vitality or doesn't get enough credit, but there's so many stars to talk about. Robs, obviously, Zaiwu, Apex highest rated player heading into this game. Flamesy, he had a bit of a showdown here on the CT side. A lot of multi-kill rounds and a lot of shutdowns. Big part of the reason as why Mongols couldn't get going in the beginning.
Yeah, I think Flamesy is a good player, but I think he thrives when he's sort of the third star and flying under the radar, and just has someone like Apex as well, who's, you know, a lot of the time sort of directing him, guiding him, telling him, you know, what to do in terms of he's calling the setups.
Yeah.
Right? I think that's where he does his best work. I don't think necessarily if he was the star of another team, he's like on a lower tier team and he's like the best player on it.
He's found his place here. Right?
Yeah, I think this is like the perfect environment for him. And I think it's a great environment also to gain more experience and then maybe grow into a player that tomorrow could be the future star of Vitality.
Could be the future star of Vitality, always involved in the opening department as well. I think Vitality won that duel 16-7. Also a big part of the reason why they were always one step ahead.
I think also in Twist's opinion, I believe he put him as the best opener in Counter-Strike.
Okay, yeah.
So interesting.
Big words, big words. Round 23, last round of the game. That's when it all ended. As you said, they were ready for the Mongols, but couldn't deal with it.
Yeah, it's just one of those rounds where you feel like, okay, Mongols are prepared for this. Robs buys a Galil, right, so he can get some of those longer fights. And Zinho knows what's coming, starts spraying. Robs somehow insta-kills him, right? Then 9-10 misses a shot. Flamesy gets him with the Tech 9. Blitz tries to make something happen, but, you know, Robs is ready with that Galil, and now in a 2v5 situation. I mean, there's nothing really for the Mongols to do, and it's unfortunate because they were really one gun round away, right? If they were able to win this one, it's just one final round where Vitality would have had a proper buy, but that's the thing. With all these teams, you know, that are the best in the world, it's not about they're going to just beat you in gun versus gun rounds. Like, they find ways to win even when they have a mixed buy. They have just one rifle on some of these eco/half buys. They're able to find success, and that's what Vitality did here.
I just want to highlight what Robs did in the beginning as well, jumping out, you know, because you probably know that from your coaching perspective as well. He's making it so hard to be killed by jumping out. Even if he doesn't get the kill, trading Robs in that scenario is so much easier. There's a lot of people, they just run out of apps, they become an easy target, and then Messinho can recalibrate, get the second one, but he always makes it hard to kill him, doesn't he, Robs?
And he had a great game in general, right? And on the CT side, you could see how, you know, Vitality was winning the banana fights early and they were doing a good job there, but then he threw in towards the later end of the first half. He started being more aggressive towards window room, towards apartments. And I mean, there's a round where Vitality is playing 3B, right? They're only 2A, and his in-window kills Zemzinho, who is in abs going towards Boiler. I mean, who does that besides Robs? That just tells you with how much confidence Vitality is playing and why it's so hard to go up against them right now.
They are seemingly unbeatable, right? The track record speaks for itself. Now we're heading into Nuke, Janko's second map in this series, and arguably most likely also going to be the last map. Now, what is a win condition for the Mongols? And not necessarily in winning the map or winning the game, but more so making it competitive once more.
I think it's just not playing scared, right? Like what they did after the first 7 rounds on Inferno was actually pretty good, right? So you just need to play it like it's any other team, right? And not to think about, oh, it's Vitality and they'll be ready for everything and they always know what we're up to. You know, don't overthink it. Stick to your game plan, right? Like just try to play your own game as much as possible.
Try to play your own game as much as possible. They will be starting on the CT side of Nuke, and one thing they could do is maybe be a bit aggressive in towards the yard area, as Janko said. Play your own game. Don't be scared. You gotta do something in order to beat Vitality, something that no one has been able to for quite some time. Now we're heading into Nuke, which is most likely going to be the last map of this series. It's hard to imagine Vitality not winning this one 2-0, but I would love to see a third map. I would love to see the Mongols put up a good fight. We're jumping on a quick break, but once we're back, it is with Vitality taking on Mongols on Nuke.
Stages don't get bigger than this. Let's get it on! Biggest stage in Counter-Strike! 10 years Counter-Strike has been coming here. Melting from Gutierrez. The cathedral of Counter-Strike. 10 years in the making. Conquering the cathedral.
Hi, it's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
I'm here with Zywoo. Zywoo, you've won plenty of clutches in your time. What's the most memorable?
I think it was the P251, I would say, against Navy.
Okay, all right, I remember that one very vividly. All right, what we're going to do right now is we're going to have like a bit of a bracket of your clutches. So let's start with number 1. Click on number 1, and it's going to be versing number 2.
Okay, it was Grand Final, yeah, I remember this one. I think it was really stressful as well, because Grand Final against Navy was the 3rd map. We know we can do, like, we can be down like 2-1 if we lose this map. So it was really pressure moments for everyone. I remember like I had to like secure 1v1 kinda, because I know if I try to play 2v1 it's gonna be hard. And I know one was jungle, so I didn't expect like him to be benched like this, because he's playing kinda 1v1, he's giving me
it's
a free
all
kills.
in, yeah.
But after that I would just try to pick like the easiest 1v1 on my side.
Okay. Well, that clutch will be going up against number 2.
Yep.
So let's play number 2.
One.
Yep.
So this one, it's okay. Again,
this was huge.
Yeah, this one was most important. It was like also like for the Grand Slam, Grand Final against Falcon. We had done like 12-6 after, and I don't know if we were able to win this game if I don't put up like this maybe clutch. So it was kind of really important. I would say more important than Cologne.
Yeah, okay. So at what point do you think, is it that fight there from Kixon where they misplayed it?
I don't think he misplayed it, because I think he was scared to go in, because maybe I can say
open, yeah.
He will be open. But just now, like I wanted to play really fast, because I don't want them to have good position, like having a crossover between ramp, blind side, and have to play both of them like this. So that's why I went instantly on the left, trying to catch someone, because I knew I heard Nico going towards ramp. So I tried to secure the 1v1 like this.
So with these 2 clutches we just showed, Cologne versus or Melbourne, which one wins?
I would say Melbourne.
Okay.
Just for like Grand Slam, the Grand Final, for the comeback as well, for all these
like memories we had.
Sure.
This.
The importance of that type of clutch.
Yeah.
And what okay, nice.
The last few seats at the table being battled for on the B stream. You can check that one out now. And now some of our most exclusive VIP guests, Vitality and Mongols, both of which will be in attendance at the playoffs in the Kay Bailey Hutchinson Center. We can looking forward to seeing you and hosting you. But up until that point, we are going to watch out and see if Vitality can close this in 2. Mongols put up a bit of a show, a bit of a fight in that second half after an 8-4. Vitality in firm control. It does nearly go the distance. Vitality a map to the good as we head into Nuke.
And yeah, don't adjust your sets. I'm pretty sure in the Vitality huddle they did chant FU Apex. So I'm with you. I don't know why.
He loves it.
He embraces.
He put a big smile on his face in Melbourne. So let's get into a T side from Vitality. How well structured is this pistol off of the rip? We're going to be smoking top main, implying we're crossing secret. Flames has been heard mantling up on above Senzu as they start to test ramp. Mzinho's here and concedes space completely.
Okay, so good territory right now for Vitality to work with. No utility for the finish. Oh, 9-10.
Yeah, his position's strong. How diligent are you? Clears, back of the head, taps a second as well, removes Mezzi and Apex. And Zywoo yet to find that trade. Does get Sawant eventually. Does he overextend? Robson Zywoo always a threat. And a bomb plant certainly would be nice. Look at Zywoo, team player, immediately gets that code punched in. Playing for the round, of course, but the bomb plant already achieved. Robson's got 9 HP. Getting anything else is crazy. How about a clean headshot onto Techno? This is already feeling rather tough for Mzinho and Blitz, despite that low HP on Rob. Zywoo brings the fight. Rob surely can't do anything now. 9 points of health, and he goes shut down by a clean headshot. It will be Mongol's pistol, but as we discussed, a bomb plant found and a call to be made.
Oh, we split the pistols over on Inferno, both teams picking up the T sides. This is the first CT side pistol converted, but just to throw some numbers at everybody at home, this map has been played 15 times by Vitality this year. They are the #1 team in the world. They have won 8 consecutive as a current streak. So for you to turn this around and push this to map number 3, it's going to be a tall task for the Mongols, but I'll throw you a little bit of hope if we go back to ESL Pro League. They did take a map off of Vitality, 16-14, and it was Nuke.
Okay.
So something to work with, and especially considering how close map number 1 got, maybe we do have a closer affair. Vitality with the plant, get a pretty tidy looking force.
Yeah, they just put 3 smokes already, just straight off the rip. 3 out of their 4 invested into the smoke wall immediately for a top pop.
Well, what type of rotation does that force? So far, nobody's dropped down towards the lower deck. On A is where we need to turn our attention. Techno close over towards the squeaky door. Senzu from the heavens, here they come.
Okay, Flames trying to forge a path into the site. Looking
Deleted.
good! Robson Zywoo just connect in unison. 9-10 humbled after 1. There is a Heaven player. He's walking out undetected as it currently stands. Could have the element of surprise here. They don't know where that second player is. They don't realize they're both in the rafters and some trigger discipline being exercised.
Beautiful.
It's Blitz! Strikes 2. Mzinho as well in combination now onto that bomb, and Apex so disconnected from the play. Just forced to push the smoke. Well handled.
Okay, it felt like it was going to be a similar recipe as to what had happened on map number 1, where they won the pistol, lost the follow-up, and then the half got away from them. The Galils from the two who tried to turn that previous round on its head, Zaiwu as well as Rops, get the opening incisions in towards A. I said you're talking about the top defense, both of them dead immediately. But the fact that Blitz is able to sneak past the silenced M4 as well delays the reaction time to clearing over towards Mustang.
Really well played by Blitz. Like, if he did just, like, for a second go for a shot, just pull the trigger when he sees one, it's probably going to be a quick reaction out of Zaiwu. And a quick decision out of Team Vitality. They go again.
Okay, so only 2 staying alive. Bomb goes down again. They justify yet another force.
We'll see Blitz defend Rops' first question. He asks. Blitz onto Zaiwu, just on the break of that smoke. And now here comes Apex looking for his first. Oh, just about controls the Tech-9. 3v3, Techno trying to stop that vent drop. It's still very much a possibility. Does he go down himself? He does. Elects to investigate. Flash Mezzi drop. No, 910's ready. He was dead either way.
Okay, well, Flames does have the bomb.
And they know where he was. He just threw a flash.
Yeah, he's got a minute and 5 seconds to work with. I guess they didn't see Techno down the vent.
Yeah.
Knows that the AWP was heaven, which also means trying to cross over towards Secret is dangerous because even if he gets spotted on a jiggle, 910 will gladly oblige and go for the repeak. So in through main, hoping to pip a gap is the young man. If he stays CT vent side and creeps up that wall, 910 unlikely to clear this. So can get himself in back sight, 35 seconds. Is it sticking the plant or is it a fake hoping to draw this fight? Feels like he has to stick the plant because if he fakes it, yeah, they'll clamp down.
He makes this sound like he's going hard. Techno swings in, he gets the first, but an immediate trade out of Mazinho. He wasn't playing scared. But the plant again, and 2 alive again. There's no way.
Well,
the devil's whispering on Apex's shoulder. He says, you could go again.
You could go again because you have 2,900 loss, and you got the plant with the defuse.
It's better
600.
than last time.
Yeah, so they could go for AKs actually on multiple bodies, or they take a partial, which will still be very potent. And the next round, they could even have a Zaiwu AWP, which not super necessary, in my opinion, to run on the T side of Nuke. So they will just shove all in again. And I'll eat my words because Zaiwu, it won't be an AWP, but it'll be a scout that he can afford. So they're going to try and make this look like a standard rifle round. Ramp rush.
Really? Yep, knife out from Mezzi. Mazinho starts to pre-fire and loads his magazine through the smoke for 2. Ramp lost. 910 to ask questions of advancing Flames.
Flash and fight.
Flash and fight. Yeah, he's blinded off. 910 gets away, though, with that white screen. Knife out, retreats and posts up for the repeat. Clears out Flamesy. Job done. Techno's already down here as well. They are playing this well. Their rotations, they're ahead of the game.
Can they milk a plant out of this again? Because it will continue to put Vitality in a position to buy. I would expect an X-Taz timeout regardless. Just because they've, in for a penny, in for a pound, they've been a bit greedy, I think. As Zaiwu starts his first in a 1v4. Has the bomb. Not an open runway to plant by any stretch of the imagination. Techno in the vent again. AWP up heaven. Oh no, AWP inside, not up heaven at all. And there you go, 910 will take him. And I think now it should just be the partial. So they won't force into this one in the same fashion. It will just be light investments. And then X-Taz might take the timeout going into the next when the guns are out. Just let them play out this round. As long as no one said, yo, let's force again. Right, as long as it is, let's just keep it conservative.
I think an extra brownie point to be given to Mazinho there. They had the audacity to call a test of his ramp hold, and he passes with flying colors.
Yeah, so I think it's really positive that Mongols have been able to build on the confidence that they were starting to swell with towards the tail end of map number 1. The fact that they brought it ever so close, and now they're not starting on the back foot. Smokes to facilitate this secret cross. Both Plume as Apex, the only man here, is likely to get deleted by Blitz in an immediate little burst to the side of the head, not considering that whatsoever. And they're going to try ramp again.
Let's go Mazinho got another double in his wheelhouse. Yes, he does.
So well done.
Thank you very much.
Oh.
He's definitely having fun while he plays.
Yeah, enough to melt your heart, isn't it? Okay, well, there it is. There's the aforementioned tactical timeout called from Xtaz. It was a hero with them on Inferno down the stretch to close out map number 1. Now, you started 5-0 down. Seems pretty daunting, doesn't it? But if anybody's going to work back into it, it's Vitality. So, with the close nature of the rounds, the bomb going down, the consistent loss bonus building and building, they facilitated themselves hodgepodge buys. Now it's a full purchase. Everybody with an AK-47, all the util required. It's literally just lacking one flash for Ops.
Yeah, Xtaz's TOCR in Inferno was fantastic. That's timeout conversion rate. See if he can actually match the output here into map 2. I made that one up. That's not a real
One day we will have those statistics, but then we get in the weeds, like we always get into the weeds with stats. It's the inevitable with Counter-Strike.
But you know we love numbers.
Like bikinis or something like that, huh?
Something like bikini, yeah.
Something like a bikini. SpongeBob, Bikini Bottom, Patrick.
Squidward, let's not forget. And Gary.
Ow.
Apex clears it this time. No one's home. But 9-10 is. Oh, did he see enough? Yeah, gets the info, baits the shot. Pressure again on Mazinho. They really feel like Ramp is the answer, but Mazinho so far has been doing great, and he still gets one. Little burst to the face of Mezzi. Okay. Ramp territory, and let's not forget Apex was last seen secret. 9-10's cleared him out, confirms he's no longer there. 9-10 thinks twice about re-aggressing. Ooh, Techno just on a jiggle incendiary defense here. I would go straight through, pathing around now. Techno needs this clean, gets it, gets forced into the fight and wins it. Through the flames, he finds Flame Z. Oh, Rob's sticky nade. And it's going to cost him 9 consecutive. Xtaz's timeout, not enough to bear fruit for Vitality. Unfamiliar feeling at the moment for Vitality.
Yeah, 6-0 start. That's a tough one to deal with now. You see what happens here. Zawu gets segregated, but he's making that play. It's really good for him to be ready for that second. And even Mazinho getting one over towards Ramp during that little spree as well. So how much longer can this continue? You're 9-2 for 9-10. You're 8-1 for Blitz. You're 10-2 for Mazinho. And you don't even need Senzu to get a kill. As Blitz drops into the vent with a knife in his hands, making sure that there's no one sneaking down. By the time we get underway with the regular rounds, the half's already more than halfway gone as Apex, he's on his lonesome. Senzu gets his first contribution.
Yeah, I mean, oh, you're not getting out of there, Robs. Just tagged on the leg shot. But yeah, this...
When does it get... Look, I think Vitality can even function with just 3 T-side rounds.
Yeah,
so that's why I'm not feeling the heat too much right now for Vitality, and this is the world #1.
And you've watched all of the rounds, so you understand that this is a product of Vitality being tantalizingly close on these religious force buys to start.
That's the problem when you dig this hole, though, right? Like, look at the money on quite a few of these Mongols players. Got plenty of cash to splash, and if they can keep 4 alive again, that's going to grow ever more. Not the band.
I mean, you'd love a plant, wouldn't you? Good luck getting one. Techno tasked himself with denying any plants, and oh my goodness, Robs actually hits a dink. Long-range Tech-9 headshot. Zinho will put him down, though.
It's just an odd feeling seeing them 0-6. I can't remember the last time I remember seeing Vitality 0-6 about to be 0-7.
Certainly not an everyday occurrence. And his back turn presented and spanks 7-0.
Just have to check in with the opening kills because that was something that Mongols were really struggling with on map #1, especially in the first half. But now that needs to be said for Vitality. They only have 1 on their T side. Between Apex and Mezzi, they've given up the lion's share. It'll be 5 between the 2 of them. 2 openings for Mzinho, 9-10 and Blitz.
I will reiterate during this moment to Gamer Legion. It's going to be kicking off their second map any moment now. Blitz trying to trifle with trouble, and Apex is willing to take the fight. Paths forward, trying to catch Blitz should he overextend from his main position. Looks like it's coming. Blitz does hit the headshot. What? It sounded like a headshot, but Apex is alive.
At least Apex hasn't given up his third opening death just yet.
True. Yeah, opening kills, as you've discussed, starting to get away from them. He's going to deliver one.
Zywoo's down secret right now.
This is a prime candidate.
Yeah, if Senzu goes looking for information, Zywoo should be able to delete him. They are going to at least investigate over towards ramp somewhat by the looks of things. Rops is clearing out radio room. 50 seconds now is up onto the roof. Zywoo doesn't push any further. So no pressure will be applied to the B site, and Mongols have a decent idea that they aren't under too much pressure. Well-placed molly will flush Blitz back. Not detected yet. Should be good for one.
Yeah, it's going to have the back of Zywoo turned and happily profits.
Oh, Vitality looking out of sorts, aren't they?
Claims he's gone. Another opening kill, clawed back by Zywoo. Techno kept humble. Into the site, it's the Rops double. Catches that climb up the vent. And 9-10's AWP, the unknown entity, arriving in lobby. Okay, 8's times the charm.
Oh, just the margins there, 9-10.
Yeah.
Could have had a free incision to get back into things, try and trifle with this 1v3 situation, but right now it's looking like it will just be the save. So Vitality, a bit more of a standard round. Apex not just letting himself on the leash and running like a man possessed. 9-10 should be able to hold on to this AWP. I say that as Rops will get his third in the round, bullet between the eyes, and there you go. Trying to bring the energy is the coach. Still can get 5 within the half. Mara, he's going to say, listen, 7's great. I want 9. Boys, we've had such a great start. Let's not give them the momentum going into halftime. Let's keep the foot on the throat. Not many teams ever put Vitality in this type of a position. Things have been going our way. We've been playing a very strong game.
Everyone's been having their moments. 9-10 Blitz and Mazinho all in double digits in terms of frag and output.
I wonder if you go... I feel like there's not the need to go for a gear shift and try and do something aggressive. I think they can continue just to play out the game plan with the rotations, even though they did that in this round and it feels like they got out-rotated, especially when you see Senzu getting caught in the vent like that. But it started quite well. If Blitz had finished that kill onto Apex, it maybe was a completely different looking round. So let's see, what has Mara informed them to follow through with into round number 9? So 9-10 starting down secret with the AWP immediately. And there's no smoke wall, so he's actually freed up to continue to push, to potentially poke his head up. So that extra information from Blitz does allow 9-10 to be in more of a combative position, but it looks like he's hit the brakes at the base of the stairs, a similar position of where we saw Senzu. Can Apex jiggle this one out again?
Oh, confirms the AWP's presence. Tries to accelerate, won't disrespect the incendiary, but has at least forced him back one stage. Other moving pieces at the same time here. Ooh,
oh!
Zywoo was flashed at the same
that a team
time.
flash?
I think it was. Rops is going to try and find and beat out Mzinho, who's been doing a fantastic job of this ramp position. He continues to do it, beats out Rops. Zywoo in the meantime found Blitz. They're pivoting out and asking questions of Techno. He's actually forward in this position. Maybe this under angle from Flames should be set for success to collect. Techno hidden from it for now. Flames wants to be a late arrival. 30 seconds, though. Time is of the essence.
Yeah, bombs back of lobby entrance, so they need to scoop that up and then find the finish. This one's going to get awkward for both teams.
Very awkward. Senzu's got the lobby fight. Techno's now been spotted. Okay, here comes Chaos. Forces him away with a nade. Techno fumbles the incendiary. Pressure applied, 15 seconds. What's the go? Apex up the vents. Back turn. Oh, no! He's missed a shot there. Apex gets 2 on the way in. Up the ladder for the entry.
I think what's happened in that situation is 9-10 killed Flamesy Heaven, and then has quick change to the knife as Apex has come out the vent. So he hasn't been able to contribute anything in that situation.
Oh, God. Wow, Apex. I mean, he's got 3 frags total. Those 2, though, have got Vitality their second round locked in.
Should be able to get out one more buy, especially if Zinho saves this.
It looks like he'll be allowed to get away with it.
But that's the problem, right? So you can buy into the next. Let's say you get broken, you lose everything. Score at that point is 7-3. You have to take a partial. Best you can probably get at that point is 8-4 after a 7-0 lead. I don't think we'll get to catch that from 9-10's perspective, but
no.
Yeah,
because he did get the shot, right?
He killed Flamesy Heaven,
Yeah.
and then that was as Apex coming out the vent. So here it is, right? So
he's looking vent, looking vent, looking vent. Turns to address Heaven. His teammate Techno dies immediately.
So and he's quick changed, right?
Wow, the finest margins, Chad. Oh. They've gone all in. Here we go. As you've highlighted, this is a very big round for Mongols after such a strong start. Will they maintain their grip? Oh, he spotted the tip of the head there. He's got a little whiff of where Zywoo's positioned on top of the box, and he'll punish. Orpa takes the head-to-head. Apex needed that one. He claws it back, but 9-10 keeps him humble. Puts him on his ass. No one has crossed, 9-10 says with confidence.
Well, you've lost Zywoo. Now you have to turn to Rops, Mezzy, and Flamesy.
What? Just Rops things. An audible from the Techno reload is all he needs to find a clawback kill. Yep, should be. Oh, the crouch under the AWP shot. Gets away. AWP's position noted.
Yeah, Mongols are staying relatively active in this 3v3 right now, just continuing to chop and change. So they played 2 over towards A, got 1 in the rafters, 1 in the side. AWP was over towards Hell, grouping up towards Radio on ramp right now. Vitality. Will 9-10 miss again?
Not this time. Tracks Rops comfortably and doesn't even stick around to get any early answers.
Down towards B if they go. They have a molly, so they could use that into the stairwell. Otherwise, they don't have a smoke to try and plant in. Mezzy will break the windows. Flames will get the molly in. Now they can try and plant Astralis.
Get that bomb planted. Flames provides the cover. Does Mazinho wait? Buys time. Play that number advantage you have. He can open the door for the AWP, but they're going to nade it at the same time. Opens up. A flash is good. 9-10 should hit. The shot does. Legs up Flamesy. And now Mezzy. Oh, turns around and taps the head. Finds Senzu in rotation. 9-10 on for an ace clutch, but Flames is having none of it. That's a beautifully put together round from Mezzy and Flames.
I love the way they address that, and they're probably not to know this, but the concern that we can see that Vitality would have had if they played out of the site, let's say they played in dark or they both played from ramp, is once Mongols get into the bomb site, they actually had utility. They could have smoked the bomb, and then from there it becomes a Hail Mary. They kept this post plant on their terms by playing active, forcing a fight, using the limited utility they had very, very well, and this second one from Mezzy is the round winner. At that point, it's 9-10. It would have already put in a shift. It was going to be tough for him to get back into things. And as discussed, the Mongols' money now broken. The floodgates are open. Vitality looking to be able to get their 4th rounders.
Pre-fire MP9 hurts. And now in combination with a dig, this round immediately gets competitive. Senzu sits Apex down through the smoke and they accelerate lower.
Zinho's rotated down here already with the MP9. 1 is enough.
It would be, yeah. Zywoo's got his P250 out, just trying to clear these corners, take some space back. Blitz is going to be giving it a go, trying to catch that moment as they pull the pin on their nade.
So many bodies here for Mongols.
Yeah, Mezzy on that single door. He just seems aware of the potential for someone to be above him. This is really going to come down to some fine margins here. An opportunity for Mongols.
Oh,
and a miss from Zywoo. It's going to go horribly wrong. Now up just to Zywoo and Mezzy. In combination, it's fallen apart. Blitz can do something. Zywoo holding and Zywoo converting. Opportunities definitely presenting themselves. Mongols keeping it competitive, but Vitality reigns supreme with their advantage.
If you ever find yourself questioning Mezzy's position in this Vitality roster, look at the last 2 rounds.
Yes.
The key kills that he had as the unsung hero, the supportive member of the team, have just put them in a position where they're likely to go into the halftime break with only a 2-round gap. It was touch and go in the last 2. One of them was a rifle round, one of them was against the Eco that almost slipped away. And they're key kills, very important frags. Mezzy and Zywoo getting it done, and Zywoo, after making a bit of a mare of things, Flamesy is the one who gets punished because of it. But Mezzy staying calm in these situations, hitting some mandatory frags to remove the pressure, allow them to close down the round. It's easy to talk about a supportive element when he delivers in this type of fashion. 8 kills now for Mezzy. And 3v5 still available for Vitality. Mongols, you're going to allow them to go into the halftime break with all the momentum, or do you have something to stall this?
So tries to get an aggressive play, sticks around in the flames. Senzu to open up the account for Mongols.
Didn't like his boy Techno being harassed.
Oh, you know, that nade looks like it's going to connect. Exposed! Apex completely booked by the 1-2 punch.
Oh, another opening kill for Mongols. They've really been leading the charge in that Fash, that it's going to be 9 out of the possible 12, as it is a 3v5. 3 players to slink across Secret for Vitality. They will be down, and they actually have a decent amount of utility to finish with. But they have to get past this crossfire.
It's already set up. Mazinho just slinks into position. Senzu going to be the beacon for info. The crouch peek from Flames does not connect. Very uncomfortable. Nice tap. Zaiwu does finally bring him down, but his teammates have been taken from him. And from the side of the head, he gets put on notice. 9 HP. Trying to bring him down. Zaiwu's doing everything he can. Look at the smooth way in which he maneuvers through this scenario, albeit stacked against him. Another great headshot, but brought down eventually. He's a constant threat. He's a joy to watch. And now Mongols, they've given themselves an 8th to work with. Honestly, that music low-key fire. Low-key fire, for real, for real.
You know, music taste is subjective. You know what isn't?
What?
Vitality's greatness.
That's true. Yeah, you can't really deny that at this point in time. The way in which this game looked entirely out of reach, something we haven't seen in many a moon from Team Vitality. They were put down, what was it, 7?
7-0.
7-0. And now we find ourselves with an actual competitive scoreline into the next half of play.
And made to work for all of their rounds.
Yes.
The rounds that they did convert were not easy whatsoever. Let's see, their map choice, CT side. Can they split the pistols again? Just like map number 1.
Yo,
a little bit late to the party there.
Yeah, okay, now Robs has actually had his bell rung, forced away, knife out into the B site. And they're in hot pursuit, you know. They want him. Robs ahead of the angle, but brought down. Just a nice body shot to the belly button. Mezzi arrives just in time for a tap. Can't hit it. Techno, good for it. Okay, that's nice from Flames. Is there really a conversation about the 2v4 retake here? Sure, you got the first. He hasn't hit it side of the head.
Close your eyes.
Couple of misses
Hide
from
your
Zywoo.
children.
He's brought down as well. Oh, you can see his reaction there. It's rare to see out of Zywoo. Disappointment in his performance. And that's going to mark what could be a quick second half. Mongols get the pistol.
Where we started in the first half of map number 2 was discussing Vitality world number 1, their map choice, currently at 8 on the trot as far as Nuke is concerned. However, earlier in the year back at EPL, Mongols in a series against Vitality were able to take Nuke off of them in an overtime affair. Well, right now, it feels like they might be able to do it and no need for those bonus rounds. That would push us the distance into the third and deciding map. One of the tough things about this matchup for Mongols is that one of their best maps of Ancient is Vitality's permaban. Mirage would be the third, though. That's where they do some damn good work.
Not resting on this from Vitality's standpoint.
Yeah, and remember all the force buys they did within the first half as well, how deep the hole that they dug themselves was. Not 6 feet deep, but...
oh, come on. Come off it. He's just 5-7 spammed and tracked Blitz as he tried to get across Secret. Well done. Nice little flash lineup for the Rops aggression. Now, he doesn't elect to make steps so much as the flash a key indicator regardless.
The weakness right now for Vitality is obviously it's just pistols that they're working with as well as this scout, but they've rotated 2 players down towards B. So it feels like they will need to gamble stack one of the sites and hope it's correct. There's a minute on the clock, so Mongols have a chance to wade past these issues. But a lobby crunch is possible now with the radio and hut presence. Now that they hear Techno, do they want to try and swoop and catch him off guard?
Oh, he's got the info there. Apex has got a good idea as to what this means. Techno's still alive, though. He's got the vent rotation on lock. He was the only man in lobby, and he's completely cut down the defense. One more? Go on. Yeah, elevated angle. Rops has just managed to pass past him, but he'll finish it off anyway. Big round, big impact from Zywoo. Excuse me, Techno being felt in this second half of play. He's just got Zywoo on the brain.
Both end in O.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's it, I guess.
That's Techno there trying to sell top.
Yep.
So that all the focus is on him. The outside players get spotted anyway, so he just makes sure that they can't drop down the vent. Beautiful work from Techno. And the force bite stalled from Vitality even after the opening kill. 11 rounds feels like a certainty at this point, whereas the Deagle make it a couple of those. Pistol upgrades of choice and a flash. Vitality, they're against the ropes on map number 2.
They most definitely are.
I'm going to go through right now and have a look how many series Vitality have even lost a map this year. I'll be doing some counting. So
yeah, you go count. I'm just going to keep tabs on this round and make sure it doesn't go anyway wonky for Mongols.
So they've only lost 13 maps in total out of 78,
yeah,
to put that in
pretty
context.
Good win rate.
Well, 77. This would be the 78th.
Pretty good win rate for sure. Another headshot found by the pistol of Rops, but not able to convert it. Blitz opens up the account. And not looking the right way was Mezzi.
So they've only lost maps. And the reason I say maps is because they've also played best of 5s where they've lost 2 maps, and then it's gone the distance. A couple of Zywoo whiffs there in the back, but hard to track with the pistols in 8 different series, excluding the Eternal Fire 2-0.
Yeah,
right. So they actually lost. Right.
Yeah.
So in wins, They've only ever lost maps in 8 occasions.
Wow. So this would be the 9th.
Out of, I'll count
done well.
how
You're
many
doing great.
series
Keep it
they've
up.
played. So let me get back to you.
Okay. Trying to highlight just how rare of an experience we are all getting. Vitality especially. Mongols nuke is strong up against the world number 1. Heichi thrown out and combined with actually a headshot from Zywoo Heaven. So they lose Blitz again. This time though it's on the guns, and Vitality a must-win round if they want to stake their claim to a 2-0.
So in 30 series,
they've
lost maps in 9 of them, including the Eternal Fire loss.
Wow. Wow. And this would be the 10th series where they would have lost the map if the Mongols get the last 2.
It will be testing the mental and the metal of Vitality to try and bring this one back, but a first rifle round with a 2-man advantage is a good place to start.
We've already witnessed Maus do something very similar, right? 12-5 was the scoreline in that Maus Falcons game we were bringing you earlier.
Love the energy that they brought to that.
Yeah, me too. Ooh, Mezzy, he's not loving the energy that Dinka's given him.
3v3?
Yeah, it's all suddenly gone, oh, it's gone south for Vitality. B-site taken.
This was a 5v3, now 2v3 disadvantage.
Yeah, Senzu just popped the hell off.
The Frenchman.
Okay, Zywoo. Okay, Apex. Bon chance.
Oh,
headshot bound. 9-10 delivers.
Put a bow on it.
Yeah, this one's done.
Is this the most dominating loss they've had as well?
It's
now
gotta be up
I have
there.
to look at more numbers.
It's got to be up there.
So the maps that they've lost so far, start from the start of the year with Rops and roster. They've lost a 13-9, a 13-11, a 13-10, a 13-7, a 16-14, a 13-5.
Right.
A 13-11, a 13-11, a 13-12, a 13-10, a 13-9, a 13-9, a 16-14. So, if Mongols win this round right now, they have delivered Vitality, the #1 team of the season, their worst map loss.
Ooh, you've done well there, Shadi, buddy. You've done very well.
Shout out to HLTV one time. Your stats base is delicious.
It is. It most definitely is scrumptious. Let's go. Is this really going to be the final round of Nuke? 17 rounds and it might be enough. Mongols 12, Vitality Amiga 4, and Senzu. He's just charging into the top side. Zywoo repels the invader. Mezzy chips in as well, and so Vitality won't go down that easy.
All right, history won't be made, but it could be equaled.
Yeah.
So they could still do it. They are going to have money going into the next round with, sure, bottom of the barrel loss bonus, but they bought up that residual cash as Techno gets spammed through a smoke. Thinks, mate, I haven't even shown myself. Just leave me alone. Flamesy offers that one up. And the comeback needs to begin. Rops, unfortunately, only able to keep the Famis there, not able to get his hands on anything juicier. Mara's going to take his 3rd of 3 tactical timeouts. It's crazy that he's used so many in a game that's felt quite casual for his boys. Now, this was the scoreline that Maus came back from against Falcons to push it into overtime and then take the series and get things done 2-0. This would be to extend it. And the reason this conversation might become important is, let's just say that we all want to live in a world where Mongols win the series. Well, first of all, they break the streak. Second of all, they put themselves straight into a semi-final.
Yeah. Skipping their first day of play in the IEM Dallas playoffs. $1 million prize pool.
Yeah, arena just next door. Been coming here for quite a few years now.
Yeah, it's always a good turnout, good crowd. I love that the DreamHack stuff's going on as well, so you'll have a really nice kind of event energy surrounding the arena.
All right, what does Mara come up with based off of the timeout?
Probably not another top rush.
No, I think they've called the cancel on that. May as well use the weapons while they have them. They lose this one, they will have to eco going forward, and that's a chance for Vitality to start working back into the game. Squeaky lurk smoke, or... Never mind, it's over towards Yard, so... dotting across to try and get the secret space, but they're going to hit top.
Yeah, they want to ask questions of Mezzy, and he's been holding, staying active on that smoke walk, and he does dispatch him too. A third asking questions, Mezzy! The anchor delivers on his defense. Gets the job done. 9-10 pieces out with that bomb to ensure it's not lost in that regain of lobby.
Now, Vitality did lose a 5v3 number advantage. This is a 4v2, and feels like this one should be a little bit more difficult because Mongols don't have any bomb site real estate. And also, as mentioned, are going to have only 1900 loss bonus going into the next, which would be enough for an AK for Senzu and Techno. And Blitz would be close enough to go for it as well. So do 9-10 and Blitz give this one a go, or do they just hold on to what they have? 30 seconds still to find that out as 9-10 is now heading back with Blitz, and they will be going for the save. So understanding that they are on the cusp of getting things done, they'll take the conservative approach. So Blitz and 9-10 will not be getting any loss bonus. Blitz can buy all the nades necessary.
The question surrounding the approach into Mezzi there, is that just a team hoping and kind of essentially gambling that CT vent isn't occupied, and if it is, they're holding hut? Like, it's just one of those?
If you think about the rotations for Yard, right, you have your outside rifler, which is Apex. He's going to be starting Unbreakable. He's going to start Warehouse, maybe Red Pole side.
Sure.
They tried to do our strat. Okay, so they've done standard utility, and your main player, depending on the CT setup that they go with, that would be Flamesy in this scenario. His job is likely to drop down the vent to deal with the secret cross.
Yeah.
So you're hoping that that main player, who is also your door player,
is pulled
is no longer exactly, and then Mezzi, your site anchor, is normally in the rafters or backside, right? Can't deal with that squeaky play.
Right.
But Mezzi did very well there.
Ooh, Apex gets away with his life there, albeit sub 50. Zywu welcoming any aim duels if anyone dares peek pre-smoke. No one's lining up smokes immediately here for Mongols. They'll just congregate behind red. It's actually Mazinho throwing him out from spawn. Sends him an audible drop. Zywu! Oh, they line up for him! Impeccable on the spray. Takes 3 down in a drop of a hat, the blink of an eye, a 4th added to his tally, and it's just Mazinho at the back of red. Flames hunting him and frags him in the back of the skull. Solid work from Zywu there. The most impact we've seen from him here on the CT side. 4 kills, mowed down round 1.
He's had a couple of highlights so far outside in a similar fashion with the clearer smokes and spam lineups, so very well done from Zywu. They're getting himself up to 19 kills in total. Looking to challenge the heavy hitters of the Mongols. Yeah, that's delicious, isn't it? Disappointing he couldn't get his eyes on the ace, but Flamesy will make sure that one doesn't get out of control. Yeah.
It always feels good to let everyone know, like, just they weren't eeks, guys. They weren't eeks.
Nice, Matthew. Blitz with a hero AK.
All right. He just wants to take some duels.
Yeah, it's a 5-round game now.
Blitz versus Zywu. Inbound.
Does Apex get the jump on him?
Yeah, they're not looking. Oh, gets his. Ooh, quick from Blitz. He turns around. He one-taps Zywu and removes Apex.
That's like 90-degree window.
Yep, he just flicked. Oh, this is actually a bit sketchy. They might lose this round. They might lose this round. This might be the end of Nuke. 9-10's chased him up the ladder. Stops Robs. Oh, dear. The last 2 are your A players. They know that that's the typical duo that would be occupying the A site. They both mantle up quickly, trying to get a boost going for Heaven. Trying to have a different pivot angle out. 2v4. Blitz has actually set him up with that God AK round. Running B, no one's home. How are you supposed to win this back?
Now, Mezzi's still alive and he has a smoke. Flamesy in the vent. They need to piece this one together between the 2 of them. This would be a heroic retake.
Yeah, this would be something special. Flamesy and Mezzi. The powerful position of Senzu here. Should have the trade regardless. If he gets that first one onto Blitz, he's ready for the trade. Distracted, executed. Flames only gets the 2 of them, and there you have it. Mongols take us the distance. Refusing to go down quietly. Nuke, a powerful map for them, apparently.
Vitality, #1 team in the world, have played Nuke 16 times this year. Before this matchup right now, they'd only lost it twice. So Mongols hand them their 3rd loss, and they've been responsible for 2 of them on this very map. Coming up next is Mirage. Will the streak be broken?
Oh.
Agent Viper reporting. Target in sight.
Copy, Viper. We've been expecting you.
Well, I don't think a lot of us saw this one coming. The Mongols taking Nuke and making sure that this series is heading into a third deciding map against Vitality, who's on a 27 win streak now. Yanko, the way they were playing, Vitality didn't really put on a lot of confidence, and it seemed to me like they had a bit of a game off. Whereas for the Mongols, they stepped it up even more so. We saw it on Inferno, first map, and they warmed up into it here. Nuke, much better.
I told you, Jacob. I told you there's a chance, right? And all they need to do is have to play their own game. They have to forget that it's Vitality with a 27-match win streak on the other side, the Grand Slam winners and everything else, right? And just play like it's any other game. And I think they were able to do that. I think we saw everyone on the side of the Mongols have their moments and step up, and Vitality being a little bit impatient at the start of that game, you know, chasing that reset, and all of a sudden you're, 6-0 down, 7-0 down, right? You've given confidence to the side of the Mongols, and from the very beginning, I mean, here they get the entries, right? It's a great round for them. It looks like they're gonna get the reset, easy game, 2v4, but Blitz sneaks out. No one's spotting Heaven, but everyone's staring at main. You know, when Robs turns, it's already too late. Blitz with great patience, he's gonna find a double kill here. Mzinho as well finds one, and all of a sudden Apex in a 1v2. And I think this was the huge one, because now they're chasing the reset, they buy again, right? And time again, these rounds don't work out for the side of Vitality, and it was the early momentum that really gave a lot of confidence to the Mongols players.
Yeah, a huge round, because round 2 was supposed to go the way of Vitality. Obviously, Blitz with a massive play. Round 4 as well, and another opportunity gone missing for Vitality, another well-played round 4.
Here they also got baited, because Flamesy was in a 1v3 and he got the bomb down, and they went for another buy, right? And this time, what are we going to do? It's going to be a ramp rush, but just Mzinho ready for it, right? Like he's going to get a quick double kill here, going to do damage on Apex as well. They're going to try and chase 9-10. he punishes Flamesy, Techno gets a kill, right? And this is another round that's going to be done for the side of Vitality. Zyvo unable to clutch in the 1v3. So now they're 4-0 up. Finally, without the bomb plant, Vitality even has to kind of half by here, and this is where Mongols really got rolling.
Dare I say it was a bit sloppy as well? You could see when it was a 4v3, Flame gets the trade on towards ramp. It's 1 by 1 by 1. One player under Heaven by himself. Apex lower by himself. Cyru on ramp by himself. Is that Vitality not giving enough respect to the Mongols and then punishing it? Or what is that?
Honestly, yeah, I would put the start of this game on Apex a little bit, right? Like, I think he was frustrated after that blitz round, and then you're trying to sort of get the reset then, and you're chasing that, and you're being aggressive in some of these rounds. He's jumping outside, towards windows, being overly aggressive, and then by the time, they calmed down and Xtaz came in with the timeout, you're already 5-0 down, right? Then even that doesn't work, you're 7-0 down. I think they did a good job of recovering at the very end, but then being unable to win the pistol round or anything really hurt them, right? So we go back to after the timeout, the gun round, trade 1-for-1, but look at Techno. Now he's the guy who steps up, right? They come back in a 4v4, this second shot is nasty. So that's what I'm talking about when I'm saying everyone on the Mongols stepped up. Look at Senzu. They're still going to be 6-0 up. He has 0 kills. He hasn't had to do anything so far. It was on the T side that he kind of stepped up in the first gun round. And yeah, they were able to close this one out.
And that does put this streak a little bit in jeopardy. I know it's just one map, it's a series, and we're heading into Mirage as well, Janko, but with the way the Mongols have been playing and the way they've warmed up into the game, looking somewhat decent second half from Inferno, carrying that into Nuke, do you think we have a realistic shot now? You said it from the get-go of the game that Mongols could potentially win this game.
I think definitely we do. I think this is the biggest, the most in jeopardy it was outside of the Melbourne final.
Sure.
Because Falcons should have won that Nuke and they should have won that final. They didn't. And I think the reason for that is we're going to Mirage, which is the Mongols' best map. Yep. They just beat Vitality on Nuke fairly convincingly. So they'll be booming with confidence, and it's a game that doesn't have a lot of stakes, right, for Vitality. If there ever was a one that's not going to sting to lose, it would be this one. You're still in the playoffs anyway, right? You're still in the contention for the trophy, right? So this is where they will have to dig the deepest in a way. I know it sounds a little bit counterintuitive, but because the stakes are not that high, you need to sort of show some fight. Zyvo had the most kills for them, but he also had a couple of whiffs, which caused some frustration for him. It's uncharacteristic to see, right? So I think for Apex, he needs to be a little bit more patient with the calling, and everyone needs to, just take it back, take a step back, sort of, and try to match up with what the Mongols have been putting out.
So you want to see Vitality a bit more calm, a bit more in control, whereas if you're the Mongols, you want to keep continuing what you've been doing, right? Is this a game of keeping up the pace and apply even more pressure towards Vitality?
Yeah, for the Mongols, the same thing. Just keep doing your thing, right? Like, don't overthink it. Don't try to switch things up too much. Just what you've been doing in general and the way you play, stick to it, right? Don't think that you can't do your B-pops because, they'll be ready for it, and, the guys are so good, or Mezzi is such a great anchor. He is, but everyone's human, right? So whatever you feel like you want to do, whatever your game plan is, stick to it. Play without fear. Don't play not to lose, play to win, and I think they have a good chance of beating them here.
Is there anything Vitality can do in order to stop that pace potentially coming at them? I know it's easy to say, yes, CT side Messi, stop the push coming in, right? But in general, is there a way you can approach the game where you try to drag out the pace a bit?
Well, Zyvo was talking about it, they need to play more as a team, right? Like, because the Mongols have such sharp individuals, don't try to do too much on your own. So I think Vitality beats them with team play, right? Flashing for each other, swinging together, just sort of being proactive and trying to be one step ahead of the Mongols.
One step ahead of the Mongols. It's going to be super, super interesting to see if this game will go the way that we may have anticipated a little bit. Obviously, Vitality on Mirage are a formidable force. You said yourself, Janko. The Mongols are arguably the best they can be on the map of Mirage as well. So everything is set up right now for another competitive map. Everything is set up for what could potentially be the end of the Vitality streak. Again, let's be honest, it's not done just yet. There's still one more map to be played out. That is going to be Mirage. We are very, very, very excited to give you that map, but we are quickly going to a break first. Before Vitality, we'll see if they can continue their streak of 27 games won in a row. Now, for the Mongols, this could be a massive victory. A spot straight to the semi-final, skipping one round in the playoff where they notoriously have been struggling. That would be cool for them. Whereas for Vitality, well, they have to get the job done now.
It's Bob with Face It. The official broadcast is better than ever on Face It Watch. Yep, that's right. Switch it up with the POV selector. 4 angles, your choice. From the main broadcast to your favourite player's view. And it's available on the Face It app and Chromecast. But wait, there's more. Keep watching, keep winning. That's how we roll. Watch IEM Dallas while having the chance to get skins and Face It points. Look at this beauty. Change the channel and control how you watch.
And it's a flawless defense.
On était 17 en B, même à Taran, il était en B.
Actually, I really like this one. I think it's top one, this one.
You said something about saving.
Yeah, saving.
I think it's really funny because of the context and Jim retweeting some porn on X. But it wasn't my idea, so I will put it down there. There are 10, yeah? So let's put it 9.
Myself, I achieved it. Click, 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 pop, pop, pop. My guys, yes.
I was against 3D Max. Top 10, it's not really fun. The thing is, they are talking in French, but I told them, why you try talking in French? You don't speak English? I told them last time. I think it's better for English, because otherwise no one understands.
And this time, after throwing the perfect alley-oop flash, where 4 players come out...
Are you blind? Are you blind? Just asking.
I like this one. I like this one. And we had the pistol where I'm flashing mid for Flimsy, and they're all 4 blind, jumping at the middle. He kills 2, I kill 1, and he kills the 3rd. And I'm just asking them if they are blind, because they couldn't play the round because they were fucked. So I think it was fun. Actually, it's a really good one. I will go top 2.
Calculated! What are they looking at?
Like your IQ, mate.
Oh, that's good.
Okay, the thing is, I said that, but I don't know. I know why, because I had 3 seconds left and they tried to hide. And I won the round at the end, so I don't know. I saw 3 seconds left and I said 3 like your IQ. So I don't know where it came from in my brain. I would put it top 5.
Won that round single-handedly. He's about to drop the Moab. Let's go.
New beer. 50 years old.
Look, he's 50 years old. It's a good one as well. I will go 6.
He's looking great.
Hey guys, I'm 60 years old. You need to step up. I'm sorry.
Top 3 this one. yeah, it's important to apologize.
Hey, look, Dad, go fight, baby. Go fight. Always beating, mate.
This is personal. This one is really personal because it's with pings, ultimate, etc. So I needed to show him like I will go top 7. It's nice, but too easy. I think it's funny.
Oh my god!
Oh my god. I guess top 4.
Is it device or blame
This one is nice as well, but I have only 1 rank. But yeah, poor blame F. He wasn't even there, and he received like a bullet on his head, like while not being even in the team, I think anymore. So okay, great ranking.
Intel Extreme Masters Dallas not done yet. The group stage is still yet to conclude as we get into a third. I love the way the devs discussed that. Jacob and Yanko have framed it perfectly as to what we have to indulge in here on the third. There's a multitude of different ways this goes down. The analysts have given their best estimations. But yeah, Mirage, as they've highlighted, is a perfect playground for this third map decider. A lot at stake, but also the way Yanko put it, I think that was really important, that for Vitality, you kind of try to be motivated by the streak, right? You can't be motivated necessarily by the stakes. You know you're going to the playoffs regardless, but how much do you care about this streak? How much do you care about your world dominance? Really, it's what Mongols are asking you into this third.
I'm sure there'll be some level of relief when they do eventually lose.
Yeah.
However, what I want to present is the idea of losing for the first time since Bounty on the eve of the major.
I think that would be a blow.
And look, they can still go on to win the event even if they lose this game because, as mentioned, they're already in the playoffs. But What level of cracks could start to show in the Vitality camp?
I bet their team talk was quite intense in between the second and third.
I agreed with the sentiment of the sense of maybe Apex got frustrated by that blitz round, and then because of the close nature, we're buying in with a lot of those scenarios when they should have maybe not gone for as many forces. But either way, Nuke's in the past, Mirage in the present, and A's a surprise because Vitality gambled elsewhere.
Yeah, okay. So it's going to be a full retake. They came prepared.
Keep your eyes on these HEs, Alex, for 9-10 and Blitz.
Yeah, okay, I will do. They're in a fight for CT eventually. Apex is tucked, but Mezzi tucks Senzu in tight. There's the HE. Good damage on that one. There's another one for good measure. This one too deep. Bullets connecting, and it boils down to a 1v1. Mazinho versus Zywoo. Zywoo has the element of surprise, picks up the kit off of Mezzi's corpse. He's got the smoke as well, but it doesn't matter. Mazinho doesn't shy away. He brings the fight, swings on in for his third as Mongols take the pistol.
And Zywoo, the only one for his team there not to get a kill, and it was the most important one. The trading back and forth. The desk also touching on a couple of his misses with pistols. CT side and the side of the head as they were retaking lower. A couple of deagles not landing either. People in Twitch chat typing Nico. But Mazinho will win them the pistol. Now, Vitality, CT side go for the force. Zywoo and Apex both with scouts, MP9s for the rest. I think something else to note with Vitality is these waypoints they've had throughout their season, which have, I guess, been fortunate that these different things have cropped up throughout that have stayed as motivation. Now, the last one being Melbourne, then the next being the Liquid Streak. Now, when you overtook those, it's now, I guess, how far do we want to push that streak? And a conversation that's merely a whisper, I imagine, in the Vitality camp. It's probably just the management, not the players daring to even think of such a feat. But imagine 2 ESL Grand Slams in a calendar year, something that had never been done before. You'd need to win here in Dallas for that to even be a possibility. Right now, 2 on B to defend this. Util lined up. How much follow-through is there? The bomb is here. Short, part of the play. Scout tag lands.
Okay, yeah, Mezzi will be up to bat out of abs. Good scout tag to start. Apex, ooh, didn't hit that shot. Mazinho very wiggly and jiggly on his peaks. And look how hard he is to track. Mezzi just gets the one. The sight is lost.
This is one of those games where I would love to have seen what the odds were for a series win for Mongols before going into it. And probably not just Mongols, but literally any team going up against Vitality. But right now, Vitality will be looking to save their goodies. I think this is where you'll see them tighten up, whereas in the last map, maybe they would have gone for things that they probably statistically couldn't win because they think, hey, we are the gods. Now they know that they need to be giving their respect to the Mongols. Crazy that you lost on your map choice of Inferno. You go to take theirs away of Nuke, and then imagine if you got the job done on Mirage, which, as discussed, is not outside the realms of possibility considering the prowess that Mongols have on this map, and it has always lended itself to aim in an open playing field. We haven't ever seen, well, not ever, but infrequently we see Vitality under a lot of pressure, and the frustrations bubbling over is very limited. So right now on what has been 27 straight series, how intense will it get? Saves carried through. Mezzi starts on B yet again. Drops in towards the vent room. Zywoo, Flamesy, and Apex currently worrying about middle and A as a trio. Mongols have been able to get underpass and top mid. Bomb down can be scooped up quite easily, and then you're going to have Mazinho dealing with the A ramp and the Palace pushes. We have 1:20 left on the clock, and these are the type of rounds that are mandatory for Mongols if they want to pull off the upset of the day. Actually, the upset of the last 6 months.
Yeah. I mean, it started exactly as it would need to.
Con flash and push.
Apex and Deagle, not the weapon you'd expect to be successful pushing smokes, but he puts Senzu to rest. And shooting bullets at Mazinho, letting him know we know where you are. Now they know where the rest are as well. Emerging out ramp, Tetris occupied. Occupado, 910's got a dangerous game being played. He has the bomb, he stands on the top of the stairs, and he gets away. Sure, the scout did tag him. Oh, but that's an important kill back from Mazinho. Goes down to Mezzi, stands up and delivers a double, but hang on, Techno is still alive. He can make this a Mongols round after all of this. Worried about the triple, now no bullets.
3 bullets.
We'll need to reload. They are both so susceptible, though. One Galil spray, bad spacing, anything. Techno can do this. 15 and counting, that clock is the highest pressure. What's he done that? ZywOo just goes walkabout. What? 28 points of health, he just backs himself to hit the body shot.
I guess understanding the clock, knowing that Techno at some point is going to have to plant, so then with that as the main consideration, walks in, catches him with the pants around his ankles, worrying about the next step of that clutch, and they will snatch one away. I love this opener. The flash doesn't get either of them, but the pathing and understanding from Apex and Flames of how they're going to play that connector push, appearing, drawing the crosshairs, and both winning their duels is a thing of absolute beauty.
Baller move from ZywOo, admire that. And Mazinho draws an opening kill straight out of the rip. And now Senzu
doubled up.
He's up another.
Okay, they're both low. 19 points of health between the two, finding those opening kills. ZywOo does have the AWP out to play. Mezzi Rop's still alive, so the safe pair of hands are usually great for a multi between them.
They're going to clear out Blitz. You use that smoke to dip into it as they sweep through mid.
This is great as far as info's concerned, but how many bodies are you going to lose in the interim?
Yeah, losing 910 is definitely suboptimal.
ZywOo's sweeping.
Very aware. It's a possibility. Techno with full B control. The bomb's on its way and there's late low. Oh, it's perfectly timed just as he starts to look elsewhere.
Okay, the bomb's going to get planted on B. Is this just going to be a save from the Vitality duo of Rops and Mezzi now?
He'd assume so.
40 seconds on the clock. They're going looking in the wrong way. Rops, do you think it's... Yep, well, now you know. You've just glanced on over. You see it's B. Mezzi was literally running through T-spawn to flank on A. So now it definitely will be the save if you can. Blitz says no, and now it's just the Mr. Merriman.
Mr. Merriman, who has just been spotted. The probe has detected presence in T-spawn. Senzu immediately knifes out to relocate and partner up with the boys and retrieve a nice AK-47 for his troubles. Oh, and Mezzi, they ask questions of him, but they don't want to overcook it. You're happy to keep your cash flush for rifles through.
Oh, he might go down the AWP.
Bang!
And there it is. Blitz, quite the round from him.
Great round.
Everything taken away is going to put Vitality in a tough position. Now, ZywOo has 5.5, but the rest of them all around that 2K mark, and I don't think that you're going to be shoving all in right now. ZywOo will buy a hero AWP. The rest are likely going to take the eco. With a 2,500 loss bonus going into... No, they're force buying.
What an opener.
Oh, they're force buying.
And they're doing it again, like Nuke.
Oh, they're force buying. Oh, Vitality.
They got to back it up. They have to back it up.
Don't let the ego get the better of you right now. Oh, and ZywOo. You don't often see him like that, but it's great to see him find that opener. 1 into 9-10, not expecting the hero AWP in the mix. Now a number advantage. You have to convert upon an opening like this.
Yeah, that's mandatory. So you know there's an AWP in play. ZywOo's made that abundantly clear. Blitz calls his troops into an AX second. Flames up close, ready to disrupt. Does he have the opportunity to get 2 here?
Stacks here.
Yeah, it is. And Apex's scout might be enough to just draw attention away. Yeah, just for a second as that Flames SMG connect will go down. Nice work back. They claw into the round. They claw into the site. ZywOo and Robs.
Oh, nothing for Robs.
Robs gets nothing. Just completely clotheslined by Blitz.
Now you hunt.
Yes.
So at this point, you're like, oh, sure, ZywOo could be around, but really, is he going to risk this? He invested in this AWP. They fully bought. They're going to have to take a saving to the next. They need something. ZywOo's already heading for the hills. But look at this, cut off at the pass. Senzu, the Bloodhound.
A priority save for ZywOo. It's not looking good, though, with this flank now booked. Senzu's on his way. Ahead of the internal timer, ZywOo may be running. He's exposed on the clear. Oh, he's just turned around to be cognizant of the walk. Oh, and he gets it. Remove Senzu.
You can tell he's not expecting that.
Yeah, that
the
was
way that you jump up there, like, you're not expecting a player to be coming from T-spawn to B-apps.
He reacted quickly.
I think it was the steps probably over towards B that he was worried about. Mazinho, he's not going to get there in time, or is he? We're back turn, goes down, Orb gone, everything removed.
Zinho, that is like Christmas morning, seeing the back turn to Zywoo there.
This is a 5-1 start, because right now Vitality have to save. Mongols are doing it again. They were 7-0 up on Nuke. This is going to be 5-1 up on the T side.
Bro, that force bite, and then Zywoo gets the opening, you think, okay, Vitality have gotten away with this one. But no, not on Mongols' watch. And taking it all away as well. Forced into 5-7s and Desert Eagle eco.
Yanko on the desk saying this is the most that Jeopardy the streak's been since that Nuke match against Falcons in Melbourne. We were talking just how few maps of the 78, now 79 played for Vitality in this season so far that they've lost.
Yeah, they've shown impeccable resilience in that Melbourne final. Argument to be made, and Falcons also succumbed to the pressure, but regardless, it was a mammoth feat to extend their streak, and ooh, Techno gets away with his life. Info as well, Senzu top mid tries to catch him.
Shouldn't be too much to worry about here. I know there are about to be lemmings running through the underpass, but the weapon's perfect for the job. The AK bears down the stairs, and all the kills come in. One more spotted, and should be a dead man. Mezzi just with 7 points of health, and now it's going to be Zywoo on Cat. Last man standing in a 1v5 with a Deagle in hand. And seeing is believing, so it's about time everyone stands up and notices right now, because Mongols are taking it to Vitality. With the state of the nation and the way things have played out for the bracket, Falcons losing to Mouse. 3 best-of-3s in the last month. Mouse getting the better of them in the seeding game to give themselves a comfier side of the bracket, or so they thought.
Yeah, so I thought. I mean, I said it as an absolute that they'd be meeting Vitality, and obviously not the case. Valuable context was that if Mongols do pick up this win, that's not the case. You would have an earlier outing versus Vitality.
Well, we'll cop this, right? But not only that, if Vitality lose this game, they play Aurora, aka Eternal Fire,
aka
the team that beat them at the start of the year back at Bounty.
Sounds almost poetic.
So that would mean for Vitality, they would have to be running the gauntlet against Aurora, then into Mouse. And I think in jest, Apex said in an interview that, you know, maybe they're the kryptonite. Well, how are you meant to know? You've only played them once and you lost once. So you would love to see them getting to take them on again. And then that would put Mongols on the Falcon side of the bracket, which is awaiting the finish of Gamer Legion and G2 to lock in our 6th team.
Is this the end of that streak? Vitality, lots of rounds to play with. Full guns out. Bit of a hole dug into by a debatable force buy. And some fantastic openings already from Mazinho. Blitz as well, right there beside him on the scoreboard.
So the AWP on B from Zywoo means that they can leave him here on his lonesome. Rops can be more committed from vent to fight for mid with Apex. Mezzi and Flamesy dealing with A. The odds favoring the Mongols to take the victory. Consmoke lands, window in play. This speaks of a B split. But is it?
Blitz will be a key indicator of the final finish. Rob's forced to extinguish just to live. A nade will do more damage. 57 for the ladder player on high alert. Now they go jungle side, a smoke and sudden pivot, and just like that, Rob's overextends into Blitz. Mezzi on high alert, Flames as well, this partnership on A. And Zywoo in the meantime under so much scrutiny. He's seen the bomb, but the Abs player can walk on him. He's coming for you. Mazinho to take down Zywoo. Side of the head into the site, and just one man stands between them and another round. It's Apex. Can he get himself going? Yes, he can. Double kill. Mazinho gone. Senzu late to the arrival. Mezzi should have him. Gets the info at least. Apex ready. Does it to chip him away. Bomb retrieve with only 10 seconds left. There's nothing here for Senzu. Apex has done enough. He's off the bomb. Apex confirms it. They'll try and kill him after time. Senzu wins his duel. 2 for Vitality. Mongols up to 5.
The fact they say that AWP, that's going to be great. There's already a lot of cash for the Mongols to work with in this buy, where that's not the same for Vitality, right? The fact that you win the round with only one player staying alive, it's touch and go. And Apex, yeah, we talked about him being the highest rated player for Vitality going into this series. Well, the fact he's having to get doubles like this shows you just how tough of a series this is. It's going to be a tactical timeout called, the first for Mongols.
Can we talk about how many different points of contact on the map that were going on at the same time in that round? Like, ZywOo's AWPing someone short. There are two players smoking jungle and pressing A. Like, there was all happening at the same time.
Yeah, well, they made it look like a B split, right?
Yeah.
But then came through it to fight towards A, maybe trying to catch players in rotation, then still finished over towards B, or at least attempted to. Flamesy, he's going to be into this round with an MP9. Rops and Apex with Famis's, and then it's M4s for Mezzy and ZywOo. The util's pretty skimp as well. Vitality need consecutive rounds, and it's not going to be enough to break the bank on everybody on the Mongols. 910 has 5.5. Zinho has 2.9, and Techno with 2.7. So the three of those individuals will all be able to buy into the next without any issues whatsoever.
Every round, a lot of hard work required from Vitality. This T side from Mongols, definitely, it's looking spick and span. Senzu flashes Rops off of the early short info.
And the question is 5 enough for Mongols, or how many can Vitality salvage? And they still have Vitality teetering. You win this, the floodgates open again. You could be walking away with 7.
Window smoked. HE does connect onto Blitz. Another one where that came from. Apex throws out his, and ooh, a little shy of the mark. Barrage of nades. Still Techno and Blitz not looking too shabby. Rob spotted out. Only a FAMAS, but he does have his smoke. Will he hold on to it longer? Delay. Powerful piece of util.
Should be an A split here. 910 back towards ramp. 3 up connector. 1 out Palace, 1 up A.
Yeah, okay. ZywOo will be there to receive con. Pressure onto Flames. Just an MP9 at the back of the site. Not ideal. That's the fight. Ooh, Rob's trying to avoid the bullets of Senzu, does dip back away. Confirmation they were trying to advance con, but now a flash and a swing. Blitz goes down. Confirmation of 2. Bomb still in middle. Techno's pulled apart on Apex, now starting to wrap around. Asks questions of Flames, spots him out. Flames trying to get away. 1 point of health in it. And he couldn't control the spray to finish. The round falls into Vitality's favor, but my God, if there wasn't chances.
No, 910. Let's see if he can find Flames here. Posted on the line, should go down, and Flames will take him. Looking at that AWP, get themselves a bunch of AKs, and consecutive rounds for Vitality now, having to fight very hard for this. So Mongols, once they establish this mid control, they just sit and wait because they're expecting some form of CT aggression, and they're getting it. Just didn't connect the dots on those kills. Now, we touched on the finances before we got into this round of play, knowing there was going to be enough money to get buys for most of the members. It's just going to be Senzu onto a Deagle. Everybody else... Actually, it's Techno onto a Tech 9. AKs for Senzu, Mizinho, 910, and Blitz. Now, a little bit late out of spawn from the Mongols. There was some discussion going on just juggling the guns, but they still feigned mid-control. Con smoke, top cat, and window. 3 smokes used early as they're going to come water falling out of Palace in a moment's time.
This is what Flames' position is all about dealing with, though. The flash better be brilliant. Yeah, it's going to be Blitz that throws it, trying to catch Flames. He does pull the trigger, only the headshot ding. ZywOo's the dead man, should be dead. He can't get more than 1. Oh, yes, he can. He does find a second, makes a pantomime out of me. Senzu and Blitz left, at least with some control towards the site, but a man disadvantage, and Blitz is abandoning his man.
Yeah, well, look how quick he's working. He could even go all the way through B apps if he wants. There's so much time on the clock, just as long as Senzu doesn't get found out.
Oh, wow, he gets found out. The tray's not available!
What?
Oh, Senzu! Spectacular! Loving the game plan, but the aim to pull off all 3 is stunning.
Look at the smile on Mara. Blitz has just left his boy in a 1v3 on the site. Marooned under shadow. Blitz has gone, yo, can you just stay alive while I circumnavigate the entire map? But Senzu said, how about I just 1v3? All eyes on me. Look at that from Senzu. A thing of beauty.
Mate, the positioning. By dipping into that particular off angle, he set himself up for a free first onto Mezzy. The second on Apex is going to be beating himself up that he doesn't trade that. But Senzu so quick to the draw. And the third on top. My God.
There's never been any question about the output of these Mongols individuals. It's just when we get into those arena games, Senzu, that X factor, he can have a dip in form, but you are seeing it right here, right now, in its absolute best. That is a thing of beauty from Senzu.
Stunning. Head in hand, Zywoo.
Yeah.
I mean, these are new visuals.
And an emotional man. The game having a tough time with this one.
Mazinho just taking liberties. He likes to taking a spawn and taking a little probe towards the early fight on ramp. Doesn't find anything this time.
They're not being harassed in middle either, right? We've seen a couple of rounds where nades have been dunked towards the underpass or under window, and it's done a little bit of softening damage. But otherwise, Vitality haven't really had the full buys to go for mid control in the way that they'd like to. So again, Mongols entrenched as... Oh, there you go, Zywoo, important opener.
Robs needed that one. Catches the Palace Lurk early.
That's the short player.
Yeah, okay, yeah. Is there a gap on B? That's the question that Senzu's asking himself right now.
Zywoo's rotating over. Will he get there in time?
They're only just scooping up the bomb. And he's done very well to catch the early aggressive Senzu. Just a quick double dink. Brings down Senzu. And Zywoo not holding for the walk-up. They'll happily let them in. But looking set for a fourth round here, and with 5 alive as well. I just spoke too soon. Ooh, Mezzy just about catches Techno before he finds the accuracy. But Zywoo down. Blitz looking like a beast. Gets another one. He's going to plant it.
He can plant. I don't see a reason he can't win this.
No, me neither. This would be the heartbreak, wouldn't it? Blitz. Oh, lines up a little bit of damage onto one. Robs, he's anticipating your presence, but you needed to hit the first shot. He does.
What was Zywoo looking at?
That's a good question. That is a good question. His HLTV page.
Well, I understand if he's worried about taking the cross because they could have already been there.
Yeah.
But then how does Blitz just wreck him? Right, Blitz is on the edge of the balcony and Zywoo didn't even feel like he fired back.
Yeah, that does look odd in the replay as well. Fortunately saved by Rops as Vitality are trying to claw their way back in, and you can see they're trying to get that fire in the belly started.
Mara's called a second tactical timeout. What are they going to be able to bring into this? An AK on Senzu. Khalil for 9-10 and Blitz. Techno and Mazinho will be working on the pistols. Now they are going to force buy into this one and then likely the next. Vitality are in a strong position to tie up the half 6-6, but they are being made to work for their streak. And if they want that semi, they need to dig deep. Mongols aren't messing about.
Pacey, they're accelerating. Zywoo fails the break of the smoke as well, so would have revealed Senzu and 910's plot. Instead, that information doesn't flow, and they immediately boost into window, and no one's holding. They predicted the relocation. Flames none the wiser. He's about to get shot in the back of the head. Senzu's manufactured again.
Oh, no!
Oh, Flames again with his sixth sense. Flicks around. And then a little one onto Blitz as well. Leg shot here. Blitz down to 11 HP. It's Apex in defense of the A site. Mazinho falls next, and this whole round falls into disarray. It was perfect from the Mongols. It all starts with an unforced error of a missed nade break on that window smoke. It gets a fantastic timing, and then Flames again just with this little, what is that?
Yeah, Senzu gets that kill. It's a whole different round.
What?
That's a whole different round right there. Apex is the unknown piece in the site, and look at this.
Nade out, side of the head, turns around, just goes, oh, they could have...
I think Senzu wanted more.
Yeah, of
right?
course.
He's trying to measure up the entire site, give as much information to his team as possible, and by doing so, it just gets swung upon there, and oof. Mara's joy of the Senzu 1v3 previously, that one definitely going to sour the mood going into the halftime break, as it's just going to be pistols across the board for the final round. First half, third map, seeding series.
Teed up for the sixth. Mazinho though, whoa, he plays it perfectly and isolates Robs. Traded by his partner in crime, and quick acceleration onto A here. Flames is going to have a lot to deal with. They're running on him and hitting headshots to go with it. Apex put on notice. Senzu finishes it. What a dastardly dig he's got. And now Zywoo's back is turned. Blitz will pull the trigger clean. And it doesn't look like that six. Oh, his knees were poking out. But that six not coming so easy. Look at the pistols go. Mongols individuals shine brightly in the 12th round of play. Third map. This is all going down in the final half of play.